Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1051. Different Styles of Different Pathways. Upon seeing this scene, Vin Rambus immediately extricated himself from that state of calm, clearly aware that he had fallen into a trap. He also further realized that he was already under some sort of influence. Without any hesitation, he arched his back and his body swelled. His pupils turned vertical, turning from pale blue to golden. His face, the back of his hand, and every inch of his exposed skin grew grayish-white scales. Amidst the screeching sound, the white shirt, black vest, formal coat, and straight trousers that he wore tore apart, revealing the dragon scales beneath. In the blink of an eye, Vin Rambus had transformed into an abnormally massive monster. Aside from his head that remained in the form of a human, the rest of his body had changed completely. It was like a dragon that had yet to fully evolve. The dragon's back was covered in gray-skinned wings, and its limbs were thick. The grayish-white scales were engraved with complicated, three-dimensional mysterious symbols. They extended into the flesh, extending into the surrounding void. It seemed to be a mesh of objects that didn't belong to the real world. It threw anyone who laid their eyes upon it into suffering a form of mental confusion as their thoughts warped. Even one's spirit body would be tainted with all kinds of thoughts that came from deep within one's heart, eager to rip apart and mutilate themselves. This was the spectator pathway's incomplete mythical creature form. For demigods of other pathways, those who weren't at the angel level, they required immense willpower and firm beliefs to fight in their mythical creature forms. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control the madness and the inclination of losing control. There was a high chance of them immediately losing all rationality and transforming into a monster. However, the spectator pathway was different. They had placate which could treat their minds and souls, so they weren't helpless towards the madness and inclination of losing control. Therefore, as long as the fight wasn't prolonged, they could use their mythical creature form and return to normal at will. Whoosh! All the thoughts in Vin Rambus's subconscious domain boiled over as they churned, identifying the parts of his consciousness that had been altered, purging them out and melting them down into nothingness. Whoosh! The violent winds surged around Vin Rambus's grayish-white dragon avatar. It seemed to come from reality, but also seemed to come from an illusory world. They carried a certain will as they whirled in every direction. Any creature that was embroiled would inevitably be placed into various abnormal states, stand rooted to the ground in a daze, or blindly escape toward the corners of the garden. There would be varying degrees of losing of control as their knees would buckle before they slumped to the ground. Some would even faint immediately and fall into a coma. Others would reveal their most fervent expressions, crowding around the dragon-like attendants. This was a qualitative change in dragon might which stemmed from a mythical creature form. It went from its original state of placing others in a state of awe to mind deprivation with even more effects. Seizing the moment when dragon might swept the surroundings, Vin Rambus focused and transformed into illusory, sinister versions of himself. Through the sea of collective subconscious which eluded most beyonders, he approached Gehrman Sparrow on the rooftop and Audrey Hall by the garden's periphery at high speeds. As a spectator, he could tell that the attacker was Gehrman Sparrow just by seeing his face and temperament. At this moment, Audrey was mumbling to herself and compelling herself based on the discussions and warnings from the two demigods, the world and the hermit, above the gray fog. I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. She was trying to avoid losing control from looking directly at Vin Rambus's mythical creature form. However, this also made her unable to see or sense that a particular illusory, sinister version of Vin Rambus was approaching her body of heart and mind from the sea of collective subconscious. But suddenly, before Vin Rambus's eyes, the blonde, green-eyed girl's island of consciousness disappeared. Audrey felt a warmth from her body, as if she had returned from a cold, dark cave to the surface where the sun shined. She hurriedly dispelled the hypnosis and opened her eyes. The sun in the sky pierced through the clouds that couldn't be considered thin, scattering its resplendence. Bathed in the bright golden glow, autumn flowers bloomed in silence. Everything was beautiful and peaceful. Audrey looked around blankly, but she didn't see Vin Rambus, Gehrman Sparrow, or the huge crimson moon. This made her feel like everything that she had just experienced was just a dream. What mighty powers! A battle between the two demigods might not even harm a single flower. Audrey silently muttered to herself before calmly leaving the garden. retreating to the corridor that connected the garden to the house. She was afraid that her presence would affect Gehrman Sparrow's fight. In the concealed world, one of Vin Rambis's manifestations had also landed on Gehrman Sparrow's island of consciousness under the Crimson Moon. Just as he was about to set foot on it and open the door to the body of heart and mind and control Gehrman Sparrow's subconscious to make him do things against his own will, he realized that the illusory island that stood in the sea of collective subconscious was filled with a deathly silence. There were no stirring thoughts or the appearance of new thoughts. There was no way of influencing it. Puppet. Marionette. Vin Rambis instantly made a judgment. Combined with the information he had obtained in the past, he had a better grasp of Gehrman Sparrow's abilities. He wasn't shocked or depressed. Instead, he felt a sense of glee and confidence. This was because, for a demigod of the spectator pathway, he could easily tell the difference between a marionette and the true body, greatly mitigating Gehrman Sparrow's strongest ability. Besides, do you think a marionette can foil my mind invasion and control of one's consciousness? That sinister and illusory Vin Rambis swept his golden vertical eyes and found a transparent passage on the marionette's island of consciousness. On the island of consciousness, it was the symbolic form of spirit body threads in the mind world. Right on the heels of that, Vin Rambis's figure flashed, and he traced the transparent passageway and found another island of consciousness hidden in the distance. This was where the source of where the marionettes were controlled, which meant that it belonged to the actual body. Found you? Vin Rambis snorted coldly as he conjured a terrifying mind storm in the sea of collective subconscious, allowing them to thrash about in Gehrman Sparrow's island of consciousness over and over again. This caused the nearby weather to rapidly change, and the ability to perceive the surroundings via spirituality suffered intense interference. Vin Rambis took the opportunity to get close to Gehrman Sparrow's island of consciousness, and he conjured a grayish-white staircase in an attempt to furtively invade his opponent's subconscious. This was his usual style of fighting. One stayed in the light while the other stayed in the dark. While one attacked head-on, the other sneaked in. With these two angles of attack, it easily broke the target's mental walls and allowed him to control his opponent's body of heart and mind. At the same time, as a dragon avatar, he flew up and spiraled in midair. It affected Gehrman Sparrow with its dragon might and breath, complementing the battle at the consciousness level. At this moment, from deep within the sea of collective subconscious, Vin Rambis had silently invaded the Gehrman Sparrow's body of heart and mind when all of a sudden, he saw a boundless grayish-white fog. All the sea of collective subconscious around, and the islands had vanished. Vin Rambis's heart tightened as he hurriedly analyzed his psyche, suspecting that he was under an illusion. However, no matter how he handled it, the grayish-white fog didn't change. Of course, there were no accidents or danger. It was as if it was just a simple background. That was pretty suspicious. Just as Vin Rambis was preparing to stir a mind storm here, the grayish-white fog finally dissipated, revealing the island of consciousness from before that belonged to Gehrman Sparrow. Vin Rambis didn't have time to hesitate. He quickly entered the corresponding subconscious and attempted to change his target's thoughts. However, those thoughts were dyed with a bright light, a holy and majestic aura. It was unshakable and uninfluenced. Vin Rambis instinctively looked up and looked towards the sea of consciousness from the stone stairs that he conjured. Other than the island itself, there was also a figure with 12 pairs of fiery wings, emitting golden light. It looked like the projection of an angel's powers. Since he was planning on dealing with a demigod from the spectator pathway today, Klein had no doubt used Angel's Embrace on himself. With the Red Priest's level of importance, he directed the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, allowing him to temporarily be unaffected when facing an incomplete mythical creature form. And the reason why he didn't show it directly was that he was experimenting with Vin Rambis. As Vin Rambis attempted to invade his island of consciousness, his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, distorted the target his enemy locked onto, changing it from Klein's body of heart and mind to Klein's projection of the gray fog. As a result, if Vin Rambis found the island of consciousness in the grayish-white fog, it meant that there was a being of unknown origin sleeping in the mysterious space. This meant that Klein had to be wary ahead of time. On the contrary, he could feel a little relaxed. This was something he had long wanted to test but didn't dare attempt because it might be dangerous. Today, he finally had a chance to do so. After all, even if there were any consequences, Vin Rambis would be the one dying and not him. It might even allow him to easily finish off a demigod. Seeing that he was blessed by an angel and wasn't capable of breaking or infiltrating his opponent's body of heart and mind in a short period of time and exerting his consciousness on him, Vin Rambus retreated without any hesitation. He left the area and returned to his mind world through the sea of collective subconscious. Then the massive dragon disappeared, disappearing into thin air, preventing Klein from even finding it via spirit body threads. Psychological invisibility. Vin Rambus planned on using a psychological blind spot to hide in the dark. Then, using area of effect beyond her powers like mind deprivation and mind storm to slowly weaken Gehrman Sparrow's angel-enhanced mental walls, he would attempt using his own sealed artifact to attack. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, although his dragon form was powerful at melee combat, it still lacked the necessary, powerful offensive beyond her powers. It had to be made up for through certain sealed artifacts. At this moment, an illusory book appeared in front of the Gehrman Sparrow, who could be either the marionette or his actual self. Following that, there was an ethereal voice. I came, I saw, I recorded. Klein was using Lightning Storm, which had been recorded by the Creeping Hunger. For something like psychological invisibility, it could be easily resolved with a full area of effect bombardment. It has to be said that when dealing with a Beyonder with such a fighting style, the Storm pathway was a pretty good choice. Lord of the Mysteries. Boom. Lightning bolts descended from the sky, covering the entire area illuminated by the huge crimson moon with a silver forest. Lightning flashed and destructive auras swept over, not leaving any spot unscathed. The giant grayish-white dragon, which still had a human head, appeared again. There were tiny bolts of electric bolts scurrying over its scaled body. There were also some obvious cracks. Vin Rambus's psychological invisibility couldn't be maintained under such a wide area of effect bombardment. After all, his interactions with his surroundings couldn't be avoided. All he could do was eliminate his sense of presence and stay in the blind spot of one's attention. Once the level of interaction grew excessive, he didn't have the means to avoid exposure. As soon as he appeared, the lightning storm calmed down quite significantly. The Gehrman Sparrow's body on the roof instantly blurred and phased into existence diagonally below the incomplete dragon. Right on the heels of that, the glove on the crazy adventurer's left hand protruded with fine black particles that were deep and dark. Then, he opened his mouth and said his word filled with foulness and corruption from the devil language. Slow. Vin Rambus knew that his opponent was using Creeping Hunger and knew the true level of the item. He found Gehrman Sparrow amusing and was about to raise his left claw that grabbed onto an ice-blue metal cylinder, slamming it down at his enemy beneath him. This was a sealed artifact with unknown origins called Rotting Meteor. Vin Rambus had obtained it from a particular existence, and he was only aware that part of it came from the cosmos. This ice-blue metal cylinder could fire special dark green bullets that would instantly poison anyone who was hit with it. They would begin rotting in a way that even their spirit bodies wouldn't be spared. This was also effective against demigods. Its negative effect was that the wielder had a probability of gaining the attention of the cosmos and suffering corruption without realizing it. If not for having the item sealed thanks to a particular existence, Vin Rambus definitely wouldn't have dared to carry it around. But even so, he tried to limit his usage of it, lest he suffered a strange death or anomaly. That was a common ending for many of the previous owners of Rotting Meteor. Currently, Vin Rambus didn't believe that the language of foulness, which was at most at sequence 5, could affect him in his incomplete mythical creature form. He planned on using Rotting Meteor to finish off the sealed artifact-equipped enemy that posed a threat. However, at this moment, his actions had really slowed down, and his entire body felt stiff. On the pitch-black roof under the gigantic crimson moon, another Gehrman Sparrow in a black trench coat and silk hat had appeared at some point in time. He held a 6-barreled revolver in his right hand and aimed his left hand at the Gehrman Sparrow beneath him before balling his fist and turning his wrist. Earl of the Fallen, Magnify. This was Klein's other marionette, a demigod from the lawyer pathway, Kona's Kilgore. With the help of his Magnify, Creeping Hunger could amplify the Beyonder powers it obtained from grazing souls, almost raising it to the level of Sequence 4, or in other words, at the level of a demigod. Of course, Magnify couldn't be used consecutively in quick succession. It was limited to a one-time use each time. Due to Vin Rambus's current mythical creature form, no matter how magnified Slow was, it couldn't affect him for long. Therefore, it was the Gehrman Sparrow, who was actually a Noonie, who had to seize this short opportunity and control Vin Rambis's spirit body threads. Normally, he would take 3 seconds to attain initial control. However, his opponent had already revealed a powerful mythical creature form, and time would definitely extend the time required. It would take perhaps about 7 seconds or even more than 10 seconds to succeed. And by then, Vin Rambis would have long extricated himself from the influence of slow, restoring himself to normal and carrying out the corresponding countermeasures. At this critical moment, Konas Kilgore aimed his left hand at Winner Inuni once again and clenched his fingers. Another magnify. The control of the spirit body threads was magnified. Suddenly, Inuni's control of Vin Rambis's spirit body threads became easier, as if the mythical creature form hadn't been revealed. In other words, he could obtain initial control in 3 seconds. This was already rather formidable, but the problem was that the dragonified Vin Rambis wouldn't take more than a second to extricate himself from the influence of slow. No, he had already escaped. At that moment, there was a gunshot. A bullet that looked lusterless, deep and profound but not dark, swiftly shot out with its many strange patterns and struck Vin Rambis, who had just escaped from his slow state. In another corner of the garden, another Gehrman sparrow in a black trench coat and a silk top hat appeared. Vin Rambis's dragon body stiffened once again. Not only did his thoughts come to a halt, even the wings on his back froze, and he had lost all his control of himself. The entire dragon collapsed to the ground. Control spirit bullet. Klein had used his worms of spirit as the material to contain the control spirit bullets made from the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. It could even freeze sequence 3 saints for 1 or 2 seconds. At that moment, Vin Rambis, who had an incomplete mythical creature form, wasn't much stronger than a sequence 3 saint. Back when Amon's avatar was hit by the control spirit bullet, it had also froze for more than a second. In addition, Klein could also get Konas Kilgore to magnify the power of the bullet. However, to grab the opportunity, he had failed to do it in time. The string of team combination attacks from before had already made Klein turn poignant, as obtaining the aid of a demigod from the lawyer pathway was terrifying. It was very, very effective. Of course, under normal circumstances, Thyril of the Fallen's Magnify could only amplify the effects and influence that strengthen one's body or actions without helping others. However, the problem was that, as marionettes with worms of spirit within them, they were without a doubt no different from Klein. He hadn't been augmenting others, but himself. Seizing the opportunity of Vin Rambis falling into a state of paralysis, Winner Inuni obtained initial control over the spirit body threads. The incomplete dragon had just ended its rigid state when its thoughts became sluggish. Its movement had a certain delay. It had to be said that, after a Bizarro sorcerer obtained a powerful marionette, they could unleash terrifying powers through their cooperation with their marionettes. Klein also had a cheat-like method like control spirit bullets. This was something that could only be created by him, because he was the only one who could stir the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. Of course, Amon and other powerhouses also had similar charms and bullets. The only difference was the effects would be different. Seeing that Vin Rambis had come under a certain level of control, Klein began preparing to disrupt any form of resistance he tried putting up, preventing him from escaping from his current state until he became a marionette. However, at this moment, his head suddenly ached due to an intolerable mania in his heart. Then he became extremely down, as if he couldn't feel joy anymore. He despised himself and wished he could give up his life just like that so that he wouldn't be a burden on others. In the blink of an eye, he became excited. His eyes seemed to be blood red and filled with hatred towards anything, wanting to destroy everything he saw. Not good. Before his mental state deteriorated, Klein realized that he had been influenced by Vin Rambis at some point in time. Something was wrong with his body of heart and mind. He hurriedly attempted to cogitate to fight against the abnormal mental state. However, various thoughts that didn't seem to belong to him flashed through his mind. Let's end it here. F***CK. Think of a way to save yourself. What exactly happened? I think I have a serious mental illness. A psychiatric disease that's contagious? The special mental illness that Miss Justice mentioned? This is indeed a high sequence beyond her power of the spectator pathway. Why are you saying so much? That's a demigod psychiatrist you're facing. Turning him into a marionette will easily resolve this problem. Realizing that Gehrman Sparrow hadn't shot the second bullet, Vin Rambis's face, covered in grayish-white scales, revealed a faint smile. Although he hadn't anticipated the tight cooperation between Garamond Sparrow and his two marionettes, causing him to quickly fall into a perilous situation, it wasn't like he hadn't done anything prior to this. Before he left the sea of collective subconscious, he had secretly planted contagious madness in a marionette. A marionette was, after all, a dead person. Although it was unable to be controlled by any other methods other than spirit body threads, it didn't mean that they didn't have an island of consciousness. It was just a dead mass, but it was precisely here that Vin Rambus buried a seed named madness. The seed couldn't affect the marionette itself, but it could secretly infect the sea of collective subconscious of its surroundings, causing the person who kept switching between bodies to unknowingly place themselves in an environment with a contagious mental disease. Also, this madness could also be transmitted via spirit body threads. In addition, this type of infection stemmed from one's self. It wasn't something an angelic blessing could screen. At most, it would be weakened and have the effects weakened. This was a high-sequence spectator's power, manipulator's mental plague. In ancient times, there would be people from time to time who were placed in repressed states for prolonged periods of time and appear abnormal at the same time. Their abnormality influenced the people around them, causing mass hysteria to happen. An ancient folk song once sang of it in such a manner. 7 young ladies are dancing weirdly on the street. 9 men are rolling on the ground, laughing by their sides. On a horse carriage passing by, the nobles are slapping their faces. The stone children are crying outside the house by the street. People are hurting each other. The entire city is crazy. If one thought about it carefully, it would make one feel an inexplicable sense of horror. However, Vin Rambus knew that the scene described in the myth was true. It was an experiment from a spectator pathway demigod. A highly contagious mental plague. By the time Garamond Sparrow's actual body went crazy, his control over his marionettes would undoubtedly be lost. When that happened, Vin Rambus would be able to escape from his predicament. It wouldn't take long, as it only took a few seconds. At that moment, a manipulator like Vin Rambus wasn't afraid that Garamond Sparrow had the charm which Audrey had used, the one that could temporarily swap fates between 2 people. This was because a swap would put Garamond Sparrow in a state of becoming a marionette. His thoughts would turn sluggish, and his body would stiffen. As for Vin Rambus, being infected by the mental plague was a relatively simple problem for him to resolve. At this moment, Vin Rambus saw the Garamond Sparrow on the rooftop, aiming his left hand at the Garamond Sparrow, who was holding the iron-black, long-barreled revolver. He gripped his fingers and slowly turned his wrist. Distortion. Klein had used Kona's Kilgore's Beyond Her Powers to distort the level of his mental disease, weakening it and slowing down the deterioration. Making use of this period in which he had clarity of mind, he raised Death Knell again and pulled the trigger. Bang! Another control spirit bullet shot out and hit the motionless, massive, incomplete dragon. At the same time, Kona's Kilgore used Magnify. Despite being attacked, Vin Rambus didn't escape from Inuni's control, because he had fallen into a long period of feeling numb and stiff. Klein silently kept count of the time, shooting a third control spirit bullet before Vin Rambus truly recovered. And before the third control spirit bullet's magnified effects ended, the grayish-white incomplete dragon trembled as it returned to normal, no longer looking sluggish. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1053, President. In the dimly lit world, the gigantic crimson moon hung silently over the house while everything in the garden seemed to be asleep. The despair in the incomplete grayish-white dragon's eyes dissipated as it retracted its skin-covered wings, behaving like a docile hunting dog reared at home. The psychology alchemist's counselor, demigod of the spectator pathway Vin Rambus, had lost his life and became Klein's marionette. Without bothering to enjoy this achievement, he switched places with Inuni, who was beside the grayish-white dragon, appearing as Garamond Sparrow in his black trench coat and silk top hat. Then, he controlled his new marionette to treat the infection he received from mental plague. A gentle and cool breeze swept past the sea of collective subconscious, seeping into Klein's island of consciousness. It made him feel like the object reeking of a rotten, putrid, and discordant object in his body of heart and mind was being purged out of him with a surgical knife. Klein's face immediately contorted as he grimaced. He once again felt the excruciating pain in his soul. Thankfully, in order to create the control spirit bullets and the yesterday once more charms, he was already accustomed to this feeling. He didn't hold his head and roll around. After purging the contagious mental disease from his consciousness, The cool wind brought about a warmth that made him want to take an afternoon nap. It allowed his damaged spirit body to relax as if he was soaked in a bath. His mind and body quickly recovered thanks to the nourishment. By the time he recovered from his mental disease, the gentle breeze that blew at him became intense. It swept the surroundings, wiping out all the contagion left in the air. After doing all of this, Klein made the grayish-white dragon rapidly shrink its body, converge its godhood, and turn back into its human form. However, as Vin Rambai's clothes had been ripped to pieces, the gray scales on his body didn't disappear. A few seconds later, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, walked out of the gigantic crimson moon in her simple robe and belt made of tree bark. Her long black hair cascaded down as she stepped across the void and arrived diagonally above Vin Rambis. The angel stretched out her right hand and with a gentle squeeze, let Vin Rambis's blurry soul leave his body and float above his head. "Why are you helping George III?" Ariana asked directly. Vin Rambis's confused expression immediately turned serious. "This is the choice of the times, an inevitability of destiny. We are just following the flow of the tides and providing some guidance, allowing the times to develop in the right direction." The standard answer of the Twilight Hermit Order. From the looks of it, the psychology alchemist demigod doesn't know what Adam's true goal is either. Even as official members of the Twilight Hermit Order, most of them probably don't know. Klein didn't have any problems thinking thanks to his situation inside the concealed world. Ariana didn't show any surprise as she pressed, "What is the trend of the times?" Vin Rambis's eyes were unfocused, but his expression was solemn as he answered, "A war, one that will sweep the entire world." Isn't peace nice?" Klein frowned slightly as he couldn't help but mumble inwardly. He knew very well what a world war would do to humans. He only wished that his investigation with the Church of Evernight would be able to seize the key and successfully prevent the war which the Twilight Hermit Order was strongly pushing from erupting. Ariana fell silent for a second before asking, "What's the secret George III is hiding?" Vin Rambis revealed a smile. "Every king is restrained by 3 major contracts and can only reach a limit of sequence 5. But with her help, he bypassed the restrictions and has already reached a higher level. Once the tides of the times come, he'll easily be able to ascend to the spot that should have belonged to him." 3 major contracts. What's that? It's understandable to limit a king to sequence 5 due to the strong push to keep mysticism under wraps. It's best for a king to be changed normally. The people will find it acceptable if they could live for 80 to 90 years old, but to still be active at 120 to 130 years will be the cause for conspiracy theories and panic. George III cooperated with the psychology alchemists and the demonist sect to live longer. Typically, this is a restriction on the king, not the other members of the Augustus family. They should have grounded angels among them, so there's no reason for them to support George III. Many questions arose in his mind. George III still isn't a demigod, is he? Is he using some method to possess a higher level and perform the acting ahead of time? Ariana asked unhurriedly. To the Church of Evernight, this was a crucial problem. If George III was already a demigod, they could directly contact the Church of Storms and Steam to capture him because the king himself was enough evidence. Vin Rambis's soul nodded and said, "Yes. What is the exact method?" Ariana continued asking. Vin Rambis slowly shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. The person in charge of this matter is our president. I only remember him once mentioning that he wanted George III to have more talent." More talent. Upon hearing such a description, Klein instantly thought of something in Rozelle's diary. In the eyes of the Emperor, the so-called talent was to make one's psyche and soul more like a high-level ancestor, as such be able to obtain the recognition of the corresponding beyonder characteristics or the mental imprint within sealed artifacts, allowing them to easily consume the potion and wield the sealed artifacts without the immense negative effects. This wasn't a perfect solution. It could even be said that there were great latent risks. This was because the mental imprint would revert and control the consumer or wielder's soul, causing them to experience certain changes. If anyone were to rely on this method to advance to a demigod, there was an extremely high chance of becoming a monster formed of mental sutures. Was George III hypnotized? He actually accepted such a method? No, if he was hypnotized, the Augustus family's angel or sealed artifacts would definitely discover the problem. Klein became even more puzzled as he waited for the ascetic leader floating in the sky to ask further. Ariana clearly knew what more talent meant. Without any change in expression, she asked, "Who is your president?" Vin Rambus revealed a look of reminiscence. "He has many identities and names, but I can confirm that he is the president of our psychology alchemists as long as I see him. His current identities and names are one of the four kings of the sea, the king of the Black Throne Barrows Hopkins, the former chancellor of the Backland Medical School, the royal family's medical consultant, the already dead Polly Derlau, the famous hermit of the Central Sonia Sea, Eric Drake. King of the Black Throne." It was only then that he realized that he had heard of this title, but he had always neglected it, not taking it to heart and seldom thinking about it. So this Pirate King is from the spectator pathway. He nodded in enlightenment. Ariana listened quietly and asked, "What secret is George III hiding in the Blood Emperor ruins?" Vin Rambis's slightly dazed expression changed slightly. "An extremely important thing. If he wants to grasp it, he will need a large number of sacrificial rituals." "What is it?" Ariana pressed without any pause. Vin Rambis was taken aback. I don't remember." He suddenly raised his hand to grip his soul's head, clearly in pain. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember the answer. Was this memory forcefully deleted by Adam or a certain angel from the spectator pathway? Klein watched with a heavy expression as he felt that the secret in the ruins was more important than he imagined. Ariana fell silent for a few seconds before lowering her head and asking Klein, "Do you have anything you want to ask?" Klein thought for a moment and asked Vin Rambis, "What is the name of the high-sequence Beyonder potions of the spectator pathway?" The pain in Vin Rambis's soul lessened as he slowly replied, "Sequence 4 Manipulator. Sequence 3 Dreamweaver. Sequence 2 Discerner. Sequence 1 Author." He didn't mention Sequence 0 Visionary, clearly unaware. "What's the potion formula for Manipulator?" Although Klein felt that his question was rather substandard compared to Ma'am Ariana's, he still asked. In a dazed tone, Vin Rambis said without hesitation, "The main ingredient is an elderly mind dragon's complete brain, or the crystalline heart of a tree mentor, or a Beyonder characteristic of a manipulator. The supplementary ingredients are 80 milliliters of the blood of an elderly mind dragon, 3 golden leaves of a tree mentor, and 7 different drops of tears from different humans or non-human creatures that were shed due to intense emotions. The ritual is that on a special occasion with at least 10,000 people, drink the potion when they are in the midst of an emotional resonance. In contrast, the difficulty of a demigod ritual of the spectator pathway isn't that high." "That's right. Spectators can heal and analyze themselves, allowing them to effectively deal with the madness and the loss of control brought about by the potion, so the ritual can be simplified." Klein nodded in thought. "What's the potion formula for Dreamweaver?" "I don't know." Vin Rambis shook his head. "All right, then." Klein asked Vin Rambis why he had personally come to Audrey and received the corresponding answer. Then he said to Ariana, "I have no further questions." The questions he had couldn't be answered by Vin Rambis. Ariana's right hand pressed softly, causing Vin Rambis's soul to return to his body. Following that, the angel glanced at Klein and said calmly, "Don't use him as a marionette. Before his mental imprint is removed, it's best you don't use his Beyonder characteristic to create items. Of course, I don't want Adam to visit me." Klein nodded sincerely. "I will remember it. Thank you, Ma'am Ariana." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1054. Tailor-Made Ritual. After thanking her, Klein immediately gave up his control over Vin Rambis, making it impossible for him to maintain his marionette-like state. With that, this spectator pathway demigod collapsed to the ground and became a corpse. Ariana lowered her head and took a look, the darkness in her eyes growing deeper. Vin Rambis's corpse immediately got erased like a pencil drawing, as if it was being wiped away by an eraser, inch by inch, leaving behind only the ice-blue metal cylinder. Right on the heels of that, beams of light seeped out of the void and quickly gathered together, forming a strange object. It was fist-sized and looked like a heart. However, it resembled a different kind of brain, with its surface being covered in grayish-white wrinkles, each crevice with countless symbols and strange patterns that extended into the surroundings. These connected to a world that Beyonders of other pathways couldn't see. This was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a manipulator. Miss Ariana's concealment and reversing concealment process is able to quickly extract Vin Rambis's Beyonder characteristic. Klein came to a realization after a moment of pause. At this moment, Ariana calmly said, The mental imprints in it have all been removed. Thank you, Ma'am Ariana. Not surprised at all, he bowed as if he had prepared to do so. He had decisively given up on his marionette because he foresaw that something like this would happen. In fact, his original plan was to bring Vin Rambus above the gray fog as a marionette, allowing him to use unshadowed crucifix to purge the manipulator, dreamwalker, hypnotist, and other Beyonder characteristics out. This way, Miss Justice no longer needed to worry about the ingredients needed before becoming a demigod. Even her Beyonder dog at home had a chance of advancing. After all, Audrey had briefly mentioned in the past to Dwayne Dantes that her act of escaping from Vin Rambis's control was all thanks to Susie. But later on, he considered that there was no way he could bring Vin Rambus above the gray fog inside this world of concealment, as it would directly expose the fact that he was the fool under Ariana's watchful eyes. And once he left, no matter where he teleported to, there was a chance of being discovered by Adam because of Vin Rambis's existence. In that case, giving up a marionette in front of Ariana was undoubtedly a better choice. At least, this angel had a high chance of helping him remove the mental imprint on the Beyonder characteristic. And none of these affected Klein's original plan. He could easily find some ingredients to make Vin Rambis's Beyonder characteristic into a problematic potion. He would then pour it onto an ordinary item so that it could absorb the potion and transform. After obtaining such a sealed artifact and binding it with the unshadowed crucifix, he could obtain the corresponding Beyonder characteristics by keeping track of the time. As for the mental corruption during this process, there was no need for concern. The unshadowed crucifix could also cleanse it. Klein picked up Vin Rambis's Beyonder characteristic, but he wasn't able to stuff it into the iron cigar case. He could only stuff it into his pocket. As for Ariana, she cast her gaze towards the ice-blue metal cylinder and said in an unhurried voice, "It's from the cosmos, so it's best you don't use it. Even you carrying it with you should be limited. Otherwise, a gaze might be cast onto you, causing you to be corrupted and suffer aberrations." From the cosmos, Klein found the description familiar. Soon, he remembered the origins of its familiarity. This originated from the yellow light Venethan's prophecy of the apocalypse in sites in the spirit world from the Abraham family. Casting one's gaze from the cosmos, the lands shatter. Everything in the world will cease to exist. The apocalypse. The origins of this sealed artifact is related to the apocalypse? What does the cosmos represent? What does it have to do with the astral world? A series of questions formed in his mind, making his expression turn heavy. Faced with his question, Ariana nodded gently and said, "Yes, the cosmos. Is it the cosmos above our heads?" He pointed at the dark night sky, which was embedded with a gigantic crimson moon. Yes. Ariana gave an affirmative answer, but she didn't explain further. After some thought, he asked again, "There are many hostile existences that are attempting to destroy this world?" Ariana's gaze swept across his face and finally stopped at his eyes. "I can't give you an answer. There are some things that make it easier to be infected the more you know. Both your body and soul will be infected. Once you become an angel, you can seek out the exact answer. The more I know, the easier it is to get infected." A chill ran down Klein's back. He didn't ask Rhodes earlier about the sealed artifacts that Vin Rambus possessed, because he was afraid that Adam would notice them if they left any traces behind. When facing a king of angels, no amount of caution was enough. Seeing that Ariana wasn't revealing anything else, Klein pointed at the ice-blue metal cylinder and asked, "How should we handle this item?" The description of the ascetic leader made him a little afraid of bringing the sealed artifact above the gray fog to disinfect. Ariana calmly said, "My suggestion is to sacrifice it to the goddess. Together with the contributions you have previously rendered, you can exchange them for what you want." Klein nodded slightly. "I understand." After expressing his gratitude, Ariana's figure was quickly erased and disappeared into the dark garden under the abnormally huge moon. And with that, the world of concealment collapsed. Klein observed for a few seconds before taking out candles and other ritual items he carried with him. He quickly set up an altar and sacrificed the ice-blue metal cylinder to the Evernight goddess. At the end of the ritual, amidst the howling winds, the burning ash of the herbs and the surrounding soil rose up and landed onto an empty spot on the altar. The ash and soil were connected, forming words. Sequence 3, Scholar of Yur. Main ingredients, Hound of Fulgrim, also known as Sapphira Castle Keeper, pair of eyes. One demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters a hound of Fulgrim blood, 30 grams of white frost crystal of demonic wolf of fog, a large amount of real ancient historical records. Advancement ritual: be separated from reality for at least 300 years and consume the potion after one becomes history and doesn't belong to the present era. Klein couldn't help but blink, wondering if he had seen the wrong description. The description of not belonging to the present era made him think of a line in his honorific name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've been hanging above the extraordinary door of light for more than 300 years. In a sense, have I already completed the ritual and am only waiting to consume the potion? The mysterious space above the gray fog really has a very close relationship with the seer pathway. Could it be the manifestation of the uniqueness? Klein was momentarily delighted, but also grim. This was because he didn't know if a price was exacted for such a bestowment. Phew, I really want to jump to a neighboring pathway after becoming an angel to not follow whatever path was planned for me. For other Bizarro sorcerers, the hardest part about the advancement ritual is to live for more than 300 years. After all, this isn't a pathway that's known for having a long lifespan. Also, being separated from reality for 300 years easily drives one mad. For Bizarro sorcerers who are in a dissociative state, the risk of madness and losing control is quite significant. Klein looked at the Scholar of Yours potion formula. His thoughts couldn't help but flash through his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he ended the ritual and put away the corresponding items. As he walked out of the garden, the gigantic crimson moon and the pitch-black darkness faded away, disappearing inch by inch. Then he saw fresh autumn flowers and the sunlight shining above them. He also saw a blonde girl wading in between the house and the garden. Audrey's eyes wore an elated look as the corners of her lips curled up unconsciously. Klein nodded at her before his figure was enveloped by scarlet flames. Elsewhere in the garden, there was another flame soaring in the air, but it wasn't obvious. When the flames dissipated, Gehrman's sparrow was gone. The remnants of the crimson moon and the night scenery vanished completely. Audrey fell into a daze for a few seconds before thoughtfully looking away and entering Viscount Glaint's residence. After she left in a carriage with Susie and the servants, she returned home and had a chance to be alone. As expected, she received the world's invitation for a meeting. Above the gray fog, inside the palace, Audrey looked at the world Gehrman sparrow and calmly asked, what was Vin Rambise's true goal? She had long known from Gehrman sparrow's calm composure that Vin Rambis had been finished off. Klein answered frankly, the first is to find out if there's a mastermind behind Zio and Furz's actions. Secondly, when the princes expressed their goodwill towards Earl Hall's family, the cue was for you to not be an obstacle. In essence, it's to create a fracture between the three major churches. With regards to this matter, Audrey had already discussed it with Mr. World before. There was no need to seek further explanations as she asked, then why was a demigod like Vin Rambis personally visiting me? Klein smiled and said, if you wish to deceive the guards arranged by Earl Hall, as well as hypnotize a hypnotist with great certainty without causing any commotion, a sequence 5 might not be capable of doing so. Therefore, it's best to send a demigod. Furthermore, you knew Vin Rambis and had interactions with him before, so your vigilance against him will be minimized. To be honest, if you weren't careful enough and had an unnoticeable helper like Susie, the whole matter would have gone on smoothly without you and I knowing until Monday. Justice Audrey didn't wear a thick mask. She smiled and sighed with mixed emotions. So I'm already this powerful. Powerful to the point of needing a demigod to be certain of success. He was even more powerful than I had imagined. You actually hypnotized a demigod that's good at hypnotism, Klein praised with a smile. Audrey pursed her lips without realizing it and smiled. That's mainly because of the fate siphon charm you gave me. My hypnotist potion seems to have completely digested as a result of this. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1055, Train of Thought. Completely digested? That's understandable. This is the act of hypnotizing a demigod. Although it's thanks to the fate siphon charm, it only helped to open the door of the body of heart and mind. The subsequent consciousness manipulation and the cue planting needs to be done personally. If she weren't careful, she would trigger an intense rejection and would lead to failure. Acting done to the extreme would definitely accelerate the digestion process. Klein nodded gently and said in praise, "This is a good thing. It's even more so for the current situation. Audrey understood what Mr. World meant. In this storm that was sweeping around thanks to the angel of imagination Adam and King George III, even if she stood by the sidelines, she could sense her weakness and how powerless she was. She couldn't wait to improve herself. She tersely acknowledged and said, "I'll urge the son to give his conditions to complete the deal and try my best to advance to sequence 5. When the time comes, I hope that I can receive the protection of Mr. Fool and remain conscious in my dream." Having been prepared for this, Klein smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to wait that long. I'll be able to sell you a Dreamwalker's Beyonder characteristic by tomorrow, and at the latest, Friday." As it was a private exchange, Klein didn't act as the world by deliberately making his voice hoarse. All he did was sound reserved. "Really?" Audrey's eyes widened, not concealing her surprise. Klein nodded and said, "It's actually from Vin Rambus. The new cross that Mr. Fool obtained can allow the Beyonder characteristics to be purged." He spoke very simply, without explaining the actual steps. He maintained Gehrman Sparrow's unique coldness. "Is that so?" The corners of Audrey's lips curled up as she broke into a smile. She pressed against her chest and said, "Praise Mr. Fool. And thank you, Mr. World." A double token of gratitude. Klein chuckled inwardly and calmly said, "It's just a transaction. You need to pay for it," he lampooned to himself. Audrey maintained her smile and asked, "What do you need?" For a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, 8,000 pounds. Klein chose something that Miss Justice could gather in the fastest time possible. Audrey didn't mind the price. She thought for a while before asking, "Can you sell the separated hypnotist characteristic to me as well?" When she said that, she smiled in embarrassment and said, "It's for Susie." The incident this time was resolved all thanks to her. Yes, the higher her level, the greater the help she can provide will be. "Well, I'll also help her." "No problem." 4,000 pounds. Having expected this, Klein directly named his price. In his plan, he could stop once the hypnotist was purged, doing so without continuing the separation process. Now he would place the unshadowed crucifix together for a long period of time, allowing its remaining characteristics to take form. A total of 12,000 pounds. Audrey asked for confirmation, not feeling too much pressure. As she didn't have any major expenditures for the past few months, she only had 10,000 pounds left. Just a little bit of economizing was enough to satisfy her needs. Seeing the world nod, she heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll pay it before Friday." After closing the deal, her mood became better with Vin Rambus having been killed. She asked as though she was chatting, "I'll also buy the complete brain of an adult mind dragon from the sun as well. However, I won't be in such a rush. Susie won't be able to digest the hypnotist potion so quickly." At this point, she glanced shyly at Mr. World. "What needs to be exchanged for Vin Rambis's demigod characteristic?" Klein laughed and replied, "I still don't know what I'm lacking. In fact, other than the manipulator characteristic from Vin Rambus, I also have the corresponding potion formula. While you digest the Dreamwalker potion, I'll slowly think about what I need, and I'll get you to do certain things and gather some materials so that you can make sufficient contributions to exchange for them." Upon hearing these words, Audrey's green eyes lit up. "All right." After her reply, she asked with interest, "Is this the same as how Zio contributes to MI9? "Yes, it's also the same method that the various major churches use." Klein gave an affirmative answer. Audrey nodded and curiously asked, "Mr. World, do you know the name of the high-sequence Beyonder potions of the Spectator pathway?" Klein answered simply, "Manipulator, Dreamweaver, Discerner, Author, and Sequence 0 Visionary. Hearing the names makes me look forward to them, especially Author and Visionary." Audrey fantasized for a few seconds before diverting the topic back on track. Did Vin Rambus say what the king's secret is? Also, why are they helping the king? She was partially asking for Zio, but on the other hand, she was also concerned herself. The king's secret. He wishes to bypass the 3 major contracts the royal family signed with the Orthodox churches and become a demigod. For this, he needs to use many sacrificial rituals to gain control of some important object inside the Blood Emperor's ruins. That was Vin Rambis's answer, but it might not be the entire truth and might very likely be only a part of it. As Klein answered, he shared his line of thought. As for the Psychology Alchemists or the Twilight Hermit Order, they need a war that sweeps the entire world. This is what they're pushing for and hope to see as the trend of the times. A war that sweeps the entire world. Audrey repeated softly. Her pretty eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her cheerful mood plummeted again. Although her status and standing hadn't made her truly experience the cruelty of war before, she was no longer sheltered and cut off from the world. She could already imagine it to a certain degree. After a brief moment of silence, Audrey took a deep breath and forced a smile. I hope we can stop this. After exchanging a few more words, she left the gray fog and returned to the real world. As for Klein, he busily used clear water, tree sap, herbal powder, thousand-faced hunter's blood, spirit world plunderer powder, and other materials to dilute Vin Rambise's Beyonder characteristic and concoct a potion that had a questionable name which was definitely filled with problems. Then he found an ordinary glass bottle and put the potion inside. He wanted to know what kind of sealed artifact it would eventually transform into. This took quite a bit of time, so he used the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to construct a spherical barrier around the glass bottle to prevent any influence it had on the entire area after it mutated. After doing all of this, he returned to 160 Baclund Street. He prepared to summon a Rhodes and ask it for information about the two Beyonder creatures known as Hound of Fulgrim and Demonic Wolf of Fog. At that moment, with the passage of time, the clouds in the sky had thickened, and the sun was covered up once again. The entirety of Baclund had become as dark and cold as the morning. Standing in front of the desk, he looked out the window at the sky. For some reason, he felt as though he and the Church of Evernight had neglected an important problem. Their investigations had been going relatively smoothly during this period of time, and the intelligence they received was also delving deeper. However, for some reason, it made him feel uneasy. Is there some influence or misdirection in this matter? It truly is something that I can't think of? Even heading above the gray fog is useless. Divination will most likely point towards him. Klein hurriedly collected his thoughts, unfurled a paper, and drew a picture consisting of symbols that implied concealment and mystery prying with a fountain pen. 1 second, 2 seconds. After nearly 8 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room turned dark. Aqueous light rippled and formed silver words. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal, and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. I think I'm late. I'm already a Grade 1 sealed artifact. I need some time if I want to circumvent the isolation. Please forgive me, Great Master. You're a Grade 1 sealed artifact? Klein asked with a surprised look. He could already imagine what was going on within the Church of Steam. The mirror that likes to play question and answer games has suddenly gone crazy. The full-body mirror's silver words squirmed and formed new words. Great Master, is this a question? He wanted to answer no, but to maintain his image, he nodded and said, yes. Rhodes immediately produced a line of words. I'm not actually a true Grade 1 sealed artifact yet. I'm just enjoying the treatment of a Grade 1 sealed artifact in advance. This is mainly because a Grade 1 sealed artifact needs to be reported to other churches and be given a new number. The Church of Steam doesn't wish to do so, so that's how it is. That's understandable. Klein nodded gently. Got it. The aqueous light on the full-body mirror's surface flashed again as new silver words formed. Supreme Master, do you have any questions to test your loyal servant, Rhodes? What do you know about Hounds of Fulgrim and Demonic Wolves of Fog? He asked without standing on ceremony, completely unfazed that it was actually 2 questions. In the mirror, the silver words squirmed like they had a life of their own and changed shapes. The Hounds of Fulgrim are a type of unique creature of the spirit world. They live in the historical void. Even the Seven Lights only know of them and are unable to interact with them unless they leave the historical void and attempt to hunt. But even so, what you see might only be a projection of their past. The Demonic Wolves of Fog are a type of high-level demonic wolves. After the death of the ancient gods in the Cataclysm, and with them being killed by the Antigonus family, Zeridal family, and the Church of Evernight, they're extremely rare now. Furthermore, they're all good at anti-divination and deceit. They aren't easy to find. In other words, the Church of Evernight likely has materials and items related to the Demonic Wolf of Fog. And with this, I can bring it to the spirit world and use the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence to bait a Hound of Fulgrim. Klein began his train of thought as he read on. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1056, The Real Devil. After getting a grasp of the situation, Klein looked at the full-body mirror in the room and asked, What's the king's secret? The surface of the mirror that seemed to lead to another world had aqueous light ripple before revealing a scene. It was a ruin that was hidden deep in the darkness, covered in the dust of history. However, it was completely intact. Does that mean that the king's secret is in the Blood Emperor's ruins? Rhodes doesn't dare to answer directly, or is this as much as it can see? After some deliberation, he said to the magic mirror, "It's your turn to ask." The image in the full-body mirror didn't change at all. It only revealed silver words. "Great Master, do you have any other questions?" "Yes." Without standing on ceremony, Klein nodded and asked, "Where is Saintess of White Katerina presently?" In the mirror, the silver words rapidly faded and disappeared, but the background didn't change at all. It was still the Blood Emperor ruins. If not for the words' appearance and disappearance, I would have thought that this magic mirror crashed. Katerina is hiding in the Blood Emperor's ruins? The real one? Klein nodded thoughtfully. "It's your turn." Above the scene, silver words condensed once again. "Benevolent Master, why don't you leave Backlon?" "That's a good question. I originally had such plans. I originally investigated the great smog of Backlon because of my outrage over the innocent deaths of the poor like old Kohler, as well as being lost due to the shattering of my main goal. Later, I ended up with the identity as a blessed of the goddess. Later on, I tried to prevent a disaster from happening and prevent the people I know from suffering due to the ambitions of the powerful and to not drown because of the tides of the times. I was willing to bear some of the risks. As for now, knowing that there might be a war that would sweep the entire world, and discovering that the advancement ritual of Scholar of Yur is practically tailor-made for me, with signs of things being arranged, I've already come to a realization that I might not be able to escape even if I tried. Or should I say that I'm unlikely to escape my destiny even if I were to flee Backlund? In that case, I might as well take the initiative to face the risk head-on and see if I can figure out the truth and find a chance to survive, grasping my fate in my own hands. Klein's thoughts kept churning before they settled. Following that, he calmly replied, "Leaving can't really solve the problem." With that, he asked, "Where is Trissy now?" The full-body mirror finally changed the depicted scene. This time, it was pitch black. Occasionally, thick objects would slip across the surface. Rhodes also can't see Trissy's situation. Klein nodded slightly and said, "It's your turn to ask." The mirror was filled with aqueous light, and wisps of silver formed a sentence. "Great Master, I have something to tell you." "May I?" "Go ahead," Klein replied, somewhat curious. The silver words changed into new words. "You have to be careful with what follows next." It even used an exclamation point. Rhodes noticed something unpleasant. After thinking for a few seconds, Klein said, "What do you think can threaten me?" "I don't know. I have a feeling." Rhodes reorganized its words, turning them from silver to grayish-white. It was obvious that it meant to express its sadness and self-reproach. Without waiting for a reply, new grayish-white words appeared in the mirror one after another. "Great Master, I have another scene to show you. Is that okay?" "Sure," Klein spoke slowly. The full-body mirror's surface produced ripples as the pitch-black darkness changed. It became deeper and deeper, sparkling like diamonds. This was a beautiful and vast night. The scene that Rhodes displayed is directed at the goddess who's intrinsically the stars, or it's the gaze cast from the cosmos. It seems like it doesn't dare to express it directly. Klein considered for a moment and didn't attempt to ask further. "Let's end it here for today." "All right." The grayish-white words were once again dyed with silver, as the speed at which they appeared had slowed down for some reason. "Great Master, why you haven't said that you would summon me, your loyal servant, Rhodes, again if you have other questions in future. It's a mirror that needs to follow procedure." Klein said in amusement, "Of course, I'll summon you again when I have other questions." "Yes, Master." "Goodbye, Master." The silver words in the mirror returned to their normal speed, forming a hand that kept waving. After everything returned to normal, Klein burned the paper with the summoning symbols and drew the curtains. He once again stared at the cold and dark sky. Empressborough, in a small Evernight cathedral. Zio and Furs received Miss Justice's update thanks to Mr. Fool, and they knew that the problem had been resolved. They roughly understood what the king's secret was. Truly impressive. Furs, who believed in the god of steam and machinery, opened her eyes in the dark and quiet prayer hall, turned her head, lowered her voice, and sighed. She originally wanted to directly say that Mr. World or Gehrman Sparrow was truly impressive, but she no longer wanted to make such a mistake. The past week made her feel like she had been in the mysterious world for more than 10 years. Zio opened her eyes as well, but she first drew a crimson moon on her chest, a form of showing her penitence towards her disrespect for the goddess. Yes, that's a... Before Zio could finish her sentence, the message she tried to convey reached Furs. What she wanted to say was that Vin Rambis was a true demigod, but from the time she and Furs entered the cathedral, less than 10 minutes had passed, yet he had been finished off by Gehrman Sparrow. As saints, there was such a huge gap. Perhaps it's the blessings of an angel. With her experience in supernatural events and writing novels, Furs made a vague guess. As the prayer hall was dark and quiet, making it unsuitable for communication, Zio didn't directly respond to Furs's words. She nodded, stood up, and walked into the aisle. The two of them left the prayer area, and after approaching the door, Zio exhaled and said, "I really hope that I'll be this powerful one day." "I have such thoughts occasionally, too." Furs smiled. No matter what, you've already completed your investigations, haven't you? Although the so-called secrets are definitely worth digging into, the outline of the matter is rather clear. Zio looked at the door ahead of her and fell into a daze for a few seconds. But what's the point? I can't do anything about this matter. No. When it comes to enemies, that person's identity isn't too lofty. At least, he's someone we can look at directly. Furs seriously comforted her friend. When you obtain a qualitative change in strength, you'll discover that you have the ability to participate in that matter. At least in matters that don't involve even higher levels. Furs, who had joined the Tarot Club for quite a long time ago, had witnessed matters that had been planned by Mr. Fool. He had used his Blessed and the members of the Tarot Club to destroy the descent of the true creator, revealed Bansi's secret, obtained a portion of the authority from the Storm Domain, and interfered in the ownership of 0-08. Compared to the angels, King of Angels, and even true gods that were involved in these matters, King George III alone was indeed nothing special. Zio slowly walked to the door and said after a moment of silence, "I understand what you mean. We'll return to the East District. We won't be in a hurry to move. Once I obtain the Judge Potion formula, we'll disappear and go into hiding. I believe that after today's incident, they probably wouldn't dare to investigate us. That's for sure. They're just lurking in the dark in spots that cannot see the light of day," Furs hurriedly echoed before exclaiming, "I only hope that before we move again, my letter to my teacher can be delivered." Zio grabbed her yellow hair and walked out of the church gates as she said in a serious manner, "After I get the formula, I'll buy that button and try to advance as quickly as possible." "Not bad. You've recovered your fighting spirit," Furs teased with a smile. Zio didn't say another word as she continued proceeding forward with a solemn expression. After walking a few dozen steps, she suddenly stopped and said without turning her head, "I don't think I have enough money to buy that button. When the time comes, lend me a little. I'll definitely return it." Furs was taken aback for a second before chortling. "Okay. If my guess is correct, I should be able to get the subsequent items from my teacher." Thursday afternoon. Using the excuse of having some rest, Klein returned to the master bedroom and entered the bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He believed that the glass bottle that was filled with the potion had already finished absorbing it. Sitting at the high-back chair of the Fool, he waved his hand and removed the isolation barrier, pulling his target over. The transparent glass bottle was already stained with a dark color. It had a mesh pattern on its surface which shimmered slightly, giving off an artistic flair. It was empty inside, with not a single drop of the potion remaining. The spacious bottle's mouth was covered with a layer of mist that glowed. It made Klein feel as though his gaze was being sucked in the moment it landed upon the mouth of the bottle. A voice sounded from the bottle. "By throwing in 100 gold coins in it, you can fulfill a wish. By throwing in 100 gold coins in it, you can fulfill a wish." Who did you learn this from? I have to say, this monotonous statement does have some hypnotic effect. Throwing in 100 gold coins would be akin to opening the doors of the body of heart and mind and becoming the bottle's slave. Klein did a simple analysis before beckoning for the unshadowed crucifix. Using the pressure brought about by the gray fog, he stuffed it into the bottle's mouth. "You devil!" The voice in the bottle screamed shrilly before it was miserably blocked by the gray fog. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1057, The Extraordinary and the Ordinary. After dealing with the mutated glass bottle, Klein took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, took a look, and took note of the time. He had to return 3 hours later and separate the unshadowed crucifix from the bottle of slavery. Only then could he obtain a single manipulator's beyonder characteristic, and not a product that was mixed with the previous sequence's beyonder characteristics. It feels like I'm doing an experiment. Klein nodded slightly, put away his pocket watch, and returned to the real world where he had his actual afternoon nap. At 4 in the afternoon, his valet Nooney knocked on his employer's door under Butler Walter's watch. "What's the matter?" In his pajamas, Dwayne Dantes rubbed his forehead and opened the bedroom door. Nooney bowed and said, "Sir, you accepted Madame Rihanna's invitation for high tea the night before." "It's today." Klein looked at Butler Walter and said, "All right, give me 15 minutes to prepare." Then he instructed his valet Nooney, "Come in and help me change my clothes." When only he and his marionette were left in the room, he controlled the latter to bring out clothes suitable for high tea, taking glances at the wall clock from time to time. After about 10 minutes, after tying his bow tie and putting on his coat, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the gray fog. At that moment, 3 hours had passed since he last entered. Placed at the end of the long bronze table, the mutated glass bottle, which had been firmly bound to the unshadowed crucifix with the gray fog's power, no longer had the twinkling mesh, looking as though it went from being a piece of art to a common item on the street. At the bottom of the glass bottle was a large amount of grayish-white matter that had been purged. It flowed freely, forming a heart-shaped object the size of a child's fist. Not only were there wrinkles on it, but there were also cracks that resembled eyes. As for the complicated, three-dimensional, illusory patterns, labels, and symbols that extended into the void, they were nearly identical to Vin Rambise's beyonder characteristic that Klein had seen from before. It's just a little different. Klein released the gray fog suppression and took out the unshadowed crucifix from the bottle mouth. With this step, the item that was purged out was completely separated from the mutated glass bottle, becoming complete and independent. Klein reached out his left hand to pick up the item that resembled both a heart and a brain, and after examining it for a few seconds, he threw it into the junk pile and allowed the gray fog to envelop it. At this moment, a weak voice sounded from the mutated glass bottle. "You, devil." Klein didn't respond as he thrust the unshadowed crucifix back in with his right hand, using the power of the gray fog to press down on it. And with that, the ancient palace returned to its tranquil state. After returning to the real world, Klein put on his top hat, held his cane, and left 160 Buckland Street on his carriage. He headed for Member of Parliament Mock's residence at Unit 39. Inside an elegant activity room at Member of Parliament Mock's house, a few guests sat around an intricate 3-tiered tray. In front of them was a cup of charming black tea. Klein took a small cucumber sandwich and took a small bite. Half jokingly, he shared his true feelings. The desserts today seem very unique. Be it the carrot cake or cream puffs. Mock laughed when he heard that. "Dwayne, your observation skills are truly impeccable. This has nothing to do with one's observation skills. As long as one isn't blind, it's impossible not to tell that the shapes are all banged up." He lampooned silently before saying, "It sounds like something remarkable. Of course, it's personally made by Hazel. You can try it later." "Although she can't control its appearance effectively, it really does taste good," Mock said proudly. By the side, Portland Moment, who was the Backlund University of Technology's chancellor, laughed and said, "This doesn't sound like the Hazel I know." Mock glanced at Ma'am Rihanna and said in satisfaction, "Everyone grows up, right? Hazel has really matured recently. Not only is she willing to learn those classes in preparation for socializing and marriage that she used to hate, and occasionally makes desserts and plays music for us, but she'll also frequently offer to accompany her mother to attend musicals, horse racing matches, shop at the departmental store, and listen silently by the side at all kinds of saloons and balls. According to Miss Justice, Hazel's treatment progress has reached a point where she can recall the terrible shock and pain she had suffered. Although it's just a direct sense of the emotions and doesn't involve the exact sequence of events, it's enough to make her dream of losing her parents and relatives. This made her learn to cherish her family. For this, she has decided to change herself to a certain extent." Klein nodded in thought and said with a smile, "That's excellent." "Indeed," Mock replied while full of emotion. "I was worried about her personality, worried that she wouldn't have a good marriage and be unable to date people in our circle. After we pass away, she wouldn't be able to find help when faced with difficulties. But now I can finally feel at ease." Mock revealed a sincere smile as he revealed his worries that he seldom divulged. He raised his arm and waved it gently. Then he said with great confidence, "Why am I making an enemy out of the bloody smog and pollution? Why do we have to fight over the colonies in East Balam with Fasak and the West Balam with Intis? Isn't it to let our children lead a better life, so that we have fewer worries? To me, Hazel's maturity is greater than the contributions I made at East Balam, far more meaningful than my fights in the House of Commons." As Klein listened to Mock's recount, he couldn't help but look out the window. It was dark outside and the sun was gone. At this moment, Portland Moment replied to Mock jokingly, "No, those things are for our own good." At this point, he looked at Klein and said, "Dwayne, have you thought about it? Do you want to invest in my mechanical laboratory?" Klein let out a soft chuckle. "Mr. Chancellor, why are you still so anxious like a young man? I've already read through the information you gave me, have a rough impression of the rights and revenue. Frankly speaking, I'm very interested. To let talented young adults obtain training at such a mechanical laboratory is greatly satisfying. This should be something we invest in. What's most valuable in this day and age? Talents. Emperor Roselle once said that." Portland Moment chuckled. "So, how much do you intend to invest?" Dwayne raised his porcelain cup and drank a mouthful of black tea. "The initial plan is 10,000 pounds, as expected of the most famous tycoon in Backland recently. I can't even guess how many assets you have. First, you donated more than 10,000 pounds of shares, then you spent 20,000 pounds buying Mager Manor, and now you're donating 10,000 pounds to the Portland Mechanical Laboratory." Ma'am Rihanna couldn't help but exclaim. Portland Moment gave a thumbs up. "This is a truly keen investor." Klein smiled and said, "But I'll still find a team formed by lawyers and accountants to verify the actual situation and stipulate the conditions. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Besides, I still have to consider investing directly or first establish a company or foundation and complete the investment through it. Oh, Portland, I think there's one aspect that you didn't take into consideration. How can such an important laboratory not have any security measures? Aren't you afraid of commercial spies or foreign powers infiltrating and causing destruction?" Portland Moment was taken aback as he slowly nodded. "That makes sense. I previously neglected this problem." Having accomplished his goal, Klein no longer harped on the topic. Instead, he deliberately asked, "Had there been news regarding Brigadier General Konas Kilgore?" Mock sighed and said, "No, Civilau's Yard said that Mager Manor and the surrounding areas have been searched. They didn't even find any leads." As he spoke, the House of Commons Member of Parliament lowered his voice and said, "I suspect that the Brigadier General had an accident while carrying out a secret mission. The current mood of the higher-ups has been a little strange. From a certain point of view, you guessed right." Klein sighed. "I hope nothing happens." Amidst high tea, Klein took note of the time and went to the bathroom. Above the gray fog, he placed the Dreamwalker characteristic into the junk pile that seeped out of the mutated bottle. By the time high tea ended and he returned to 160 Baclund Street, the sky had already darkened. The street lamps on both sides of the road were lit up ahead of time as the rain pattered down the carriage windows. Now all the questions are concentrated on what's hidden in the Blood Emperor's ruins. As long as the three churches discover the problem in time, they can prevent many things from happening. Klein looked out at the street lamps that looked blurry from the rain as he considered the recent developments. For now, apart from capturing Katerina, I can't provide much help. Furthermore, the goddess is digesting or controlling death's uniqueness. She might not have the power to provide a response at that level. To solve this problem, I either get a grade 0 sealed artifact with a targeted effect from the Holy Cathedral, or I rely on the Church of Steam and Storms and see which one of the true deities will respond. A grade 0 sealed artifact might not be enough since it involves a king of angels, and there might be traitors amidst the two churches. Traveling from 39 Baclund Street to Unit 160 didn't take long. Before Klein could straighten out his thoughts, he had already returned to his doorstep. He had no choice but to get off the carriage. When he changed his clothes on the third floor, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Rionette Tynker walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. "It's from Sharon." A guess came to him as he received the letter. "That's right," one of the heads held by Rionette Tynker replied. Without another word, Klein opened the envelope and unfurled the piece of paper. There was only one line on it. "We'll take action at 10 tonight. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1058 Atul. Tonight at 10. Looking at Miss Messenger, who stayed in place, Klein walked to the desk and wrote, "I'll be on time." In addition, the situation in Backlund has become tense recently. Make sure to keep the matter under control. After reminding Sharon, Klein folded the letter and took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond that kept refracting light. This is a yesterday, once more charm. It can allow you to temporarily borrow powers from your past self. Klein handed the 3 items to Rionette Tinker. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands opened its mouth and bit down on everything. The remaining 3 said, "Why? Give me. Count it as part of the remuneration I'll be paying in advance," Klein said with an ordinary smile. A Rhodes's reminder made him feel that it was imperative to make more preparations. Rionette Tinker didn't ask further. The 4 beautiful heads bobbed up and down from their hair as though they were nodding. She then stepped into the void and vanished from the room. Looking at the light rain in the dark sky outside the window, Klein took off his coat and handed it to his Venuni. 9:50 p.m. on a street near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. In the commonly seen autumn-winter rain in Backlund, a rental carriage turned in and slowly moved forward. On the carriage, the red-eyed Emlyn White, who was holding a top hat in his hand, looked at the young man with pale looks and disheveled hair before curling his lips. "Is it here?" The incorporeal figure, Merrick, nodded. He pointed to a neighboring building diagonally across at the shops over there and said, "That's right. That's a bookstore. The owner's name is Charlie Raker and is pure Loanese. However, he went to the southern continent once when he was young, hoping to become a tycoon. There, he became a member of the Rose School of Thought and a believer of the Chained God. He was later sent back to Backlund and was made to gather intelligence, as well as provide assistance to the other Rose School of Thought members who are executing other missions. We've been watching him for a while and wish to finish him off and sever the source of intel for the Rose School of Thought so that we can create a better living environment for ourselves. However, we ultimately held back." Emlyn smiled and said, "The facts have proven that tolerance can indeed be exchanged for better results. To be honest, your performance is quite different from what I imagined for a temperance faction wraith. I thought you would be very terse." Merrick glanced at the vampire, who was already a viscount. Different people have different personalities. Intemperance is only meant to control excessive desires. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand, and that it would affect the final result of the mission if I didn't explain this matter too clearly. That way, the desires that need temperance will exceed the limits of what it should be. Although it's very philosophical, there's no need to use me as an example." Emlyn leisurely leaned against the wall and looked at him. Continue with the previous topic. Merrick looked out the window again. In Charlie Raker's house is a female servant from the Paz Valley. She's also a member of the Rose School of Thought. In addition, in the 2 houses diagonally opposite to Raker's house lives a widow and a male alcoholic. They're believers of the Chained God, and they would transmit information to the Rose School of Thought at critical moments. The thing you need to do is to secretly monitor these 3 people while we're dealing with Charlie Raker. Through the information sent, you'll be able to lock onto the person in charge of the Rose School of Thought in Backlund. Of course, we'll definitely give Charlie Raker some opportunity to seek help or send out a signal." Emlyn nodded slightly and said, "I understand." He then turned his head to look at the sky, which had dark clouds that blanketed it, blocking out the crimson moon. He turned the ring with a ghostly blue gem on his ring finger. This was the Oath of Rose ring. It allowed Earl Mistral to share his sense of sight, hearing, and smell. This ring went around one big circle and ended up back in Emlyn's hands. Of course, it was only temporary. As such, Earl Mistral had already heard what Merrick had said and shared it with the other sanguine participants. Emlyn originally believed that although he was only the intermediary who was in charge of communication and didn't play an important role, even if that were the case, he felt that he was able to showcase some of his spells as a Scarlet Scholar, allowing him to pass the information in a really cool and elevated manner in front of Wraith Merrick. To his surprise, he didn't need to do anything. All he needed was to be on scene wearing the ring. This made him very depressed. He felt that he was purely a tool. Without being a demigod, I'm not qualified to directly participate in many things, much less to save the race. At that moment, Emlyn felt a little impulsive. He felt that his level wasn't worthy of his secret identity, and that he was unable to bear the responsibilities he needed to bear. As for the Oath of Rose's effect of being able to allow the thoughts of the two wearers to appear in the minds of the other party from time to time, Imlin wasn't worried. He had asked Miss Justice to hypnotize him so that he wouldn't think about matters that he didn't want the sanguine upper echelons from knowing tonight. Just as he had this thought, he suddenly heard Earl Mistral's voice. Arrogance, childish, naive. This is a particular thought of Earl Mistral that was transmitted by Oath of Rose. Emlyn scoffed inwardly as he began chanting a name. Ernst Boyer. Ernst Boyer. This Viscount had been hypnotized under the protection of Earl Mistral and had been volunteering at the Harvest Church for a long time. At that moment, Merrick glanced at Emlyn's expression and nodded. Your current attitude is reassuring. Very serious, very solemn, and very focused. Emlyn was first taken aback before he curled his lips slightly. Thank you. The second floor of the bookstore was Charlie Raker's house. This businessman was over 50 years old, and his parents had long passed away. Despite being never married, rumors had it that he had a few illegitimate children, but none of them lived with him. After instructing the servants to check if the house's windows were locked, he returned to his bedroom and poured himself a cup of red wine. He sat on the sofa and savored it in a relaxed manner. He was used to drinking some wine before sleeping. When he finished the red wine, Charlie Raker stood up and walked towards the bathroom. When he passed by the full-body mirror in the bedroom, he casually took a glance, and his body suddenly froze up. In the mirror, his face had unknowingly turned abnormally pale. His eyes were protruded, and blood was seeping from the edges. The corners of his lips were slightly red. As a member of the Rose School of Thought, Charlie Raker wasn't unfamiliar with such a situation. He didn't scream or run recklessly like ordinary people. Instead, he raised his right hand and extended it to his chest. Just as he touched the accessory he was wearing, his body felt like it had fallen into an unmeltable icy abyss. It was cold from the inside to the outside. The cold seemed to have a life force of its own as it expanded rapidly and covered every corner of Charlie Raker's body. It made him feel like his joints and muscles no longer belonged to him as they began to abide by the commands of others. At that moment, it was as if there was another person in his body. It was cold and blurry, filled with malice. It directly took over everything other than his thoughts. At the same time, Charlie Raker saw new changes to his body in the mirror. Two figures appeared in his eyes. One was a young man in a white shirt and black vest. With his right hand having made contact with the object at his chest, a bright light flashed in front of him. The light seemed to come from a miniature sun, casting light and heat in every direction. Charlie Raker immediately felt warmth and was no longer controlled by the cold in his body. He blurted out a word, cleanse. The miniature sun in front of his chest burned intensely. It was like warm water that surged into his chest, forming ripples. With that, Charlie Raker regained control of his body and gave up on the door. Instead, he ran towards the window. The curtain wasn't drawn, and it was drizzling outside, dimming the street lights outside. Tap, tap, tap. When Charlie Raker walked past the carpeted coffee table area, he suddenly stumbled and nearly fell. The carpet seemed to come alive as it wrapped around his ankles. Bang! The coffee table flew up, and the porcelain teacup and all sorts of documents landed on Charlie Raker's face. It shattered to pieces, turning into a strange, dismembered puppet. Suddenly, Charlie Raker's figure appeared elsewhere as he continued running with a sense of fear lingering in his heart. He had never hated his bedroom for being this big before. Tap, tap, tap. Fountain pens shot randomly, and paper swatted around as Charlie Raker finally ran to the window. As a devout believer, he didn't break out of the window immediately. Instead, he held the curtain and pulled it. At the same time, he pressed his other hand onto the gas pipe. A layer of white frost instantly formed on the black metal surface. Crack. The glass window in front of Charlie Raker shattered as every piece of glass flew out like a bullet and hit the merchant's face, piercing through his perfectly fine skin. It caused blood to gush out at his neck. Charlie Raker's eyes darkened, and he fell back weakly. During this process, he screamed and yelled, but his voice couldn't be heard beyond the room. At this moment, in another room, a maid from the southern continent could clearly see the light from the gas wall lamp shaking. She immediately turned her head and looked towards where her employer was, only to see that the gas pipes were covered in white frost. In a house opposite to Charlie Raker, the brandy-nosed man, who had rolled up sleeves and gulping down alcohol, suddenly noticed that the curtains were only half closed. For the secret signal that he and Charlie Raker had agreed upon, having the curtains completely drawn meant that there wasn't a problem. Having half the curtains drawn or only one side meant an emergency situation. It required him to inform the higher-ups immediately. He abruptly stood up. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1059, The Authority of the Moon. The red brandy-nosed man rushed to a safe within a few steps where he then took out a radio transceiver and a code book from a secret compartment. He crouched there and transcoded the incident that happened to Charlie Raker. Then he started to send the telegram. Meanwhile, in the house above the Raker bookstore, a brown-skinned maid rolled up her sleeves and poured an indigo blue liquid on her left arm. Her skin around the spot immediately changed colors, but under the indigo blue colors, there were wisps of black light extending out like threadworms. These black beams of light quickly manifested a strange palm-sized face. Its eyes were as tiny as rice grains, and its mouth was as wide as a tea plate. Charlie Raker has had an accident. The maid enunciated each word while looking at the face on her arm. Every word she said seemed to have its own shape, forming an indigo blue-bodied entity like her mouth and arm. Immediately following that, the words that seemed to be written began to intertwine, as they were enveloped by smoke of the same color. At this moment, the strange face on the maid's arm slowly opened its mouth and sucked in the indigo blue smoke and text. All the abnormalities vanished, other than the patch of skin on the maid's arm remaining in indigo blue color. In the darkness outside the window, a tiny, ordinary bat flapped its wings, changing its motionless state and flying off to some unknown location. On another street that was less than 500 meters away from the Raker's bookstore, in the air above a restaurant that specialized in southern continent cuisine, tiny bats flew out from the darkness and gathered together, forming thick smoke. The smoke and bat appeared incorporeal and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All that was left behind was a man wearing a tuxedo without the corresponding hat. This man was thin, tall, and upright. He had light-colored hair that was nearly silver in color. His eyes were bright red like blood, as though blood was hidden within. He was none other than Sanguine Earl Mistral. He raised his left hand with a ghostly blue gem ring and touched the slightly exaggerated bow tie. He looked down at the restaurant that had already closed and said, "Both pieces of intel eventually led here." As soon as Mistral finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him, wearing a black regal dress and a bonnet. She had light blonde hair and blue eyes, and her face was pale like a rather intricate doll. The trees on the street below suddenly swayed gently as the light from the gas lamps flashed. A puppet. Earl Mistral nodded slightly and acknowledged Sharon's status and level. Sharon ignored him and looked at the second floor of the restaurant. There are remnants of Mother Tree of Desire worship. Then there's no problem. Mistral turned around in midair and nodded towards the darkest area. "Lord Nibs, please seal this place." An elderly, deep sigh sounded before a pair of wings covered in dark-colored skin and countless patterns suddenly extended out of the darkness. It extended out, turning broader and bigger, taking 2 to 3 seconds to envelop the entire area. The restaurant sank into an unnatural state of darkness, as though it had been moved out of the real world. Mistral didn't hesitate, nor did he attack directly. He took out a bronze box embedded with many ruby gems and took out something from it. It was a transparent glass sphere that resembled an eyeball. Then the Sanguine Earl, Mistral, grimaced as the glass sphere fell from his fingers and landed downwards. The glass sphere emitted a glint in the darkness as it constantly changed directions and moved towards something in the air as though it was being attracted by something. Finally, it landed in a room on the second floor of the restaurant. A dazzling white light exploded. It was as if a sun had risen in the room, illuminating everything. It made all the corruption, decadence, evil, undeath, and darkness rapidly melt away. Mistral, who had already closed his eyes, suddenly frowned and let out a puzzled voice. He didn't feel any resistance from that restaurant. Sharon, who looked down from above, leveled her gaze. Although there wasn't much of a change in her expression, her tightly bound blonde hair seemed to shake a little. After the sun rose, it quickly set. The bright white light shone helplessly and silently in the darkness. As this was an item that was targeted at evil spirits, the building and the restaurant didn't suffer any damage. The Sanguine Earl Mistral opened his eyes and looked at it for 2 seconds before reaching up with his right hand and clenching it. The darkness above the restaurant instantly came to life, transforming into illusory chains that bound the entire roof. Amidst the jarring sounds, the roof was forcibly uprooted and suspended in midair. Without this obstacle, be it Mistral or Sharon, they could clearly see the situation in the target's room. On a square table covered in table linen, a radio transceiver sat on it with a transcoded telegram message beside it. In contrast, the ground was indigo blue and charred. On the other side of the room, there was an old piano. The piano stools were brown in color and seemed to have been moved moments ago. On the piano, there was a cup of red wine. There was a small, sticky, flesh-colored figure soaked inside. As for the decorations and layout, it was like any normal residence. The only difference was herbal powder and essential oil extracts splattered around. This made Sharon, who could directly obtain information from the spirit world, have a thought. The person here had just left. Before she, along with Earl Mistral and Marquis Nibs, could react, the flesh-colored figure soaked in red wine emitted a misty glow. The light instantly burgeoned and brightened, forming a gigantic crimson moon in the room. The crimson moon's glow dispersed the darkness of the region, making the demigod participating in the battle feel as though they were on the ground and looking up into the sky. Sharon's blue eyes froze for a moment. She raised her left hand suddenly and flipped it gently, revealing a dark red accessory in her palm. The accessory looked like a full moon, and there were crimson gems embedded around it. In the center, there were symbols filled with full moons and mysterious labels. This was the scarlet lunar corona which Sharon had obtained thanks to Sherlock Moriarty's help. It kept emanating a tranquil halo, imbuing the wielder with immunity to the effects of the full moon. However, the crimson moon in the restaurant wasn't something that was as simple as a full moon. It was even closer to a blood moon, or even stronger. An indescribable surge of spirituality came into existence, making the area which Nibs's gigantic wings had isolated present a strange, deeply silent feeling. Even though Sharon wielded the scarlet lunar corona, she sensed the maleficent thoughts in her burgeon, as though an indescribable change was brewing. She instinctively wanted to turn into an evil spirit and hide in objects like the trees and gas lamps along the streets. However, her rationality stopped her impulsive reaction because the crimson moon's illumination had no blind spots. At that moment, the sanguine Earl, Mistral, saw his stomach bulging bit by bit. He felt that the life pulsing in his veins was slowly condensing, as though making an attempt to take form. As a supernatural creature that could use the power of the moon, he hadn't prepared to eliminate the effects of a blood moon. He originally believed that he would be filled with joy in such an environment, allowing him to freely show his prowess, but he never expected the abnormal changes to far exceed his expectations. He felt that if this continued, he would give birth to new life. It was unknown where this terrifying vileness stemmed from. The authority of the moon included fertility and proliferation. At the same time, from the huge bat wings that isolated the surroundings and created darkness, white fur grew out in an extremely harrowing manner. Nibs grunted softly as cracks appeared in the sealed-off area. A few streets away, a bored Emlyn White was rubbing the blue gem inlaid oath of Rose. It was at this moment, Emlyn suddenly obtained the senses of Earl Mistral, seeing and hearing what he could. The feelings and thoughts that belonged to Earl Mistral were transmitted into Emlyn's mind after a long period of time. He sat up straight in fright. His expression distorted as his stomach churned, feeling the urge to vomit. With the help of creeping hunger, Klein's actual body was hiding in the shadows outside the restaurant, but the marionette he controlled, Konas Kilgore, had already hidden into the darkness created by Nibs and used distortion to circumvent the isolation, staying within range of his control of the spirit body threads. At that moment, under the illusory crimson moon's illumination, he was surprised to discover that his marionette, which was intrinsically dead, had an inclination towards reproducing. And that new life was definitely the offspring of the mother tree of desire. Take this as sanguine ancestor Lilith is mentioned in the legends of the City of Silver, as well as the manifestation of the primordial moon which Emlyn has mentioned before. Indeed, the mother tree of desire has already grasped a portion of the moon's authority and has corrupted it into an especially evil state, far more than it originally was. Klein was just about to swap locations with his marionette and enter the region illuminated by the crimson moon and teleport away with Miss Sharon when he felt an indescribable sense of joy within him. It was the joy of seeing a flower in his garden slowly bloom after a long night amidst the morning fog. It was the joy from leaving the city and heading to the suburbs, taking in fresh air in a forest after the rain, watching mushrooms grow. It was the joy of seeing everything grow healthily with new life descending upon the world. The white fur on the huge bat wings fell off completely as Earl Mistral's protruding belly shrank back. The look in Sharon's eyes, who struggled to hold on to scarlet lunar corona, seemed to relax. Right on the heels of that, the crimson moon in the restaurant quickly dimmed, as if large amounts of light had been sucked away by someone. Finally, the crimson moon vanished, and everything returned to normal. Did Sanguine Duke Ulmer take action? Klein nodded thoughtfully and continued hiding in the shadows. Mistral restrained his anger and looked down at the dining room. He said in a low voice, "The target seems to have detected something ahead of time. It wasn't that much earlier." Combining the present situation and the revelations obtained from the spirit world, Sharon gave her answer. Mistral's bright red eyes revealed a strange glint as he observed for a few seconds before saying, "It was almost at the moment we came over when a person left, the person who left behind the glass of red wine and the strange puppet. This trap doesn't look like it was prepared. It's closer to a last-minute setup." Upon saying that, Mistral looked at Sharon and said, "How did they detect danger in such a timely manner?" Sharon's expression was calm as she replied, "It's not because of the mother tree of desire. This evil god wasn't capable of infusing too much energy into reality, making it difficult for her to send any preemptive warnings." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1060, Covered Up Secret. The sanguine Earl Mistral frowned slightly. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he said rather honestly, "I don't think there were any leaks prior to this. Because if that was the case, the Rose School of Thought's demigods would have had plenty of time to use the response from the Mother Tree of Desire and Abomination Sua, laying a more dangerous and terrifying trap. It wouldn't be something an angel could easily resolve." This was also the reason why Mistral had said that the trap appeared to be a last-minute setup and looked rather hasty. This proved that there was no mole. After all, the ones who knew of the operation before tonight were the ones involved. If they wanted to leak the information, they could have done it earlier. This was unless someone changed their minds or wanted to use the urgency of time to obtain more benefits. And all of these would only leave clear traces. The black bonnet Sharon continued looking at the restaurant that had lost its roof. After a moment of silence, she said, "Perhaps it's a way of detecting danger via other means. For this operation, the Sanguine had used a sealed artifact that could even disrupt a devil's danger premonition, much less things like spiritual intuition. Possibly. Mistral couldn't think of a better explanation." At that moment, in a room on the second floor of the restaurant, other than the red wine and strange figure evaporating, everything else remained untouched, as if nothing had happened. Originally, Sharon and Mistral could attempt using divination to find answers to their questions and restore what had happened before the attack. But now they couldn't do so because the surrounding area had been illuminated by the crimson moon. It was equivalent to receiving the corresponding cleansing from the Mother Tree of Desire. This meant that divination easily led to this evil goddess, and the results would be unimaginable. Without waiting for Sharon to speak, Mistral took a silent deep breath and said, "There are incidents in every matter. There's no such thing as a 100% success rate. Let's leave it here today. If we stay here any longer, the officials might discover something amiss." As soon as he said that, the black chains hanging from the roof instantly turned dim and illusory. The roof descended once again, covering the second floor of the restaurant and looking no different from what it was like before. Of course, when the storm rained, there would definitely be water leaks. If there was a storm, the entire roof would be thrown up again. The gigantic bat wings that blanketed the area shrank back into the darkness as the drizzle once again took center stage. Hidden in the shadows, Klein watched as Miss Sharon's figure rapidly turned transparent and vanished. He saw an illusory cloud of smoke puffing up and countless tiny bats flying in every direction. He couldn't help but frown and silently mutter to himself. What exactly happened? It wasn't worrisome to have an accident. What was worrisome was not even knowing what the accident was. Regardless of what one's level was, the unknown was always frightening. At that moment, he suddenly heard a staccato voice. What exactly happened here? When Klein turned his head, he realized that Miss Messenger had walked out of the spirit world at some point in time, standing alongside him. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands were all trained at the restaurant. "Can you see what happened here earlier?" Klein asked hesitantly. After the mutant pathway reached the Wraith stage, The Beyonder was free to enter and exit the spirit world, allowing them to receive revelations from there directly. Be it their spiritual intuition or divination, they were rather formidable at that. A corresponding sequence to Angel was definitely powerful in such aspects. Therefore, Klein posed the question. The foreheads held by Rionette Tinker shook as they said in unison, "No." Klein nodded thoughtfully. Without further questions, he controlled his marionette to leave the area. Emlyn White, who had retched for a while, rubbed the ring that was embedded with a ghostly blue gem. He muttered to himself in surprise. It ended just like that. Through the Oath of Rose, he could sense Earl Mistral's frustration, anger, and reluctance to vent his anger at a lady or others. His initial judgment was that the operation had failed because of an accident. "It's over." Upon hearing his words, Merrick was equally stunned. He had actually wanted to ask Emlyn White the reason for his sudden nausea and grimace, but he had perfectly tempered his curiosity and restrained his urge. They didn't find the target. Emlyn tried his best to recall what Earl Mistral had seen and heard, but due to the seal by Marquis Nibs, he was only able to see the situation via Oath of Rose after the Crimson Moon rose. And these feelings were made ineffective quickly after the anomaly. At the same time, Emlyn mumbled inwardly, "The demigod from the Temperance faction came here while possessing a doll. Which master's work is this? It's simply art. Didn't find the target? How can that be?" Merrick's brows furrowed uncontrollably. From his point of view, everything in the operation had been going smoothly up till that point in time. Whether it was him, Sharon, or the Sanguine, none of them had the motives to leak the information to the Rose School of Thought. As for Sherlock Moriarty, he had proven his credibility through numerous collaborations. Suppressing his immense disappointment and puzzlement, Merrick said without much change in expression, "Then we've to leave the vicinity as quickly as possible." As soon as he said that, his figure began to fade, revealing the qualities of a wraith. Emlyn subconsciously wanted to ask him if he knew of any doll masters, but after opening his mouth, he found that it was damaging to the image of the Sanguine. Therefore, he could only swallow his words back down. "Even if I know that, master, I don't have the money to buy it. To bear the burden of my mission, I have to sacrifice something. Unfortunately, we didn't capture the demigod of the Rose School of Thought this time, making it impossible to figure out the current situation of their headquarters. It'll be difficult to receive that holy artifact of the ancestor." Amidst Emlyn's thoughts, his expression slowly turned grave. Backlund Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, in one of the billiard rooms of the Bravehearts Bar. Klein, in the image of Sherlock Moriarty, was sitting opposite Sharon and Merrick. After a brief moment of silence, the black regal-dressed Sharon, who was seated on a high stool, said to the detective, "What are your thoughts on the matter?" Klein thought for a moment before saying, "The influence that the Crimson Moon brought was quickly destroyed. What you mean to say is that since the Rose School of Thought's demigod had already sensed the immense danger through a certain method or a certain existence, why would he set up a trap that didn't have any effects?" Merrick exchanged looks with Sharon before asking in thought. "Yes." Klein nodded. He should be able to foresee that under such dangerous circumstances, a trap at this level can be easily resolved. Then why would he waste time setting it up and not flee immediately? This is the natural instinct of a living creature. Wearing a small bonnet, Sharon moved her head indiscernibly. On the surface, it's a trap, but it's actually to cover up something. Klein replied, delivering the sentence at a slower pace. Yes, using such a trap to cleanse the scene and stop any divination to conceal the actual situation back then. Only if there's a secret to hide would a demigod from the Rose School of Thought take the risk and stay on the scene for such a long period of time. But it's also possible that they didn't expect us to have an angel from the Sanguine to help deal with the trap. Merrick suggested. Klein smiled and said, "They wouldn't ignore the angel behind you. For you to have launched a surgical strike on the concealed Rose School of Thought members in Backlund, you must have defectors who know them well." He was referring to the existence of Rionette Tinker. What secret would they need to cover up? Sharon seemed to accept Klein's suspicion as she sat upright and asked. Klein shook his head. There are too many possibilities. Perhaps they discovered the secret of the attack in time. Perhaps they were planning on plotting something in Backlund. Having said that, Klein tried to consider if the Rose School of Thought was associated with the current tense situation in Backlund, but he realized that there was no place for them. Be it the orthodox deities or the evil gods, they were unlikely to work with the mother tree of desire. This puzzled Klein even more. He didn't know what kind of unknown accident such an unknown factor would brew. He paused for a moment as he swept his gaze across Sharon's and Merrick's faces. In short, we need to be careful and cautious. We need to avoid coming here as well. Yes, under the premise that you can ensure your own safety, try to monitor other members of the Rose School of Thought again and see if we can figure out the secret they're hiding. Thank you. Sharon's figure floated up and bowed. Merrick did the same. The scarlet flames soared up as Klein vanished from his spot. According to the agreement, as he didn't have the chance to take action, the only remuneration he received was one free instance of help from Rionette Tinker. After returning to 160 Baclund Street, Klein took off his clothes and went to bed early, hoping to wake up early. Suddenly, he heard a series of illusory pleas. It was from a woman. Miss Justice. With a guess, he nodded and entered the bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. As he had expected, the supplicant was Justice Audrey. This lady had gathered £12,000 in cash, hoping that Mr. Fool could transfer it to Mr. World to complete the transaction of the Dreamwalker and Hypnotist beyond her characteristics. Yes, if the ritual can be replaced by Angel's Embrace, Miss Justice can try to advance in the next 2 days. When that happens, it's time to place the exploration of Grozel's travels in the schedule. Leonard has already become a spirit warlock for days and has nothing to do. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and replied to Miss Justice, getting her to begin the sacrifice. With the current situation becoming more and more tense, with more and more unknown factors, he wished to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. This included many aspects. First, the increase in the number of marionettes and sealed artifacts. Second, the recovery of his helpers. And thirdly, a further grasp of knowledge and secrets. This aided him in knowing the truth and obtaining the true attitude that the different factions have, thus finding an opportunity from within. The exploration of Grozel's travels corresponded to the third point. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1061, Whose Dream? Friday. In the dead of the night, in Audrey's bedroom. After receiving a signal, the golden retriever Susie opened the door and left by herself, slumping down outside to prevent anyone from disturbing Audrey. Audrey took the Dreamwalker's beyond her characteristic, the corresponding supplementary ingredients, and the apparatus used for concocting the potion out from a hidden spot. Most of the supplementary ingredients came from the City of Silver, and they were things that she hadn't paid for since Little Son hadn't thought of something he needed. She concocted the potion skillfully and looked at the liquid that was dotted with darkened points of grayish-white light. She took a step back, clasped her hands, and placed them in front of her mouth as she chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Just as her prayer ended, countless figures in an indescribable form appeared in front of her. They quickly swam and meshed with one another as though they were active in the sea. Above the sea were 7 pure beams of differently colored light that seemed to contain infinite knowledge. Above these 7 lustrous brilliances was an endless grayish-white fog, and above that was a towering and magnificent palace. At that moment, the door to the palace opened as a figure formed from golden light spread out its 12 pairs of wings formed from scarlet flames and flew down, landing in front of Audrey. The 12 pairs of fiery wings were layered as they wrapped the blonde, green-eyed girl into an embrace. Such a scene only lasted for a second or two before vanishing. It was as if she was hallucinating, but Audrey always had the feeling of being immersed in this kind of holy and lofty feeling. She calmed down and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. With Angel's Embrace, she could maintain lucidity in her dream and wake up whenever she needed to. She didn't have to worry about being engrossed in her dreams and being unable to extricate herself. This meant that she had already held the corresponding ritual for Dreamwalker, and the effects were definitely better than what it could have been. After all, not every hypnotist can obtain such benediction from a hidden existence and be embraced by a special angel such as this. Audrey, all the best. Audrey mumbled inwardly before she stopped hesitating and picked up the glass bottle, drinking down the potion inside. The potion wasn't as bad as she imagined it to be. It was a little sour, a little sweet, a little bitter, a little surreal, and a little stimulating. It was like a wild dream she could let herself loose in. Before she could feel the effects that the potion exerted on her body, Audrey was suddenly startled before she regained consciousness. She saw that the night was becoming dawn outside the window, with the sun rising from the horizon, dyeing the sky red. Within the garden, flowers were blooming, the tips of the blades of green grass shimmering with crystalline dew. It was as if Audrey, had become the ruler of this world. Her consciousness floated up as she looked down upon the various scenes. Her father and mother held hands as they strolled down the garden trail, taking in the fragrance as they bathed in the morning light. Having worked through their differences, her two brothers, Hibbert and Alfred, rode on horses and brought servants along with them. Laughter accompanied them as they entered the woods, competing against each other for a more successful hunt. The ambassadors or special representatives of the various countries like Fasak, Intis, and Phaenopotter signed an agreement at Lone Sodila Palace, announcing to the world that a war wouldn't happen, thus dispersing all the dark clouds in the sky. The smog situation in Backland improved. Every company's factory had passed the double review of the Alkaline Industry Inspector and National Atmospheric Pollution Council, and they had promoted such standards to other countries. Maximum working hours and the basic labor environments for workers were guaranteed, and the development of every industry was getting better. The number of tramps had dropped to an unimaginable level, and all kinds of protective measures spearheaded by the kingdom covered everyone. There were more and more workers who could afford bicycles. On the streets, the bicycles clustered together like a huge army, driving in different directions amidst ringing sounds. Children didn't need to work in factories at a young age. They could giggle and fool around, running into classrooms with tables and chairs. Inside, they flipped open their textbooks and began listening attentively. If they didn't wish to study, it was solely of their own choice, not because they lacked the conditions. Women were no longer discriminated against due to their gender. Even a laundry maid could rely on studying to obtain knowledge and find better jobs. There were reporters, teachers, policewomen, soldiers, miners, and civil servants, seen in every walk of life. All kinds of mechanical items appeared on the streets and alleys, bringing the people convenience and joy. In the square in front of the Evernight Cathedral, pigeons flew up and landed. People were either sitting or playing the accordion, fully enjoying their lives. This was Audrey's dream for the future. Unaffiliated Beyonders didn't have to worry anymore. As long as they received a checkup of their physical mental condition, they could walk openly and use their Beyonder powers to earn money in a legal way. This is really wonderful. If it weren't for me being clear-headed, I would have lost myself to this. I would have descended from my commanding position in my consciousness, taking a stroll with my parents, hunting with my brothers, and occasionally going to school to teach children. I would often work hard for the extension of the world's peace. Audrey stared at the dream, feeling a bout of poignancy. She then felt her astral projection rise once again, breaking out of the confines of the hazy world. She saw that her dream was like a huge bubble that grew out from the island of consciousness while silently enveloping it. The air bubble was surrounded by a gray fog. From afar, she could vaguely see other air bubbles, and below them were their corresponding islands of consciousness. Deep within the gray fog was a silent, undulating, shimmering, wavy, illusory sea that seemed bottomless. The sea of collective subconscious. This is the scene of a mind world for a dreamwalker. Only from Manipulator onwards is one really able to interfere with the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey nodded in enlightenment and retracted her gaze. Without staying any longer, she forcefully escaped from her dream. Her vision returned to normal immediately as it remained pitch black outside. Only the street lamps around the garden were emitting light. She then cast her gaze on the full-body mirror in her bedroom. She felt that she didn't seem too different from before. Only when she observed carefully did she realize that her pair of green eyes were becoming more limpid and deeper, as though they could reflect the souls of others. Closing her eyes and taking in the knowledge brought by the potion, Audrey quickly grasped the core power of Dreamwalker. By guiding and controlling a dream, she could obtain information and affect the enemy. There were two aspects. First was guidance, which was similar to Nightmare of the Evernight Pathway, by using the different changes in a dream to guide a target into revealing one's deepest secrets. The difference was that a nightmare could forcefully pull a person into a dream. However, dreamwalkers weren't capable of doing so unless they were combined with hypnosis. The second was alteration. By modifying a target's dream, one could influence a target over a long period of time, changing them and making them do things they wouldn't usually do without them realizing it. The principle behind such an alteration used a dream as the incisive points and the astral projection as a point of leverage, slowing contaminating the target's soul body before affecting the body of heart and mind, planting it deep in the subconscious. Compared to directly using hypnosis, the control that stemmed from dreams was more mild and furtive, making it difficult to be noticed and suitable for targeting targets at a higher level. From the looks of it, most matters that involve love at first sight might have had a few hidden cases that were a result of dream alteration. Yes, amongst many popular best-selling novels, the female lead often dreams of a figure and spends a beautiful, romantic time with him. Therefore, when they encounter the male lead who's similar to the figure in their dreams, they will quickly succumb to them and have a strong penchant for love. Audrey recalled the novels she read in the past and suddenly found it amusing. To her, be it guidance or alteration, they weren't an essential enhancement over hypnosis. Instead, there was another beyond her power that she liked even more. It was dream traversal. This made her body turn incorporeal, as if she was an elf in a dream or a dreamwalker. Not only could she directly hide in someone else's dream, but she could also jump from a dream to another dream, completing a blink in the physical sense. The restriction of such traversals was that the distance between two dreams couldn't exceed 500 meters, and they had to belong to intelligent creatures. In special environments, this can effectively hide myself. Why didn't Vin Rambus directly affect me through dream alteration? Because this place is protected by the church. The Evernight pathway is also skilled in the domain of dreams. Audrey thought as she began converging her spirituality. In the ancient palace above the fog, along the long bronze table, Klein sat a few seats diagonally across from Leonard. "Why are you suddenly looking for me?" Leonard leaned back in his chair and asked lazily. Regardless, he still remembered that this place belonged to Mr. Fool, so he didn't dare appear too casual. Klein glanced at him and said, "I need your help with something." "You need my help?" Leonard pointed at himself and asked in surprise, "Are you referring to Pallas?" He didn't think he could help a demigod like Klein. "You have a very clear understanding of yourself," Klein said. "However, I'm really looking for you this time. It mainly involves a few dreams." Dreams. Leonard came to a realization as he said with a hint of puzzlement and laughter, "Klein, you seem to have changed a little. I mean, you've become more like the past, no longer wearing that gloomy expression." Without waiting for a reply, he straightened his disheveled hair and smiled. "That's a good thing. Well, I'm still quite good at dreams." "Who do the dreams belong to?" Without batting an eyelid, Klein replied, "A lone soldier from more than 100 years ago, a fourth epoch aristocrat, an ascetic from the third epoch, and an elfin giant from the second epoch." "What?" Leonard asked with his green eyes wearing a blank look, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Ignoring the elves and giants from the second epoch, even the nobles of the fourth epoch had to be from particular beyonder pathways, and to have become saints before they could survive to this day. It can't be that they're all angels aside from that lone soldier, right? Entering the dream of angels. I think it's better to find Old Man. Leonard's thoughts churned instantly as though he was in a dream. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1062. Teaching Online. Klein glanced at Leonard and smiled. The targets aren't demigods. They've only lived to this day due to some sort of influence. This is also the secret I wish to discover through dreams. He deliberately emphasized the word lived. Without waiting for Leonard to respond, Klein continued, "The aristocrat from the fourth epoch is a member of the Zoros family. You might be able to use his dream to learn more about Pallas Zoros, Old Man's descendant." Leonard's heart stirred as he looked forward to the proposal that Klein raised. Although he had gotten along rather well with Pallas Zoros and gradually built some trust in this angel, he still held the most basic level of vigilance against him. After all, he was an outsider who lived in his body. At that moment, Klein added, "For now, don't mention this matter to Pallas Zoros. Do you think I'm such an unreliable person?" Leonard grumbled inwardly as he replied, "There's no need to remind me." Seeing that Leonard had agreed, Klein smiled and said, "Give me a few drops of your blood when you return. This is necessary to explore the dreams." He didn't specifically mention how to give the blood to him. After all, Leonard knew at least two methods. Firstly, he could sacrifice it to Mr. Fool and request that he bestow it to the world. The other was to summon the messenger of mysterious origins and place the blood inside a bottle, sending it over with a letter. Blood. Leonard subconsciously repeated the word. In mysticism, one's blood was an important item. It was best not to give one's blood to others. Otherwise, they might die without knowing the reason. Sometimes, death wasn't the most terrifying outcome that could happen. After a brief moment of hesitation, Leonard nodded. "When will the exploration begin?" Klein was prepared for this question as he replied, late Sunday night, close to midnight. He wanted to give Miss Justice time to converge her spirituality and familiarize herself with her abilities. All right. Leonard didn't say anything else. Following that, Klein seriously explained skills in sophistry so that the dear poet knew how to pacify his grandpa after returning. After returning to the real world, Leonard was deliberating over his words when he heard Palaz Zoros's slightly aged voice. Why did your former colleague look for you? Is there anything that cannot be explained in a letter? Leonard adjusted his sitting posture and chuckled. He's afraid that the letter will be leaked. After all, it might involve that person. Just as he finished his sentence, Leonard inwardly mumbled, of course, the most important thing is to be wary of you. What I see is equivalent to what you see. That person, Palaz Zoros, seemed to understand who he was referring to. Yeah. Leonard picked up a cup on the table and drank a mouthful of malt beer. He found an ascetic from the third epoch. He hopes to learn the history of that epoch through his dream. What Leonard said was the truth, but it was only a portion of the truth. This was the skill that Klein had specially taught him. An ascetic from the third epoch? He's still alive? Palaz Zoros asked in surprise. Of course, he wasn't too surprised. After all, at his level, even if he didn't grasp 100 methods that allowed people to live from the third epoch, he knew at least 5 or 6 methods. The easiest way was to steal the time or life of others to imbue it into a target. He's likely still alive, but has a very special condition. Leonard explained what he knew. Palaz Zoros fell silent for 2 seconds before saying with a chuckle, Is that so? Then I can only wish you the best in not seeing scenes you shouldn't see in the dream. Of course, your former colleague is protected by an existence of concealment, so he must be prepared. Leonard didn't respond to the topic. He suddenly exclaimed, Old man, are you actually not the least bit curious? Don't you want to know what the true deities were like in the third epoch, or the cause of the cataclysm? This was the second technique in sophistry that Klein taught him. Rather than being asked, it was better to take the initiative to ask questions. I can roughly guess what's going on, Palaz Zoros replied with a sigh. He then scoffed. You took too much initiative to control the flow of our conversation today. This is very different from your past behavior. This means that you have a secret you're hiding deep down. Not bad, it's much better than the past. At least it's not something that can be seen through at once. Leonard's expression froze. Palaz immediately chuckled. See, I just gave it a try and you exposed yourself. You still lack training. Your former colleague is really TSK. Leonard could only respond with a dry chuckle. He put down his cup and leaned forward. He then picked up a silver ritual dagger and cut open a wound, causing a few drops of blood to drip out. Meanwhile, at Earl Hall's residence, Audrey was also holding a dagger with gems embedded in it. She was preparing to fulfill the promise of providing help for free. She moved the tip of the dagger towards the back of her hand. The pain is very mild. As she hypnotized herself, she exerted force and tore open a wound. It was currently impossible to tear her skin without using strength, even if she didn't reveal her dragon scales. On Sunday night, after attending a ball, Klein returned to 160 Baclun Street. He made up an excuse that he was feeling tired and needed to sleep early. In the wee hours of the night, he got out of bed, set up a ritual, and summoned himself. After some work, he sat in the seat that belonged to the world Gehrman Sparrow. He confirmed that once the summoning ended, he could use the gray fog's level and standing to forcefully extricate himself from Grizel's travels. At that moment, in front of him were 3 metal bottles and a silver mask. The former was filled with his, Leonard's, and Audrey's blood, while the latter was sacrificed by Miss Justice ahead of time. As she knew that Mr. Starr would be involved in the exploration of the dream this time, she planned on wearing lye the entire time to mask her face and avoid her identity from being uncovered. After examining it for a while, Klein made the hard-covered, deep brown Grizel's travels to fly out of the junk pile and land on the long bronze table. At the same time, he placed the unshadowed crucifix into his body. Following that, he pulled Justice Audrey and the Star Leonard above the gray fog. 2 dark red beams shot up at the same time, forming rather blurry figures. Audrey and Leonard cast their gazes at the bottom of the long, mottled table and sized up the items in front of Mr. World. Then their attention was drawn to the ancient book. Audrey's eyes darted around as she curiously asked, Our exploration this time is related to this book. Yes, our targets are inside this book, Klein replied with a smile. Inside the book? Leonard asked in surprise. Even though he was a red glove, had also read a large number of supernatural case files, he had never heard of communicating with characters in a book. Klein nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this is a magical book. Inside it, there is a world that was envisioned. What happens in that world becomes the book's contents." Envision. Audrey acutely grasped a key phrase, linking it to its synonyms. She had only just learned a few days ago from Mr. World that the Spectator Pathway's Sequence 0 was called Visionary, and she knew very well that the King of Dragons, the ancient god Ankwelt, was the dragon of imagination. After some deliberation, Klein said, "My description might not be accurate. It might be an envisioned world or a true dream. The only thing I can confirm is that it was created by an ancient god from the second epoch, the dragon of imagination Ankwelt. I obtained it from Vice Admiral Iceberg, ancient god's relic. It's no wonder that it can make a giant and elf from the second epoch, a third epoch ascetic, a fourth epoch human aristocrat, and fifth epoch Loanese soldier survive till now." Leonard came to a realization as he couldn't help but size up the world Gehrman Sparrow. He couldn't imagine what kind of experiences Klein had ever since he left Tingen. At this moment, Klein looked around and pushed the lime mask to Miss Justice as he said, "Let's head on in." "All right." Audrey put on the silver mask. Leonard looked around and nodded. "Okay." Klein immediately picked up the 3 metal bottles and poured out some of the blood inside, smearing it on the cover of Grizel's Travels. So this is what the blood was for. Just as this thought flashed through Audrey's mind, she saw a white snowy storm. Amidst snowflakes the size of down feathers and a biting cold wind, a city that was more than 15 meters tall stood nearby. A soldier wearing leather armor on guard by the gates was huddled in a spot that was immune to the wind and snow. As long as there weren't any merchant convoys, he wouldn't head forward to block any ordinary pedestrians. This is a world that was completely envisioned. It's like it's real. Leonard looked around as he spread out his palm and caught several snowflakes. He felt the coldness of its touch before they quickly melted into water. After confirming the environment, Leonard suddenly realized something. Klein was maintaining the image of the cold and refined Gehrman Sparrow. Miss Justice wore a silver mask, revealing the bottom of her face, green eyes, and blonde hair, making it impossible to imagine her actual appearance. As for himself, he didn't disguise himself at all. This was a habit of official Beyonders. They openly carried out missions without any disguises. Mr. Starr really is laid back, and his hair is combed very casually. It's such a pity. Otherwise, with his looks, he can be a model on the covers of magazines. As a noble lady who had seen too many handsome men, Audrey politely glanced at him before retracting her gaze without making any excessive observations. Klein chuckled inwardly and pointed at the city in the snowstorm. "Our first target is the ascetic Mr. Snowman from the third epoch. This was the person most likely to have a link to Amon and his brother. According to Klein's plan, after Snowman would be the fourth-generation aristocrat, Mobit. This was because giant Grozel and elf Ciatas involved matters at much higher levels, and there was a high chance of there being an accident. Therefore, it was safer leaving them at the end of the schedule. After the exploration of the four people's subconscious via their dreams, they would then enter the sea of collective subconscious in search of any possible secrets. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1063, The Lord's Left Hand. In a rather remote spot in Pesot City, there was a building made of stone. It looked rough and was a cathedral that needed some construction work. The most eye-catching and intricate part was the altar. Erected over it was a wooden cross and a tall figure carrying the cross. Ascetic Snowman was sitting in the first pew, facing the divine statue, his head bowed and his eyes closed in focused supplication. He was a middle-aged man who wasn't considered old but had some wrinkles. He was wearing a simple white robe that had been washed countless times. He had brown short hair, and on his exposed arms, shoulders, calves, and feet, there were all kinds of old scars and scabs. At that moment, 2 men and a woman appeared at the cathedral entrance. The men were dressed in black robes that were completely different from the surroundings. One was wearing a vest and half-top hat with a formal bow tie, and the other casually wore a white shirt. The former had a pronounced outline with a cold expression, while the latter had black hair and green eyes. He looked pretty good, exuding the romantic air of a poet. The lady was wearing a long white dress that was tied at the waist with frilly designs at the sleeves. Lacy flowers were sewn in a meshed manner at her chest. She wore an intricate silver mask, revealing a pair of emerald-like eyes, her high nose, her lip-glossed lips, and lower half of her face. It prompted anyone who laid their eyes on her to imagine how beautiful her actual appearance was. They were extremely attractive. It was the same regardless of the angle one took. However, the passers-by and few members of the congregation and the praying ascetic didn't even give them a look, completely ignoring them. This was a combination of hallucination and psychological invisibility. Audrey was already in operation mode, no longer showing any curiosity. She swept her gaze and said in a gentle voice, "What's most important now is to get Mr. Snowman to sleep. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until tonight. The night in this world." "Relax. It's trivial," Leonard replied with a smile. Compared to Miss Justice, who had only experienced a few supernatural incidents as a Nighthawk, he was already too used to such things. He was very composed and even wanted to joke with Klein. Of course, he didn't know that Miss Justice had recently hypnotized a demigod. Klein glanced at his former teammate. "Then let's begin." He was carrying Unshadowed Crucifix on him, and in less than 3 hours, he would be dropped back to Sequence 5 and have his Bizarro Sorcerer Beyonder characteristic purged, so he naturally didn't want to waste any time. He's back in his crazy adventurous state again. TSK. Leonard didn't beat around the bush. He raised his hand to neaten up his hair as his green eyes suddenly turned deep. Silently, the praying ascetic Snowman had fallen into a deep sleep. This is the Beyonder power of a nightmare. Looking at this scene with sparkling eyes, Audrey thoughtfully muttered to herself. In fact, she was aware of the powers of a nightmare, having seen them in action before, back when they were dealing with the Sanguine Viscount Ernst Boyar. However, she was unable to grasp the full picture of it due to the urgency of the situation. It was only now that she made a complete observation of it. Right on the heels of that, she raised both her hands and grabbed the arms of the world and the star. Using her abilities of Dreamwalker, she led them into Snowman's dreamscape. "I can do it myself," Leonard mumbled the moment he entered the hazy world. Klein and Audrey ignored him and quickly surveyed the area, taking in the entirety of Snowman's dreamscape. They were also inside a cathedral, an unusually majestic cathedral. Ancient stone pillars propped up a towering dome, but they didn't make the hall appear too segmented and cramped. It still remained extremely spacious. The cathedral's door was wide and tall, even for giants. Lined on both sides were candles placed in silver cups that emitted a warm glow. The altar right in front was grand and magnificent. Above them were grayish-white crosses and a sculpture of God bearing the cross. The statue's face wasn't very clear, but it felt like it was showing pity towards all beings in the world. Snowman was similarly sitting in the first pew, facing the holy altar. His head was bowed and his eyes closed in focused supplication. This is similar to the afternoon town's abandoned cathedral that Little Sun showed to us. It should be a building from the same era. Audrey swept her gaze across the brick arches and whispered. At the same time, she tried to suppress her curiosity and told herself to remain calm. Little Sun. How is he little? That fellow is clearly taller and larger than me. Afternoon town's abandoned cathedral. Leonard thought in puzzlement as he lampooned. When he joined the Tarot Club, the Sunderic had long returned to the City of Silver. Although he would occasionally mention the exploration of the Giant King's Court, he didn't conjure any of the corresponding images. Indeed. Klein retracted his gaze and agreed with Miss Justice. Then he said to her, "Try to guide Snowman's dream and get him to reveal the important information in his subconscious. Focus it on the Kings of Angels. This mission could be accomplished by both a nightmare and Dreamwalker." The reason why he had Miss Justice do it was because he wanted to give her a chance to digest the Dreamwalker potion. After all, Leonard had already passed that stage. And no matter what, in matters that involved the subconscious, Beyonders of the Spectator pathway were definitely more professional. The way they carried it out would be more precise and effective. It was only then that Leonard realized a problem. Miss Justice's abilities involved the domain of dreams. This meant that she had already advanced to Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. Isn't that too fast? Leonard was secretly surprised and in disbelief. He remembered that Miss Justice had mentioned it during their exchange when he joined the Tarot Club. It hadn't even been a month since she became a hypnotist, and now only 3 months had passed. She had indeed tried to purchase the ingredients needed for her advancement at the tarot gathering, but to completely digest the hypnotist potion in 4 months is shocking enough. Leonard's mind raced as he had a baffling feeling that the pride of becoming a Red Gloves captain, a quasi-high-ranking member of the church, a Sequence 5 spirit warlock, was gone. While his thoughts were running wild, Audrey tersely acknowledged the request and took a few steps forward to stand beside Snowman. Illusory ripples suddenly appeared in her jewel-like eyes. Those ripples constantly sank deep into the depths, returning to the darkness and tranquility. Invisible ripples emanated out as the altar in front of the cathedral suddenly turned blurry. These magnificent objects, along with the cross and the divine statue, warped and suddenly unfurled, emitting lights and shadows that weren't considered too intense. The light and shadows intertwined into a three-dimensional portrait of a towering mountain range. The main peak reached high into the clouds, but the white cloud didn't dare to conceal the main peak as it automatically separated around the peak's two sides. On the peak of the mountain stood a huge cross that was even taller than the mountain. In front of it stood a majestic figure that was covered in layers of stacked halos. 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged angels were either holding bugles, playing the harp, or playing flutes, dancing around the majestic figure as they sang and extolled. 8 blurry figures with 12 pairs of wings surrounded the majestic deity. Some fell to the ground beside his feet, leaning against him as if completely relying on him. Others floated on both sides, awaiting his orders. This was a scene that Klein had seen before. He knew that the deity was the ancient sun god, and he knew that the figures with 12 pairs of wings on their backs were the kings of angels. At that moment, Snowman opened his eyes and looked at Justice Audrey. As if teaching his student, he solemnly said, "Only the Holy Spirit can truly serve the Lord. This is the goal I've been chasing my entire life. I see the Lord standing above the infinite radiance, benevolence scattering over his kingdom and the land. Around him are 8 kings. The dark angel was the first angel created by the Lord. He is his left hand, his proxy, and the deputy of heaven. The angel of imagination is the Lord's eldest son. The Lord said that in a distant future, you will become the savior of all life. The angel of time is the Lord's second son. The Lord said that you are a god of trickery and a god of mischief, the light at the dawn of the apocalypse. The white angel, wind angel, and angel of fate are loyal followers of the Lord, firm, brave, honest, having been that way from the time when they were weak till they became strong. The wisdom angel was sanctified due to his redemption from being penitent and contrite, completely opposite from the ones who fell after eating the fruit of sin. The war angel is the Lord's rage, the Lord's punishment. His appearance over the land means war is at hand. From the looks of it, this ascetic has never been to the ancient sun god's divine kingdom, nor has he ever seen a king of angel. What he's describing is probably from religious canon. In other words, what he says is what the official text says. From the looks of it, Dark Angel Sasrer was really the leader of the kings of angels. He was most trusted by the ancient sun god, and was called the deputy of heaven. Yet, such an existence was bewitched. I wonder what his outcome was in the end, and why there aren't any traces of him to date. Klein seriously listened to Snowman's description and had a clearer understanding of the kings of angels. He never expected that the ancient sun god would predict that Adam would be the savior. This left him somewhat puzzled. So these are all the 8 kings of angels. Leonard listened attentively as well. This was something that Old Man Pallas hadn't told him in detail before. It was a real secret from ancient times, something that happened before the cataclysm. Audrey had seen the mural of the 3 kings of angels eating the city of Silver Creator. Through the corresponding images, she had matched them to the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, so she wasn't too surprised. She turned her head and looked at the world and the star, calmly interpreting the hidden meaning behind those sentences. According to what Mr. Snowman said, the dark angel was created. The 3 kings of angels, White, Wind, and Fate, had followed the ancient sun god from a weak stage until they slowly empowered themselves. The weak stage here probably refers to Sequence 4. The wisdom angel should be an outsider who joined later, and he might have been from an opposing faction in the beginning. When he heard Miss Justice's words, Klein suddenly remembered a name. It was the Dragon of Wisdom as mentioned in the City of Silver's myth Heribergen. He then nodded, indicating for Miss Justice to continue. After Snowman recited some related scriptures, he suddenly solemnly said, Our diocese has cultists who believe in the Evernight hiding within it. These are the orders from the kings. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1064, Drawing Closer. Cultists who believe in the Evernight. Upon hearing Snowman's words, the three present were more or less thrown into an awkward situation. Klein, Audrey, and Leonard all had a certain relationship with the Evernight goddess. One was a standard cultist who believed in the Evernight. The other wasn't only a cultist, but a quasi-high-ranking member of the cult, an elite team leader. The other was even worse, a blessed of the evil goddess. From the looks of it, the Church of Evernight appeared earlier than what the historical record stated. They can be traced back to a long time before the Cataclysm. However, it existed in the form of a secret organization. Klein cleared his throat and did a simple analysis, breaking the sudden silent mood. Audrey pursed her lips and nodded. She continued guiding Snowman's dreams, letting him reveal the information related to the King of Angels in his subconscious. Unfortunately, Snowman was only a Sequence 5 ascetic. He would be considered a quasi-high-ranking member in the Fifth Epoch and would be able to come into contact with several important figures and historical secrets. However, before the Cataclysm, the Sequence 5 didn't enjoy such a status. He wasn't even able to enter the Divine Kingdom, so he naturally knew little about the Kings of Angels and the ancient Sun God. What he knew was limited to what was written in the various religious canons. However, Klein keenly noticed that he had mentioned something. There were traces of the remnant giants in the Northern Ridge mountain range. This mountain range's present name was Antares, and it was located within Fasak. It made it easy for him to associate this information with the people of Fasak claiming to be descendants of giants, how the god of combat was a giant, and other information. Seeing that there was no connection to the Kings of Angels, Audrey switched to guiding Snowman's dream into presenting what was most important and influential to him. The majestic cathedral they were standing in began to shake as changes silently happened. In just a few seconds, the cathedral's scale shrank. Outside was a square that had been renovated. Snowman knelt in front of the cross and divine statue, his body bathed in pure sunlight. A blurry figure in simple priest robes appeared beside him, speaking with a loud and solemn tone. Are you willing to choose the path of an ascetic, to give up love, to distance yourself from indulgence, to not wield power, to train your mind, and to temper your mind, allowing you to approach our Lord by entering heaven one step at a time? Snowman devotedly kissed the ground and said, I'm willing to choose the path of the ascetic. I'll give up love, distance myself from indulgence, not wield power, train my mind, and to serve the Lord. It will be so forever and ever from this day forth. It will be so forever and ever from this day forth. The more Snowman spoke, the more resolute he became. In the end, he solemnly repeated his promise. This is the one thing that left the deepest impression on him and has resulted in the deepest effects on him. Audrey turned her head and said to the world and the star. Thinking back on Snowman's past performance and recalling how he never gave up on his beliefs, nor stopped his ascetic training despite being stuck in the book world, Klein nodded gently inside. He is a true ascetic. Audrey retracted her gaze, and after guiding Snowman to present something that was more important to him, she returned to the world and the star and said in a gentle voice, there shouldn't be much left. Klein glanced at Snowman and said, let's go to the next spot. Inside a house in Pesot City. Mobit, with his brownish-yellow hair, dark brown eyes, high-nosed bridge, and thin lips, was wearing slightly furry pajamas. He lay on a bed that was half high and half low as he stared at the ceiling, muttering to himself, winter this year is much colder than usual. It's starting to snow. Although it's almost noon, I don't want to get up at all. Ciadas, why does an elf like you insist on sleeping in? You even pressed your hands and feet on me. I really miss being single. I could roll around freely in bed. Every corner will be mine, unlike now, Sai. On the bed, elven songster Ciadas leaned her body sideways while sleeping comfortably. Not only did she occupy nearly half of the bed, but she also left a large amount of space on her side as her body clung close to Mobit. She left one arm and leg on him, squeezing Mobit to a corner of the bed, almost to the point of falling off. After pulling up the blanket that was pinned down, Mobit sighed and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep again. Then he really fell asleep. In his dream, he sat at the bar counter, alternating between sipping hard liquor and gulping down beers. He didn't return home as he claimed he would wait for Ciadas to come begging him to return. Is this the aristocrat from the Fourth Epoch? At the entrance of the tavern, Leonard glanced at Klein. Klein gave a clear answer. That's right. Mr. Starr's tone and action suggest that he's more nervous than before. He seems to care a lot about this aristocrat from the fourth epoch. According to the information given by Mr. World, a certain person that Mr. Starnose might have seen the second blasphemy slate, and that's an extremely ancient divine artifact. Although I can't eliminate the possibility of seeing it in the fifth epoch, powerhouses of the fourth epoch are more likely to have a chance of coming into contact with such matters. So, this aristocrat from the fourth epoch is related to the person Mr. Starr knows? Audrey grasped certain matters through fine observation and interpretation. With this as a premise, she quickly came to a conclusion. Mr. Starr would step forward and suggest that he would guide the dream. As expected, the fourth epoch revered asymmetrical beauty, but such attire really made me uncomfortable. Leonard teased before looking at Miss Justice and the world Klein Moretti. Let me do it this time. All right, Audrey replied with a brisk tone and smile. This was a development that Klein was happy to see. He naturally wouldn't stop it. That wouldn't be an issue. Leonard then tugged at his collar and walked to the bar counter in a few steps. He sat beside Mobit and ordered a local Sanjin beer. He gulped and suddenly said, "You look like a member of the Zoros family. Everyone here knows that." No, not just humans. Mobit took a sip of his alcohol and continued looking forward. Leonard smiled and shook his head. "Let me introduce myself. I'm a student of Palaz Zoros." He planned to use this identity to pull strings and reduce any sense of reluctance Mobit would have, making it easier for him to continue guiding him. Indeed, the person Mr. Starr knows is also a fourth epoch aristocrat, a member of the Zoros family. I wonder what level that person is. So Mr. Starr is secretly a student of a certain important figure. No, he said that without complete confidence. A self-assumed student? Audrey validated her guess as her smile became more obvious. After hearing Leonard's self-introduction, Mobit finally turned his head and sized him up. He scoffed and said, "Student? More like the target of parasitizing, right?" Leonard's expression froze. Target of parasitizing. Although Audrey was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. As for Klein, he had a hard time holding back his laughter. Of course, he didn't believe that there was anything wrong with Leonard's identity as a student of Palaz Zorost. If it were him, he would have said the same thing. It just wasn't right to directly mention that he was a parasite's victim, right? And being friends appeared too distant, a disadvantage for any subsequent attempts to learn more. The problem this time was that nobody expected Mobit to guess the truth. After laughing twice, Mobit looked at Leonard's slightly stiff face and said, "You aren't a member of our Zoroast family, so how can you become Old Man's student? You can only be a target of parasitizing." Having said that, he slowed down and said, "Don't worry. Old Man isn't too bad. He wouldn't really take over your body. After the parasitizing is done, he will at most take away a few years of your life. You're still young anyway, so raising your sequence would make up for it." Hevek. Actually, most Beyonders can't live till the end of their natural lifespan. Why must he take a few years of my life? Leonard subconsciously asked. Mobit raised his glass and gulped down a mouthful. He replied in a daze, "Since you've already been parasitized, something must be stolen, right?" Leonard snapped out of his daze and asked in surprise, "You also call him Old Man?" "Of course, we all call him Old Man, heh." He doesn't seem to object to it. Mobit suddenly sighed. "He is my great-grandfather, and I haven't seen him for 1,000 years. No, 2,000 years. So the reason why Old Man tolerates me calling him Old Man is because it can remind him of the beautiful past. I wonder if his direct descendants are still alive." Leonard suddenly felt wistful. As for Justice Audrey, while she was finding the words "something must be stolen" funny, she was surprised at the word he. This represented that Old Man, Mr. Palaz Zorost, was an angel. Indeed, Audrey had expected this. At this moment, Mobit sharply noticed a keyword and asked, "Also? Why did you say also? Do you also call him Old Man?" Leonard nodded seriously. Mobit was instantly puzzled as he sized up Leonard again. "Don't tell me you have the bloodline of the Zoros family?" "I don't know," Leonard answered honestly. Mobit shook his head. "No, it doesn't look like that's the case. It might be that Old Man suffered a terrible blow, and has changed to a certain degree. That I know. Leonard pondered and said, he was nearly killed by blasphemer Amon. He hasn't recovered yet. Brozel's travels was currently above the gray fog. It didn't matter which deity's true name was mentioned in it, since it wouldn't be sensed. Therefore, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey were free to talk about Amon and Adam, the powerful and terrifying ancestor of the Amon family. Mobit's voice unconsciously lowered. Leonard finally gained the initiative and asked, the aristocrats of the Solomon Empire are all very cold and evil. Why isn't the Zoroast family like that? Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1065, Cosmos Wanderer. Mobit glanced at Leonard and said in puzzlement, they aren't that cold and evil. He raised his glass and took a gulp. Don't you know that the higher the sequence, the greater the inclination is towards being cold and crazy? Which major aristocratic family in the Solomon Empire doesn't have an angel? That's why they're definitely different from normal people. As for the degree of coldness and evilness, it has to do with the choice of their anchor and the traits of their beyonder pathway. I don't know what my great-grandfather's situation is. I only know that he's very kind and amiable, and the way he speaks and acts is rather casual. In addition, the rules set by His Majesty have a key point, this harmony. If all the aristocratic families have the same style, he definitely wouldn't be satisfied. The first reason given was something I expected, but the second reason is a little unexpected, but it's quite funny. Was the Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire trying to get himself diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive disorder? This harmony is actually a requirement. Without wearing too thick a mask, the corners of Klein's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, Audrey turned her head to look at him and asked the same question that she had as Mr. Starr. Anchor? All of them knew that the aesthetic taste of the fourth epoch was disharmony and asymmetry, and had considered it common sense, so they didn't think too deeply about why there was such an aesthetic style. To the deities, believers in faith are an anchor, Klein simply explained. So that's the case. Mr. Fool also said that it's to stabilize one's condition. Audrey felt her sights broaden, allowing her to consider the relationship between the deities and believers. At the same time, she thought in puzzlement, in the early stages of Mr. Fool's reawakening, he shouldn't have many believers. Back then, what was his anchor? Leonard listened attentively as he couldn't help his expression from turning solemn. It was as though he had suddenly thought of many things. He quickly focused his attention on Mobit. After some deliberation, he said, what kind of an angel is Palez Zoroast? What kind of habits does he have? Leonard is still very cautious. He still hasn't fully believed that the grandpa in his body is Palez Zoroast. Yes, we can't rule out the possibility that the real Palez has fallen, and that the one still alive is an imposter. To an angel of the Marauder pathway, such an action is rather normal. And to a secret existence, replacing a particular identity is equivalent to possessing that identity, so he wouldn't deliberately expose the truth. On more important matters that he's interested in, and those that involve his safety, Leonard is more reliable than I expected. If not for that, he wouldn't have realized that I was still alive back then. As for other matters, he's just too half-hearted. He's too used to using his past experience. It's not that he isn't intelligent, but rather that he can't be bothered to use it. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Mobit was taken aback for 2 seconds before he drank a mouthful of hard liquor and said, Old man appears to be an ordinary elder at home. He's a bit naggy and likes to throw blows at his descendants and enjoys life. If one didn't know it ahead of time, no one would have guessed that he is a sequence 1 angel. His aesthetic style is different from His Majesty. He is absorbed over categories and emphasizes cleanliness and tidiness. When facing enemies, he is good at trickery and often likes to finish off his enemies by making them break down. This is quite similar to how Old Man has acted to date. Leonard nodded and asked, Do you have his portrait? How could I be carrying a portrait with me? It's not like I'm looking for anyone. Mobit shook his head in amusement. At this point, Leonard suddenly pointed to the side. Isn't that it? Ah. Mobit turned his head in confusion and doubt, only to discover that an oil painting had appeared in his right hand at some point in time. As he picked up the oil painting, the content on it gradually became clearer, revealing an old man with dark brown eyes. The man's hair was already completely white. It wasn't very sparse, and it was neatly combed to the back of his head. His forehead, the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth didn't seem to have any wrinkles, not appearing too old. It was obvious that he looked quite good when he was young. He looked quite similar to Mobit, but he exuded a rather solemn air. I really can't tell that this is a Sequence 1 angel. Is this also because he didn't reveal his mythical creature form? Audrey tiptoed and looked at the oil painting. After Leonard memorized the contents of the portrait, he mentioned a few relevant questions related to the Zoroast family and received a satisfactory answer. The only exception was the name of the potion names of Sequence 3-0. Mobit wasn't too sure either. All he knew was that Sequence 1 was apparently Worm of Time. After ending this topic, Leonard asked about the Solomon Empire. In your era, what major aristocratic families are there in the empire? There weren't many families with dukes. Mobit put down his cup and spread out his palm. Our Zoroast family, the Abraham family, the Zerdal family. In addition, although the Medici family and Lord Ouroboros didn't have any aristocratic titles, their standing wasn't worse than the major aristocratic families. Every time he spoke, he would curl his finger, finally curling them into a fist. Then he smiled and said, "At that time, although Tutor and the Trunsoist were the most loyal angels under His Majesty, they were still ranked beneath us. They were on par with Augustus and Castilla. The history of the Augustus family can actually be traced to the era of the Solomon Empire." While Audrey was surprised, she became even more focused on listening. Leonard thought and continued asking, in that era, what was the situation in the northern continent? All living creatures submitted to His Majesty. Even deities acknowledge His Majesty's rule in order to fight against opposing factions. Mobit chuckled. They all have countries that belong to them in poorer places. In short, Evernight, god of combat, and death were at odds. The three deities of storm, blazing sun, and wisdom had a great conflict with each other. Earth's attitude was vague and unclear, but she was more inclined towards the god of combat. This made them unable to cooperate in a stable fashion, thus being unable to form an alliance to fight His Majesty and the true Creator. At this point, Mobit sighed and said, and precisely for the sake of balance, His Majesty didn't attack the southern continent and allowed death to unite the plains and the ancient forest to build the Balam Empire. No, ultimately, the six deities came to an agreement. Hence, the Black Emperor perished, establishing the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire. Leonard recalled Pallas Zoroast's mention of this particular phase of history and, for a baffling reason, felt how history was filled with vicissitudes. At that moment, Mobit turned his head and looked at him. "Do you have cigarettes?" These little devils that came out from the true Creator's believers aren't bad at all. Leonard immediately controlled the dream and conjured a cigarette before handing it over. "Is this an improved version?" Mobit stretched out his right hand and snaked out a ball of fire from the kitchen behind the bar. He lit the cigarette and took a deep breath. Seeing smoke coming out of his nostrils, Leonard asked curiously, "The true Creator's believers like to smoke?" "That's right. Even Lord Medici would occasionally smoke a few sticks. Although it's just a habit for him," Mobit answered without hiding anything. Leonard nodded and asked, "Which deity do you believe in?" "Of course, it's His Majesty. All the aristocrats in the empire believe in His Majesty. Other than Lords Medici and Ouroboros. They believe in the true Creator. Also, Duke Bethel Abraham might just be faking it. According to what I know, he only believes in himself," Mobit quipped. "Bethel Abraham." A thought came to Klein. He was about to signal Leonard to ask further when he heard the poet ask, "Is Duke Bethel Abraham very powerful?" Clearly, the completely different behavior compared to the other aristocratic families in the empire made this ancestor of the Abraham family stand out. "Very powerful. Even Lord Medici and Ouroboros are afraid of him," Mobit said as he puffed out smoke rings. In the Warring Era, he was publicly acknowledged as one of the angels most likely to become a deity. "Warring Era?" Leonard asked curiously. Mobit looked at the slowly burning cigarette in his hand and said, "This isn't thrilling enough." "Hevech." The Warring Era refers to the time after the Cataclysm ended to the point when the Empire was established. It lasted about 112 years. Our Zoroast family's first angel perished in the Warring Era. Thankfully, we were helped by His Majesty before he became a god. Thus, we didn't lose the Beyonder characteristic. "Who did it?" Leonard immediately asked. Mobit shook his head. "I'm not sequence for yet, so there are many things I'm not qualified to know. Let's talk about Duke Bethel Abraham. I actually don't really know much about him, but I was very interested in their family and the Beyonder pathway they control." It's said that the apprentice can wander the cosmos once they reach sequence 2. There are also rumors that it's at sequence 3. Cosmos. Klein's pupils dilated slightly as he became more focused. At this moment, Mobit continued, they left behind lots of information regarding the cosmos, recording many interesting things. Unfortunately, I never managed to borrow them. However, I heard of the 3 laws that they concluded for wandering the cosmos. First, don't respond to any calls. Second, don't be reckless and approach unknown creatures or buildings. Third, endure loneliness. It sounds like the cosmos is vast and dangerous. I wonder if the current Abraham family still has the travel notes related to the cosmos. I'll get Miss Magician to ask in the future. When Klein's gaze swept over, it happened to cross with Miss Justice's gaze that was directed at him. They immediately realized that the other party had also thought of Miss Magician. Leonard did the same. He nodded slightly and asked about other matters. During this process, the dream changed with Mobit's memories. Following that, they saw the appearances of Medici, Ouroboros, and other high-level figures. Of course, as Mobit had few interactions with the Black Emperor and Bethel Abraham and didn't dare to look at them head-on, his impression of them was a blur. Towards the end, Audrey grabbed both Klein's and Leonard's arms and jumped into Ciada's dream. This elven songster was standing in the garden, holding her stomach and frowning at Mobit. Can you steal the fetus in my stomach and stuff it into your body? It can be done, but even if it's stuffed into my body, I won't be able to give birth to him, Mobit replied fearfully. Ciada's thought seriously and said, then steal the corresponding organs that are needed? If it's just the simple act of theft, then it might still succeed. But for what follows after, I'll be at my wit's end. This is beyond my capabilities, Mobit said nervously. The conversation between the human and elf left the trio dumbfounded. After a few seconds, Audrey suggested, why don't I do it this time? Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1066, Familiar Name. Upon hearing Miss Justice's suggestion, Klein thought for a moment and said, guide the dream towards matters encompassing the second epic's history, the Queen of Calamity Kohainum, elf habits, and the most ancient language of the elves, as well as the legendary Western continent. All right. Audrey's eyes moved slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression as she digested the information that Mr. World had said. Then she walked to the elven songster's side. Under her guidance, Mobit's figure in the garden rapidly blurred as he vanished from Ciada's dream. The ripples in Audrey's green eyes stirred once again as her lips quivered, as though she was reciting something. The entire dream world began to shake, as the garden was like a reflection of a lake that was smashed into pieces by an invisible stone that flew over from nowhere. These fragments quickly gathered, but the scene that was restored was no longer a garden, but that of a palace made of coral. Every detail in the palace was abnormally gorgeous. The entire structure was tall and majestic, but due to the layers of blue seawater, the sky couldn't be seen, making it appear dark and gloomy. Inside it, coral pillars propped up an exaggerated dome, and the walls and the top of it were filled with terrifying murals of the storm. Above the murals and corals, silver bolts of lightning followed a certain trajectory as if they were alive. Finally, they converged at the 9 steps that were inlaid with pearls, diamonds, emerald, and turquoise. Ciada's was standing there, with many elves standing opposite her. On the 9 steps, there were 2 huge chairs that seemed to be formed purely of lightning. One of them occupied the center, just like the ruler of this palace. One of them was on its left, appearing less eye-catching. Sitting on the throne in the middle was a man wearing a simple loose robe. His ears were pointed, and his facial features were rather soft, and his hair thick. His hair was a mix of black and blue colors. Not only did his facial features look outstanding on their own, they combined together to form an even more handsome face. However, he directly gave one a tyrannous impression, as though he wouldn't say a word before picking up the electric spear leaning on his armrest and then throwing it. Sitting beside him was a beautiful woman with raven black hair. Her hair was tied up into a high bun, her ears slightly pointed, and her facial features delicate. She had dark brown eyes that were as deep as the ocean, and in her hands, she was playing with a complicated golden wine cup. Without needing Ciada's introduction, Klein and company could easily determine that this couple was the Elf King, the Ancient God, Saniathrim, and the Elf Queen, Queen of Calamity, Kohainum. That traitor, Ormer. Suddenly, a voice resembling loud thunder boomed, causing the entire palace to shake violently. It made Ciadas and the other attendants lower their heads in fear. This roar came from the ancient god. Ormur, isn't that the name of the giant king? I've recently been drinking red wine named after him. I have to say that its quality is indeed higher than anything else. It's just a little expensive. As Klein listened, he had a random thought. He remembered that Little Son had once said that giant King Ormur, elf King Sanaithrim, and sanguine ancestor Lilith, the three humanoid ancient gods, were allies. They fought against the opposing camp formed by Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, Phoenix Ancestor, Gregrace, and the mutant king Kvaster. As for the devil monarch Farbati and the annihilation demonic wolf Flegria, they were independent beings who wanted to subvert all order and corrupt all living beings. So, the alliance of three humanoid ancient gods eventually collapsed. Klein reined in his thoughts and waited for the subsequent changes in the dream. Due to Derek's existence, Audrey wasn't unfamiliar with the history of the Second Epoch. Without any hesitation, she directly made Ciadas' dream continue its development. Despite the terrifying roar, Queen of Calamity Kohinum wasn't affected at all. With a cold expression, she calmly said, "Wasn't this already long confirmed? His reputation is exactly the opposite of his physical build." At that moment, the ancient god Sanaithrim had already been enveloped by bolts of lightning. He said in a thunderous voice, "I thought that, after centuries, he would understand the global situation even more. I've overestimated his intelligence. If he didn't sell out Lilith back then, how could she have perished?" The sanguine ancestor Lilith perished so early? Klein's eyelids twitched as he quickly focused his attention. After the Elf King finished roaring, Queen of Calamity Kohinum maintained her previous posture and said, "That's not a bad thing." At the very least, Kvaster and Flegria were dragged to the grave together with Lilith. All the deities no longer trust each other. Even if we don't form an alliance, we can rule the ocean, lakes, and rivers. Upon hearing these words, spectator Audrey couldn't help but feel alarmed. She had no choice but to use placate on herself. It means that the sanguine ancestor Lilith, mutant king Kvaster, and the annihilation demonic wolf Flegria perished in a battle between ancient gods. So the betrayal of giant king Ormur and the other ancient gods had nothing to do with the ancient sun god. This is why Lilith didn't fully die and is still able to occasionally deliver divine revelations. And because of this, Antigonus and the Mother of the Sky from the Hornacis mountain range managed to survive to the Fourth Epoch. Klein increasingly believed that the history recorded in the City of Silver had many fabrications or vague records. Thankfully, he hadn't completely digested the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion and didn't need to consider advancing to Scholar of Yore. Otherwise, the history he used might not be real. In ancient times, the sanguine ancestor Lilith and mutant king Kvaster perished due to the other. The sanguine has recently been working with the mutants' temperance faction. Time sure is a great magician. If the Moon Emlyn were to know of this, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. The Star Leonard sighed as he thought. As their thoughts raced, the ancient god Sanaithrim scoffed and said, "Recently, Ormur wanted to work with some secret sects that have sprouted from the humans to deal with us. Apparently, this matter is led by Harvest and Dawn. I'm even thinking of working with Ankwelt to destroy the giants and the Giant King's court. Unfortunately, every time I see that dragon, I have the urge to string it up on a grill. It's a type of attraction that's simply irresistible." Just as he said that, the ancient god suddenly vanished. The entire palace shook violently, causing a rift to appear. All of this had yet to subside when a bolt of lightning flashed. Sanaithrim returned to the massive throne, holding a spear made of pure lightning. "You went to the Giant King's court?" Kohinum asked. "I taught Ormur a lesson," Sanaithrim answered without hiding anything. Ciadas and the other elven attendants lowered their heads even further. They faintly saw slippery tentacles that were thicker than their bodies flipping about on the ground, flashing with silver bolts of lightning. Then they shut their eyes. The dream changed as Ciadas recalled her interaction with other elves. With their conversations and interactions, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey learned that Ciadas lived in a relatively peaceful time period in the Second Epoch. The giants, elves, dragons, devils, and phoenixes coexisted, splitting up their rule over the northern and southern continent, as well as the five seas. Vampires, demonic wolves, treants, sea monsters, mutants, and humans were vassals of the different factions, occupying the lower middle classes. This doesn't resemble the history recorded by the Church. Even the legends in the City of Silver aren't like this. Leonard sighed when he heard that. Old man probably doesn't know this much. That isn't necessarily true. Klein shook his head indiscernibly. Many existences in the second epoch have survived to the fourth epoch, or even to this very moment. For example, the Wisdom Angel? Leonard asked with a guess. Perhaps. Klein didn't give an affirmative answer as he said with a smile, "When you were talking to Mobit, I thought you would make Miss Justice stand further away." Leonard immediately shot a glance at him and yawned. "You mentioned before that there's an existence behind me that might have been seen the second blasphemy slate. Then, when I was conversing with Mobit Zerost, wouldn't she be able to make the connection for me, getting her to stand further away? Besides, you also mentioned that back when dealing with all of Amon's avatars in Backlund, part of the cleanup operation involved Miss Justice. To a Sequence 5 spectator, what she knows is sufficient. Once she understands the Zoroast family's matters, the truth is practically in front of her eyes. In that case, why waste time trying to avoid her? It's too troublesome. I might as well get Mr. Fool to be a witness, as everyone vows not to divulge each other's secrets." Klein nodded slightly and said, "If you were to get Miss Justice to stand further away, it wouldn't be easy for you to bring up the matter of making a vow to keep things a secret." At this moment, Ciadas continued, "After the death of the Sanguine Ancestor, the Annihilation Demonic Wolf, and the Mutant King, some of their subsidiary gods were killed, while others surrendered to other ancient gods. There were a few who vanished as they hid in the shadows." Having transformed herself into an elf, Audrey immediately asked, "Who surrendered to who? Who died?" Ciadas recalled and said, "I've never even seen it before. The Sanguine's goddess of life and the Mutant King's god of war were killed. No one even remembers their names. The Annihilation Demonic Wolf's god of the dead, Salinger, came under the Phoenix Ancestor. The Sanguine's goddess of beauty, Ornia, came under us. The Mutant King's god of spiritual creatures, Tolsna, and Annihilation Demonic Wolf's goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes, vanished. Salinger. Ornia." These two names made Klein's forehead twitch. He instinctively used his clown powers to maintain his facial expression. Ornia was the Blood Moon Queen, the wife of the Fourth Epoch's Emperor, the Empress of the Trunsoist Empire. As for Salinger, he was the founder of the Balam Empire, the Emperor of the Underworld, Death. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1067, the Elven Version of History. This. The Second Epoch's subsidiary gods truly are hidden powers. There was Dragon of Wisdom, Haraburgen, and there's God of the Dead, Salinger. They were all powerful figures that even reached the throne of Sequence Zero. Of course, I can't be sure about the Dragon of Wisdom. It's just quite possible. Yes, and there's the god of dawn, Badheil, and the goddess of harvest, Omabella. I can't rule out the possibility that they have lived quite well all the way to the fifth epoch. I wonder if the god of spiritual creatures, Tolsna, and the goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes, managed to evade the authority retrieval operation by the City of Silver Creator at the end of the second epoch. If they managed to escape that fate, what roles did they play in the third and fourth epoch? After a moment of shock, Klein began thinking poignantly. Thinking back to the betrayal of the Kings of Angels in the third epoch, he couldn't help but lampoon. You have to be careful of fire, theft, and subsidiary gods. At that moment, Audrey, who didn't know much about the subsidiary gods' true names or authorities, didn't show any perturbations in her emotions. She acted as different female elves in Ciadas' memories, and she constantly talked to her about her experiences and things she knew about the second epoch. According to Ciadas, in the history of the elves, there was no concept of the first epoch or second epoch. In the beginning years that were unknown to her, it was chaotic, dark, and crazy, and it didn't leave behind any texts. After the supernatural races obtained a certain level of intelligence and had their own languages, creatures finally had some knowledge of history. In that era, ancient gods appeared one after another. The sky, the land, the sea, and the underground world slowly changed from disorderliness to orderliness. However, other than the tyrannical and crazy ancient gods, no one knew how many years this stage lasted. She just knew that very, very long ago, it was referred to by the major supernatural races as the Sprouting Era. After the Sprouting Era was the early era of fire in which the 8 ancient gods fought against each other in different camps. This was also a long time before Ciadas' birth, so she could only understand this from the elven historical records that was a time when quasi-humans fought non-humans, resisting the corruption and intrusion from the devils and demonic wolves. Amongst them, the humanoids were the giants, elves, sanguine, as well as their slaves. The early era of fire lasted different periods of time according to the different records. However, a common point was that it lasted less than 1,000 years, as the essence of the ancient gods was madness, tyranny, cruel, and cold. They were often driven by their instinct. After the sanguine ancestor Lilith, mutant king Kvaster, and annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria perished during the betrayal, the early era of fire ended and the war broke out. The world was damaged, and it didn't stop for centuries. Due to the fact that the giants and dragons were relatively strong in this period of time, they were known as the Dual Era. By the time the 5 races formed a new balance of powers, the Northern Continent, the Southern Continent, the East Continent, and the 5 seas had recovered some level of peace. This was when Ciadas was born and had grown up in until she entered Grizel's travels. In the history that she described, there were 2 important points. First of all, it proved the existence of the East Continent, a place where the giant king's court was. Second, after the sprouting era, the supernatural races had their own kind of civilization. They weren't completely irrational as their descendants believed them to be. Of course, the inclination towards tyranny, cruelty, coldness, and slaughtering still existed, as though they were all in a half state of losing control. It was only after the Dual Era that the new generation of elves and giants gained some level of rationality. They had feelings just like Ciadas and Grizel. The East Continent seems to be the forsaken land of the gods. It was abandoned during the Cataclysm. Similar thoughts surfaced in Klein's, Leonard's, and Audrey's minds. They were very interested in this, but it was a pity that Ciadas had always lived in the Elf King's court. Their occasional forays outside were limited to parades at sea. She had never been to the East Continent, and she lacked the required knowledge. Under Audrey's influence, Ciadas's dream began to show the traditions and language of the elves. According to the legends that the Queen's attendant had heard of, Elvish was created by the king in the sprouting era. Every word was produced with the birth of a first-generation elf. The number of Elvish words meant the number of first-generation elves. However, the traditions of the elves weren't too unified. They relied heavily on their surroundings. The elves in the forests and the sea were undoubtedly different in all kinds of customs. What they shared in common was that they believed in the king, who was an ancient god, and his queen. They liked to make food with the blood of their prey. Many of them had culinary methods such as roasting. Even sea elves often came up to the reefs for a bonfire party. They were close to nature and were good at using all kinds of spices. They idolized the strong, and they were proud of being quick to act before thinking. With myths and reality mixed together, it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. Their traditions have destroyed my previous theories. Klein listened with a stoic expression as he quickly analyzed every word Ciadas said. After figuring out the relevant matters, Audrey circled around the keyword of the West Continent and made Ciadas's dream change. It reflected some of her subconscious memories. The Coral Palace appeared before Klein and company again. Ciadas followed behind Queen of Calamity Kohinum and walked to a crystal window. She glanced at the Queen's exquisite and complicated dress, and she stole a glance at the deity who controlled calamities. She asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you looking west?" To the elves, as long as they didn't feel the pressure of violence, they would ask questions on the spot. "Why do you think so?" Kohinum didn't turn back as she asked with an indifferent expression. "I just learned of a legend that our elves originated from the Western Continent," Ciadas replied. "Your Highness, does the Western Continent really exist? Is that really where the first-generation elves were born?" Kohinum's lips curled slightly as she said with a slightly ethereal voice, "The Western Continent may exist, but it may not exist either. Every race needs to give themselves an illustrious origin, a home for the mind." "Ciadas, where is your home to you?" "My home." Ciadas repeated the question as she replied blankly, "It's where His Majesty and your Highness are. It's this palace that can lead to the forest where my parents live." As she said this, Ciadas's emotions gradually turned heavy, lost, and melancholic. It was obvious that she was influenced by her subconscious's corresponding memories. She had entered Grizel's travels and had been away from home for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Therefore, to elves like you, the Western Continent doesn't exist. But to some elves, it definitely exists. Queen of Calamity Kohinum calmly gave her final answer. Ciadas didn't ask further, because she suddenly remembered that the queen wasn't a first-generation elf. Such a response made Klein increasingly confused and puzzled. Thankfully, from the second epoch to the fifth epoch, the Western continent had zero presence, so it didn't have any important secrets related to him. He was just trying to find out more about it and hadn't held out much hope. After ending the guiding of Ciada's subconscious, and since it was almost noon, without any other nearby dreams that they could leap into, Audrey left with Klein and Leonard, and they appeared in Mobit and Ciada's bedroom. Looking at the fourth epic Viscount whose body had been tightly bound by the elf, Audrey's expression suddenly turned gentle as she said with a laugh, "They seem to be doing pretty well." No, it's terrifying to have such a violent, direct, and imaginative wife who dares to take action. Only a person like Mobit would like and enjoy being with her. Leonard, who didn't have a poet's talent but had the liberal inclinations of a poet, shook his head as he kept his hands in his pockets. At this point, he muttered in thought, on the contrary, it's true that an experienced thief needs a woman like Ciada's to rein him in. I wonder what kind of members of the opposite sex old man's other family members like. Sigh, they don't need our envy or objections. This is how they live together. Emperor Roselle once wrote a poem, saying, "For my love, I'll sacrifice my life won." As Klein listened to their discussion, he opened his mouth and closed it again. He didn't tell them that Ciada's and Mobit had actually died. It was only when they died that they truly felt their love for one another. The ones living in the book were just copies created by the book world. After leaving the couple's house, the trio headed to Grizel's blacksmith shop. Along the way, when they went past a street, Klein saw Frunzier, who was known as a philosopher, and Audrey recognized him to be Loanese at a glance. "Is that the soldier from 100 years ago?" Audrey slowed down her pace and asked. Klein recalled Frunzier's longing for his hometown and the ashes he had placed in Backlund Cemetery. He fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding gently. "Yes, Mr. World is feeling a little emotional. He's like a calm river on the surface, with a lot of undercurrents and eddies underneath." Audrey nodded indiscernibly and asked, "Can we enter his dream? I want to get the judge and disciplinary paladin's potion formula." "No problem," Klein replied as he glanced at Leonard. Leonard continued having his hands in his pockets, but his eyes instantly darkened. Sitting on the bench, Frunzier fell asleep. Right on the heels of that, 3 people appeared in his dream. This was a bustling city with buildings made from wood. The pedestrians who came and went were mostly Loanese. The black-haired, blue-eyed Frunzier stood outside a house as he looked in without daring to approach. Only when a woman wearing an old long dress came out from inside did he excitedly go forward and attempt to hug her. His hug went through the woman without them making contact at all. Frunzier stood rooted to the ground as he blankly shouted, "Mother!" Audrey, who wanted to guide the dream, quietly watched this scene. Then she looked around and discovered the iconic clock. Backlund. Audrey pursed her lips and turned her head. She looked at Klein and asked, "Can't they leave the book world? It's been too long. If they leave, they will grow old, die, or even be reduced to dust." Klein's voice was like a serene river. "I delivered one of Frunzier's items to Backlund. This." As a spectator, Audrey acutely sensed the cruel reality behind those words. She couldn't help but raise her head and look out of the dream, looking at the location where Mobit and Ciada's were. Leonard wanted to ask what it was, but after looking around, he maintained his silence. Following that, Audrey seriously guided his dream. Outside of obtaining 2 potion formulas, she made Frunzier return home and live happily with his parents, brothers, and sisters. It was a beautiful dream. After leaving Frunzier, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey quickly saw Grizel's home. This was the last stop of their exploration. After obtaining information from Grizel's subconscious, they would enter the book world sea of collective subconscious and seek out the secrets that might exist in this book. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1068, Illogical Details. Which one is Grizel? In the dream, Leonard looked ahead blankly. There was a huge bonfire there, and there were more than 10 grayish-blue-skinned, single-eyed giants who looked no different from each other. To be honest, I wouldn't be able to recognize him without the ability of a faceless. To me, without their age, hairstyle, height, scars, clothes, and maturity, giants all look the same. Klein mumbled inwardly as he looked calmly at Miss Justice, as though saying that it shouldn't stump a spectator. Audrey raised her hand and pointed at a giant who was gulping down alcohol. From time to time, he would shout twice to express his approval. "That's Grizel." It looks like, in the traditions of the giants, clapping isn't a sign of affirmation and praise. Instead, it's a roar. The louder the roar, the higher the level of praise. Miss Justice is acting like a folk scholar now. Thankfully, he's only shouting and not singing. If not, the noise would be worse. It's obvious that the giants here aren't adept at modulating their voices. That roar from before didn't have any rhythm to it. Klein nodded and said to Audrey, "Begin guiding him then." As Audrey went forward as Leonard stepped back, he raised his right hand and stroked his chin. "Tell me, in the second epoch, which supernatural race widely possessed the beyonder characteristics of the Evernight pathway? Isn't it the demonic wolves?" Klein glanced at Leonard, wondering if the poet had contracted the traditional disease of the Nighthawks, having a bad memory. "I know." Leonard maintained his original posture as he said with a strange expression, "Then how do they act as a midnight poet? Or should I say that the potion's name back then was called Midnight Rur? There wasn't a potion name in the beginning." Klein's thoughts were accidentally led astray by Leonard. The scene of such fellows crouching on the ground and howling at the moon surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but mutter, "This might be more suitable for you. There's no need to write poems, making it very easy." The corners of Leonard's mouth twitched as he said, "There are different types of poets. I'm a singing type." As the two idly chatted, Audrey's guidance attempt gradually pushed through. Groselle's dream began showing the waning forest, barren tunnel, the corner of the Giant King's court, Dawn Town, and the Nation of Gold. Groselle wasn't a subordinate of the deities like the Giant King, and he was only able to occasionally see these high-level existences while on duty at the waning forest or in particular spots of the Giant King's court and passageway. Furthermore, he didn't dare look at them head-on, receiving them while genuflecting and having his head bowed. Therefore, he wasn't able to present the images of Giant King Ormer, Giant Queen Omabella, and the eldest son of the Giant King, God of Dawn Badhow. They only appeared as portraits. Similarly, Groselle knew very few secrets. His grasp of history and the situation in the world was completely incomparable to elven songster Ciatis. However, an interesting point was that in the Giant King's court and the Giants, the traitor was synonymous with Siniathrum. They claimed that his abandoning of the alliance had resulted in the sanguine ancestor Lilith's death. Klein strongly suspected that because of his bad temper, Siniathrum was obviously not good at such things. The Queen of Calamity seems capable, but the problem is what she plots is extremely hard to hide from her spouse, a true ancient god, Siniathrum. In contrast, Giant King Ormer being the traitor makes more sense. Klein did a rough analysis as Audrey changed the direction of guidance in an attempt to let Groselle present anything he had seen or heard beyond the Giant King's court. It was a pity that, shortly after the giant left the King's court and passed through Dawn Town before arriving in the Nation of Gold, he obtained the book and entered it. He didn't know much about the styles and appearances of people from different regions. Currently, the most valuable piece of information is how to avoid the front entrance after entering the Giant King's court from Afternoon Town. It's through the waning forest and the barren tunnel. Audrey ended the guidance and walked back to Klein's and Leonard's side. This is very useful for Little Sun and company's subsequent explorations. Yes, we can tell him at the next gathering. Klein nodded. Just as he was about to suggest that they enter the book world sea of collective subconscious through Groselle's dream, Audrey suddenly looked back and said in thought, "There's one detail that's illogical." Which detail? Leonard seriously recalled what he had seen and heard, but he didn't find anything suspicious. Just as Audrey glanced at the world and said, "In the matter regarding how Giant King Ormer's father and mother are buried in the waning forest, the rule that only the ancient god can enter is illogical." Klein didn't notice that there was something wrong with that detail. But after Miss Justice mentioned it, he immediately had some ideas. He deliberated and said, "The father and mother of the Giant King are equivalent to the ancestors of the giants. Normally speaking, they should be consecrated by the entire race." That's right. Regardless of the race, they'll have some level of worship towards their ancestor. The giants are no exception. From Groselle's dream, the keepers often make sacrifices to the ancestors outside the waning forest. Audrey nodded in agreement. If there aren't any other factors of influence, the Giant King should occasionally organize things and make it a point to honor their ancestors instead of making it a rule that only he can enter. Perhaps the waning forest contains immense danger. Aren't the oldest giants crazy, violent, and irrational? After their death, their corpses have corrupted the environment and affected the entire forest. It's not something that can't be understood. Leonard gave his opinion. Audrey and Klein shook their heads at the same time, denying the statement. If it's only danger or corruption, giant Queen Omabella and the god of dawn Badhile can clearly withstand that. With the help of the giant king, there are almost no problems. Yet, they are also forbidden from entering the waning forest, even with the ancient god by their side. Klein simply explained his thoughts and guesses. Perhaps what's buried inside isn't giant King Ormer's parents. There might be some other secret. That's more likely the case. Audrey nodded seriously. She wore a silver mask, and her green eyes darted around slightly, faintly revealing a hint of curiosity. If that's the case, what would a secret that can't be known to his wife, child, subsidiary gods, or fellow members of the same race be? That's quite interesting. Leonard smiled as he allowed his thoughts to wander. After another round of discussion, the three of them made use of the time to enter the giant king's court through the barren tunnel and enter the place that was frozen amidst the sunset. According to Klein's experience, this was actually the path to the borders of Grozel's dream. This time, there was no need for him to activate creeping hunger and use the strength of a zombie to open the heavy door to the giant guard's quarters. Audrey directly influenced the dream and made the door flutter open like a piece of paper. Due to the unshadowed crucifix, Klein was unable to wear the human-skinned glove. Outside the door was a hazy world. There was no longer the scene of the giant king's court ahead of them, but a cliff. After a brief exchange of the various situations that could occur in the sea of collective subconscious, Audrey made a staircase appear on the edge of the cliff. The staircase spun around, sinking deep into the dark, hazy, silent, and bottomless mind world. The three of them didn't delay as they stepped onto the staircase and walked down. In this lonely environment that could drive one crazy, Audrey used placate a few times every time they traveled a certain distance. This wasn't only to placate Klein, Leonard, and herself, but was also to placate the grayish-white cliff Grozel's subconscious. It was to prevent him from causing a stir that would contaminate their astral projection and body of heart and mind. The countless rotting giant palms that Klein encountered the last time didn't appear. Even the most unbearable feelings of loneliness, silence, and being infinite didn't feel that terrifying thanks to being able to speak to each other. This is the mind world. The domain of consciousness is indeed different from the others. Leonard looked around as though he wanted to use a few poems to express his feelings, but he eventually chose to give up. If it were any other mission elsewhere, Klein might have asked his dear poet to remain quiet, but here he felt that it was good for him to say something, anything. Audrey didn't reject the exchange as she said seriously, "That's the essence of the environment that we can sense. The cliffs, precipices, and the hazy world are a reflection of our subconscious. If it were another race, it might not be like that. I now find psychology rather interesting," Leonard said with interest after hearing that. Klein glanced at him and resisted the urge to say that, with his personality and habits, he really wasn't suited to the spectator pathway. In this exchange, the three of them lost track of time until they finally stepped onto the solid but hazy ground. Looking upwards, they could see the undulating shadows. They overlapped and formed an illusory sea. Klein, Leonard, and Audrey were about to walk forward when a waterspout suddenly surged over. A rather blurry figure stood up from within. It was a grayish-blue giant that was 6 to 7 meters tall. His chest was covered with dragon scales, and there were all sorts of indescribable patterns, symbols, and labels that went beyond what one would consider a normal language. His single vertical eye was filled with blood vessels, as it emitted a violent aura that couldn't be concealed. It had obvious hints of destruction in it as it gnawed on a bloody human leg. This was a demigod-level giant. He was a projection left in the sea of collective subconscious. Perhaps it was an actual encounter with a human or some other race's ancestor, or perhaps it was something Grozel and the other giants had heard about. The moment he appeared, the madness spread towards Klein and company like a plague that could infect them. This was a world that directly came into contact with one's mind and consciousness. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1069, Under the Sea. The leg-gnawing giant, whose vertical eye was filled with blood-red threads, wasn't actually real. He was, in essence, a strong emotion produced by a particular living creature. The emotions that originated from having a deep impression had entered the subconscious. It spread from one's island of consciousness to the surrounding illusory sea before slowly settling and forming a mark. It wasn't possible for all of its emotions and consciousness to ultimately settle down as the foundation. Most of them would be washed away with time by the seawater. Only extremely intense and repeated experiences would remain. And once it formed a mark, it would be a drop of water in the sea of collective subconscious, which would then affect living creatures of the same species and its surroundings. It would be a shared ancient memory carved into one's pulse. Therefore, not only was the phantom image of the giant blurry, but it also had many mistakes caused by the subjective aspect of the mind. Normally, it wouldn't result in Leonard and Audrey being unable to look straight at it, confusing their spirituality and breaking down their minds. However, the madness that came with it, an extreme sense of horror that stemmed from an unknown person, seemed also real. It could contaminate every living creature's body of heart and mind, astral projection, and even soul body. This was the essence of the danger in the sea of collective subconscious. It didn't stem from the strength, level, and status itself, but from the emotions and feelings that were generated and imprinted there. Of course, if one were to encounter a mark left behind by a high-level creature or deity, they could directly see some type or multiple types of mythical creature forms. However, the result was definitely nothing rosy. One would either have a mental breakdown or go crazy. Otherwise, they would be completely contaminated by the deity or high-level creature's emotions and feelings. Their outcome would ultimately be completely unpredictable. All in all, in this sea of collective subconscious, the style of combat was different from the outside world. Sometimes, the more anxious one was at trying to destroy the illusory figure, the more likely one would be contaminated by their stirring emotions. It was precisely because of this that when Klein saw the 7-8 meter tall, grayish-blue giant rush over, he immediately took the initiative to control his emotions. Then, he used illusion creation. The target of illusion creation was Leonard and Audrey. In the eyes of these two Sequence 5 Beyonders, those two two-story tall giants no longer had the madness and violence that left one trembling from one's heart. Everything seemed normal and ordinary. Therefore, before those extreme feelings could truly contaminate them, Leonard and Audrey remained very calm, without showing any emotional fluctuations. Then, with one hand in his pocket, Leonard reached out with his right hand and slightly opened his mouth. Having become a spirit warlock, he originally wanted to use the first spirit, the Terror Banshee, that he sealed in his tooth with the help of the Archbishop. It was a powerful spirit world creature with a beautiful face and rotting body. It had a pair of huge eagle wings and was good at draining the consciousness of others, injecting feelings of terror in them. However, he quickly remembered that not only was he in an astral projection form, but he had also been cleansed by the gray fog. How could there be other spirits still on him? He had no choice but to use his Soul Assurer's powers, turning his green eyes deep and quiet. The giant shadow instantly slowed down as if it was soothed. At this moment, Audrey calmly spread her arms wide and used placate. An invisible wind blew past, and the giant figure seemed to pause as it instantly weakened the contamination around it. During this process, Klein took out the bronze cross that had many sharp spikes. As he opened the bottle containing his blood, he poured a few drops onto it and solemnly said, "Light." Brilliant, pure, and flawless light burst out, and amidst Klein's fluttering black trench coat, the giant phantom was drowned by the light. The grayish-blue giant melted away almost immediately. One of the main powers of the unshadowed crucifix was to cleanse and purify lingering spiritual imprints. This was the reason why Klein brought this sealed artifact along. And when he used the cross from the ancient sun god, Klein dispelled the illusion, allowing the Star Leonard and Justice Audrey to see the true appearance of the giant to enrich their experiences in such matters. Although it didn't even take a second before the giant phantom was drowned by the endless light, Audrey and Leonard still felt dizzy. An irresistible sense of fear surged from deep within their hearts, and they almost broke down. This state didn't last too long, as Audrey instinctively used placate to calm her emotions before treating Mr. Star and Mr. World's psychological problems one by one. How scary! Is this a giant at the demigod level? When the light dissipated, Audrey looked around and sighed. In that instant, she had a deeper understanding of the sentence. Do not look directly at God. Even at the saint level, the remnant impression a demigod leaves behind in a memory can't be seen directly, let alone a real deity. Leonard was also experienced. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Sequence 4 is indeed a qualitative change in life's natural order. However, that wasn't very scary. It wasn't as intense as when I was facing a pregnant woman. Is the essence of a poet to boast? At that time, you could still control yourself, but you were almost on the verge of breaking down just now. However, if Magos gave birth to that child, we would probably lose control and turn into monsters just by looking at her. As Klein lampooned Leonard, it stirred up some memories as he sighed poignantly. Was that pregnant lady a demigod? Audrey asked curiously. No. Leonard shook his head. But she was pregnant with an evil god's spawn. Is that so? Audrey didn't ask further. She knew very well that the adventure and exploration hadn't ended, and that wasting time wasn't an option. She then looked at Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and holding a bronze cross and small metal bottle, and said with a smile, "Thank you for affecting our senses. Oh, where should we go next?" As an experienced spectator, it wasn't difficult to determine the fact that she had received Mr. World's help for making a comparison. Klein controlled himself from subconsciously furrowing his brows, and he looked around. Doesn't this sea of collective subconscious have a core region to it? No. Audrey shook her head seriously. Wherever there are living beings, there's a sea of subconscious. There's no such thing as someone who's more important and lofty. This illusory sea won't really stir, and the situations within the different areas will depend on their actual surroundings. We call it a precipitating effect. To put it simply, the sea of collective subconscious of lone will be quite different from Intis, because it precipitates the strong emotions and feelings of generations of Loanese. In contrast, this will also affect the citizens of both countries, making them have different qualities and personalities to a certain extent. After explaining this a little, Audrey concluded, if that's the case, how can there be a general consensus of a core within the sea of collective subconscious? Klein nodded and asked thoughtfully, in other words, you can't give any effective suggestions on where to go? Mr. World is so direct. If it were another lady or gentleman with a more fragile heart, they would definitely be embarrassed and feel hurt. As the thought flashed through her mind, Audrey saw the World's pair of deep brown eyes which were nearly black in color. They were in no way crazy or cold. Instead, they were calm and tranquil. Audrey instantly came to a realization. She realized that Mr. World was doing such things on purpose so that she could experience the various problems within the details of a joint operation, allowing her to gain more experience. Yes, she nodded frankly, not feeling embarrassed at all. Klein secretly nodded and looked at the star Leonard. Don't look at me. My expertise isn't in this strange sea of collective subconscious. Leonard immediately waved his hands. Compared to Miss Justice, having participated in countless operations, he knew that he shouldn't force it when he shouldn't. Then follow me. Klein looked away and moved the unshadowed crucifix which had turned bronze again to the hand holding the metal bottle, and he took out a gold coin. Ding. As the gold coin tumbled, he grabbed it without looking at the results. He looked in a direction and widened his stride. This is a divination technique. Audrey was enlightened. She looked at the World's serious and calm side profile, black trench coat, silk top hat, and bronze cross. For some reason, she felt like the other party was a preacher. Leonard suddenly recalled something from the past. It was the first case he had worked with Klein to find a kidnapped child. At that time, it was also a way for Klein to lead the way through divination. He had been beside him the entire time. Compared to his awkwardness before, it seems as if he had entered the mysterious world for more than 10 years now. It's only been over a year. Leonard placed his hands in his pockets as he followed closely behind Klein. Audrey glanced at him and felt the change in his mood. Mr. Starr and Mr. World not only know each other in real life, but they were probably rather close friends. Yes, they have at least met frequently in the past 1 to 2 years. As she made the judgment, she didn't slow down her steps. Combining what she had learned, she observed the surroundings and identified which spots might hide maelstrom and dangerous creatures. With her help, Klein's lead went very smoothly. It was nothing like how they had directly encountered a mark like the giant phantom. Occasionally, they would walk straight and turn at other times. After some time, the area before the trio suddenly opened up. In front of them was a huge crater in the deep sea. In the middle of the pit was an island-sized city. The foundation of the city was grayish-white in color, and on it were several 100-meter-tall magnificent stone columns. They either stood there on their own, or they held up majestic ancient palaces together. They were bizarre and magnificent, unlike something built by ordinary creatures. Although Audrey didn't know the city, an idea instantly appeared in her mind. City of Miracles, Live Seed, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1070, Maybe It's Real. Liveseed was a floating city that the dragon of imagination Ankwell imagined out of thin air. No matter what, it was a miracle, a divine miracle. It was even more magnificent than the giant king's court, more rugged and unique. Every stone pillar was nearly 100 meters tall, like a throne for the dragon to rest on. It was a city that left a deep, unforgettable impression just from hearing about it. Therefore, although Audrey had never actually seen the City of Miracles, she instantly made connections from witnessing the scene. Of course, one of the main reasons for knowing that was because she knew that Grizel's travels came from the dragon of imagination, Ankwalt. As for Klein, as he had once divined the origins of Grizel's travels and had seen the real City of Miracles, the floating city, and now he was sure that the island-sized city in the middle of the deep-sea crater was identical to Liveseed. All it lacked were the dragons that flew in every direction. Is this real, or is it a clone? Or is it a gathering of some special creature's subconscious in the book world? Klein was slightly surprised as he quickly analyzed the situation. According to his divination results and the contents of the dream from giant guardian Grizel and elven songster Ciadas, he was certain that, when Grizel's travels was created, the City of Miracles Liveseed still existed. When it reached the giant king's court, the City of Miracles Liveseed still existed. When Grizel began his adventure, and when Ciadas was sucked into the book world, Liveseed still existed. If the City of Miracles Liveseed were to vanish, the various supernatural races wouldn't have any reaction. In other words, these facts were undeniable proof that the city in the middle of the deep-sea crater was unlikely to be Liveseed. But very quickly, Klein remembered something. That was the answer that Rhodes had once given him. Certain that it first appeared among the dragons, after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed. This is interesting. What did the magic mirror rely on to confirm that Grizel's travels was the first to appear, and to believe that it was after the disappearance of the City of Miracles Liveseed? It wasn't even able to see matters related to Zeradal, so how could it pry into the origins of an ancient god's possession? I originally used this conclusion to infer and consider things, but this point was completely overturned by my divination. I never expected. Klein observed the tall stone columns and magnificent city as many thoughts ran through his mind. Suddenly, he grasped onto an idea. The last owner of Grizel's travel was Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, a member of the Church of Knowledge. They believe in the God of knowledge and wisdom. The God of knowledge and wisdom can almost be confirmed to be one of the kings of angels who serve the ancient sun god, the angel of wisdom. And from the Church's history and the history of the Third Epoch, it's reasonable to suspect that the angel of wisdom is most likely the dragon of wisdom, Heraburgen. This was the dragon of imagination Ankwelt's subsidiary god, a high-level member of the dragons. The appearance of Grizel's travels after the disappearance of the City of Miracles was thanks to the god of knowledge and wisdom passing it around through a certain method which had convinced the magic mirror. If he really is a dragon of wisdom, it means that he was directly involved, and his level was already very high back then. His understanding of this matter definitely trumps the Grizel and Ciadas. But how do I explain the scene I divined above the gray fog? Just recalling it now makes my head ache. What I saw was definitely the ancient god, dragon of imagination, himself. Klein cheered up when he managed to string up all these matters together, but he also fell into a state of puzzlement. He tossed the gold coin continuously and quickly came up with some theories. Since the City of Miracles Liveseed was imagined, couldn't it just be imagined again after it disappeared? The original Liveseed was stuffed into the book by the Dragon King Ankwalt. Then, the one that subsequently existed was one he imagined again. This could fool all the dragons, but not the one that was known for being intelligent. If this were true, then there were actually two instances of the City of Miracles Liveseed. The one here is the oldest one. But here comes the question. Why didn't the Dragon of Wisdom enter the book himself? Even if he wasn't a spectator with his title of being omniscient and omnipotent, he should have enough powers to perform a deeper exploration. He has actually been here a long time ago, but didn't alert any living beings in the book. Also, because of certain motives, he left this City of Miracles here. As thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, the Star Leonard, who had both hands in his pockets, looked at him and then at Miss Justice, who had also been looking down in silence for a long time. He took the initiative to speak and break the silence. This city is grand and magnificent. It clearly doesn't belong to humans or humanoid creatures, but there's no need to stare at it for so long. You're not an architect after all. Klein gathered his thoughts and glanced at Leonard. This might very well be Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt's City of Miracles live seed. In a sense, it's the divine kingdom of an ancient god. Of course, if there was really another live seed, the nature of the divine kingdom here didn't hold much importance. Divine kingdom. Leonard's pupils dilated as he repeated the keyword. Audrey regained her senses and whispered, "Is it really live seed?" "It's only possible." Klein had already calmed down and replied simply, "It's not floating in the air like the legends, but has sunk into the bottom of the sea of collective subconscious, so it's hard to tell if it's real or fake." At this moment, Leonard finally managed to control himself. He looked at the magnificent city in the deep-sea crater again and smiled self-deprecatingly. "I didn't expect the day when I'll come to the divine kingdom of an ancient god." Frankly, if Miss Justice wasn't here, he wouldn't have been able to help but marvel at how rich Klein's life was. Ever since he reunited with his former teammate, not only did he meet the two sons of God, kings of angels, he had also entered the mysterious book world and found a city suspected to be a divine kingdom. This was many times more interesting than what he had experienced in the past year. The level of such matters was many times higher. Of course, it was a lot more dangerous. Having said that, he looked up at the floating seawater phantoms and asked thoughtfully, "How do you know if the sea of collective subconscious is real or if it's imagined?" This was a continuation of the problem of determining live seed's authenticity. Audrey thought for a while and said with uncertainty, "There's no way to tell the difference, or rather, the sea of collective subconscious here is also real." In essence, collective subconscious is the accumulation and settling of strong emotions and feelings. Although the people in this world may be imaginary, their experiences, feelings, joy, anger, sadness, pain, and happiness, they all truly happened before. As she spoke, Audrey stopped as she vaguely realized something, but she was unable to say it out loud. At this moment, Klein suddenly said, "The objects that he can imagine will be conjured. The kingdom he dreams of will surely descend upon the physical world." As his voice echoed, Klein put away the gold coin in his hand and jumped into the deep-sea crater, his black trench coat flaring up as a result. The future that he declares will definitely be carried out, becoming reality. As his figure glided down, the following words came out. Audrey's green eyes were dazed at first before they lit up. Then she jumped towards the City of Miracles. "Aren't you going to divine the level of danger?" This might be the divine kingdom of an ancient god. Leonard looked at the two of them in surprise and blurted out. In the education he received, this wasn't in line with the standard operating procedures. "When did you get the wrong impression that I didn't divine it? You just didn't notice my tiny actions. I just put away the gold coin. Also, I didn't get any warnings from my intuition for danger. Furthermore, if my theory is right, then the Dragon of Wisdom Haraburgen should have entered this place before. If there's any form of danger that will rear its head, it would have long been finished off by him. If Miss Justice wasn't here, I'd really wish to berate you." As Klein silently lampooned, he adjusted his direction and speed, passing through a few thick stone columns that stood nearly 100 meters tall. He descended one level after another before stepping onto the grayish-white ground. He was in a spirit body state now and could fly if he wanted to. About 2 to 3 seconds later, the silver-masked Justice Audrey landed beside him. Audrey looked up, and after reeling from a few seconds of shock due to the grandeur of the stone columns and palace, she said, "Looking from the inside and looking from a distance feels completely different. Perhaps this is how a rat truly feels in Backlund." As she spoke, Leonard also glided over and looked sideways at Klein. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Klein, nor was he unaware of how cautious he was. He just needed to clarify such matters in a joint operation because there was the possibility of teammates being unknowingly corrupted, turning reckless. This was a conclusion the Nighthawks gleaned from their experience of repeated sacrifices. "Currently, the indications don't point to much danger," Klein said truthfully. Leonard no longer looked around and said, "The City of Miracles is really big. I mean that, for such a big city, even if we can fly, we won't be able to completely explore it without spending a few days here. Or perhaps, do you have a destination in mind?" The second half of his sentence was said while looking at Klein. Klein nodded and pointed to a huge palace that was more than 200 meters tall. "There. If I remember correctly, that is the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt's residence. This was what he saw in the dream divination. Seeing that Klein already had a plan, as if he had received Mr. Fool's guidance, Leonard felt relieved. He looked at the grayish-white foundation on his feet and said, "Is this a divine kingdom? I don't feel anything." At this moment, Audrey, who was observing the surroundings carefully, said with uncertainty, "All the abnormalities here seem to be gathering towards that palace." She was referring to the place that Klein had pointed out to be the ancient god's residence. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1071, Hall of Truth. In front of the grayish-white grand palace that was more than 200 meters tall, there were a few thick stone columns that were slightly shorter than it was, as though they were a squadron of soldiers standing at attention there. Klein could imagine that, when the City of Miracles live seed was still floating in midair, these stone columns would definitely have powerful dragons crouching on them. These were the servants of the ancient god. He then looked up at the open door and said to Leonard and Audrey, "Stay close to me. Once an accident happens, I'll immediately take you out of the book world and return directly above the gray fog." This was the main reason why Klein dared to explore the area. Okay. Audrey and Leonard didn't try putting on a brave front as they walked to Klein's side and walked alongside him. Relying on their spirit body's flight ability, the trio passed the stairs and entered the palace through the exaggerated and magnificent door. The first thing they saw was a wide space that was enough for multiple dragons to roll around freely, as well as ancient stone pillars that seemed to prop up the sky. On the two sides of the hall, there were colorful and beautiful murals. They kept extending forward and intertwining themselves with a huge pillar that was multiple arm spans wide. The giant pillar was in the deepest recesses of the hall, right ahead of them. Without relying on anything else, just the pillar alone was enough to make people feel a strong sense of fear and make them experience the vicissitudes of time. It was like a fossilized deity. Almost instantly, a grayish-white figure appeared on the pillar. The figure was covered in scales, and every scale resembled a sturdy stone slab. Just the faint outline of the figure made it seem epic. Dragon of Imagination, Inkwelt. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he heard an oddly familiar voice echoing in the spacious hall. Dragon of Imagination, Inkwelt. As Klein looked around in astonishment, he heard Leonard sigh emotionally. The deep air listened round him as he rode, and all the low wind hardly breathed for fear. One. This fellow still has the mood to recite poetry. I wonder whose poem he's reciting. Klein turned to look at Leonard. Then he heard an echo. This fellow still has the mood to recite poetry. I wonder whose poem he's reciting. At this moment, Leonard's expression was one of shock. He shut his mouth tightly and shook his head in denial. But the next second, a voice sounded beside him. "I didn't recite anything. What's going on? Strange." At the same moment Klein had this thought, he realized that the strangely familiar voice belonged to him. As it echoed again, repeating the thoughts that flashed through Klein's mind. Then Audrey's gentle and mumbling voice sounded. This hall is able to let our thoughts present themselves in our surroundings, and is even able to conjure them. When I saw that huge pillar just now, I was imagining what the Dragon of Imagination Inkwelt looked like. It was based on the blueprint of the Mind Dragon I saw before. Why is whatever I'm saying? No, indeed, the hall articulates it. So that's the case. Luckily, I didn't think of anything strange just now. Yes, reign in my thoughts, reign in my thoughts. Klein began to use cogitation to focus his mind and not let his imagination run wild. At the same time, the corresponding words echoed around him almost in sync. Reign in my thoughts, reign in my thoughts. So that's what Mr. World's inner world is like. He's like a child who just started school, constantly emphasizing matters that he needs to take attention of. Also, the image for his cogitation is actually layers of spherical lights. It's so beautiful. No, I'm not thinking of this. I'm not describing you like this. Mr. World, I'm serious. Audrey's true thoughts kept appearing as she finally couldn't help but curl her lips. As for Leonard, the voices around him were already echoing with, "Ha. These two fellows. No, why am I using fellow? Be polite, be more polite." As Klein listened to his thoughts, he sighed helplessly. This place is very suitable for playing truth or dare. Perhaps it should be called the Hall of Truth. What game is that? Audrey didn't need to open her mouth to express her doubts. It was probably invented by Emperor Roselle. I have to be careful not to think about things I shouldn't think about. Seriously, it's too difficult to rein in random thoughts without the use of cogitation. As Klein replied, he habitually warned himself, only to have the hall ruthlessly betray him again. This time, Audrey laughed and said, Mr. World actually has such a side to him. I actually failed to read it in the past. To think you're experiencing such a day, Klein. No, what did I say? Leonard suddenly raised his right hand and covered his mouth. Unsurprisingly, he heard Miss Justice's question, Klein, and a certain someone's complaint. Perhaps only turning him into a marionette can stop this fellow from having wild thoughts. Wait, what was I thinking? Phew, calm down, calm down. Klein took a deep breath and began to focus his attention on the matter itself. Let's take a look at what the murals describe. In ancient times, murals were very important methods for recording memories. They often contain plenty of information. At the same time he made the suggestion, he heard Audrey's inner thoughts laugh and think. Klein, is this Mr. World's real name? No, don't think too much about it. Mr. World will be angry. No, I think it's more likely for him to feel embarrassed. No, this is all Lie's fault. Mr. World, please believe me. Phew, calm down. Calm down. Focus. Focus. Using the spectator pathway's ability to control her emotions and thoughts, Audrey gradually reined in her thoughts and cast her gaze on the mural on the right. Compared to them, Leonard's ability to control his mind was slightly weaker. There were still plenty of random thoughts resounding around him. Turning into marionettes. Is this fellow that dangerous now? TSK. So this is what's truly on your mind. Miss Justice's reaction is very interesting. I haven't seen that fellow in such an embarrassing situation in a long time. When Klein and Audrey began seriously looking at the murals and were exchanging their thoughts through the stirrings in their hearts, only then did Leonard gradually calm his thoughts and focus his attention. The mural on the right depicted historic developments. There was a scene of human construction, scenes of snow-covered plains, war and migration, various nations and cities, as well as towers and fruits that represented zero communication barriers. It was obvious that these murals started from the entrance and ended at the Dragon of Imagination's throne. Towards the end, Klein suddenly noticed a familiar figure. It was a gigantic dragon with bluish-blue eyes and ice crystal scales. It was the King of the North, you listen. The book world's development is based on these murals. As Klein's thoughts were exposed, he quickly looked back and found many blurry-faced adventurers hunting the frost dragon before opening a door to leave. The snow and ice melted before flourishing cities like Pesod appeared. They then discovered the weather turning cold, implying an end in which a new story was about to unfold. The contents of the murals will become reality in this book world. Audrey couldn't help but have such a thought. This mural looks very ordinary. It's not even as good as the works of street artists. As expected of the Dragon of Imagination's residents. Is this the power and authority of an ancient god? Leonard similarly had poignant thoughts. It's possible. Before Klein could give a more tactful reply, he heard his own voice. Let's look at the murals on the other side before putting everything together for analysis. Leonard and Audrey didn't object and followed him to the other side. During this process, they realized that even their spirit bodies couldn't fly in the palace. As the murals were huge, it didn't take much walking before the three of them could see the corresponding content. The first mural near the entrance made Klein's pupils suddenly dilate. In the mural, a giant with blurry looks, grayish-blue skin, and a single vertical was holding a hard-covered book in his hand. Klein heard his own shocked and hesitant voice. In the subsequent murals, the common highlight was the goatskin binding. There was a dark brown-covered book. It was obtained by the elves. The words on its surface changed. It was being put into a collection. It was obtained by different people, and it kept exchanging hands until it flew above the clouds and came to the cosmos where it landed on a gigantic claw. In the next mural, the book seemed to have nothing to do with the scenes in front. It suddenly appeared over the surface of the sea and stayed inside a blurry ship. In the penultimate mural, it was taken away by a man wearing a top hat before he left that ship. The next mural was located behind the gigantic pillar suspected to be Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt's throne. It depicted that the book from before met a classic quill. At this point, all the murals came to an end. 0-08. Leonard's shocked voice echoed in the hall. The Dragon of Imagination wants to create a set with the book and quill? What will happen? When dealing with Nzangwil, this scene almost appeared, but ultimately it didn't happen because the book landed in my hands before I sacrificed it to Mr. Fool. Otherwise, Adam was already prepared against it and deliberately provided some help. Alright, previously while inside Grizel's travels, the moment the ascetic mentioned the angel of imagination Adam, the frost dragon attacked the camp. It was because the book itself didn't allow him to finish his sentence, or had Adam heard his thoughts, which became a connection for him to see and cast his gaze over, stirring up a certain reaction. Klein's thoughts wandered before sounding it out loud. During this process, he could only control himself to treat the fool as another existence. At the same time as he spoke, Audrey's thoughts appeared. The contents on this mural will become reality in the physical world? Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1072. The Call from Behind the Door. The contents on this mural will become reality in the physical world. Be it Klein or Leonard, they couldn't help but repeat Miss Justice's words in their hearts. If the murals on the other side determined the history of the book world, then it was only considered rather amazing. However, the discovery on this side would be enough to shake everyone's hearts and bring about a huge upheaval throughout their bodies. The pictures you depicted would definitely show up on stage in the real world, not in an illusory world. This was the performance of a deity. It's not that exaggerated, right? After Leonard repeated the statement, he whispered in a low voice, finding it hard to accept. Klein, on the other hand, started his analysis out of habit. Even if 0-08 can only affect a big city, making it difficult for it to exceed this range, the sequence one author of the spectator pathway should be similar. And the visionary's uniqueness has been confirmed to be in Adam's hands. Then what does this city of miracles rely on to guarantee that the contents on this mural will become a reality? The divine power of the dragon of imagination from back then? When this book was formed, the contents of the murals had already been branded into the sea of collective subconscious, sinking right inside and spreading its infection in every direction, so as to drive generation after generation to accomplish this without realizing it. If this is true, then the possibility of making another mural become a reality would definitely be nil, as the dragon of imagination has already perished, and there's no way to provide any more divine power. But we can give it a try. If the contents of the new mural really happens in the physical world, it means that this city of miracles really is live seed, and it contains a huge secret. It also implies that matters regarding the spectator pathway goes deeper than what I had imagined. Author. There's a potion name like that. Hearing Klein's thoughts, Leonard couldn't help but mutter. Compared to how the name Dragon of Imagination could be stretched to make an inference to the name Visionary, the potion name of author was more eye-catching. It made one's imagination run wild. It felt more like walking from reality and into the realm of fantasy. Audrey, who had long known the name of the high-sequence potions of the spectator pathway, suddenly had another thought. Uniqueness. Mr. World actually managed to link up and analyze so many things in an instant. Impressive. Did I praise him too directly? Mr. World has heard it all. This hall is really hard to adapt to. No, Mr. World, I really am praising you. I really mean it. Audrey felt a little ashamed at first, but then she quickly adjusted her state of mind, trying her best to keep calm. As expected of a psychiatrist, she adjusted herself really quickly. A thought came to Klein's mind. As expected, Mr. World isn't as cold as he looks. He's the type of person who will inwardly mutter to himself, I didn't say anything. Just as Audrey instinctively thought of something, she immediately denied it. The same voice echoed around Leonard. Klein's Gehrman Sparrow disguise isn't bad. Almost everyone who knows him believes that he's cold and crazy. Who would have thought? Just as Leonard's thoughts were about to wander, a voice interrupted him. Shut up. Looking at the way Gehrman Sparrow was dressed, he spread out his hands and held back his laughter as he said, Look, that isn't cold enough, right? Cold? Then I'll directly press the unshadowed crucifix against your head. If you don't want your beyonder characteristic, donate it to the people who need it. Without being able to use cogitation to control his thoughts, Klein instinctively retorted. Audrey looked at Mr. World and then at Mr. Starr, and her heart skipped a beat. So they have so much drama in their hearts. I could only tell that was the case for Mr. Starr, but I failed to read what's under the world's poker face. Giant, boss, mini. At crucial moments like this, The experienced Audrey forcibly manipulated her thoughts to begin reciting names so as to stop her thoughts from wandering off. Who are they? Leonard's attention was diverted. They're the hounds and horses my family rears, Audrey replied politely. A hound costs 450 pounds. Klein suddenly recalled Butler Walter's suggestion of buying a batch of hunting dogs when he purchased Mager Manor. Why is the first thing on Mr. World's mind the price? This question floated into Audrey's mind. Leonard pursed his lips. Even though he didn't say a word, he answered, "Isn't this normal? This fellow has always been a little picky about this, I remember." Before he could finish, Klein coughed lightly and said, "We'll continue exploring the other areas, and when we have time, we'll perform experiments on the murals." Sigh, this hall really complicates matters very easily. The main point is that everyone's privacy is brought to the forefront if we aren't focused. Upon hearing the last sentence of his complaint, Audrey and Leonard couldn't help but laugh out loud, but not by their own will. Seeing that Mr. World clearly didn't want the situation to develop into chaos again, Audrey raised her head, looked up at the ceiling, and focused her attention and got down to business. The mural on the right side controls the book world, and the left seems to affect reality. What if you draw the mural on the ceiling? What would happen? Klein immediately made a connection. The Dragon of Imagination's authority contains at least 3 aspects. An envisioned kingdom will descend upon the physical world, a declared future that will happen in the real world, and imagine objects that will be conjured. The first point corresponds to the right mural, and the second point corresponds to our guesses on the left mural. Then, could the blank spot on the palace's ceiling be related to the third authority? As long as you draw an object you imagined onto the ceiling, it will be conjured and be usable. Audrey easily understood what the world meant. Then what if I were to draw a dragon of imagination? Leonard suggested. Klein glanced at him again. First of all, you would have had to have seen the dragon of imagination without completely breaking down and losing control. Secondly, you need to restore the main details of his body. Finally, you have to know how to draw. I might not know how to now, but it doesn't mean that I can't in the future. I can hire a home tutor to teach me, Leonard grumbled in reply. And what does the main details refer to? His body structure, or the symbols and labels depicted from godhood? At this moment, Audrey pursed her lips and said with a brisk tone, controlling herself so as to not burst out laughing, "I can draw." This was the basic skill for a noble lady, and Audrey was quite talented in this aspect. "Yeah, we can try it in the future when there's time." Klein nodded and walked towards the giant pillar right in front of the main hall. His plan for this expedition was to first gain a complete understanding of the situation before considering how to venture deeper. At the same time, he thought of something else because of Leonard's question. The symbols and labels from godhood. These contain plenty of mixed knowledge. It can even let people learn the corresponding potion formulas and beyond her powers after surviving the impact from witnessing it directly. Then, before the first blasphemy slate appeared, what would one obtain if they survived directly looking at a demigod or even an ancient god? There were no such things as potion formulas back then. Is it only through using a magic potion to advance one's mythical creature form step by step that the godhood aspect is able to contain this portion of knowledge? Or perhaps, after the potion formula appears, mythical creatures who used any method of advancement had the corresponding knowledge forged within them? If it's because of the 2 reasons I came up with, it means that the knowledge of godhood can change, and it can increase. Do angels of the Marauder pathway have the ability to alter such knowledge or even delete them directly? Mr. World's considerations are so deep and profound. They involve very high levels. Audrey couldn't help but sigh. Leonard couldn't control the voice in his heart either. There's such a thing. I should ask old man when I return. This fellow sure knows a lot. It's not entirely a pretense when he's acting as Gehrman Sparrow. At least this sense of profoundness seems to belong to him. Thank you for your praise. Stop. With a small blood bottle in one hand and the unshadowed crucifix in the other, Klein forced himself to rein in his thoughts and cast his gaze at the ancient god's throne. They were in their spirit body forms now. Although they were unable to fly due to the restrictions from the main hall, their top speed was still much faster than their human form. It was only then that Klein realized that, behind the pillar that looked like the Dragon of Imagination's throne, there was a dark tunnel. I can't see anything. If only there was light. A thought subconsciously flashed through Audrey's mind. Then, in that tunnel, a pure and soft light shone out, illuminating the inside of the tunnel completely. Without needing to enter, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey saw a pair of double bronze doors at the deepest end of the tunnel. There were countless indescribable symbols covering the door, like countless chains that extended behind them, as if they were sealing something. It gave off a heavy and mysterious feeling. In the city of miracles of the dragons, in the residence of an ancient god, there was apparently a sealed door behind his throne. Almost at the same time, the three of them seemed to look through the bronze door and into the darkness inside. Following that, they heard the loud thumping of hearts. It was from their own heartbeats. Yet, they were in their spirit body states now, so there was no such thing as a heart. After that, the bronze-green color on the surface of the unshadowed crucifix slowly peeled off, revealing a corporeal body formed from pure light that emitted a sun-like glow. As for Klein, Audrey, and Leonard, they felt a baffling sense of coldness. It was as if every cell had their own sentience and wanted to form another self. In their illusory vision, in the darkness behind a bronze door, an eye opened. Its pupil was dark, filled with ghostly blue cracks. One after another, similar-looking eyes opened too. They were densely packed together and wore a cold gaze that stared intently at them. At this moment, Klein and the others seemed to hear a silent calling. It was an extremely attractive shout. Without any hesitation, Klein's spirit body burgeoned and enveloped Leonard and Audrey. He ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1073, Three Possibilities. As he returned to the world above the gray fog, Klein felt the coldness in his body rapidly dissipate. There were no more worms of spirit trying to give birth to new consciousnesses. A moment later, the mottled long bronze table appeared in front of him. He saw that Miss Justice and Leonard's spirit bodies were gradually becoming clearer amidst the thin gray fog, although they still maintained a certain blurriness to them. After the gray fog swirled around them and sank into the ground, Klein asked, "How are you feeling now?" He used Gehrman Sparrow's usual tone, but he immediately recalled how his inner grumblings, inner thoughts, habitual analysis, and him dissing Leonard had been exposed. He was no longer able to maintain his image in front of Miss Justice. It's all Leonard's fault. Sigh, as per the doctor's advice, not only did I not wear a thick mask this time, but I even removed the thin kind. This thought flashed in his mind unconsciously as he cut off his thoughts and warily glanced around. He still hadn't gotten rid of the fear of having his thoughts spoken out loud. Luckily, this was no longer the place that he had named the Hall of Truth. There were no more magical powers that he couldn't defend again by normal means. It was obvious that Audrey and Leonard also had a similar trauma due to their post-traumatic stress. One of them suddenly pursed her lips, while the other sat up straight, as though they had instinctively thought of something. After a few seconds of silence, they then remembered that the world had asked about their situation, so they quickly turned their attention back on the right track. I feel like something was being purified. I had the illusion that I would dissociate into a second personality. No, it wasn't a second personality. It seemed like a consciousness that didn't belong to me was awakening inside my body. Yes, it's now gone. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Audrey rather professionally did a psychoanalysis on herself before sincerely expressing her gratitude. I can openly accept such gratitude. That was a dangerous thought. Thankfully, Miss Justice's and Leonard's thoughts didn't steer towards the Fool while inside the Hall of Truth. Otherwise, I'd definitely not be able to resist the urge to reply. That'd spell the end of me. My sense of shame will cause me to lose control on the spot, breaking down into a clump of worms of spirit. Klein's thought flashed as he seriously replied, "Praise be to Mr. Fool. Praise be to Mr. Fool." As a believer of the Evernight Goddess, Leonard hesitantly echoed and quickly changed the topic. "There's nothing wrong with me, too. Just now, I felt something calling me from behind the bronze door. What about you?" Seeing that Leonard had confirmed his condition, Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix and the metal bottle containing his blood onto the long, mottled table in front of him. "I felt the same way, too," he answered with certainty. "Me, too. It wasn't an illusion. I did an analysis on my own mind," Audrey said in a very clear and certain tone. Leonard held his chin and said, "What could that be?" It actually needed an ancient god to seal it behind his throne. After what had happened before, he felt that he no longer had much of an image in front of Miss Justice, so his posture became more casual. "We can try analyzing this." Audrey carefully glanced at the world. She had a deep impression of this gentleman's ability to gather information, make connections, complete an analysis, and infer the information in a short period of time. Klein thought for a moment and said without any inclinations, there are only three possibilities. 1. It's a powerful creature from the second epoch of the real world. It's at least close to sequence 0, and the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt had sealed it behind his throne and beneath the City of Miracles Liveseed. However, I don't think that's very likely. This is because that ancient god definitely had his reasons for creating this book and stuffing Liveseed into it while affecting the book world and the real world. It's unlikely he would place an unpredictable element in here for prolonged periods of time. Yeah, we all know that we have to eliminate possible accidents. What's more, an ancient god. Audrey nodded slightly and began to discuss seriously with the world Gehrman. At this moment, Leonard chuckled and said, perhaps an ancient god like the Dragon of Imagination had seen certain scenes of the distant future and believes that the sealed item will help him achieve his goals. That's why I said that it's not impossible, but it's highly improbable, Klein replied calmly. The second possibility is that the sealed item is key to the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt's ploy. Once this book and 0-08 meet, the seal will be released, and that object will return to the real world and bring about certain changes. I believe that this theory has the highest possibility. Amongst them, perhaps it also involves the Dragon of Wisdom's true attitude or intent. Then what could it be? Mr. Fool once said that after Adam obtained 0-08, he is even closer to being divine. The times have changed as a result. Does this mean that Adam has gathered all the ingredients for visionary and is just short of the ritual? Is there anything wrong with my understanding? Audrey shared her point of view. I'm not sure either. I'll pray to Mr. Fool and see if I can get a clearer revelation. Klein didn't want to say give a firm answer. Unfortunately, Old Man is an angel from the fourth epoch and doesn't know much about the second epoch, but he isn't unfamiliar with Adam. The Star Leonard thoughtfully said, I'll try. He wanted to say that he would try investigating, but upon recalling that the two knew his secret, he gave up such thoughts and directly said, try asking Old Man. Sorry to trouble you. Audrey sincerely thanked him. From her point of view, this was a matter regarding the spectator pathway. The person most concerned about this was undoubtedly herself, while others were merely providing help. Then she said, the third possibility is that there is some sort of object or monster sealed inside the book world. Yes, it might be closely related to the book world, and destroying it might cause the book world to collapse. Therefore, all Ankwelt did was seal it. Klein shared his theory. Audrey thought for a while before saying, I have an idea regarding this possibility. Seeing Mr. World and Mr. Star cast their gazes over, awaiting an answer, she slowed down her pace and said, I'm considering it from a psychological perspective. Since that book world was created by Ankwelt's envisioning it, the sea of collective subconscious there would definitely be formed as a result of him. It would have his psyche, emotions, and feelings branded into it. Perhaps the City of Miracles Liveseed seals the most extreme parts of these things. They're the trauma or fears of the Dragon of Imagination. Some terrifying matters from his consciousness might be projected onto this brand, as long as he cannot defeat them, and if it hasn't been dealt with in the real world, the book world sea of collective subconscious cannot be destroyed and can only be sealed. If it's ignored, they will slowly contaminate the sea of collective subconscious and make the development of history deviate from its intended path. Leonard was more focused than when he attended Red Glove's meetings. He couldn't help but mention when he had heard that. As an ancient god that ruled the sky and the mind, what could have left an irremovable trauma and create such an intense sense of fear? I don't know. Audrey shook her head frankly. If it's just a psychological analysis, since it's sealed under the throne and at the bottom of the City of Miracles and is reached by a tunnel, it means that the source of the trauma and fear comes from underground. Therefore, the Dragon of Imagination sealed it. No, he isolated the mental projection coming from underground. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be beside the throne, in the depths of the hall, in specially created jail or somewhere else? Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Klein instantly thought of what had happened to Miss Magician and Miss Judgment. According to the information provided by the Sanguine, they found an ancient castle of unknown age. At the bottom of the castle was a bronze door that seemed to seal something terrifying that came from underground. Once they approached the door or stayed in its vicinity for too long, they would be corrupted, dying a tragic death. It was an ancient castle that was built to defend against something unknown. It was originally guarded by humans from an unknown era. After the Sanguine discovered it, no one dared to enter. Back then, I thought that it might be related to devils and that one needed to be a demigod in order to explore it. Could this be related to the seal and live seed? Klein's thoughts wandered as he quickly found the relevant information for his memories. On the way to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods on Catlia's future, he met a so-called deep-sea well. At that time, the future sailor Nina had dived to the bottom of the sea and did a series of investigations. She said that it wasn't a giant well. It was deep and dark, impossible for a human child to enter. The bottom couldn't be seen, and there were strange honeycombed signs of corrosion along the inner walls. Surrounding it were collapsed iron buildings. In a sense, this is also a tunnel that goes deep underground. Klein looked around and deliberated before saying, "Do you remember the matter Miss Magician mentioned? Under an abandoned castle in Delaire Forest, there is a pair of doors that seals a powerful corruptive force." All right. Audrey instantly recalled the past. Could it be that in the early days of the Second Epic, in that ancient era, supernatural beings had some common, terrifying enemy that came from underground? Perhaps. Klein couldn't give an affirmative answer, so he took the opportunity to say, "It might also be like the many predictions of the apocalypse which state that the danger comes from the cosmos." Yeah. Audrey and Leonard didn't know much about such matters, so they couldn't discuss this matter too deeply. Let's end it here for today. After we have a preliminary understanding of the situation, we will try to experiment on the murals. Also, remember to keep this a secret. Klein shot a look at Leonard and said, "Oh, after you return, pray to Mr. Fool and request that he be the witness to our vows to not divulge each other's secrets." Audrey didn't object and added, "I'll use hypnosis here to forget certain matters here to prevent myself from remembering it when I return." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1074, The Answer to Questions. After Audrey and Leonard left the gray fog, Klein didn't immediately return to the real world. He was still sitting on the high-back chair that belonged to the world, silent for more than 10 seconds. Then he beckoned for an item. It was a heart that was the size of a child's fist, one that full of grayish-white wrinkles. A manipulator's Beyonder characteristic. Holding the Beyonder characteristic, Klein stood up and walked out of the majestic palace. He entered the depths of the mysterious space above the gray fog and arrived at the staircase of light that seemed to lead to a divine kingdom. Walking along the stairs, he walked up to the floating grayish-white clouds and stood in front of the strange door of light and the hanging transparent cocoons. Klein raised his right hand, lifting the brain-like, heart-like manipulator Beyonder characteristic to his chest and extended his spirituality, hoping to use it. He wanted to see if there were still any subconscious thoughts in the people inside the cocoons. He wanted to see if they had put together a miniature sea of collective subconscious. If that happened, he planned to use Vin Rambise's manipulator Beyonder characteristic to enter the consciousness and check on the psyche branding to figure out what the people who had been hanging above the door of light had experienced before their transmigration. He wanted to know if they sensed anything during that long slumber. This was the inspiration that the expedition today gave him. Of course, the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Vin Rambis might not be able to help Klein do what he wanted. It was because it hadn't been made into a mystical item, and it was very difficult to use effectively. In an instant, the grayish-white and wrinkled heart in Klein's hand started to beat slowly as it emitted thumping sounds. Klein then heard the synchronized heartbeats among the transparent cocoons. Thump, thump. This meant that the people inside were still alive, only in a certain state of slumber. In Klein's vision, their figures gradually evolved into several blurry islands beneath them. This represented their consciousness. However, these spiritual islands were also trapped within transparent cocoons, separating them from the prying eyes of the outside world. Similarly, they were unable to integrate and create a sea of collective subconscious. Unless the cocoon is destroyed, there's no way to bypass them and enter the corresponding mind world. Klein muttered to himself and lowered the hand holding the manipulator Beyonder characteristic. After a few seconds, he sighed deeply and turned around to leave. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. With a silk blanket over her, Audrey, who was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. She then sat up, moved to the side of the bed, and prayed sincerely to Mr. Fool, asking him to witness her vow to secrecy. After she was done with this matter, she pulled a pillow over and placed it behind her waist, reminiscing over the experiences that she had yet to forget during the exploration. The history of ancient times is really interesting and terrifying. Mr. Starr's performance is similar to my usual observations of him. He's more carefree and casual, and his thoughts easily wander in an uncontrollable manner. Yet, there are matters where he shows his experience and acuity. He's rather reliable. This isn't a contradiction, as many people have such mixed layers to themselves. Mr. World is indeed a gentle person. He doesn't seem to wear much of an expression on his face, but he's secretly inwardly muttering something to himself all the time. His mental conversations with Mr. Starr can practically be adapted into a play. People call him a crazy adventurer who doesn't care about his surroundings, one that directly draws his gun to shoot when he sees a target. Well, at the last moment, I thought he would attempt to approach the bronze door, but in the end, he fled. No, he broke away so decisively. Audrey's lips slowly curled up when she thought of this. Then she made a conclusion. The facts have proven that, in the mysterious world, unless one has completely lost all sense of rationality or has given up on thinking, there will not be any beyonders who will really do crazy things. One has to be careful and cautious, not seeing things that shouldn't be seen and not hear things that shouldn't be heard. Audrey, you must remember this. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard returned to his body. He quickly thought of how he should talk to Palaz Zorost before pretending like nothing had happened and saying in a deep voice, "Old man, I have something to ask you." In his mind, Palaz's slightly aged voice immediately laughed. "You have to remember this. The more you ask, the more I can guess what you did tonight. It's not like there's anything that needs to be kept a secret," Leonard replied habitually before getting down to the main issue. "Old man, what do you know about the Amon's brother?" "That depends on what you want to know." Palaz Zorost tossed the question back at Leonard. Leonard thought for a moment and said, "After Amon's brother obtained 0-08, is he only short the ritual to become a god?" "Probably." Palaz didn't give an affirmative answer. Leonard wasn't too satisfied with this answer. Instead, he said, "I remember you mentioning it once. In the early stages of the Solomon Empire, the 2 kings of angels, Medici and Ouroboros, were quite scared of Amon and his brother. This means that they were already very close to being divine. This was something that Palaz had occasionally mentioned during their previous exchanges. This time, Leonard had confirmed it from some of Mobit's answers. I've only said the first half of the sentence. I didn't tell you that Amon and Adam are very close to being divine." Palaz rejected Leonard's claim. There are too many possibilities as to why Medici and Ouroboros are afraid. It's not just because he is close to being divine. It's not enough to make such a conclusion based on that. The sequence one angel cleared his throat and continued, them being close to being divine is one of the possibilities. Adam and Amon wield unique authorities, and them being hard to deal with is another possibility. For instance, you will always have no idea that Adam is sitting beside you. You have no idea if what you're doing was arranged by him, nor do you know that you're walking into his trap by your own volition. I'm referring to you, not me. Of course, I also have to be wary of such matters. Letting my guard down might result in terrible consequences for me, too. As for Amon, he has many different ideas and has a do-it spirit, making it hard for people to guess his motives and be on guard against him. Besides, he is very good at deceit. There's always some conspiracy behind him. In that era, apart from the true deities, there was no one who wasn't afraid of him. Even true deities had to be wary of him. Otherwise, they might have certain authorities stolen by him at some point in time. Leonard nodded indiscernibly and diverted the topic. "Old man, do you think the spectator pathway is hiding any secrets?" "I don't think there are any secrets below the level of angel. I'm not sure of anything above it," Palaz said after pondering for a few seconds. Without waiting for Leonard to respond, he hesitantly added, "I heard from Medici that high-level beyonders of the spectator pathway are the hardest to lose control or go crazy, but it's also the easiest to lose control and go crazy." "Why?" Leonard asked in surprise. Palaz Zorost scoffed and said, "I have some guesses, but I lack the necessary evidence and logic behind them. I don't want to tell you for the time being. You actually don't have any ideas or theories, right?" Leonard habitually grumbled. "Don't try your little tricks in front of me." The slightly aged voice wasn't affected at all. Leonard didn't dare to ask further as he deliberated for a moment before saying, "Old man, I went to a real dream this time. There were quite a lot of psyche remnants of people from ancient times in it. Do you know a viscount named Mobit Zorost?" "Mobit." Pal's voice suddenly aged significantly before returning to normal. He's a direct descendant of my bloodline. He vanished after a large-scale war, and I thought that he had been killed by Ammon or Jacob in passing, causing me to fail to divine the murderer. From the looks of it, things weren't that simple. Indeed. Leonard gave an affirmative answer. Then he briefly provided the gist of things. He's been dead for some time, leaving some of his psyche behind. In that real dream, he married a songster from the elves. After listening quietly, Pal said after a while, "That's good too." Leonard had originally wanted to mention that Mobit also addressed Pal as his old man, but he suddenly couldn't bring himself to. He had no choice but to end the conversation there. After witnessing Leonard's and Audrey's vow, Klein returned to the real world. He tidied up the altar in the room, took out a pen and paper, and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. He wanted to summon a Rhodes to ask how it had confirmed that Grizel's travels had appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles live seed. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room lit up with a faint aqueous light. Silver words appeared one after another in the dim light. "Exalted, benevolent, great master, your puny, loyal, and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. Do you have any orders for me?" Some questions. After giving his answer, Klein was in no hurry to ask about the matter regarding Grizel's travels, intending to start with something that wasn't very sensitive first. He thought and said, "Rhodes, there's an abandoned castle in Delaire Forest. In the depths of it is a pair of bronze doors. It seems to be sealing some power coming from underground. Do you know what it is?" The moment he finished speaking, the light on the full-body mirror's surface suddenly dimmed and turned pitch black. In the pitch blackness, white, liquefied words appeared one after another. "I came from underground. Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1075. No response. "I came from underground." Looking at the ghastly white words that appeared in the full-body mirror, a chill suddenly ran down Klein's back. His pupils dilated as he instinctively wanted to switch places with his marionette next door. In the room where the valet was, Nooney, who was lying quietly, had opened his eyes. His stomach began to expand and contract as though he had a second heart, one that beat extremely slowly. At the same time, the scene of the magic mirror arose, answering where it came from flashed through Klein's mind. Large amounts of black sticky liquid spewed out from an underground hole, writhing and expanding. An uneven number of hands and legs that turned into numerous monsters grew out. During this process, a speck of light was shot out along with the black liquid before landing on a rock, to which it rapidly fused together, turning into a mirror with ancient patterns and black gems adorning its two sides, Rhodes's main form. It really came from underground. And this underground is the same as the underground area sealed by the bronze door inside the ancient abandoned castle. I didn't make the connection before. It's not like I could help it. There are just too many things that involve things from underground. Most of them have little special meaning, just like coal. A few days ago, I didn't think that there was anything overly special with the underground. Klein controlled the urge within him and ignored the shock from Rhodes's answer, and he said with an unperturbed expression, "What's the exact situation?" The ghastly pale words changed and gave off a baffling feeling, as though it was almost crying. "Great Master, I'm not exactly sure what happened. I only came to the surface and became a mirror before I gained true sentience. I don't remember anything from before. Oh yeah, there's something that might be related. Do you want to hear it?" "Speak." Seeing that Rhodes's attitude was still all right, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The color of the words on the full-body mirror's surface had slightly recovered, and it became somewhat pure white. "Didn't I say it before? I see support and dominance from you, and other than that special calling, I have similar feelings towards the underground. It makes me feel warm and makes me want to return to submit myself. This might be why I became your servant." "What? The things from underground give people the same feeling as the gray fog? They all involve support and dominance?" Upon seeing Rhodes's answer, Klein jumped in fright once again. If not for his clown's ability, he would have lost his composure. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a Chinese joke he had seen in his previous life and substituted himself into it. "What? The things that the ancient gods fear come from underground? What? Rhodes also comes from underground? What? I also come from underground? This is really funny and scary. No, this might not be a joke. The original owner of the mysterious space above the gray fog, the creator of that strange door of light, the existence that pulled all the transmigrators over, might be related to the underground, or he has all kinds of connections with it. Klein's thoughts wandered as he instantly thought of many matters. As an indescribable shadow loomed over him, he smiled and mocked himself. No matter what, there are new clues and directions for the investigation into the gray fog and transmigration. Klein composed himself and asked in deliberation, what do the churches and secret organizations know about the underground objects that require sealing? On the full-length mirror, the white words returned to its silver color. It's almost unheard of. It seems to be concealed by some sort of power. Isn't that concealment? Klein frowned slightly and didn't say a word. The silver words on the mirror continued to appear. However, there are some legends that exist within a group of secret organizations. According to the legends, the underground is described as the lair of devils and evil spirits, the source of humanity's decadence, the primordial sins and evil. The first one is wrong. The underground object that needs to be sealed has a high chance of having nothing to do with devils or evil spirits. Legends are actually similar to the mysterious symbols. Don't look at what is said, but peel off its outer skin and figure out what it symbolizes. This symbolizes the fear of the underground, from the body to the spirit, from one's consciousness to one's feelings. Klein's thoughts raced as he said with a nod, "It's your turn to ask a question. Great Master, your loyal servant, Thoreau's, has a small suggestion." "Do you want to hear it?" Silver words appeared on the full-body mirror one after another. "Speed." Klein could vaguely guess what Rhodes was suggesting. Before you return to being divine, try not to investigate anything related to being sealed underground. The silver words quickly squirmed, reforming into a new sentence. "As expected." Klein sighed and calmly said, "Next question. How did you confirm that Grizel's travels appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed?" The words on the surface of the mirror quickly distorted, merging into a clump and then quickly dispersing. "It's a revelation and information obtained from the spirit world. Since it originated from the dragon's subsidiary god, the Dragon of Wisdom, your loyal servant believes that it can be confirmed." "Great Master, is there a problem with that? How direct?" After sighing, Klein instantly thought of how the Dragon of Wisdom, Heribergen, should have entered the book world before and approached the bronze door behind the ancient god's throne, likely having some knowledge of what was sealed underground due to his omniscience. Furthermore, Klein believed that the ancient dragon had hidden a deeper layer of secrets in Grizel's travels. He could vaguely grasp it, but he couldn't tell what it was and grasp at it. No, Klein answered Rhodes's question. Then he probed, "Why didn't you mention the Dragon of Wisdom's true name?" "It's because I don't dare to directly give the name of a god." Rhodes gave a confirmed answer in a tacit manner. Klein nodded and didn't ask further. "It's your turn. Great Master, do you have any more questions?" The silver word rapidly reorganized itself on the slightly dark mirror. "No, that's all for today." Klein shook his head. With that said, he remembered what had happened the previous time and added, "I'll summon you again when there are new questions." The full-body mirror immediately brightened, and the silver words sparkled. "Yes, Master. Your loyal and strong servant, Rhodes, is waiting for you to call again." This time, it wasn't a simple drawing, but a white cat's paw with a red center. "There's always something new." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the full-body mirror in the bedroom return to normal. He stood in the darkness, bathed in the crimson moonlight shining through the curtains. After standing quietly for a while, he returned to his bed and quickly fell asleep with the help of cogitation. The next morning, on Monday morning, Klein woke up 15 minutes earlier than usual. He led his valet and Noonie down to the first floor and said to butler Walter, "I had a nightmare last night. I want to visit the cathedral before breakfast." Although butler Walter was surprised by this, it wasn't too strange. After all, as long as the cathedral's doors were open, people could enter at any time. He quickly arranged for a carriage and sent Dwayne Dantes all the way to the door. When Klein arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral, the door wasn't open yet. He waited until 8 before entering the main hall with the first batch of believers. He found a seat in the first few pews and sat down facing the dark sacred emblem. Closing his eyes in the tranquil environment, he focused on chanting the goddess's honorific name in ancient Hermes, the Evernight goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. "You are also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, mistress of repose and silence. After he finished reciting the honorific name, he changed to his normal lone language and said almost soundlessly, "There's an ancient castle in the middle of Delaire Forest. There's an ancient bronze door deep within it. It's sealing a powerful corruptive force. How should I eliminate this latent problem there?" This wasn't a test of a deity, but an open report. As for what reaction the church would have after that, and what they would see through their operations, was a whole other matter. After repeating it 7 times, he began to pray seriously. Time passed. In the quiet and peaceful church, Klein stood up and walked out of St. Samuel Cathedral with his Vanuni. During this process, he didn't receive any revelations, nor did he see the matron of the Evernight cloister, Ariana. The feedback itself meant something. That was he wasn't qualified to know about the underground seal. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom apartment. Furs pulled up the blanket and covered her head. She abhorred the curtains here because they were too thin and translucent and couldn't block out the morning sun. That seriously affected her quality of sleep. "I have to change it. No, we might have to move again soon." Just as Furza's thoughts wandered about, she heard the sound of the bedroom door opening and Zio's familiar gait. In a flash, her blanket disappeared and a letter landed on her. "Your letter from Pritz Harbor?" Zio informed her. "Teacher's reply." Furs sat up suddenly, opened the letter, and quickly read it. After a moment of silence, she said, "I have to go out for a while. My teacher has already reached Backlund. This letter should have arrived 2 days ago." The letter had a date and address. "The postman over here isn't that responsible." Zio glanced at her friend and said, "Will you be late?" "Fortunately, teacher said that he would wait 3 days for me." Furs hurriedly got off the bed and started changing her clothes. She had a feeling that she would be able to understand the Abraham family more deeply this time, and also receive the potion formula of Traveler and some Beyonder ingredients. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1076, Dorian's Request. Outside room 2016 at the Hat Trick and on Sherwood Burroughs 22 Hope Street. Furs directly walked through the wall without drawing anyone's attention. Then she knocked on the door in a rhythm that was previously agreed upon. Not long after, Dorian Gray Abraham, who was dressed in black, with his broad shoulders and thick arms, unlocked the door and turned the doorknob. The gentleman quickly sized up the area and made way for Furs to enter the room. "I really didn't expect you to become a scribe so soon." After closing the door, Dorian carefully examined the door's lock before turning around and sighing. Based on the standards of this era, he was considered a middle-aged man, but he was still a Sequence 7 astrologer. He had no hope of advancing. Yet his student, Furs Wall, took about a year to go from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6. This comparison between the two made Dorian feel poignant and sad. The Abraham family's bloodline should have been noble and enviable, but now it was a heavy curse that made him depressed. "It's because you taught me well." Although Furs didn't like going out and enjoyed staying at home, she would still be invited by the nobles from time to time. She was a best-selling author who participated in high society's literary salons, so she wasn't clueless as to how to speak. Furthermore, she had indeed obtained quite a bit of help from her teacher, from providing knowledge and money to formulas and ingredients. Dorian looked at her and shook his head with a smile. "It's not like you're my only student. As far as I remember, this advancement speed can only be matched by one person." He paused and continued, "Next up, your target is Sequence 5 Traveler. And I have even higher expectations for you. I hope that you can obtain godhood and become a Sequence 4 secret sorcerer. Of course, I also have a request. When you truly become a demigod, try to pray to a hidden existence and listen to his answer to figure out what he is talking about. This is indeed a bit dangerous, but a Sequence 4 demigod would have sufficient power to withstand it. Without any other elements at play, there shouldn't be any problems. Teacher, is this answer important to you?" Although Furs knew what was going on, she still acted curious and puzzled. Dorian fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. "It's very important. My parents, my brothers, my sisters, my children, too many people have sacrificed their lives in pursuit of this answer, but to no avail. Don't worry. We paid such a huge price because there's an ancient curse on our family's bloodline, and you aren't related to us by blood. I don't expect to find a way to break the curse through that answer during my generation. However, I hope to know where it originates from and understand the cause of my death. Upon saying this, Dorian took a deep breath and didn't continue. For some reason, Furs could feel the weight of time that had accumulated over 1,000 years, generation after generation, bearing down on her shoulders. She really couldn't imagine how painful it would be for a person's ancestors, parents, brothers, sisters, and children to directly or indirectly die from the same curse. Thinking of how well her teacher had been taking care of her, Furs, who had only received this type of care from her elders, opened her eyes, lowered her head, and nodded. "I'll try my best." Dorian held back his feelings and nodded slightly. "The most praiseworthy trait of yours is your kindness." Furs felt a little embarrassed as she turned to talk about a phrase the teacher had mentioned. Family. She remembered that her teacher had never told her about the Abraham family. He had claimed that he, Lawrence, and Elisa were members of a secret organization. In order to differentiate between matters which her teacher had told her and what she had learned at the Tarot Club, Furs had done a serious list of what she should know before she left home to prevent herself from accidentally revealing information she shouldn't have. Dorian answered simply, "In order to solve the curse, everyone in my family joined that organization." He immediately changed the subject. "Why did you move out in a hurry this time?" "I was targeted by official Beyonders." Furs first said a half-truth before complaining a little about the mailman. Dorian didn't say anything else as he stepped away from Furs and set up a ritual. He summoned the music-loving void creature, Malmouth, and he made it spit out 3 items. One was a transparent, nearly illusory crystal, and the second item was a piece of ancient goatskin parchment. The third was a small hunter's backpack. This is a Beyonder characteristic left behind by a traveler. With it, you don't need to gather any additional main ingredients. This is the Traveler Potion formula. This backpack contains the corresponding supplementary ingredients. If you don't have a good way to preserve them, try your best to finish digesting the scribe potion within half a year. Otherwise, their spirituality will be completely lost. Dorian handed everything over to Furs. "Thank you, teacher," Furs said sincerely. Then she unfurled the goatskin and quickly skimmed through the potion formula before placing her focus on the ritual. Set up special coordinates in 4 completely different spots deep in the spirit world, which are all set up extremely far away from each other. The goal of this ritual is, Furs thought for a few seconds and asked her teacher, "After consuming the Traveler Potion, you will wander the spirit world chaotically. When you grasp some degree of initial level over your powers, you will realize that you have lost your way. At that moment, you can use the 4 special coordinates to return to the real world. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the depths of the spirit world for a long time. Not only is it dangerous inside, but it will also assimilate you, making you lose your mind and become a living creature that is attached to the spirit world." Although Dorian had no hope of becoming a traveler, he had seen students advancing to Sequence 5 before. Then there should be another alternative. Furs muttered in thought. "Yes." Dorian nodded and said, "Previously, there was something in the organization that could allow people to instantly return to the real world from the spirit world. Unfortunately, it was lost." Without waiting for Furs to ask, Dorian said, If you really become a demigod and fulfill my wish, I'll hand over an important item that I'm in charge of to you. This is an expectation your teacher has for you. One of the powerful sealed artifacts of the Abraham family?" Furs had a vague guess, but she didn't dare promise anything. She said the same thing, "I'll try my best." Following that, she asked curiously, "Teacher, you mentioned that Sequence 4 is a secret sorcerer. What about Sequence 3, 2, and Sequence 1? Dorian immediately laughed. "You're only a Sequence 6. Yes, Sequence 3's name is Wanderer. Sequence 2 is Planeswalker, and the Sequence 1 potion name is Key of Stars. It's a good thing that you mentioned this. I actually forgot to organize a list of things to take note of in the spirit world. These are things that must be remembered after becoming a traveler. In that case, I'll stay for another night. You can visit me tomorrow for the documents." As Furs ruminated over the names of the high sequence potions of the apprentice pathway, she agreed. "All right, teacher." After settling these matters, Dorian paced back and forth and thought for a moment before instructing. The Beyonder characteristics of the same pathway have a certain attraction towards each other. It's not obvious when one's at a low sequence, but the higher the sequence, the stronger it becomes. Sometimes this kind of attraction isn't something you can directly feel, while also making you unknowingly approach a high sequence Beyonder of the same pathway. When you become a traveler, you have to pay attention to this matter. At this point, Dorian paused and said, not many demigods of the apprentice pathway are still alive. Among them, you need to be extra careful of a man named Bodis. He is the saint of secrets from the Aurora Order, and just like Lewis, he's a traitor of our organization. I will give you his portrait tomorrow. Bodis. Furs repeated the name her teacher had mentioned in her mind. At the same time, she had a new understanding about the Aurora Order Oracle, Louis Veen, over the previous chance encounter. Perhaps it wasn't a chance encounter, but the attraction force between Beyonder characteristics. Teacher had a sufficiently powerful sealed artifact from the apprentice pathway on him. Furs quickly suppressed this thought and began asking for advice on how to act as a scribe. In the Berg household in the city of Silver, there's actually a path that can bypass the front of the Giant King's court and enter the interior from the Waning Forest and Barren Tunnel. Derek Berg recalled the information he had been shared by Mr. World above the gray fog. This was very important to the city of Silver, as the early-stage explorations after the afternoon town camp had set off implied that the closer they were to the Giant King's court, the stronger the monsters that originated from the darkness were. I have to tell the chief. Derek abruptly stood up and rushed out of his house, heading straight for the spire. As he wished, he saw the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. He followed Mr. Hangman's instructions and said that he had recalled some murals he had seen in the afternoon town shadow. On was a secret passage that led into the Giant King's court. Colin Iliad listened quietly, without interrupting Derek's narration. Finally, he nodded gently and said, "Good, you did well. What do you want to exchange for this contribution?" A mature mind dragon's complete brain. Derek was prepared. Colin didn't ask why as he thought for a moment and said, "If that secret passage is real, then the value will definitely exceed the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. You can pick something else. Are you interested in the potion formula for a relatively higher sequence of the plantar pathway?" This is a question for Mr. Fool. While Derek was enlightened, he said in surprise, "Do we have a relatively higher sequence potion formula for the plantar pathway?" He had no recollection of it. Of course. You should remember that the Giant King's queen is the goddess of harvest, but the surrounding areas lack the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. There's no rush. You can think about it again. Colin Iliad calmly changed the subject. Are you skilled with your Priest of Light powers? Yes, Derek replied succinctly. Colin was silent for a moment as he looked at the adolescent child before him and said, "What kind of saint-level sealed artifact do you want to choose?" Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1077, 4 Choices. What kind of saint-level sealed artifact do I want to choose? Derek Berg subconsciously considered what he needed. Due to the fact that the sun pathway was rather powerful against the monsters in the darkness, and with Thunder God's roar, he didn't have the desire for sealed artifacts that provided offensive or supportive effects. Instead, the pain from being beaten up while making friends made him subconsciously hope to obtain a mystical item that could provide stronger defensive capabilities. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Derek suddenly realized that the question wasn't directed at the saint-level sealed artifact he wanted, but which saint-level sealed artifact could be used to exchange for the Creator's Cross from Mr. Fool. He hesitated and frankly asked, "Your Excellency, do you have any suggestions?" Colin glanced at him and left his original position. He slowly walked to the window and turned around. There are 4 sealed artifacts that are relatively suitable for you. The first item is called Sword of Silver Dawn. It was left behind by an elder who died 1,300 years ago. With this sword in hand, one can hide their malicious intent and certain actions, effectively interfering with divination and prophecy. They would obtain an exaggerated amount of strength and bring to their surroundings a dawn that can resist evil and degeneration. It can also stir up a powerful, destructive hurricane of light. It can create an invisible and sturdy defensive wall around the wielder. Every time it connects to the land, its defensive strength will be unshakable. At the tip of the hilt is a single-eyed, huge-mouthed head engraving with living characteristics. Feeding the corresponding herbs, essential oils, and medicine to this engraving will give the Sword of Silver Dawn different effects. For example, lightning strike, freeze, purification, decay, and exorcism. This sword has strict requirements for its usage. It's impossible to lift up if one isn't at least 180 centimeters tall. Below 200 centimeters, it will be hard to unleash its full strength. In addition, the head engraving at the hilt is very fond of talking. It's always talking nonstop. If the wielder doesn't respond, the Sword of Silver Dawn might suddenly give up resisting at a critical moment and even attack its owner. If the wielder is willing to converse with the head engraving, they will be pushed to the edge of madness. This is what I want, a sealed artifact that's good at defense. Derek muttered to himself. He didn't interrupt the chief's explanation as he quietly listened to him introduce the other sealed artifacts. The second is Twilight Mask. This is from the first chief. It's a mask made from a skull. It can hide any malicious intent, thoughts, and inclinations. It makes the wearer feel like a dead person without any thoughts. As long as one puts on this mask, one will possess the power of a real giant and have control over the undead. Any living creature that looks directly into the eyes of the wearer will immediately die. Even those that possess godhood will be seriously injured. And even without any direct eye contact, the target of the wearer will slowly wither away, as if they were floating across a river of death. The person wearing this mask can also create a terrifying twilight storm. Any item stained with a dim light will disintegrate, rot, wither, and die, losing the vibrancy of life. Most of the attacks, aside from purification, are ineffective against the wearer of Twilight Mask, as though no one can kill a dead person. This Twilight Mask is extremely powerful, but it's extremely dangerous. Even if it's not doing anything, the people around it would suddenly die one after another for no reason. Therefore, it must have a proper sealing method. No matter who it is, once you put on this mask, you will hear the sharp shriek and howls that seem to come from deep within the underworld. This is a psyche attack that will drive people crazy and make them lose their minds. At the same time, as long as you wear this mask for more than 5 minutes, you will permanently become its slave. This sealed artifact is almost useless. Although it's powerful, it can only be sealed. Only a mighty existence like Mr. Fool can ignore its negative effects. Derek opened his mouth but didn't say a word. Colin Iliad did some recollecting and continued. The third item is called Life's Cane. It can control beyonder creatures with low intelligence and reduce their insanity for a short period of time. It can use incomplete spirits and various materials to complete the ultimate alchemical life. This could create an ordinary human that can exist for a long time. It can also create different dolls that can be used for battle and various kinds of things. This includes stone golems, mud golems, and steel golems. Any living creature lashed by this cane would have an increased tendency towards madness and losing control. Their bodies would also have a certain chance of mutating, producing watermelons, mushrooms, and wheat. Of course, these things cannot be eaten as they would result in contamination. As for the living beings touched by the cane's tip, they'll be healed no matter how seriously injured they are, other than those that have already lost control. This cane will fill the surrounding areas with a vibrant life force. Be it plants or animals, it can grow with exuberance and reproduce rapidly. Unfortunately, it is useless against this land that is cursed. The person carrying Life's Cane has a high chance of mutating. The longer one holds it, the higher the odds. This will result in additional organs, or even them having missing body parts, being replaced by various plants. Sounds very sinister. For some reason, Derek felt a little horrified. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "What's the fourth sealed artifact?" "It's from a demon which lost control. I hunted it and called it Fallen Flute. This is a plain-looking silver flute. However, once someone blows it, the living around it will fall into an unavoidable illusion. Their anger, sorrow, pain, greed, vanity, arrogance, and other desires would rapidly swell. Some would have their mind explode, others lose their sanity or experience a loss of control. Being in the vicinity of Fallen Flute, all sentient beings, other than the wielder, will significantly have their mental facilities deteriorate and will easily make mistakes. At the same time, the wielder of the flute is exceptionally sensitive to danger. Sometimes they can even predict the possibility of a threat to their lives 1 to 2 days early. Wherever this fallen flute is, one's humanity will gradually degenerate, and all kinds of desires will enter center stage as their beliefs are cast aside. The wielder will also turn cold and be unable to have normal emotions again. The more they use it and the more they carry it, the worse it will be. And this might result in conflict with their own pathways acting, leading to an increased risk of losing control. After introducing the fourth sealed artifact, Colin Iliad's light blue eyes, which seemed to be filled with stories, looked at Derek and asked, "What do you think?" "I need some time to consider," Derek replied rather skillfully. "Indeed, this is really important to you." You can't rashly make a decision. Colin nodded. 3 days later, we will set off for the afternoon town camp. Tell me your answer before we set off, and reserve some time to familiarize yourself with the sealed artifact. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek bowed seriously and left the chief's room. He wasn't in a rush to return home to pray to Mr. Fool. Instead, he planned on heading to the training field first to temper his various sun domain theurgical spells. This was a habit engraved deep within the pulses of every single person in the City of Silver. Only a self-disciplined person who could endure hardship was able to live longer in these desolate and dark lands. In a dark alley in the Backlund Bridge area, Zio once again met the Golden Masked MI9 member who clearly showed kindness to her. The Judge Potion formula might take some time, the Golden Masked man said. This was because, although the investigation into Zio didn't continue, it didn't end. Zio pursed her lips and nodded, as though she had finally made up her mind. I don't want that formula anymore. Yua gave up. The Golden Masked man was surprised and couldn't hide his joy. Zio didn't directly answer as she turned her head to the side and said, I'll exchange all my contributions for cash. After hearing her answer, the Golden Masked man nodded in relief. It's best that you understand. Let bygones be bygones. You, your mother, and brother will have a brand new future. Yes, if your contributions are exchanged for cash, it'll be about 2,000 pounds. I'll help you gain more. After that, you can continue being an outer circle member of MI9. Having an official status is very useful for unaffiliated Beyonders. Zio was silent for a few seconds before her lips quivered. Thank you. She could clearly sense the kindness coming from the man in front of her, so she sincerely thanked him. However, there was no way she was giving up. The reason why she chose cash was because she had already reserved the Judge Potion formula from the World Gearman Sparrow. The crazy adventurer had also claimed that the Disciplinary Paladin Potion formula would subsequently follow. At the same time, giving up on the surface could effectively dispel the suspicions of MI9. After briefly explaining the progress of the previous commissions, Zio bade farewell to the Golden Masked man and left the alley. On Tuesday morning, Furs went out early and came to the Hat Trick Inn in Sherwood Borough, where she met her teacher, Dorian Gray. This is one of the things to take note of in the spirit world. This is a portrait of Bodhi's. Dorian covered his mouth and yawned before handing a thick stack of paper to Furs. Furs wasn't in a rush to read the documents as she cast her gaze at the portrait. On it was a black-robed man who likely wasn't even 40. His brown hair was slightly curled, but it gave off an unusually firm feeling. His dark eyes seemed to contain countless objects. This is the Saint of Secrets. Furs rubbed her fingers together and used her Trickmaster powers to burn that portrait. Not bad. Very cautious. Dorian nodded approvingly. He then carried his suitcase and said to Furs, I have to return to Pritz Harbor. It will arouse suspicion if I come to Backlund for too long. Furs knew that the situation in Backlund had been tense recently, so she was eager for her teacher to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, she didn't hold him back and watched him leave the room. Then, with the help of door opening, she walked all the way to the alley behind the hotel. Just as she got her bearings and turned into a street, she suddenly saw a man in a black trench coat walking over. The person swept a glance at her before looking away naturally. However, Furs's back muscles tensed up. Her eyes reflected the other person's appearance. A man who likely wasn't even 40. His brown hair was slightly curled, but it gave off an unusually firm feeling. His dark eyes seemed to contain countless objects. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1078, The Hidden Secret. Saint of Secrets Bodhi's. Furs had experienced many things recently, to the point of being watched by a king of angels, so she didn't show any signs of abnormality. She retracted her gaze in a natural manner and didn't slow down her pace as she walked towards the man in the black trench coat. After a few steps, they brushed past each other. Did he happen to pass by here because of the attraction between Beyonder characteristics? If he knew that teacher was here, he wouldn't be so slow and would use teleport to chase after him. Luckily, teacher has already boarded the carriage and left the inn. Furs's heart calmed down, her tense mind relaxing a little. She took a few more steps forward and looked up at the sky. She wanted to confirm if it would rain later. At this moment, a raven flew over and landed on a tree along the way. It faced the spot where Furs had just passed by. Furs stopped thinking about Saint of Secrets Bodhi's as she maintained her speed and left the street. As the Aurora Order hadn't held a gathering in Backlund for a long period of time, and with the target being a demigod, Furs didn't have any thoughts of seeking revenge for her teacher. Ignoring her lack of combat strength, just finding and locking onto a secret sorcerer was a nearly impossible task. It's best that I wait till I become a traveler. I might encounter Bodhi's by chance before entrusting Mr. World the corresponding mission. I'll take the time to save up money. Now, it's certain that the Aurora Order has saints in Backlund. I can't eliminate the possibility that during Bodhi's travel elsewhere today, he was influenced by the attraction force of Beyonder characteristic and had accidentally lost his way in Backlund. Furs very naturally considered looking for the World Gehrman Sparrow's help. From what she knew, this gentleman had killed 2 demigods with his own hands, and he had only become a demigod for 3 months. In the upper echelons of the 7 churches, they only have about 10 demigods. Based on Mr. World's progress, it will take him at most 2 years to wipe out the powerhouses of a church. Of course, the real world isn't an ideal measurement. Having received higher education, Furs, who had been a surgeon, gradually let her thoughts wander. She walked to the street and boarded a rental carriage. Above the gray fog, there was a mini-gathering with the son Derek, the hangman Alger, and the World Gehrman Sparrow. However, unlike before, Mr. Fool was present as the witness because the son's main motive was to find out which sealed artifact could please this great existence, as well as to exchange it for the cross left behind by the Creator. At the same time, he still had some questions to consult Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. World about, so he had applied for a private exchange. Sword of Silver Dawn, Twilight Mask, Life's Cane, Fallen Flute. These were all items that have outstanding powers and negative effects, ones that require sealing. This also confirms that the City of Silver doesn't have any Beyonders from the Artisan pathway. All the spoils can only be formed naturally. Even with a godlike sealed artifact, they can shatter the characteristics, but they are unable to reform them in a better way. As the Fool Klein listened to Little Son's description, he quickly analyzed the pros and cons of different sealed artifacts in his mind. The first thing he did was eliminate the Twilight Mask because the negative effects of the sealed artifact from the City of Silver's first chief were too great. Although Klein could let his marionette wear this mask and cut off the oral senses, thus avoiding the continuous howls and screams. Furthermore, he didn't have to worry about his marionette becoming a slave to the Twilight Mask. However, in that case, his actual body might become a member of the dead who died suddenly for no reason. Following that, Klein similarly gave up the Fallen Flute for the same reasons. This sealed artifact's ability to predict danger ahead of time was indeed better than the Desire Apostle in Creeping Hunger. It was alluring, but the negative effects were also not easy to avoid. If Klein used this flute with his actual body, he would gradually turn cold and lose his normal emotions. This would be completely contradictory with the concept of using humanity to battle godhood to maintain balance. And if he were to hand it over to his marionette, he would experience a significant decrease in his mental facilities and easily make mistakes. This caused him to lose his main advantage as a Beyonder of the Seer pathway. In addition, this flute will make the people around it give themselves up to degeneration and desires. I don't want the residents on Backlund Street to be degenerates who give up on their morals. By then, how many illegitimate children will be born? I can only consider the Sword of Silver Dawn and Life's Cane. Klein mumbled silently before quickly choosing between 2. The Sword of Silver Dawn's head engraving seemed to have a living characteristic. To Klein, this meant that communication was possible, and as long as they could communicate, the negative effects could naturally be reduced. As for the height restriction, he could just ignore his thickness and only focus on his height. After all, this didn't affect the clown due to its extremely high sense of balance. Regarding the problem of mutation with Life's Cane, he could avoid it by handing it to his marionettes. When he lost or gained any organs, he could heal himself with Flower of Blood, and causing the surroundings to be filled with vitality, allowing for lush growth, wasn't much of a negative effect. Since the negative effects of the 2 sealed artifacts weren't too serious, he had to consider their effects. The Sword of Silver Dawn was clearly from a demon hunter of the warrior pathway. Be it attacks or defense, they were both potent. It could hide his malintent and be good at dealing with devils. As for Life's Cane, it was good at creating and causing mutations, which made it rather sinister. After a few seconds of consideration, when Derek asked for the answer, the Fool Klein spoke unhurriedly, as though he was discussing something ordinary. The cane. In the end, he decided on Life's Cane. In fact, the Sword of Silver Dawn and Life's Cane had their own pros, making it a tough decision. Klein's final decision stemmed from an uncommon reason. The sinister Life's Cane could be described as bizarre, so it could effectively aid him in acting as a bizarro sorcerer and raise his potion digestion speed. Yes, Mr. Fool, Derek replied, unable to hide his joy. This meant that when he completed the sacrificial and bestowment ritual, he would obtain the cross from the Creator. After determining this, he cast his gaze at the figure at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, other than the complete brain of an adult mind dragon, do you still need a relatively high-sequence potion formula for the plantar pathway? As the secret passage of the Giant King's Court was shared by the world, he became the target of Derek's question and not Mr. Fool. Of course, to Derek, the world was Mr. Fool's blessed. His answer represented Mr. Fool's intentions to a certain extent. A relatively high-sequence potion formula for the plantar pathway. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, the Fool Klein immediately had a headache and fell into an intense internal struggle. He could roughly understand what the chief of the City of Silver's thought process was. On the one hand, this experienced demon hunter hopes that he can usher in a bright future through the Giant King's Court's exploration, while on the other hand, he's still cautious and doesn't hold much hope. He's prepared to continue staying in the darkness, so he mentioned the plantar potion formula to see if Mr. Fool has the corresponding authority, or rather, does the faction that he watches over have a need for it. If this could bring about certain feedback, it would effectively improve the survival of the City of Silver. Meanwhile, on Klein's end, Frank Lee had recently come to believe that he's just one step away from his research goals. When he becomes a druid, he should be able to succeed. This made Klein very hesitant on whether he should give him a push. I don't know what the future holds. I'll just focus on what's in front of me. A Sequence 5 Beyonder who doesn't even have godhood wouldn't be able to do anything too serious. Furthermore, Ma'am Hermit is already a demigod. It's not a big problem for her to watch out for Frank. Klein thought for a moment and let the World Gehrman Sparrow say, Sequence 5, what if there's more? Derek pressed. Klein felt like he was being tested. After a few seconds of silence, he said, if your side is willing to give it, then that works. All right. Derek didn't probe any further. Instead, he asked the person beside him, Mr. Hangman, I have a strange feeling about this. Why did the chief suddenly mention the relatively high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway? The Hanged Man Alger looked at the World Gehrman Sparrow and said, this should be a test from your chief to see if the City of Silver can change its environment. I remember you mentioning that you only know that the Goddess of Harvest is the Giant King's Queen, and according to the records of the Sanguine from the Moon, the Goddess of Harvest is named Omabella. Your City of Silver originally believed in her. I was originally only certain that the name Omabella was real, so I didn't have any inclination towards other explanations. Now, with your chief suddenly taking out a relatively high-sequence potion formula that you didn't know before, this makes me suspect that the moon is right. This means that your City of Silver hid the fact that they once believed in the Goddess of Harvest. They even deliberately didn't mention her true name. There must be a huge secret behind this. A huge secret. Derek thought seriously, but couldn't think of any secret. Fortunately, this wasn't an important matter to him. He quickly ended the private conversation and returned to the City of Silver to prepare for the exchange of sealed artifacts. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1079, The Hard-Working Gardeners. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was sitting at the Fool's seat, beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix. The bronze cross was tied together with an ordinary-looking button, and the surface of the latter was already covered with a layer of crystalline but heavy-feeling particles. This was the Hermit Catlia's Judge button. It was reserved for Judgment Zio at a price of 3,500 pounds. Therefore, Admiral of Stars had sacrificed it to Mr. Fool in advance, requesting the mighty existence to get an angel under him to shatter it. And on Monday's tarot gathering, Zio had made a reservation for the Judge Potion formula at a price of 2,000 pounds. According to their agreement, Justice Audrey wasn't to share anything they obtained from exploring Grizel's travels, other than knowledge. She was only providing free help for the world-killing Vin Rambus. As for the Star Leonard, he had the right to sell the potion formulas and historical knowledge, but obviously, Judgment Zio trusted the World Gehrman Sparrow more. The purging should be almost done. This way, I can trade the unshadowed crucifix with Little Sun without any worries. In the future, if there are other similar requests, they'll definitely be more willing to trade with Little Sun instead of asking Mr. Fool for help. No one will dare frequently disturb a hidden existence unless there's really no other way. When Little Sun has the chance to become a demigod and transform the unshadowed crucifix into a special characteristic, should be a sequence 3. I'll be able to use the power of this mysterious space above the gray fog to shatter sealed artifacts. After the disinfection process of the gray fog, Adam probably wouldn't be able to rely on the unshadowed crucifix to lock onto Little Sunday. However, even if he were able to find it through this, it wouldn't be too serious. His brother, Amon, knew long ago that Little Sun is related to Mr. Fool. Yes, it seems that Amon can freely enter and leave the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder if that's also the case for Adam. As Klein separated the unshadowed crucifix from the button that had begun to praise the sun, he looked at the Beyonder characteristic that had been purged while waiting for Little Sun to hold a sacrificial and bestowment ceremony. The city of silver within the spire. Derek Berg had finished setting up the ritual. He watched as a black, mud-covered doll approached to the wooden cane, which looked like nothing special, and he placed it on the altar. After a serious prayer and doing some work, the illusory sacrifice and bestowment door opened and took away Life's cane, leaving behind a bronze green and spiky cross. At the same time, the name of the cross suddenly appeared in Derek's mind, including information of its usage and its negative effects. He suppressed his excitement and first thanked Mr. Fool before ending the ritual. He walked to the front of the altar, picked up the unshadowed crucifix, and scrutinized it repeatedly. After tidying up, Derek left and went to a room opposite and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in." Colin Iliad's deep voice rang out. Derek turned the doorknob, pushed open the door, walked in, and openly revealed the bronze cross. "Your Excellency, this is the item left behind by the Lord I previously mentioned. It's called the unshadowed crucifix. The method is to let the spikes on it be stained with the blood of the holder." He had deliberately changed the term relic to the item left behind. The white-haired Colin had already cast his gaze over when Derek took out the ancient cross. After listening to the introduction, he walked towards it with heavy steps. He took the item and kept examining it. Finally, Colin Iliad placed his thumb on a thorn and allowed fresh blood to flow out. The mottled bronze green started to peel away as the unshadowed crucifix revealed a physical body formed from pure light, illuminating the entire room without any trace of darkness. After an indescribable sacred feeling filled the surrounding area, Colin released his fingers and sighed. This is indeed the Lord's item. Although he was born in an era more than 2,000 years since the City of Silver was forsaken, making it impossible for them to sense the aura of God, the city still had quite a few things that were used to offer sacrifices to the Creator. Every time the black-faced grass was harvested, they will be taken out and used in the ritual. Through a comparison with these items, Colin Iliad could almost confirm the origins of the cross. Derek had wanted to give a response, but the heavy tone in the chief's words suddenly pressed down on his heart, preventing him from speaking. Colin Iliad didn't make any further comments, and just stood there silently with the unshadowed crucifix in hand. After a few seconds, the City of Silver chief broke the silence and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "The return of the Lord's item is a sign. We shall welcome the sign of dawn. I will hold on to this unshadowed crucifix for half a day. I want to gather all the elders in the city to present this item to them. Even I can't casually deal with a saint-level sealed artifact. Since I lost Life's cane, I have to explain it to the other elders and request to be punished. You must remember that, as chief, you must have the courage to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. You can't avoid punishment just because you think that it's good for the City of Silver. You might be right this time, but you can't guarantee that you're always right. Don't worry. This unshadowed crucifix will eventually return to you." The chief's words are deep and profound. I'll get Mr. Hangman to explain it to me at the next tarot gathering. Derek instinctively wanted to raise his right hand and scratch the back of his head, but in the end, he endured it and informed Colin Iliad of the negative effects of the unshadowed crucifix. Backlund North Borough, 160 Backlund Street. Klein sacrificed Winter and Nooney above the gray fog to ensure marionette preservation. This was to make it convenient for him to use him in the future. He planned on getting Earl of the Fallen Kona's Kilgore to wear the Flower of Blood ring and wield Life's cane. In day-to-day life, he would create some harrowing and bizarre situations from time to time, helping him expedite the digestion of his potion. This way, Inuni had no way of using flower of blood to hide in Kona's Kilgore's stomach. He needed to hide in a more concealed manner, making it rather troublesome. Therefore, Klein decided to simply leave him above the gray fog. After all, Klein could create ordinary marionettes any time he wanted. Why does the action of placing a marionette in a preservation cabinet to keep fresh feel odd? It's not like I'm acting in a horror movie. However, this does fit the name of Bizarro Sorcerer a bit. The angel from the Antigonus and Zeradal family all hang up their marionettes to wine dry, so I'm much better than them. After rubbing his chin, Klein stuffed the ordinary wood-colored cane into a specially made cane he bought through misjudgment. The cane was hollow, and it could be used to contain a sword that wasn't considered too wide. It was perfect for hiding Life's cane. After he was done with this work, he allowed the servant who looked like Inuni, who was actually Kona's, to take away his cane and return to the room next door. He washed up himself before getting into bed. While sleeping soundly in a pleasant, relaxed state, Klein's spiritual perception suddenly stirred. He abruptly sat up and cast his gaze at the attached balcony. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and he could see the situation outside. It was dark green outside the window with vine leaves, and flowers were growing all over the place in layers. This made him suspect that he had been transported to the forest. The corners of his mouth twitched as he vaguely guessed what was going on. He rolled out of bed and walked to the balcony, drawing the curtains open. What entered his vision was no longer the garden and the residence of Dwayne Dantes. Instead, it was a lush forest. This is what it means to make the surrounding area become filled with a vibrant life force. Be it animals or plants, they're all flourishing and growing rapidly. Isn't this a little too fast? Klein's expression instantly turned a little blank. Previously, when he had divined that the Life's Cane's negative effects, he had seen similar scenes. However, the revelation he received was that it wasn't harmful to the surrounding area. Thus, he believed that the growing and proliferation process took a fairly long period of time and could be effectively controlled, allowing one to pay no attention to it for a very, very long time before seeing such a scene. With this thought in mind, he observed all the spirit body threads in the surrounding area. He realized that humans weren't affected at all, but the number of rats and cockroaches was clearly increasing. This result made him heave a sigh of relief. He looked out of the window at the forest and sighed silently. Indeed, there isn't much danger. It's just quite exaggerated. I still have to keep it above the gray fog most of the time. More than 10 seconds later, figures appeared within the forest. Some of them were very thin, and others were thick. They all wore black trench coats, and their faces were very flat. They had no eyes, noses, and mouths. These figures were either crouching or standing, busy burning weeds, cutting the vines, and removing the unnecessary flowers in the quiet night. The next morning, Butler Walter woke up as usual and opened the window. The garden outside was bathed in the morning fog. There was some dew that gathered, emitting a fresh scent. Better than yesterday. Walter nodded slightly and praised the two gardeners. The vibrant scene made him feel a little restless as he began missing his wife for no apparent reason, so he left the room to patrol the estate and made arrangements for all sorts of affairs. Finally, he waited at the entrance of the dining room. Not long after, his employer, Dwayne Dantes, led his valet Inuni down from the third floor. Walter went forward to bow and talked about today's arrangements before taking the initiative to mention it. "Sir, I would like to take 1 day leave from the current month's allowance." As he spoke, he suddenly saw the mixed blood servant's neck split open, revealing a black eye. Walter was shocked and nearly tumbled backward. But in the blink of an eye, he realized that there was no strange eye on Inuni's neck. "It must be because I didn't sleep well last night and had a strange dream, resulting in me being distracted and having hallucinations." Walter hurriedly gathered his thoughts and lowered his head slightly. In his heart, Klein apologized and nodded. "No problem. Have a wonderful day with your family." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1080, The Line of Thinking for Acting. After watching Butler Walter leave the second floor, Klein entered the dining hall. As he looked around, he realized that the servants were much more energetic than usual. They even felt a little agitated. Indeed, Life's Cane also affects humans, but it's not that ridiculous. It's at a rather normal level and still within acceptable levels. According to this logic, the servants' reproduction abilities would definitely increase. The only problem is that they don't have spouses, so there's no way to show that. Will Mr. Butler's act of returning home today result in him having another child in 9 to 10 months? His wife is almost 40 years old. It's a little dangerous for her to have children at this age. Of course, as the other party in the copulation process, the effects of life's cane would pass over to them. There shouldn't be any problems. Man, I wonder if the potential effect will result in an increase in conceiving a child. If Dwayne Dantes' moving into Bucklund Street causes one to have an increased chance of having children, my reputation will practically be doomed. Klein's thoughts drifted without end. Finally, he concluded in his mind. Life's cane truly is very sinister. In the future, he would only bring it into the real world for some time each day and try his best not to affect the humans around him. After breakfast, Klein brought his valet and Noonie to the first floor and prepared to take a stroll. At that moment, 2 chambermaids were cleaning in the main hall. "Good morning, sir." Upon seeing Dwayne Dantes approach, the 2 chambermaids immediately stood up, made way for him, and greeted him. Of course, if they were in a more remote corner, they would try their best not to make a sound, just in case they disturbed their employer. This was something they learned from Butler Walter's teachings. Klein nodded and gave a simple response as he slowly approached the door. At that moment, the 2 maids suddenly saw a wheat head embedded in a Noonie's head. It was full of golden particles and was extremely attractive. Before they could even take a closer look, the valet seemed to have sensed something amiss. He raised his right hand and yanked off the piece of wheat using plenty of force. The 2 maids looked at each other in surprise and amusement. They imagined that Noonie had accidentally gotten some wheat on his body when he followed Mr. Dantes over to Mager Manor, bringing it all the way back to 160 Bucklund Street, where they scattered in places that weren't easy to clean. For example, under the pillow he slept last night. In his dreams, he pushed the pillow away and ended up lodging a piece of wheat into his hair without realizing it when washing up in the morning and during breakfast. Although this process was complicated and not easily achieved, it was still possible. It can't be that a Noonie grew a single wheat head, right? The 2 maids mumbled to themselves as they continued with their work. After exiting 160 Bucklund Street, Klein and Noonie slowly walked with one behind the other under the withered Intis parasol trees, breathing in the fresh autumn air. Like him, a number of neighbors were taking a morning stroll. Of course, this wasn't a habit belonging to those amongst Backlund's high society. Last year, the smog was very serious, and the air was quite pungent. No one was willing to waste their time in the streets, braving the cold wind and the humidity. As a neighbor, since they had met each other, there was no doubt that they would greet each other. When they walked past each other, one of the lawyers glanced at Dwayne Dantes' valet from the corner of his eye. He had raised his hand to cover his mouth as if he was yawning. When the mixed blood youth put down his right hand, the lawyer suddenly realized something was different. His nose seems to be even higher. I must have been thinking too much about such matters, causing me to hallucinate. If only my nose was slightly higher. As the lawyer thought about it, he raised his hand and rubbed his nose. At the same time, he saw 2 wild dogs engaged in a chase in front of him, attempting to reproduce on the street. After the stroll, Klein returned to the activity room on the 3rd floor and sent Life's cane above the gray fog. Indeed, there's a certain effect. The main point of the Bizarro Sorcerer's digestion is actually to create shocking scenes to scare people, as well as use a strange method to make people horrified. This really does resemble a director, but it's just a horror flick's director. Yes, I don't have to really scare them. Peaceful daily life events contain terrifying scenes, but the surrounding humans don't notice them at all. They only occasionally made a connection, and when they think about it, they would feel a sense of fear from certain possibilities, to the point of not daring to turn off the lights and ending up having nightmares. That's also a horror film archetype. As Klein observed his condition, he summarized his experiences over the past few months, and finally summed it all up with the keyword horror film director. After understanding this, he had many ideas on how to quickly digest the potion. Not only did he have to deal with enemies, but he also had to turn his enemies into the main characters or important supporting roles in a horror film. This will be quite troublesome. I definitely have to give my all to the targets at the demigod level. I wouldn't be in the mood to waste my time and effort on pulling some tricks. Well, there's no need to find a demigod target. There's no restriction for acting like this. I can teleport to the sea and find some lucky pirates to participate, creating some horror stories. That's right. Since I'm a director, I have to let my work spread. It seems like I have to let some of the actors escape successfully every time and spread the nightmare that they experienced, creating a corresponding myth at sea. I can't feed them to creeping hunger. As he formed his plan, Klein suddenly thought of a question. In the horrifying legends of the people in the northern continent and the sea, how many of them were deliberately created by Bizarro sorcerers? There must be some. If Amon were to act as a Bizarro sorcerer, he would probably be able to digest the potion in less than a month. His talent in this aspect is astounding, and he doesn't consider the consequences. In truth, while looking for pirates to film the horror movie, I can find an opportunity to scare other demigods. I don't have to fight them to the death. Once my goal is accomplished, I can escape. With this thought in mind, Klein came up with a plan for the supporting role. Hence, he carefully considered his targets. There's no way I can find an angel or higher. Those who I'm not familiar with will make me the leading character of a horror movie on the spot. Those who are familiar with me are well aware that I'm a Bizarro sorcerer, so there's no way to scare them. There are many saints that I have no idea about their whereabouts. Frightening the archbishops will easily cause unnecessary chain reactions, causing the world situation to become even more tense and for the war to erupt prematurely. After eliminating all the possibilities, the most suitable target is the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction's demigod, Patrick Bryan, as well as the counselors of Will Septon's Fate Council, as well as... After creating a name list, Klein decided to take some time over the next 2 days to visit Dr. Aaron Series. He wanted to bring some ice cream for a certain baby to ask where the counselors were recently seen. If he wanted to frighten someone else's subordinates, he had to get the approval of the president. Klein was in a good mood after organizing his thoughts. He went out again and went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray and donate before heading to the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, where he stayed till noon. In the afternoon, he saw a few businessmen and professional lawyers and accountants who were seeking investments, behaving like a normal tycoon. After filling his stomach, he returned to the half-opened room with a balcony. Just as he was considering whether to visit Dr. Aaron Series' house directly tomorrow, or invite their family to have a nice dinner at the Srenzo restaurant which served excellent ice cream, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned his head and, without any surprise, saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. One of the heads bid on a letter. Who sent it? Klein habitually and expectantly asked. As he had yet to receive the letter, Rionette Tynker could only answer with 3 heads. King of Idiots. Patrick Bryan? This nickname has even evolved. Klein reached out and took the letter. When he opened it, he realized that it was indeed from the artificial death faction's demigod. He wrote on the letter, I've already prepared the special ritual that will help my teacher, Hater, recover further. Your Excellency, I will hold it tomorrow at midnight given your permission. The ritual that points towards the angel, Hater. There's no way to avoid the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction's testing of Patrick. This can be interfered with using Paper Angel. Just in time. With a flick of his wrist, Klein burned the letter. Following that, he took out a piece of paper and wrote down an answer. Yes, you may. You must be careful. In the quiet night, near midnight, in an uninhabited clothes factory in St. George Borough, there was an open area that had been cleared. Nearly 10 black-robed figures were standing there. In the middle of them was a deep black coffin that looked rather heavy. Around the coffin were many golden ornaments with mud stains. There were many candles flickering with pale white flames, as well as one skull after another. The hideous white skulls belonged to humans, others from animals. Some were extremely strange and had a deformed look to it. It was hard to imagine their original appearance. The skulls were piled the highest up at the front, with Patrick Bryan standing there. He had also changed into a black robe, but he didn't pull up his hood, revealing a deep outline. He had black hair, brown eyes, and a rather long face. This demigod hadn't done anything, but his surroundings had turned extremely cold, as though countless invisible creatures were celebrating. As Patrick Bryan raised his right hand, the hooded believers jumped up and twitched a little. It was a crazy and rhythmic dance. This was a spirit dance, a ritual that death loved. The stronger the spirituality of the dancers, the better the effects. As the dance became more intense, a cold and formless wind blew out from the coffin. Patrick Bryan lowered his head and recited in a language that seemed to come from the underworld. The king from the depths of hell. An angel playing the music of death. The ruler above river Styx, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1081, The Ridderny. With Patrick Bryan's chanting, the bones around the black casket were gradually stained with a dark green layer. They blended with the white, bringing out an extremely scary sensation. As the spirit dance became more and more intense, as though the voices from the underworld were constantly reverberating, the bones floated up one by one, as though they possessed lives of their own. Then, they were cast towards the heavy and pitch-black casket in what could be described as orderly chaos. They passed through the lid and entered as though they were incorporeal. The casket immediately transformed into a deep whirlpool that seemed like it couldn't be filled. It expanded on the spot, emitting a cold aura that was high and mighty. This made Patrick Bryan instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was an angel, the aura of a death consul. At that moment, the believers of death, the ones who were dancing spirit dance, all collapsed to the ground with their bodies left convulsing. Their consciousness became muddled, as though they were touring the underworld. And above the gray fog, with the help of his marionette's prayer points of light, the fool Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief because the leader of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction, the angel who was sleeping in a mausoleum, the high priest Hader's test didn't exceed his expectations. Using the enslavement and control higher sequence beyonders of the death pathway, had on lower sequence beyonders, he could directly obtain information from Patrick Bryan. From a certain point of view, this was an interrogation at the psyche level, something that Klein was rather proficient at dealing with. He immediately let the red priest card fly into his hand and enter his body. All of a sudden, Klein had a dark red robe draped over him. This appearance seemed to look like rust and settled gunpowder. As for his face, it was covered by a dark gold mask. The patterns on it were ancient and set off a contrasting appearance with a crown he wore that was embedded with gems that sparkled red, blue, and green. Following that, he mobilized all the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog that he could, turning them into invisible torrents that surrounded the paper figurines he had prepared in advance. Through the prayer lights, it shot towards undying Patrick Bryan. At this moment, Patrick's body trembled slightly due to the feeling of submission he felt towards his teacher's aura, as though he could see layers of holy wings. Klein had hidden the exact appearance of the flaming angel, allowing a portion of it to be revealed. This also meant that he had interfered with the special effects. One holy wing after another enveloped Patrick before vanishing, causing him to hallucinate in confusion. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he quickly came to his senses. He realized that he no longer yearned to submit and not be able to disobey his teacher's orders. His consciousness seemed to have been pulled out of his body as he stared calmly at everything above the mind world. At the same time, as a zealot, Patrick Bryan didn't hesitate to view Angel's embrace as a gift from death. There was no doubt about it. At that moment, in the deep vortex formed from the black casket, an old and cold voice sounded out, one that could rip out a person's soul from their bodies. Not bad. Any progress in awakening God recently? Patrick Bryan followed the instructions given by the blessed, and he described his efforts and intentions in a half-truthful manner. After a series of questions and answers, the Death Domain Angel on the other side of the vortex, Hader, didn't suspect anything. He calmly said, "Very good. Continue doing it. I will support you." He paused for a moment and nonchalantly said, "I'll send you an assistant first. A Sequence 5 gatekeeper to help you in completing the corresponding tasks to relieve your stress. Is this what His Excellency mentioned about not being at ease with me? Teacher is indeed unwilling to see me gain the favor of God and threaten his position." Having been slowly influenced by Klein through his daily communications with him, Patrick Bryan, who had slowly changed his mindset, had no way of rejecting such kind intentions. He could only answer politely, "Yes, teacher." Just as he said that, the pitch-black vortex suddenly opened up. It transformed into a mysterious pattern, conjuring up a pair of indescribable double bronze doors. With a creaking sound, the door opened and a crack widened. There was still darkness behind the rift, and there seemed to be eyes hidden in the depths of the darkness, quietly watching the outside. At that moment, a palm stretched out and rested on the door crack. Its skin was rather pale, allowing one to see the blue blood veins underneath. With a tug, a figure leaped out of the door. This was a young, tall man wearing a black robe with red linings with his hood pulled up. His facial features were gentle, and his skin was slightly brown. It was obvious at a glance that he was from a southern continent bloodline. He was rather handsome, but he looked anemic. Stepping on the solid ground beneath his feet, the young man didn't even glance at Patrick Bryan. He raised his head and looked into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up as he narrowed his eyes and sighed. This intoxicating atmosphere, as a beyonder of the death pathway, to be ignored by someone whose sequence was lower than his, there was no doubt that Patrick Bryan was a little angry, but in front of his teacher, he had no choice but to follow the flow and end the ritual. During this process, the fool's response above the gray fog was even more intense than Patrick's. Because through the gray fog's true vision, he could see the abnormality of the new gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's internal underworld expanded in an odd manner, covering every part of his body. And there was only one soul in the underworld, a young and handsome soul with red hair, signs of rotting on its face, and a flag mark on its glabella. It wore black blood-stained armor. Klein wasn't unfamiliar with this soul, for he immediately recognized it. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. This fellow has returned to Backlund again, and had a certain working relationship with the Angel of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction. Klein instinctively took out the Red Priest card and accommodated the Tyrant card before summoning the Sea God Scepter. He planned on giving the Red Angel evil spirit a zap of lightning storm, but as his thoughts raced, he restrained this impulse and gave up on the corresponding thoughts. This would expose Patrick Bryan's problem and let the angel from the death domain guess that something had happened to artificial death. This wasn't beneficial to the Evernight goddess's control and digestion of the death pathway's uniqueness. Amidst his thoughts, he quickly left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. He made his marionette secretly leave the clothing factory and teleport away with his body. He had originally planned on creating a shocking experience for Patrick Bryan after the ritual. He had even made some preparations beforehand. Now he could only give up to prevent the Red Angel evil spirit from discovering him. Inside the clothing factory, the young gatekeeper, who had been possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici, pulled his hood even lower before turning his head slightly and looking in a particular direction outside. That was the spot where Klein's marionette, Konas Kilgore, had been hiding nearly a kilometer away from the factory. After staring at it for a few seconds, the young gatekeeper revealed an obvious smile. Just as Patrick Bryan was about to say something, planning to use his identity of the person in charge of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction to haze the envoy of his teacher, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned around in a bizarre manner, casting his gaze on another building in the factory. On the second floor of the building, behind a glass window in a room, there was a pair of emotionless black eyes staring at them. Patrick Bryan's eyelids twitched, and his body suddenly vanished. Whoa. A cold wind blew, causing the glass window to rot silently. Without any movement, it crumbled into countless snowflakes. In the corresponding room, a skinny Patrick in a black robe and a thin face emerged. He saw that the master of that pair of cold black eyes was a rough mud doll. Who made the doll? Who moved it here? Patrick Bryan looked around cautiously, not missing any corners. Just as he turned his gaze towards a corridor and faced the glass window with his body slanted, the crude black eyes of the mud doll suddenly turned. Then it raised its hands and grabbed Patrick's neck. Halfway through the action, the mud doll seemed to lose its support and lost all mobility. Many cracks appeared on its surface as it instantly shattered into pieces. Patrick Bryan's figure disappeared first before he appeared in the corridor, staring at the collapsed doll as if he was facing a most powerful enemy. At that moment, he had really jumped in fright. Although there were all sorts of bizarre and harrowing matters related to spirits, it was still quite scary for a puppet to suddenly come alive without the influence of an external spirit body. The mud doll lay there quietly in fragments without so much as a stir. Patrick Bryan waited patiently for a while before finally confirming that there were no more abnormalities. He shuttled through the spirit world once again and returned to the place where the ritual had been held. At that moment, the heavy pitch-black casket had completely decayed. It was as if it had been buried in the ground for centuries, if not millennia, and the surrounding underworld believers were slowly recovering from their semi-conscious state. Patrick Bryan looked around but could not find the young gatekeeper sent by his teacher. He didn't know when he had left. Isn't he here to spy on me? The demigod of the death pathway was at a loss. Taking into consideration the abnormal discovery he had made, the living mud doll Patrick Bryan didn't delay any further. He quickly snapped his followers awake and cleaned up the scene and removed all traces. After he was done, he suddenly heard a voice. "Is this clothing factory yours?" Patrick Bryan's figure instantly disappeared and appeared again, now facing the person who spoke. That was the young gatekeeper who had gone somewhere. No. Patrick frowned slightly. How could he do such a thing in his own factory? If he was exposed, wouldn't there be no way out? Not too stupid. The young gatekeeper nodded gently. Patrick narrowed his eyes and suppressed his anger. Where did you go? The young gatekeeper chuckled and said, I visited some familiar spots and met a friend. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1082. Sudden Turn of Events. 160 Baclund Street, inside Dwayne Dantes' mansion. After teleporting back, Klein didn't delay at all. He immediately set up an altar and held a ritual to pray to death. You are the essence of death. You are the Lord of the dead. You are the final home to all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray that you will know how to resolve the problem of the Red Angel evil spirit. He has possessed the body of a gatekeeper and is cooperating with the numinous episcopate's high priest, Hader. He has come to Baclund and been made an assistant to Patrick Bryan. With regard to this matter, there was really no choice but to seek help from the Evernight goddess. Ignoring the possibility of seeking out the ascetic leader Ariana in a cooperation effort, or whether he had the ability to get finish off Sauron Einhorn Medici, even if he could, once the Red Angel evil spirit disappeared, the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction's high priest would immediately understand that something major had happened here. He could then connect it to other abnormalities and determine that there was something wrong with artificial death's condition. Then, using his own level and status, possible sealed artifacts, and his familiarity with a pathway, he might be able to create mutually harmful acts of destruction. And if he ignored the Red Angel, this evil spirit who was a conspirer wouldn't take long to detect something abnormal with Patrick Bryan. With his knowledge and intelligence, it wasn't difficult to guess the nature of the problem. No matter how I deal with it, it'll be a problem. As expected of an angel in the war domain. Even if he is a 3-in-1 spirit body, he can still create unresolvable problems for others. This must have actually been an idea that he gave Hader. Actually, I do have an extreme idea. That is to let the Red Angel evil spirit be killed by other churches, official organizations, or secret organizations for another whole different matter. In short, anything related to the goddess cannot come center stage. Things must be made very clear. The difficulty with this approach is how to let an extremely experienced, high-ranking member of the conspiring domain fall into a trap. If I don't handle it well, it might backfire on me. After the prayer ended, Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he waited patiently for the Evernight goddess to give him a response. After more than 10 seconds, the herbal dregs that pleased the deity were swept up by an invisible wind. They flew out and landed on the table, forming words. His coming spells the raising of arms. What does that mean? Looking at the sentence that gave him a sense of déjà vu, he frowned slightly. As a seer, he habitually interpreted it. Due to the king's problem, Lone has fallen into the shadows of war. Hence, the Red Angel that symbolizes war came. This means that it might no longer be possible to stop the war. Upon reaching sequence 1, one would become a symbol of certain phenomena. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, the invisible wind came to a stop. The altar, which was completely isolated by the wall of spirituality, turned extremely silent. There are no other revelations. After waiting for a while, Klein confirmed that this was all, so he ended the ritual and cleared the altar. He then walked to the sofa in the room and sat down to see if anything else would happen. After a full 15 minutes, he didn't usher in the arrival of the matron of the Evernight Cloister, the leader of the 13 archbishops, Angel of Concealment, Ariana. I don't have to deal with the Red Angel evil spirit, and I should just leave him be. Or there's another solution, but my involvement isn't needed. In essence, he wasn't a devout believer of Evernight. Since the goddess said that he didn't need to bother about it, he naturally couldn't be bothered to do so. After all, this matter was not only extremely troublesome for him, but it was also extremely dangerous. Shaking his head, Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and began a dream divination. What had happened tonight made him feel that he couldn't waste any time. He had to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion as soon as possible. Above the fog sea, inside a steam-powered merchant ship that was extremely close to a pirate ship. One by one, the men and older women were tied up and pushed to the edge of the deck. Then the pirates either used their hands or legs to throw them into the sea. The splashing sounds didn't affect the pirates at all, guffawing over this bloodless massacre. After clearing the captives, they carried their guns and lanterns to the shipboard, preparing to enjoy the pitiful bugs struggling. However, under the light, the dark blue sea beside the boat quietly undulated. No one was there. They sank so quickly, a pirate blurted out in surprise. The leader of this pirate crew frowned. After looking at it for a while, he said, "Perhaps some sea monsters passed by and treated those who dared resist us as food bestowed by the gods. Perfect timing. If we feed it, it won't attack us." Upon saying this, the leader waved his hand. "Everyone, enjoy yourselves." As a fairly experienced pirate, he knew that there were many strange things at sea. It was best not to seek out the reason and try to figure out the truth. Since it didn't harm him or his crew, he would thank the Lord of Storms for his blessings, doing so as though nothing had happened. After making sure that there were people on duty, the pirates began gulping down copious amounts of alcohol, ate huge chunks of meat, and sang loudly and fought for the rights to the young female captives. In the noisy and lively atmosphere, the pirate leader led a beautiful passenger that he had long taken a liking to into the captain's room. He eagerly began the final process for that night of revelry. In the middle of the night, the tired pirate leader stretched out his right hand and touched something cold. He jolted awake. Through the crimson moonlight shining through the window, he saw a piece of coarse wood in his arms. A series of branches with green leaves grew out from the wooden block, hugging him like a human's limbs. Ah! The pirate leader's pupils rapidly dilated. As he pushed away the wood, jumped off the bed, and stumbled back. Was I with such a thing previously? His mind was filled with terror. He couldn't care less about his clothes, picking up a flintlock and cutlass before leaving the room immediately. Outside, there was a pirate on duty. "How can I be happy to steal your ear?" When the pirate saw his leader open the door, he quickly asked. The pirate leader had originally wanted to chide the other party for secretly drinking, resulting in his incoherence. However, when he looked up, he saw that his subordinate's mouth and his surroundings were filled with golden grains. Even the surface of his tongue was covered in dense clusters. The pirate leader's scalp tightened as he felt a numbing chill run down his spine. At this moment, the door across the corridor opened as well. A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone, "Oh no. Boss, I have a lot of mushrooms growing there." As he spoke, the pirate ran out. At the same time, he felt his eyes itch. He raised his hand and rubbed his right eye. As he rubbed his eyes, a green vine slowly grew out from the gaps between his eye socket and his eyeball. There was a dark red grape at the end of it. The flesh around the grape was a blur. The pirate leader's body froze when he saw this. He asked in a voice that didn't belong to him, "What did you guys encounter?" While rubbing his eye, the pirates who didn't notice the problem said without any recollection, "A pole-like shadow struck me." "You." The pirate whose tongue was covered in golden wheat echoed. He was blocked by his leader and didn't see his fellow crew members' terrifying appearance. The pirate leader's legs began to shake uncontrollably. He instinctively turned around and ran out of the cabin. At this moment, he saw a long wall that looked like a shadow from a pole rapidly sweep towards him before lashing out at him. The shadow flashed and soon disappeared. It was as though it was a surreal nightmare. The pirate leader was just a beat slower before he subconsciously raised his hand to block. This was obviously not effective. Then he looked at himself in panic and didn't find anything unusual. Thankfully, the pirate leader couldn't help but let out a sigh. Before he could finish, he suddenly heard a slightly muffled voice. Thankfully, this voice seemed to come from his body. The pirate leader's pupils dilated to the extreme as he involuntarily lifted up his clothes. He then saw 3 cracks appear between his chest, 1 big, 2 small. 2 rows of white teeth were neatly arranged in the large crack, and in the middle of the small crack were 2 lively and nimble eyeballs embedded in them. It was a mouth and 2 eyes. The pirate leader had a mouth and 2 eyes on his chest. No. A scream rang out from the boat, filled with indescribable terror. In the next 15 minutes, some of the pirates went mad and killed their companions. Some successfully escaped back to their own ship, only to discover that the people on it had also turned mutated. Hence, they jumped into the sea in despair. By the time everything calmed down, there were only about 10 normal pirates slumped on the deck and hiding in their rooms. There was a stench around them. After a while, passengers came out of the cabin one after another. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They either thanked the gods or stood there in a daze. It was early in the morning. Klein got out of bed and began to wash up. Just as he was changing his clothes with the help of his valet and Noonie, he saw butler Walter, who had just returned from a leave of absence, walk to the door and say, "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to pay a visit. Let him wait for me in the activity room where he can enjoy a cigar." Klein hesitated for a moment before saying. He suspected that this was a late response from the goddess. Walter immediately turned around and went downstairs to make the arrangements. Before long, he returned and said, "Sir, Bishop Electra has already bade farewell and left. He wanted me to tell you that you must go to St. Samuel Cathedral in the morning. He said that the church and the government are going to hold an air raid drill together." Air raid drill? Klein frowned. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned around and looked out the window. In the air, there were rows of dark brown-colored airships approaching. These airships had slanted patterns of red, white, and yellow emblems. This was the flag of Fasak. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly understood what he had overlooked. War might not be initiated by the Lone Kingdom. An ancient and hidden organization definitely had very high-ranking members in other countries. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to affect the world situation. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1083, Backlund in Chaos. Although the Sonia Sea wasn't like the Fog Sea, with it often being filled with fog, the northern regions would occasionally fill up with a rather thick fog every autumn and winter morning. Alger Wilson's Blue Avenger was sailing in such an environment, following the borders of the Sonia Island back to the lone coast. He had already spent too long in the North Sonia Sea, so he needed to return for a routine report. Within the pale white fog, the ghost ship quietly proceeded forward, occasionally appearing like a dream that didn't leave any traces. Alger was wrapped by the wind as he stood in midair in front of the window, admiring the white world outside. He allowed his thoughts to wander in different directions. Suddenly, his eyes focused as some silvery white light flashed in his pupils. He saw a large sail through the fog in the distance, and a massive ship silently cruised past. This ship wasn't alone. Behind it were several similar ships. 1, 2, 3. They formed a fleet that spanned a great distance. Fasak's Sonia Sea Fleet. They've all been mobilized. Where are they heading to? Alger's feet landed on the deck. His gaze immediately turned to the other side, where Sonia Island was located. After the various exchanges at the Tarot Club, Alger was already certain that the world situation was tense, with war about to break out at any moment. At that moment, he made some connections and made a guess. To the Fasak Empire and the Lone Kingdom, Sonia Island was extremely important. If it were occupied by the Lone Kingdom, Fasak's Eastern Naval Fleet would be completely blocked off in the cold north, unable to vie for any of the various colonies in the Sonia Sea or head to East Balam. Meanwhile, after waging war, if they wanted to threaten the Lone Kingdom's hinterlands, they would have to cross the Amantha mountain range or cross the Mid-Sea Sheer, passing through the defenses of several counties. That would be extremely difficult. And if Sonia Island was conquered by the Fasak Empire, then they could use that as a base to attack all the ports in the north and central regions of Lone, including but not limited to in Mad Harbor or Pritz Harbor. If the Fasak commander was more daring and unfazed by the losses, he could even be able to directly target the capital of the Lone Kingdom, Backlund, which was not far from the port. It was precisely because of this that the two countries had waged the 20-year war. The Fasak Empire clinched victory, and they had obtained the crucial southern path. In the Battle of the Violated Oath, Lone had won the war, but had failed to regain this territory. Its strategic goals for the war were only half achieved. Alger stared at this scene for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. Is war about to erupt? In Backlund, a large number of airships from Fasak had entered from Northborough and arrived above the huge city. As soon as they drew near, the Holy Wind Cathedral seemed to have made certain precautions. The howling of the wind intensified, turning into several giant bluish-black blades that whistled towards the target like surface-to-air missiles. Seeing that the huge blades were about to hit the airbags of the airship, an invisible layer of defense appeared and shielded it from all the attacks. Under the violent strike, the transparent wall shook, but ultimately managed to hold on. At the same time, the compartment for guns, projectile launchers, and cannons of the airship opened up and aimed downwards. Boom. As a hurricane around the Holy Wind Cathedral took form, a loud explosive boom emanated in every direction. In such a terrifying storm, the airships were like boats sailing through the sea, where they met mountain-like waves and were about to be tossed into the distance. At that moment, the blood and rust-like beams of light flashed on the leading airship. They enveloped all the other accompanying airships and connected them together. Suddenly, Fasak's airship fleet had stabilized in a hurricane and was no longer a puny boat in the gigantic waves. The power of the high-level Red Priest pathway belonged to war, and war was the art of gathering the masses. This was the authority of a war bishop. After the Phasacians blocked this wave of attacks, they took advantage of the gap in between the wave of attacks to deliver their bombs through the hatches and allow them to drop beneath them. And in the hurricane, the trajectories of the bombs became unpredictable. Boom, boom. The cannon hatches also lit up and showed off their prowess that would honor the god of war. This airship fleet didn't attempt to travel through Backland. After entering Northborough, it immediately turned to Westborough, the center of politics for the Lone Kingdom. Northborough, Backland University of Technology. The withered intis parasol tree, leaves swayed in the wind. Students were either carrying books or bags as they walked around the campus. As a member of an institute of higher education, as the first batch of students of this reorganized university, these young adults were full of vigor. They looked forward to their future and would gather together every day to discuss their ideals, recite poems, and research technology. They were pure and happy. Melissa Moretti walked amidst them as she raised her head to look at the wall clock at the top of the main teaching building and involuntarily hastened her pace. She had to go to Chancellor Moment's office today to prepare for the upcoming mechanical laboratory that was to be officially launched. This was something that she enjoyed greatly, something which made her feel happy every day. She felt that life on campus was so wonderful and that her classmates were so adorable. Subconsciously, Melissa looked at the steam locomotive in the middle of the square. Its massive, complicated body was displaying its infinite charm in the machinery industry. Quite a number of students liked to gather there, knocking, hitting, and analyzing its structure. As for the school, it didn't encourage or forbid it. The corners of Melissa's lips curled into a smile as she moved to look away. Suddenly, a metallic gray object descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the square. Boom. The ground shook violently as all the windows of the main teaching building shattered. If not for the distance, Melissa might have been thrown up by the blast of air. Countless screams rang out, and like the other students, Melissa fled in panic, not knowing what had happened. She was only 16 years old after all. She had never experienced such a scene before. The billowing dust and smoke gradually fell. After hiding behind a tree, Melissa subconsciously looked at the spot where the explosion had just occurred. Her expression instantly froze, and her eyes glazed over. The steam locomotive's head was already in pieces. Its components and fragments were scattered everywhere. The students around it and those passing by had already collapsed to the ground, their bodies no longer intact. They were no longer breathing. Some of them were covered in blood, others charred. There was some moaning in pain. This scene was like an oil painting that wasn't realistic enough. Melissa stared at it in a daze, momentarily at a loss for a reaction. Carter, she knew that male student who had a great spirit for research. Every time everyone was in discussion, he would confidently say that he was going to be a ship engineer. Now he only had half his lower body left, and his intestines were all over the ground. Eudora, she was a student from the same faculty as her. Despite studying machinery, she loved poetry very much and was rather talented in this aspect. She was loved by the people around her. Sometimes, Melissa would also attend their gatherings and quietly listen to Eudora's recital. She felt that this girl was really attractive, but now her leg was badly mutilated and she was moaning half-consciously in pain. In just a few seconds, these people's future had been cruelly changed. It was only when many teachers rushed out of the teaching block and started to rescue the injured and evacuate the students that Melissa woke up from her trance and hurriedly moved closer to the teachers. Listen to me. All of you are to split up into two groups. One batch will head to the laboratories, and the other to Tiffany Cathedral. They all have an underground area that you can hide in. One of the teachers wore a look of terror, but he still held his breath and made arrangements with his clear voice as though he had been specially trained. He looked around and saw that the students didn't dare to leave the teachers. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry. The enemy's airship has already turned and gone to Westborough. There's no danger here." His words were accompanied by a rumbling explosion that came from the southwest. Westboro, the kingdom's parliament, various departments, and municipal halls are there. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Melissa immediately thought of many things. As the light in her eyes flickered, she suddenly pursed her lips tightly and ran towards the school gate, ignoring her teacher calling from behind. As she moved along a sheltered area, Melissa quickly arrived on the streets. She panted heavily and looked around, trying to get her bearings. At that moment, she saw the subway entrance nearby. Although she was flustered, she still remembered what the teacher had just said. Underground area that you can hide in. Isn't the subway underground? The bombing has just started, and the subway probably hadn't stopped moving. As her thoughts raced, Melissa rushed towards the entrance that showed signs of bombardment. Upon going underground, she realized that the people here weren't as many as she had expected. Most ordinary people who had never been trained wouldn't think of hiding in here immediately. The subway had indeed not stopped moving, but no one was checking the tickets. After a short wait, Melissa ran over, her lips tightly pursed and her face filled with anxiety. After 3 stops, the subway stopped at Kings Avenue. Melissa squeezed through the crowd and rushed out of the carriage. She had already recovered her stamina. She ran along the stairs, her speed increasing ever so slightly before she quickly reached the surface. At this moment, whatever she could see was in a state of chaos. Many buildings had collapsed as they were burning in scarlet flames. Broken limbs, blood, and the dead were everywhere. She could hear cries, screams, and orders. Upon seeing this scene, Melissa became even more anxious as she tried to run towards the 4-story building where the kingdom's Ministry of Finance was located. However, the area had already been sealed. She could see that many window panes had shattered. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, and there were still traces of an explosion. Melissa tried to enter the perimeter, but was stopped by the soldiers who were maintaining order. This only served to increase her anxiety as her eyes reddened. At this moment, she saw a familiar figure. It was the black-haired, brown-eyed Benson, who wasn't wearing a hat. Upon seeing Melissa, Benson immediately rushed over. He looked anxious and angry as he shouted, "Why are you here? Why aren't you hiding underground? I'm very safe here. Quick, follow me there. Didn't you not go underground either?" Melissa, who had never been shouted at by her brother, wanted to instinctively retort, but her vision was already blurry. "Phew." After he shouted, he let out a breath and softened his tone. "It's good that you're okay. Quick, don't wander around on the streets." Upon hearing his words, the panic and concern in Melissa's heart calmed down. At this moment, she felt that even if she were to die, it wouldn't be that scary anymore. At least, she wouldn't be the only one left at home. At this moment, a bomb was blown over by a hurricane and was landing towards the area. But suddenly, the bomb changed directions abruptly and flew off horizontally. Boom. It exploded in midair, only stirring up a blast of air. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1084. The People in War. Boom. Boom. In the building at Sherwood Borough's 17 Mint Street, the female owner of the building, Stellan Sammer, and her maidservants heard a loud explosion from afar. She fearfully hid in a corner of the room, feeling as though the ground beneath her feet was trembling. Only after the constant, terrifying commotion started to fade away did she straighten her body and look left and right with an unusually strained mind. What exactly happened? The 2 maidservants simultaneously shook their heads. They were both at a loss and also afraid. As soon as she left the corner of the room, she instinctively wanted to walk out of the room and talk to her neighbors to figure out what had just happened. However, she was worried that another attack would happen again, so she had no choice but to pace around in the living room. After a few minutes, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She quickly turned her head and realized that her husband, Luke Sammer, had returned with his valet. "Aren't you working?" Stellan asked subconsciously. The stout Luke replied solemnly, "I happened to pass by the vicinity and came back immediately." "Quick, put on your coat. Let's go to the cathedral now." "What happened?" "What happened?" Stellan asked again. Luke took 2 steps forward and said, "Faceax airships are bombarding Backlund." "How? How could this be?" Stellan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Now is not the time to discuss this. Whatever it is, it has already happened. We have to go to the cathedral immediately." Luke gave his wife a hug. "Don't worry too much. I think those airships aren't heading over. all right, Stellan replied in a panic. As she wore the coat the maidservant had brought over, she instinctively said with concern, "What about the children? They are at the church's school, so there will be people who will arrange for them to take shelter." "We don't have the time to reach them," Luke said calmly. "All right." Stellan made a prayer gesture, hoping that the deity she believed in would provide them with protection. The two of them, along with their male and female servants, quickly exited their house and walked towards the other end of the street. As she passed by Unit 58, Stellan took a glance and whispered, "Previously, I had laughed at lawyer Jurgen, saying that he gave up a lot of opportunities in Backlund from moving to the south just because of Mrs. Doris's ailments. Now, I'm starting to envy him." Luke shot her a look and said, "Don't worry too much. It'll be fine." While walking quickly, Stellan couldn't help but ask, "Luke, are we fleeing Backlund?" "No, there's no need," Luke Sammer answered firmly. "This was just an accident." Seeing that his wife was clearly confused, he added, "Backlund is the capital of the kingdom, so it has to be the most well-defended area. This time, it was just an oversight that no one expected. The next time, the Phasacians won't have another chance. The kingdom has the strongest military in the northern and southern continents. The Phasacians will definitely be taught a lesson. There's no way they can invade Backlund again. After this, Backlund will definitely be the safest place to be." "I see." Stellan felt that her husband's words made sense, and she was willing to believe him. After the explanation, Luke fell silent for a few seconds. "However, we still have to make some preparations. Once the church announces that we can move freely, we'll immediately fetch the children back and buy more food. We'll buy as much as we can." Inside a public school in the Backlund Bridge area. Due to the distance, Daisy and her classmates didn't realize what had happened in the North and West boroughs, nor did they sense the chaos that had spread from Hillston Borough to Sherwood Borough. However, teachers still came to their classrooms and arranged for them to line up to head to the nearest cathedral. This made Daisy recall the great smog of Backlund last year. Back then, they had also been asked to hide in the cathedral beside the school. Did something similar happen again? The trauma in Daisy's heart made her tremble slightly as she felt intense sadness and anger. When she passed by the door, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at the teacher in charge and ask, "Is it another disaster?" Maybe. The teacher didn't know the details and had only followed the orders sent by a telegram. "Is there a disaster like this every year, or maybe even more than one?" Daisy asked with a slightly ethereal voice with a tinge of innocence. The teacher looked at her with pity and shook his head. "All difficulties will pass. God will protect everyone." Daisy didn't waste his time and followed the crowd to the nearest cathedral in a somewhat blank manner. Northborough, 22 Phelps Street. After hearing the explosion inside the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, the first thing Audrey did was to conceal her dragon scales before rushing to the window. Seeing the airships with the FASAC flag appearing in the air and the bombs being carried away by a hurricane and being thrown into the distance, either landing on the ground and exploding or disappearing as though they had entered the spirit world, a thought flashed across her mind, the words that the world Mr. Gehrman Sparrow had said, as well as the mission of the psychology alchemists. She came to a realization. War had truly erupted. She immediately turned her head and said to the huge golden retriever Susie, her personal lady's maid Annie, and the others, "Quick, hide in St. Samuel Cathedral." Although Audrey didn't know how to deal with an air raid, the education she received from a young age told her to go to a cathedral as soon as possible if she ever encountered danger. In fact, she instinctively wanted to rush back to Empressborough to protect her mother. However, considering that Annie, the other servants, and staff were ordinary people who lacked experience and the ability to deal with such a crisis, she had no choice but to take care of them and accompany them to St. Samuel Cathedral. In order to resolve any dangers that she might encounter along the way, she planned to put on Hand of Horror and lie. On the one hand, she could distort the trajectory of bullets, while on the other hand, she could control flames and trigger the bombs in advance. In the face of long-range attacks, the beyonder powers of the spectator pathway were indeed not effective. While secretly protecting her servants and the Foundation staff, she successfully entered St. Samuel Cathedral and saw a few bishops and priests approaching her. "Miss Audrey, you don't have to worry about the Earl and his wife as well as Lord Hibbert. They have people to protect them. An air raid like this won't harm them. Besides, you also know how grand your family basement is and how strong it is." One of the bishops quickly brought her to the side to console her. After taking off her fishnet gloves, she nodded and acknowledged the words of the bishop. She was no longer in a hurry to return home and instead asked, "What's the current situation like?" "The Phasacians have lost 2 airships and have moved towards Westboro. Don't worry, all the defenses have been mustered. They won't cause any further damage." After a simple exchange of words, the bishop led Audrey's group towards the underground area of the cathedral, and further below was where the Nighthawks were active. 160 Baclun Street. Butler Walter and a group of servants hid in an underground area, which was used as a wine cellar. This was done under Dwayne Dantes' orders, and this gentleman had headed out to find Bishop Electra with his valet. After an unknown period of time, Walter and company heard a knock on the door. Through the peephole, they confirmed that their employer had returned. "There aren't any more raids now, but it's best you hide at St. Samuel Cathedral for a while," Klein said as he surveyed the area. "Yes, sir," Walter replied on behalf of the servants before asking, and after that, as a qualified butler, he often read the papers and understood that the situation was tense. It wasn't difficult to guess that a war would break out after the explosions. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Once the church has verified the situation, we'll head to Mager Manor. You can bring your family along. No matter what, the capital of the kingdom is definitely a relatively safe place. And the manor at the periphery of the capital definitely wouldn't be a target of air raids, as it's of no value. Yes, there's enough food in Mager Manor, and there's a large supply of wine. Even if the war were to be extended for a long time, we won't have to worry about starving to death." Upon hearing the employer's words, the servants who had already formed a family immediately revealed looks of delight, wiping away their pale looks of fear. Walter expressed his gratitude directly. He said with some deliberation, "You can buy more food. Under such circumstances, no one will find it excessive. Also, there might not be any more attacks near Backlon, but I can't say the same for security. The manor outside the city must be on guard." Klein nodded. "I've also considered this. I'll discuss this with Member of Parliament Mocht and military personnel about purchasing a batch of decommissioned weapons and bullets. You must practice more. Anyway, during this period of time, Inuni and I will return to Backlund to handle certain matters according to the situation. If there's anything I haven't considered, I'll make up for it later." As for the food, he didn't forbid Butler Walter from buying it. This way, if a famine really happened, he would have the ability to save them. After discussing the follow-up procedures, everyone in the residence of Dwayne Dantes packed up their luggage and brought their valuables. They followed their employer into St. Samuel Cathedral and arrived underground. With a single glance, he saw Audrey walking amidst the people, placating their moods. He smiled and nodded at her. Upon seeing Dwayne Dantes, Audrey smiled back and confirmed that nothing major had happened from his attitude. Furs and Zio had moved again, but they were still at the borders of Eastboro, and they were even closer to the Backlund Bridge area. After waking up naturally, Furs rubbed her hair and walked out of the bedroom to prepare lunch. As she looked around, she saw Zio, who had gone out early, sitting on a chair and flipping through the newspapers. "What's wrong?" Furs asked blankly. Zio frowned and said, "The Phasacians' air raids bombed North and Westboro." "What?" Furs first blurted out before recalling the matters that had been discussed at the Tarot Club. At that moment, a paperboy's voice came from outside. Extra. The kingdom declares war on Phasac. Extra. The kingdom declares war on Phasac. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1085, Scrutinizing the Situation. Extra. The kingdom declares war on Phasac. On the way from Mager Manor to Backlund, Klein heard the paperboy shouting on the streets with brisk steps while on a horse carriage. Although he had already made preparations, he still sighed after confirming that the war had truly erupted. He couldn't help but feel depressed again. The grudge from having Sonia Island, a key territory, taken away. The conflict over the rights of the colonies. The defeat from the previous war. The political corruption leading to a recession. Ever since the repeal of the Grain Act, many farmers of the kingdom have gone bankrupt due to the importing of foreign food products. The lower class live in abject conditions. The rich-poor divide only grew deeper. The middle class's blind confidence in the lone kingdom's might and the eager desire to raise their own positions. The intensifying conflict between different political factions in high society leading to a fracture. The king and his faction wish for a large-scale war. With all these factors combined, just from an objective standpoint, and considering this from the angle of materialism, it's almost inevitable for Lone to start a war. Reality is the best author. Jumping out from his experience from the past, Klein scrutinized the Lone Kingdom situation from a fresh point of view. He realized that the tides of the times had already formed and were surging over. Without a true deity's descent, it was completely unstoppable. In comparison, what puzzled him more was why the Faesac Empire would be willing to initiate a war. Even if the members of an ancient secret organization were indeed members of the upper echelons of Faesac or the Church of the God of Combat, key figures who had the right to make the decision, there was no way they could be alone in deciding such an important matter. How could the others agree to a world war? Could it be that the conflict between the various classes in the Faesac Empire has also completely escalated to the point that it urgently needs a war? With his lack of understanding of the Empire of the North, it was difficult for Klein to make an accurate judgment. But they just won the East Balam War and reaped more of the rights to the colonies. There's no reason for its situation to be more serious than Lone's. Yes, the royal family, the Einhorn family, is in control of the Red Priest pathway. It's understandable that they crave war, but the Church of the God of Combat has no reason not to stop it. As a member of the Orthodox Deity Alliance, they lack the motivation to help Amon's brother advance to Sequence Zero. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly came up with a theory. Did that brother of Amon realize that the goddess has already acquired the uniqueness of the death pathway and is in a critical stage, so he revealed this information to the Church of the God of Combat? And the God of Combat is in a neighboring pathway with the goddess, so there's no way he can ignore this matter. He will definitely make an intense response. Of course, it might not be done by the brother of Amon. It might also be because of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction's angel, Hader. After being warned by Einhorn Sauron Medici, this conspirer expert, he discovered the abnormalities ahead of time. On the one hand, he pretends not to notice anything and continues to set up a probe. On the other hand, he pulled in the Church of the God of Combat to worsen the situation and make it more chaotic. The Red Angel evil spirit is truly a symbol of war. If this is really the case, then it's inevitable for Faesac to wage this war. Furthermore, the matter regarding the uniqueness of the death pathway has no room for compromise. At the critical moment, the God of Combat might descend, causing a battle of gods that hasn't happened since the end of the Fourth Epoch to happen. This time for the airship fleet from Faesac could stealthily to travel from the coast for nearly 100 kilometers without being detected. It would definitely have a weather warlock providing protection. Otherwise, even if they were to take a detour across places with few people, they'll still be seen ahead of time and definitely be stopped by the lone airships. A weather warlock is an angel. Since the Fifth Epoch, the number of wars that have Beyonders at this level are few and far between. After Emperor Rosel's death, most soldiers don't even know of Beyonders, even in the colonial wars. To have a weather warlock be involved in this means this is really a battle that will sweep through the entire world. It involves battles at all levels. Is this what Amon's brother wants? When the time comes, the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, the Earth Mother, the God of steam and machinery, the God of knowledge and wisdom will have to take their respective stances. Will the conflicts that they have temporarily suppressed for almost 2,000 years be escalated? Earth Mother likes the giants, and even amongst her blessed, they are Phasacians. And because of the splitting of Lindbergh, Mason, and Seeger, these made the Faena Kingdom bear a bone-deep grudge with the Lone Kingdom and Intis. The King's powers and the Divine powers are highly likely to be unified, and they might form an alliance with Faesac. From the south to the north, they will attack Lone and Intis. Of course, countries like Lindbergh and the Church of Knowledge, who are in the crossfire, will definitely try to stop it. As for Desi Bay, Faena Potter, and the Lone Kingdom are directly connected, the South wouldn't be peaceful either. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the situation in the northern continent would become abnormally chaotic. And no matter what direction it developed into, he couldn't stop it. Even as a Sequence 4 demigod, under the tide of the times, there was no way for him to cause any major impact in this battle of gods, or exert any key influence. It would be pretty good if he could protect himself and the people he cared about. Previously, when the Faesac Air Fleet attacked, the first thing he did was arrange for Butler Walter and company to hide in the underground area that was used as a wine cellar. Then, he teleported to Backlund University of Technology. At that time, a bomb had already hit the ground. Some had died, and others were injured. The only thing he was thankful for was that his sister, Melissa, wasn't within the vicinity of the explosion. By the time Melissa and Benson met, the airships from Faceac didn't stay for long and quickly retreated from Backlund. Only then did he return to Dwayne Dantes' residence. Phew. Klein let out a slow sigh of relief. He turned his head to look out the window and saw that, after hearing that the kingdom was declaring war on Faceac, a small number of pedestrians on the street wore a look of horror as though they had recalled the air raid in the morning. Most of them wore blank expressions with a look of panic. They had no idea what they could do even if they wanted to. They might not have truly understood what this war would bring, but they instinctively felt that peace had been broken. The future was a chaotic mess, fraught with danger. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at his valet Inuni, who was sitting opposite him. From his eyes, he realized that he was somewhat at a loss. He gave a half-smile and sighed. He raised his hand to rub his temples and wiped away his depressed and helpless feelings. He thought about what he could do and what he needed to take note of. No matter what, with this experience and lesson, the king's faction has had a war spark out as they wished. Before all of Lone collapses, it's nearly impossible for Faceac to invade Backlund again. It would be safer for Benson and Melissa to stay here. What's most worrisome is the lack of food and various assassinations. The latter is nothing. The place where Melissa and Benson live in is decided by their own levels. They aren't anywhere close to coming into contact with someone important who is a target for assassination, so they won't be implicated. Fortunately, Portland Moment's research laboratory has just been established, and there are no results from it yet. It won't become a target that must be destroyed. As for the former, I can provide some help through Miss Audrey. The Winter County at the Holy Cathedral is located in the far north reaches of the kingdom, next to Faceac. It's always the front line of every war. Ma'am Ariana might have returned to help the military. Oh, she might also be sent elsewhere to protect the coast. After all, the defenses of Backlund are sufficient. The royal family definitely has Grade 0 sealed artifacts, and also angels. The three churches most likely have hidden tricks up their sleeves. In that case, my greatest pillar of support is gone. At most, I can get some help from the church and use some sealed artifacts. In the past, I wasn't too worried about the effects the Red Angel Evil Spirit's return has on me. Now, I have to raise my guard for this matter. Patrick Bryan knows very well that Dwayne Dantes is equivalent to Gehrman Sparrow, who is equivalent to the Blessed of Death. I had intentionally revealed this information, hoping that it would direct the points of suspicion to Mr. Azek, the Death Consul. And now this also means that the Red Angel Evil Spirit will be able to grasp this information in no time. The Red Angel Evil Spirit currently only has a high level, but his actual standard shouldn't have recovered to the level of an angel. There's no irreconcilable feud between him and me, nor do I have what he wants. Even if he knows that Dantes is equivalent to Gehrman Sparrow, it would be very unlikely for him to deal with me directly. Other than attacking me directly, what harm will it bring after he grasps the situation? Is he using this to set up a conspiracy or sell the intelligence to someone who needs it? What conspiracy? Who would want it? Many thoughts and names surfaced in his mind, but they were quickly eliminated by him. This included Amon's brother and the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. From the Red Angel Evil Spirit's past actions, for the time being, he wouldn't make contact with Rose Redemption, and Amon's brother is a sworn enemy of Medici and company. Suddenly, a name appeared in his mind. Zeradol. The leader of the Secret Order, the Sequence 1 Seer Pathway Angel, Zeral, who had returned to normalcy after becoming mad. According to Rhodes's feedback, this powerful and concealed existence had already left his original location, and his whereabouts were unknown. Previously, Klein had been wondering if he would come to Backlund due to the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. Medici and the Zeradol and Zoroast families were serving under the Solomon Empire. Even if they weren't friendly with each other, they must be very familiar with each other. In the foggy town, Zeradol had met Gehrman Sparrow. If he really wants to pursue something, he would definitely chase after the crazy adventurer. With a thought in his mind, Klein instinctively began to assume that Zeradol was in Backlund in search of Gehrman Sparrow, and with that, he began to analyze the situation for other abnormalities. At almost the same instant that he thought of something, Klein recalled the failure of the joint operation between Sharon and the Sanguine. The Rose School of Thought is also looking for Gehrman Sparrow, So would Zeradol, who received the corresponding news, work with them? Back then, the operation was on the brink of success. The Rose School of Thought's person in charge in Backlund had left in a hurry. Clearly, he had only noticed the problem at the last moment. With the Sanguine preparing the corresponding sealed artifact, it's rather impossible for such a failure to happen. Even the Sanguine Duke was puzzled and confused. But what if it was thanks to the perceptive intuition of a Sequence 1 angel of the Seer pathway? This would explain it perfectly. Back then, Zeradol was sitting opposite the Rose School of Thought's Backlund person in charge. The Rose School of Thought retreated in a panic, and had even deliberately left behind a doll to create moonlight and cleanse everything so as to cover up the existence of Zeradol. Also, the fact that Gehrman Sparrow has a certain relationship with the Death Consul isn't a secret. Will Zeradol spread out all his marionettes and sense if there's the power of death in Backlund? Previously, when Patrick Bryan was holding rituals, there was actually Zeradol's marionette watching him. If the Red Angel evil spirit has already sold the intelligence to Zeradol, then wouldn't my returning to Backlund Street in such a chaotic situation be giving myself up? His pupils constricted, and he immediately said to the coachman in front, "Just stop here. I suddenly thought of something else I need to settle." After he said that, he felt extremely tense, afraid that the coachman wouldn't answer him and continue driving. Fortunately, none of this happened. The horse carriage stopped by the side of the road, and with his valet and Nooney, Klein walked towards a small alley nearby. Immediately following that, he snapped his fingers and allowed the scarlet flames to emerge from his pocket, covering both himself and his marionette. He had to rush to St. Samuel Cathedral as soon as possible in a concealed manner. With a flash of flames, their two figures disappeared. However, after completing a leap, the flames within his senses suddenly disappeared, all of them. A spacious living room appeared in front of him. On an ordinary reclining chair was a tall and thin man. He was young and had Southern Continent blood in him. He looked rather handsome and appeared a little anemic. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. This Red Angel played with a ball of scarlet-red flames in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up. You actually sensed it earlier than I expected. Hey, using flaming jump in front of me. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1086, A Simple Inference. The moment he saw the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein's pupils dilated. The human-skinned glove on his left hand suddenly turned transparent. He didn't listen to what the other party had to say. His instinctive reaction was to immediately teleport away, but at this moment, the spirit world that entered his eyes was different from usual. Countless transparent creatures in indescribable forms were all dyed in a color that was a mixture of iron and blood. The surrounding area was filled with thick smoke, and there were 7 rays of light that contained infinite knowledge hidden above them. It was almost impossible to see them. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He didn't rashly teleport. Upon seeing this, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. "Were you afraid of Zeradol?" Upon hearing this, Klein subconsciously looked around, but he didn't discover anything unusual. The Red Angel evil spirit maintained that annoying smile and pointed to the sofa opposite the reclining chair. "If I had already informed him that Dwayne Dantes is Gehrman Sparrow, and when you return to 160 Backlund Street in the morning, the person waiting in the wine cellar wouldn't be a living person. Instead, it would be your hung-up butler and servants, looking as though they were ham left to dry age. Of course, they would similarly welcome you warmly. Sit. Under such circumstances, listening to my thoughts and intentions first isn't a bad thing." He imagined the scene described by the Red Angel evil spirit. Although Klein had done similar things himself, his hair stood on end and he was horrified. He kept his guard up, allowing the marionette Konas Kilgore, in the form of Dwayne Dantes, to sit on the sofa while he waited by the side as though he was his personal servant, Inuni. He had unknowingly swapped places with his marionette and instantly changed their appearances. Perhaps it's because you just learned of this information from Patrick Bryan, and you haven't even informed Zeradol yet, Klein retorted through his marionette. At the same time, he determined from the words of the Red Angel evil spirit that Zeradol had really come to Backlund. This was a complete and unrestricted, terrifying, and bizarre Sequence 1 angel. It was enough to be called a hidden existence. The Red Angel evil spirit's gaze swept across the valet and his master before smiling. "I'll be able to get something I want to know in 15 minutes from a fool like Patrick Bryan. Furthermore, an entire night and a morning has passed since the ritual. You and Miss Messenger might have something in common. Klein made the marionette raise his eyebrows. And so, the Red Angel evil spirit gently rocked the reclining chair it was in. I'm not sure if you've heard of such a saying. When you choose a beyonder pathway, your corresponding friends and enemies will be determined. As for us, we aren't friends, but we aren't enemies either. Of course, you did have some conflicts with me, but no one suffered any great losses. The matter has passed. To me, your growth will bring great trouble to a few people I hate, so I don't want to kill you in advance. I'm happy to see you continue your advancement. The Emperor had said similar words. A few people he hates. Klein deliberated and asked, Blasphemer Amon? Not that ignorant and not that stupid either. The Red Angel evil spirit laughed and stroked his chin. Be it his words or actions, he gave people the urge to hit him. After some thought, Klein calmly pointed out a question. Then you can definitely choose Zeradol. If he can rise up because of this, he will similarly bring about extreme trouble for Blasphemer Amon. Compared to him, I'm still too weak. I'll still need a long time to grow. There are too many possible accidents from this point forth. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded seriously. Indeed, that's what I thought in the beginning as well. A fellow like you, who isn't much stronger than a wild dog, what are you going to use to compete with the already sequenced one Zeradol? Die faster than anyone else. At this point, the Red Angel evil spirit changed the topic and sighed. However, if one can choose the most ideal proposal in this world, that would be too wonderful. Before he could finish his sentence, a bloody gash appeared on his left bloody cheek. The wound opened up in a wide manner, opening and closing like a mouth, and revealed 2 rows of illusory white teeth. I've investigated. The collapse of the Sauron family was caused by Zeradol and Roselle. Is this the spirit left behind by the ancestor of the Sauron family? The dissociation of the Red Angel is worse than I imagined. No, this isn't considered a normal split personality, but 3 people being stuffed into one body. No matter what they do, they have to first come to a unanimous decision, or there will be internal strife. Klein believed that the Red Angel evil spirit wasn't setting up a trap, but that he had no way of informing Zeradol of the relevant information. This is his weakness. I can use it in the future. Klein muttered silently before asking, Then why did you come to me? Just to say those words. The Red Angel evil spirit raised its hand to rub his left cheek, causing a mouth that appeared to slowly disappear. At the same time, he smiled and said, Aren't you investigating the lone royal family? It seems to involve a high-ranking demoness named Katarina. If you have any tracks from her, inform me before you carry out any operation. Saintess of White Katarina. Why is the Red Angel evil spirit looking for her? The Hunter Pathway Sequence 4 can cause women to become men. The Sequence 7 of the Demoness Pathway can make men into women. This should be 2 separate Beyonder pathways that can be interchanged. The Red Angel evil spirit can't find a suitable Hunter Pathway Beyonder characteristic, so it plans to jump to the Demoness Pathway? That's right. As an evil spirit, as long as he resolves his issue of survival, he can still advance using potions and characteristics. Klein was first taken aback before he used the secrets he knew of to come up with a guess. He suddenly had a strange idea. When there are both high-sequence Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter and Demoness pathways within a body, would the Red Angel evil spirit display a male form or a female form? Whoever has a higher level and is in charge decides. At that moment, the Red Angel evil spirit looked at Dwayne Dantes and his valet and scoffed. You have a great talent for provoking others. I haven't said anything. Klein inwardly replied in a daze. The Red Angel evil spirit curled his lips and said, I can guess what you're thinking, unless you admit that you're ignorant. However, this might be a good thing for them. Shut up. A bloody mouth appeared on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheeks. Looking at the dissociative identity disorder happening before him, Klein rationally gave up on the idea of going deeper into the topic and said, It's not impossible to inform you in advance, but the problem is how should I inform you? From his point of view, the demoness of unaging Katarina was a vile person. It was the same with the Red Angel evil spirit. It wasn't a bad thing to have them clash. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and said, Of course, it's by reciting my honorific name. The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. Pooey. The mouth on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheeks let out a disdainful sound, as though they didn't approve of it. This is a standard deity's honorific name. After gaining control of the uniqueness, to a certain extent, Medici became a quasi-god, and as long as no one can accommodate the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, this evil spirit's level will not drop. The honorific name will always point towards him. Klein nodded thoughtfully and probed. What do you know about the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alistitutor? Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel's facial muscles twitched slightly before sneering. Are you asking what the secret of the lone royal family is? You might not know this, but you might be familiar with the Blood Emperor's secret ruins, Klein said deliberately. The Red Angel evil spirit suddenly laughed out loud and slapped the armrest of the reclining chair. Your tricks are so childish that they look like a 3-year-old's. Haha, the secret hidden by the lone royal family is very simple. I could guess it just by reading the newspapers. TSK, you only have a smart-looking face. Your brain is filled with squirming worms. You can guess it just by reading the newspapers. Klein frowned and asked. The Red Angel evil spirit finished laughing and curled his lips. Of course, it needs some basic knowledge. I believe you should have it. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and you'll understand how simple the answer is. Is that Blood Emperor's secret ruins the kind known by the churches? No. Klein shook his head firmly. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and continued asking, do you know which sequence the Blood Emperor Alistitutor was in before he advanced to Sequence 0? The Black Emperor pathway, Sequence 1 Prince of Abolition, Klein calmly replied. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded slightly. Did you know that before Alistitutor became Blood Emperor, he was one of the 2 consuls of the Tudor-Trunsoist United Empire, and that the ones supporting him were 6 of the 7 present deities, including Evernight and Storm? Klein nodded and gave an affirmative answer. The half-slumped Red Angel evil spirit crossed one leg over the other. Then do you know that after Alista became Blood Emperor, he had truly gone mad and even died during the Battle of the Gods? Kind of. Klein didn't dare to be too sure, because this was something he had read from Roselle's diary, and the Emperor had learned it from Mr. Dorr. The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled and said, then do you think that Alistitutor would have the rationality and opportunity to leave behind secret ruins after he became Blood Emperor? No. Klein slowly shook his head. The Red Angel evil spirit spread its hands and said, since it's a ruin left behind by Alista before he became Blood Emperor, and if the 6 deities who supported him aren't aware of it, what could it be? If you had a choice, would you take a path destined to go mad? This. Klein instantly thought of the 9 mausoleums that the Black Emperor needed and the ritual needed to become a god. To a Prince of Abolition, before the return of the former Black Emperor, secretly seeking out a way to advance to Black Emperor was something he wanted to do. Is that ruin related to the Black Emperor? Klein asked in a deep voice. The Red Angel evil spirit rubbed his chin and chuckled. You seem to know the Black Emperor's ritual. Isn't that simple? What has the King of Lone been doing in the past 2 to 3 years? The Grain Act was abolished. There's the Civil Servant Unified Examination, a restructuring of the military. The House of Lords and Nobles are struck down a notch, strengthening the authority of the House of Commons. Isn't this something that was published in the newspapers? Besides, isn't it common knowledge that the Justiciar pathway can be switched to the Black Emperor pathway? As many of these things were the trends of the times to Klein, with one of them being pushed by him, he had never considered them from a mysticism perspective in the past. Now that they were connected, he immediately understood. Soon, he recalled something else. The last person who wanted to become Black Emperor was Roselle. He happened to be related to Amon's brother. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1087. The Deity's Attitudes. The Grain Act was abolished. The Civil Servant Unified Examination. A concession was made, bringing the Church's forces into the military. These seem to be in line with the trends of the times, but in essence, they're oppressive, weakening the nobles and supporting a new class. Compared to the previous 1,000-year rule, this can really be considered to be against the norm. It's the order needed to become Black Emperor. In the past decade or so, the changes in architecture style have been very drastic as well. For Roselle to be able to obtain the uniqueness and obtain the corresponding sequence one beyond her characteristic, that ancient secret organization must have put in quite a bit of effort. It might have even provided part of it directly. When this emperor perished, who took away those characteristics? Also, Bernadette has been in Backlund for the past few months, and has been coming here frequently. Sai, the main issue is that the asymmetrical aesthetics of the empires in the Fourth Epoch had affected my understanding, making me believe that rules that violate normal circumstances are odd and against the order that humans would strive for. Now that I think about it again, what does it mean by normal circumstances? Isn't it just something that everyone has already gotten used to, and therefore won't have an instinctive sense of resistance towards it? From the tribes to the countries, from feudalism to republicanism, don't they all violate the normal circumstances of the period they were in, with countless people wishing to return to the past? The phrase old fogies and leftovers from the old dynasties encompasses this problem. From the looks of it, as long as a deity doesn't intervene, the revolution that the Black Emperor needs will definitely happen. It's just a matter of time. With the tides of the times surging over, it's really hard to stop it. That brother of Amon is indeed a powerful and terrifying author. In the depths of the Blood Emperor's ruins, there should be a mausoleum similar to a pyramid. And according to the ritual requirements, one has to drive one's citizens to build it. Therefore, there are cases of people going missing in the East Borough and overseas slave trade. When the war develops to a certain stage, using the excuse of praying for victory, or the nation's mourning for soldiers, a huge gathering with a large number of citizens can be convened to participate in a sacrificial ritual in the various cities in the royal capital. Yes, many years ago, the lone royal family obtained the crown of the Balam Empire, and they connected the king's name to the title of emperor. What a great plan! When he was alerted by the Red Angel evil spirit's questions, Klein's mind tensed up. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and at the same time, he had another question. He looked at the tall, thin, young gatekeeper who didn't look rosy. He said after some deliberation, George III wishes to directly become Black Emperor, but he isn't even at sequence 4. Even if George III could act ahead of time to make himself more talented and reduce the impact caused by the mental imprint in the potion, Klein didn't believe that a sequence 5 Beyonder could become a god directly, unless he was lucky enough with that very slim chance of success. And such luck wasn't something that could be described simply as being sufficient. The Snake of Mercury, who represents fate, Will Septon, didn't even dare to directly devour the die of probability, and he had to seriously find a way to accommodate it. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed when he heard that. How do you know that George III is only sequence 5? How are you so sure that the George III under investigation is the real George III? Could it be that he was imagined into existence, or could it be a faceless at the angel level? These are truly very difficult things to accomplish, but to a certain zealot, these are all within the scope of one's ability and the resources in one's grasp. I suspect that George III is an official member of the secret organization that was created to mimic our Rose Redemption. His true level might already be at the angel level. Haha, I wouldn't be surprised if he is already at sequence 1. This Emperor Roselle once said that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures that he couldn't imagine. When they combine forces, other than dealing with the 7 churches, there's nothing that can't be done. This actually includes the king of a country. That's right, later on, the emperor also became the ruler of Intis. Zealot. Is this what the Red Angel evil spirit thinks of Amon's brother? Although this is clearly a little extreme, with a strong bias, there's a certain reason for it. A nickname isn't given randomly. Klein made his marionette frown slightly. You seem to be able to see through the truth of this matter easily, but why hasn't the Church of Evernight, Storm, and Steam realized this problem? Their understanding of the Black Emperor is no less than yours. After all, the 2 churches of the Evernight and the Storm had supported the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire. The Red Angel evil spirit wore an amused expression again as he sized up Dwayne Dantes and his valet. How old are you? Why are you still so naive and childish? The 6 deities and the 6 churches are not necessarily equivalent at times. The things the 6 deities know might not be told to the angels and saints beneath them. The Red Angel evil spirit let out a chortle again when he saw that Dwayne Dantes was still frowning in confusion. Trust me, what I said, and what I'll be saying next, is undoubtedly a form of provocation to ruin the image of the 6 deities, but you can consider whether it's the truth. Let's put it this way. In regards to someone wanting to become the Black Emperor, the attitude of the 6 deities, the 7 deities is rather ambiguous. They often have conflicts of their own. More precisely, they are happy to see a mentally sound Black Emperor be born, but they also wish that it's one they support. Therefore, they will not give any detailed revelations to the various churches. They will only follow the normal procedure and deliver punishment if there are results to the investigation. Otherwise, they will tacitly approve of its development. Of course, during this process, we cannot eliminate the possibility that a certain existence might want to do some damage, but it will not be so direct and obvious, because it will definitely be stopped by the other deities. If it wasn't because he knew of them taking such attitudes, how could George III dare take the risk? All right, now that the war has broken out, he has overcome the crisis. He can wait for the next opportunity. At that moment, Klein thought of the news that had been leaked out during the operation launched at the Blood Emperor ruins. He was momentarily unsure if he should suspect that the upper echelons of the three churches had a member of the ancient secret organization, or that a certain deity had personally reminded Amon's brother. And if it were the latter, the suspect was undoubtedly not the Lord of Storms. After a moment of silence, Klein hesitantly asked, "So, as long as nothing goes wrong, George III will carry out the ritual to become a god, despite everything that he has done? And if everything goes smoothly, and he survives the backlash from the potion, will he ascend to the throne of Black Emperor?" The Red Angel Evil Spirit replied in a relaxed tone, "Is there a problem? Why would the 7 deities?" Klein couldn't help but ask. The Red Angel Evil Spirit sked and said, "Do you want to know? If you want to know, I can tell you now." Just as he was about to say, "Of course," Klein suddenly recalled the warning that Ma'am Ariana had given him. There are some things that make it easier to be infected the more you know. Both your body and soul will be infected. Once you become an angel, you can seek out the exact answer. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein made his marionette smile. "Forget it then. Very good. You nearly died out of curiosity and foolishness." The Red Angel Evil Spirit shook his head regretfully. He then looked out the window and said, "If there's nothing else, you may leave." "All right." Klein made the marionette stand up and raise his right hand. At this moment, the half-slumped Red Angel Evil Spirit suddenly asked, "I have this nagging feeling that if I had attacked you just now, you wouldn't be completely helpless, am I right? Of course, why do you think I chose Flaming Jump instead of teleporting? That was to hide the burning of the paper crane in my wallet. This way, Snake of Fate while Septon's gaze would silently land on me. If anything happens, he would use the yesterday once more charm. To deal with an existence at your level, one can't be too careful. How could one not be careful and keep a trump card hidden?" Klein didn't directly answer the Red Angel Evil Spirit's question. He smiled and expressed his tacit agreement. "Ah." He snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to surge out of his pocket and envelop him. As the scarlet streams dispersed, Klein's figure disappeared in front of the Red Angel Evil Spirit. Backlund, at Dr. Aaron Series' home, in a black pram. The chubby baby rubbed his eyes and muttered silently, "Backlund really isn't suitable for children to live in." 39 Backlund Street. Having done a divination, Klein saw a member of Parliament mocked who was about to head to Westboro. "Didn't you go to Mager Manor?" "I'm planning on letting Rihanna and Hazel hide in Moose Manor." Mocked pinched the sockets of his eyes. "I wonder when this side effect will disappear." Klein retracted his gaze from this action and sighed. "I have to prepare some weapons for the manor, so I came to seek your help. Also, if you have the means to get food, you can help me buy some." In his opinion, the low-level citizens weren't able to stock up on food because they didn't have any money at all. At most, they would stock up a few days' worth of food. Therefore, his purchase wouldn't affect them for the time being. Once the food situation worsened, he could donate more of it through Miss Audrey. Before food rationing was implemented, if Klein didn't stockpile, other rich people would do so. Furthermore, they might not donate it. "No problem," Mocked agreed without any hesitation. Klein didn't ask about the price, because he had given housekeeper Tanaja a total of £5,000 for such matters. Of course, after confirming that Zeridel was in Backlund and that Dwayne Dantes being equivalent to Garamond Sparrow was known to the Red Angel Evil Spirit, he decided not to return to Mager Manor. He planned on changing his identity so as not to affect the innocent. As for the excuse, it had been arranged by the Church of Evernight that he would perform certain tasks and that he was unable to return for a long period of time. If there was a charity event that required his help, he gave Miss Audrey the authority to stand in his place. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1088, Hiding in Secret. On the way to St. Samuel Cathedral from Backlund Street, Klein passed by the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. He was surprised to find that the door was still open. As the initiator and current director, he placed quite a bit of concern over this matter. He temporarily slowed down and walked over. Just as he entered the door, he saw Miss Audrey walking down from the second floor with her personal maidservant, a big golden retriever, and a few staff members beside her. Good afternoon. In this situation, there doesn't seem to be a need to insist on doing anything. Klein went forward and voiced out his doubts. Audrey held a newspaper in her hand as she looked at Dwayne Dantes. Some of our beneficiaries were injured in the air raid. I just went to visit them and arranged for follow-up treatment. The noble lady's eyes were slightly red, as though she had seen all sorts of heart-wrenching scenes in the hospital. May the goddess bless them. Klein came to a realization and drew a crimson moon on his chest. He took the opportunity to say the idea that he had come up with long ago. I plan to donate some more money to buy food, medicine, and medical equipment for the foundation. In this man-made disaster, we can do more things. A brilliant idea. Those who are suffering will be grateful to you from the bottom of their hearts, Mr. Dantes. Audrey tapped her chest 4 times in a fluid motion. There was obvious joy and pity in her eyes. I will do my best as well. She didn't want to just donate money, but to spearhead certain matters. Klein nodded. You don't have to praise me. At times like these, I only did what I should do. Apart from donating funds, I will also donate food. All of you can discuss this directly with my butler, Walter. Yes, Miss Audrey, I can write a letter of authorization to you now, so that you can use my name to transfer the resources of Mager Manor. What about you, Mr. Dantes? Audrey asked with a vague guess. This was the most normal response in such a conversation. I received a notice from the church that I need to help them perform certain tasks. As for what they are, I haven't gone to St. Samuel Cathedral yet, so I'm not sure either. The only thing I can confirm is that I have to travel around. I won't be able to return to Mager Manor for a long time. Klein gave the reason he had come up with previously. Miss Audrey, during this period of time at the Foundation, I have come to understand your character and ability. Your background and standing also determine your visions and style. Handing these matters to you is the best solution I can come up with. Klein didn't expect his lies to fool a senior spectator. He only wanted to deceive the people around Justice. Oh, these people didn't include the dog. Does Mr. World want to temporarily give up on his identity as Dwayne Dantes so that he can perform certain matters in secret? Feeling enlightened, Audrey pretended to think. After a few seconds of silence, she said, With the current situation, I can't refuse such a request. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately got his personal servant and Noonie to go upstairs to get a piece of paper and a pen. Then, while being witnessed by the staff, he personally drafted a letter of authorization, signed his name, printed his thumbprint, and stamped the seal. After doing all of this, Klein cast his gaze at the newspaper in Audrey's hand. Is there anything else? I just came back from outside the city. I only heard the paperboy shout that the kingdom has declared war on Fasak. Audrey pursed her lips and said with slightly gloomy expression, Not long after the airship fleet from Fasak attacked Backlund, their Sonia Sea Fleet took advantage of the thick fog to attack the Imperial Navy's base at Pritz Harbor's Oak Island and the shipyards in the surrounding area. Fortunately, the Church of the Lord of Storms received a warning beforehand and sent a telegram in advance. Pritz Harbor wasn't lost, but it lost quite a number of ships and factories. It said that many people died and were seriously injured. This is war. Klein sighed. Can I see how the king declared war? Audrey knew that there was something wrong with King George III, so she could tell that Mr. World was hiding his contempt. She didn't refuse and handed the newspaper over. It was the Tussock Times. Without needing to spread it open, he directly saw the king's declaration on the headlines. 708 years ago, the Phasacians took away Sonia Island from us. A year ago, the Phasacians stole half of our interests in East Balham. Today, they bombarded Backlund and attacked Prit Harbor. Many Loanese were killed and injured, and their blood has stained the ground. There's no way for us to back down any further. We can only be bullied again and again by the Phasacians if we back off. If we continue retreating, we will lose all our interests overseas. Large amounts of our products will not be sold. Countless workers will lose their jobs, and even more peasants will go bankrupt. Everything from the past and now states that justice is in our hands, and we have enough strength to seize complete victory. Everyone, I, your Emperor George III, represent the Parliament and the kingdom's government to declare war on Fasak. Unless they raise the white flag and surrender, we will never stop advancing. Advance, we shall take back Sonia Island. Advance, we shall conquer St. Millum. Victory will definitely belong to us. The gods will be with us. Klein quickly browsed through it and used his clown ability to stop his lips from curling up. He then returned the tussock times to Audrey. He took off his hat and bowed. I'll leave the rest to you. I will, please rest assured. Audrey held the letter of authorization and newspapers and bowed. Without any further delay, Klein left the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet and Nooney and arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral. At that moment, the church no longer had many believers present. Most of them had returned to their homes, busy preparing for their life with war having been declared. In the dark and quiet environment, Klein found a seat and sat down. He took off his hat, clasped his hands, and placed them in front of his mouth and nose. He softly recited the honorific name of the Evernight goddess, then said, I received news from the Red Angel Evil Spirit that it's very likely that Zeradol has already arrived in Backlund. As for the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor, there's a high chance that it's the mausoleum needed for the Black Emperor ritual. After the prayer, Klein waited patiently for a while. He saw the Archbishop, Anthony Stevenson, enter from the side door and walk towards him. This saint was clean-shaven. He wore a black robe that had the Crimson Moon's emblem on it. He walked without making a sound, as though he was the knight that slowly descended. Anthony didn't say a word after he approached Dwayne Dantes. He only signaled with his eyes before turning towards the library. With that, Klein got up, put on his hat, and followed silently behind. As for his personal servant and Nooney, he held his cane and walked to the entrance of the cathedral to wait. Outside the library, Archbishop Anthony turned around and revealed a smile. He said to Dwayne Dantes, war has erupted. There are too many things that need to be done. As a devout believer of the goddess, are you willing to provide some help? Indeed. From the looks of it, Ma'am Ariana has left Backlund. As Klein sighed, he drew the Crimson Moon on his chest. It's my honor. Praise the lady. After responding, he immediately asked, what do you need me to do? I'll inform you when needed. Try not to go home during this period of time, St. Anthony said in an illogical tone. And in an instant, he understood what the other party meant. He had to hide for now. They had no time to deal with Zeradol. At most, they could provide him protection within a certain range. Just as I thought, the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She will not be able to do a divine descent for a long period of time. The upper echelons of the church have to deal with the war, while the negative effects of Grade 0 sealed artifacts are more terrifying than the last. Klein nodded gently. Yes, Your Grace. May the goddess bless you. St. Anthony drew the Crimson Moon. Praise the lady. The only escape is tranquility. Klein responded with a familiar gesture. Then he left St. Samuel Cathedral and headed to another street with his valet. After walking for a while, both of them disappeared at some point in time. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Wearing an ordinary face, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew at it. Soon, Rionette Tynker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. She wasn't surprised by her contractor's appearance. Without giving a letter, he directly said, Tell Miss Sharon and Merrick that Zeradol has come to Backlund and is very likely to be in contact with the Rose School of Thought. They must be careful. It's best not to go to the Bravehearts bar in the near future. Zeradol. This time, Rionette Tynker's 4 heads spoke at the same time, as though they had spent a great deal of effort to recall who it was. Leader of the Secret Order, a Sequence 1 angel, who once lost his mind before becoming normal again. Klein took out a gold coin and handed it to Miss Messenger. He didn't mention that Zeradol was very interested in Gehrman Sparrow. He believed that, as a high-level spirit world creature, Miss Messenger would be able to sense his uniqueness to a certain extent. Otherwise, there was no need for this angel to lower her status to be his messenger. If it was for yesterday, once more charms, she could provide him help in a more decent manner. As for why Zeradol didn't discover the Grey Fog's aura in the foggy town, but now shows interest in Gehrman Sparrow, Klein believed that there were 3 reasons. The first reason was that the Grey Fog's Beyonder convergence had compelled this powerful seer to come to Backlund, and he predicted something. The second reason was that Garamond Sparrow was able to leave the foggy town despite receiving the wrong symbol and return to the real world. The third reason was that Garamond Sparrow was likely related to the organization that believed in the Fool. By the time Zeradol came into contact with the Rose School of Thought and realized that the Mother Tree of Desire was somewhat interested in Garamond Sparrow, even if he didn't have a guess, the importance he placed on Garamond Sparrow would still rise exponentially. Rionette Tynker didn't say anything else. One of the heads tilted forward and bit the gold coin. After watching Miss Messenger leave, he pulled a chair and sat down. He sized up the sky outside the window across a wooden desk. The layout of the rental apartment was the same as the one he used to live in Tingen City. There was a bedroom inside, and outside of it was a living room, dining room, and study room. There was also a bunk bed. At that moment, in the room, other than him, there were only his marionettes, Konas and Inuni. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1089, A Difficult Decision. After sitting for a while, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples. He then stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He then conjured Garamond Sparrow. By praying to Mr. Fool, he sent messages to Danitz and the hermit Catlia. The message for the former was to remind him to be careful of the secret order. Although he didn't believe that Zeradol would directly seek out Danitz, a person who had crossed paths with Garamond Sparrow on the surface, there was nothing wrong with reminding him regardless. As a Bizarro sorcerer, Klein had a certain level of understanding of the Beyonders of the Seer pathway. He believed that those who could truly advance to such a state were sufficiently cautious and careful. This didn't exclude certain oddities and exceptions, but it definitely didn't exclude Zeradol, who was at Sequence 1. And in this situation, in the eyes of an angel who was in control of enough secrets, Danitz was more like bait that was deliberately thrown out to fish for certain targets. Therefore, it was highly likely that Zeradol would very carefully and cautiously avoid him. At most, he would send members of the Secret Order to do some direct or indirect investigations. By the same logic, the message that Klein gave the hermit Catlia had the same content. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was for her to immediately contact Queen Mystic Bernadette, saying that Garamond Sparrow wanted to meet her as soon as possible. In addition, he also informed the Admiral of Stars, something he wanted to delay till the next tarot gathering, that she was to decide if she wanted to purchase the Sequence 5 Druid and Sequence 4 Classical Alchemist of the Planter Pathway. West of the Berserk Sea, Thero's Island. Danitz, who was gathering clues about Vice Admiral Ailment, held a cup filled with golden beer when his expression suddenly became extremely complicated. What's wrong? You saw someone and recalled an indescribable encounter. Anderson shook the Lanty-proof distilled liquor in his hand as he teased the abnormal Danitz. Danitz gulped down a mouthful of beer and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand before saying with a somewhat depressed expression, "We have to be careful of Secret Order members from now on." Ever since he met Garamond Sparrow, such words were a common occurrence for him. His initial reaction had gone from the point of panic to numbness and depression. He suspected that one day he would be listed as being wanted by all organizations of different sizes, except Mr. Fool's organization. Anderson sized up Danitz when he heard that as he chuckled. "Sometimes I feel that Garamond Sparrow is more like a hunter than me. So the two of you have a special method of communication. You don't even need to summon a messenger." Danitz was just about to say a few perfunctory words when a person from Intis rushed into the tavern. He held a telegram and shouted, "Fasak launched an air raid on Backlund. Lone has officially declared war." Declared war. Anderson and Danitz looked at each other. By relying on their pathway's characteristics, they acutely caught the scent of a large-scale war. Fasak attacked Backlund and Pritz Harbor, and in return, Lone has officially declared war. The 3 ironclad warship fleets weren't at the harbor, so there wasn't many losses. They're heading back to the Lone Coast. Catlia's crew happened to pass through Oravi Island, and they had gathered all sorts of information from the telegrams. Just as she was thinking about how the pirate crew would react in this situation, she suddenly saw an endless gray fog and heard the word Garamond Sparrow. Be careful of the Secret Order members. Be careful of Zeradol. As someone from Intis to a certain extent, what caught Catlia's attention was something that with the least importance. And it was precisely because of this that she had no doubts about the World Garamond Sparrow's request to meet the Queen as soon as possible. She believed that this was related to the Secret Order and Zeradol. Finally, she said the 2 potion names softly, Druid Classical alchemist. This sequence 4's modern name should be the ancient alchemist. It was previously called human alchemist. Katlia subconsciously walked to the window and cast her gaze down. On these seas, which had a time difference between it and Backlund, Frank Lee and Artisan Sealf were leaning on the side of the ship, sunbathing. The former had a relaxed expression and looked very pleased, but there was a pensive look in his eyes. It was as though there were still some problems that couldn't be resolved. The latter's face was pale, and his lips were quivering. Scattered over his clothes were mushrooms. Druid, ancient alchemist. Admiral of Stars, Katlia repeated the two terms again, feeling as though something was pressing down on her. After about 10 seconds, Katlia adjusted the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and consoled herself. Mr. Fool didn't give any warnings. It means it's not a big deal. With this thought in mind, specks of bright light floated down, forming a staircase of light between the captain's cabin window and the deck. Katlia went down the stairs and walked to Frank Lee and Sealf's side. After a few seconds of silence, Katlia asked, "Frank, what are your dreams?" Only then did Frank Lee realize that his captain had arrived. With a push of his palm, he flipped to his feet. Dreams. This biologist thought about it seriously and said, "I wish to be able to study the soil, the creation of objects, and crossbreeding techniques without restrictions, so as to ensure that humans will no longer be hungry anymore. Equality between people will be achieved. What you can do, I can do. What you can grow, I can also grow." Upon hearing this, Artisan Sealf slowly got up and silently crouched to the side, opening his mouth and vomiting. Frank Lee continued without being affected. "In order to have such a world, one has to have sufficient food and resources, so I hope to create all kinds of creatures that could deal with different environments and conditions. Heh, everyone has their own tendencies. I prefer fish, beef, and spores." Katlia finished listening to Frank's description with a deadpan expression. However, during this process, she repeatedly nudged the thick glasses on her nose thrice. After a moment of silence, Katlia asked, "There's only one step left to your research now?" "That's right. I'm just short of a druid's ability for catalyzing it. If I can't get the formula, I'm thinking of getting Sealf to help me make the druid beyonder characteristic I have into a mystical item," Frank answered frankly. "No, I won't help you. You devil." The silently vomiting Artisan Sealf raised his head and shouted anxiously. Katlia watched this scene quietly. With a flip of her hand, she produced a gold coin. Ding. The gold coin flipped up before landing in Katlia's palm, heads facing up. "I have the druid potion formula. It's from Gairman Sparrow, 5,000 pounds. Katlia explained in detail, as though she was deliberately telling Artisan Sealf, informing him who the true murderer was. A look of pure joy immediately appeared in Frank Lee's eyes. He really is a swell guy. "Captain, I've only saved up to 3,000 pounds. Can you lend me 2,000 pounds? Most of his previous savings had been used to buy the druid beyonder characteristic, and he had even sold some of his items." Katlia fell silent once again. A few seconds later, she nodded while Frank Lee's expectant eyes were on her. "Okay." Northborough, Backlund Medical University's affiliated hospital. Eudora lay on the bed with a blank expression, lacking the vibrancy a young girl should have. She had woken up from her coma some time ago, but she hadn't opened her eyes. Thus, she heard the doctor tell her parents that the injuries she received to her right leg from the air raid likely couldn't be saved. They had to be prepared for an amputation procedure. After that, she lay down in a daze, feeling as though there were many people coming and going one after another. Among them, the person who had originally only visited the student next door, the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation director, Audrey, indicated that she was willing to pay for the subsequent treatments after hearing about her. The school's chancellor, Mr. Portland Moment, had promised to create the most advanced and most convenient robotic limb for her to walk like a normal person. However, none of this dispelled the gloominess, heaviness, sorrow, and despair in Eudora's heart. She wasn't even 18, and she had yet to enjoy the beauty of life, but now she was about to lose a leg and lose her dreams. Her family wasn't considered wealthy. Her father was the owner of a grocery store that believed in the Lord of Storms. He was violent, barbaric, and unwilling to reason with women. Her mother was timid and weak, and she relied on her father to survive. If not for the fact that her family didn't have a second child at home, Eudora wouldn't have been able to study at all. But even so, her father had chosen a place like the Backlund Technical School, where results could be quickly seen. Previously, she had commented on how lucky she was that the Backlund Technical School had been turned into the Backlund University of Technology. Furthermore, she had passed the examinations and become a real university student. This made her smile every day, as she passed the joy to the people around her while having the time to indulge in her hobby for poetry. Eudora's dream was to remain in the university and be a university teacher, finding a husband who loved her as she loved him. At the same time, she could constantly keep true to her pursuit of poetry, hoping that they would one day be published in magazines and newspapers. Now, all of this had been destroyed by a bomb that fell from the sky. It had been mercilessly and cruelly destroyed. After an unknown period of time, Eudora silently pulled up the blanket and covered her face. She let out a soft whimper that sounded like a baby beast. The crying didn't stop for a while. After a while, Eudora suddenly lifted the blanket and saw a black figure standing by her bed. Half of the black figure's face was covered by mushrooms, while the other half was covered in weeds. In the black figure's hand was a wooden cane. Eudora couldn't even scream. She felt like her heart was about to burst out of her chest. The black figure touched her with the tip of the cane. Eudora felt her heart return to normal, while her right leg felt cold, as though she could feel her leg again. When she looked at the bedside again, the black figure wasn't there anymore. In her daze, Eudora moved her right leg and realized that it wasn't painful at all. It was as if she had never been hurt before. She pulled up the blanket again and covered her face. A few seconds later, there was a sound of disbelief under the blanket. It was filled with fear, but it was also mixed with crying that were tears of joy. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1090, Haunted Tales. Nighttime, Pritz Harbor, in a cemetery in the suburbs. The people who died in the airship bombings had been brought here. The priests and bishops of the three churches were busy comforting the souls of the dead to prevent any anomalies from happening. In that short day, many wives lost their husbands, many children lost their mothers, and many families were down to a single person. Some of them loitered in the cemetery, some silent, others sobbing. Some even wept until they fainted. Wearing an ordinary-looking face, Klein stood among them and watched everything without saying a word. It was as if he had recalled the funeral he had attended before. While it was dark, he had just used life's cane to treat the injured in Backlund and Pritz Harbor's various hospitals, victims of the air raid. He had also left behind a strange and horrifying urban myth to help him further digest the Bizarro sorcerer potion. And he knew that once such haunted tales spread like wildfire, Zeradal, who was in Backlund, would immediately be able to understand what was going on. He would send his marionettes to monitor the corresponding areas. Hence, before the news spread, he relied on teleporting to travel to all the hospitals in Backlund and Pritz Harbor, leaving behind all sorts of horror stories to treat patients with severe illnesses. When this matter spread, he believed that he would receive a great deal of feedback, allowing him to take a firm and huge step in the direction of completely digesting the potion. However, Klein didn't stop there. The existence of a conspiracy created by the Red Angel evil spirit, and the fact that Zeradal was in Backlund, was like a guillotine hanging above his head, urging him to continue searching for opportunities. Hence, he came here to witness the grief of the ordinary citizens. After a moment of silence, Klein retracted his gaze and turned to leave the cemetery. After arriving at an empty spot, his left glove quickly turned dark blue, and slippery fish scales grew out. With a whoosh, the wind swept over, and Klein flew up into the air towards the harbor. In the sea beyond the land, the Sonia Sea fleet from the Fasak Empire was quietly waiting. It was as if they were prepared to launch another bombardment after daybreak, destroying the rest of the shipyards. Soon, Klein arrived above the harbor ruins and looked at the faint flames in the dark night. At the same time, his two marionettes had used flaming jump to rush over from the ground, splitting up into different hidden locations. From what he had heard and seen, Klein didn't have any doubts or feelings towards what he was about to do. However, he was still confused. Taking revenge on the invaders was a legitimate matter, but if he were to seriously injure the Fasak fleet, the happiest person would be the Lone King, George III, the true mastermind behind all of this, one of the culprits who had pushed for war. There are too many principles in this world, but only those who have truly experienced it will realize that there are times when doing nothing is the correct path. It will fill one's heart with conflict. With a sigh, Klein turned his attention to the information he had received from the hangman. The commander of the Sonia Sea fleet from the Fasak Empire was Admiral Igor Einhorn. He was a demigod from the royal family, currently a Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight of the Red Priest pathway. Through this information, together with the contents of the Red Priest card, more key points surfaced in Klein's mind. Iron-Blooded Knight can make women turn into men, and also make them have courage that is comparable to steel. Not only can they control multiple types of flames, but they're also masters in this domain. They can even turn their own flames into steel. On the Nepos, the flagship of the Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea fleet, a burly man with a thick beard more than 2 meters tall, Igor Einhorn, was sitting behind a desk. As he drank Sonia blood wine, he pondered over what to do next. After daybreak, Lone's airship crew will definitely attack. Their Pritz ironclad warship and the corresponding fleet will return soon. If they continue staying here, I'll be left in a passive situation. Although I'm an iron-blooded knight, allowing the entire fleet's power to gather onto me while distributing the damage, the commanding officer of the ironclad warship is most likely a demigod of the Arbiter pathway, where they have the corresponding Grade 1 sealed artifact, so it won't be easy to deal with them. If I'm not careful, they might be able to make use of the advantage of their fleet's speed and armaments. Retreating is the best option. After that, we'll continue attacking the coastal ports while the lone navy is damaged. This war is indeed a good opportunity to digest potions. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to become a war bishop before this. Otherwise, I might have a chance to advance to the level of an angel after the war. Only a war bishop can truly unleash the strength of an army. It's not like how I am right now, only able to focus power on myself. In the midst of Igor Einhorn's thoughts, he planned on using the hidden connection between an iron-blooded knight and the soldiers that were under his command to inform his adjutant to pay him a visit, so that he could give the orders of performing a retreat overnight. Suddenly, he looked up at the door. There was a knock on the door, and it instantly reverberated in the quiet room. An advance warning before an attack. This thought flashed across Igor's mind, and he became extremely tense. In a battle between demigods, setting up an environment, sudden attacks, and catching enemies by surprise was a good way to seize the initiative. It was a combination that could effectively defeat or even kill an enemy of the same level. On the contrary, it was very difficult to accomplish it successfully. Therefore, giving an advance notice before an attack was either a warning without any follow-ups, or it meant that the attacker's level and strength far exceeded the target. As a senior iron-blooded knight, Igor instinctively considered the worst situation. He immediately woke up every sailor and soldier on the Nepos to establish a connection with him. At that moment, the noise sounded again. Boom. This time, the knocking sound on the door was comparable to the loud boom of a salvo. It made Igor feel like a bomb had exploded in his ears. Under his high-strung nerves, he carefully listened to the commotion. This wasn't much different from the roar of a cataclysmic interror. In an instant, Igor's ears buzzed and he felt dizzy. He quickly spread out the damage and let every member of the Nepos hear a faint buzz. Then Igor grabbed the fountain pen on the table and threw it at the door. This dark red fountain pen left afterimages along the way, like a cannonball that had been fired. To an iron-blooded knight, no matter how ordinary it was, it could become a terrifying, murderous weapon through his augmentation. Boom. The door that was hit by the fountain pen cracked open, revealing the person in the corridor who had knocked on the door. It was a man in a black trench coat. His body was as thin as paper, and his face had no facial features. At that moment, the fountain pen had already exploded. The tiny fragments were like storms brought about by the sweeping of a machine gun. It embroiled the person who knocked on the door, tearing him into pieces of flesh and blood. Igor didn't relax. Instead, he stood up and looked around warily. He clearly knew that the person who had knocked on the door hadn't appeared. At this moment, the adjutant, whose bunk was diagonally across from him, opened the door and ran out. When he saw the flesh and blood on the ground, he said in surprise, "Admiral, what happened?" "There's an intruder." Before Igor could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly froze on the adjutant. The adjutant retracted his gaze from the flesh and blood on the ground and slowly raised his head. There were no eyebrows, eyes, nose, or mouth on his face. It was the same as the person who had knocked just now, a featureless surface. Igor's heart palpitated, and his entire body ignited, transforming into flames that shot out in all directions. After the scarlet flames dispersed, They swept forward and surrounded the adjutant. The fire quickly spread, revealing the already charred adjutant. When the cold wind blew past, the adjutant collapsed into a pile of ashes. The flames didn't stop as they flew out of the room, one after another, forming a tall and burly Igor in midair. At that moment, he saw seagulls flying around him. All of them had a human head without any facial features, their heads bare. Igor let out a secret grunt as a blazing flame surrounded him before he sent towards the strange seagulls at high speeds. At that moment, he heard the sound of metal rubbing against each other and immediately looked over with the help of the soldiers. When he saw this, his body suddenly turned cold. He couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. On one of the ships on the other sail-powered battleship of the Sonia Sea Fleet, the cannons seemed to come alive and had a life of their own. They turned around and aimed into the air. As for the cannonballs, they actively leaped into the cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The moment these shells were fired, they were struck by fireballs that followed different trajectories, exploding prematurely mid-flight. Seizing this opportunity, Igor quickly recited the honorific name of the highest commander in the Sonia Sea Theater, a weather warlock from the royal family. The ruler of the fog of the battlefield, the symbol of weather flux, the totem of the storm and lightning, the great Awatoma Einhorn. This was also the reason why it was difficult to kill a demigod of the same level when an advanced warning was given. They could always find an opportunity to seek help. Of course, the main goal of the attacker Klein was to create a bizarre scene to scare a demigod and help him digest his potion. He had no intention of completing the hunt. Upon seeing this, he hid beneath the water. Having achieved his goal, he immediately got Konas and Inuni to swap locations over to him and teleport away with them. As for Igor, he didn't let his guard down. He remained extremely tense and guarded against any possible attacks. Only when the angel responded did he truly heave a sigh of relief. Following that, Igor didn't let the fleet stay any longer. He abandoned the sail-powered battleship that had turned into an urban myth, and he left those waters. After a while, a seagull flew over and landed on the sail-powered battleship that had regained its silence. The seagull had obvious dark eye circles. It looked around and said in the language of humans, "I can smell the aura of a seer demigod, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1091, asking himself. Back Lund, East Borough, in a cramped rental apartment. Wearing a rather thick jacket, Klein stood behind a desk and looked at the glass window in front of him. He carefully sensed the speed at which the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was being digested. It's really fast. It's even more than the first 3 months of my digestion combined. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Before I received Life's Cane, I couldn't provide sufficient treatment. I have to make sure that the heart of the target can withstand the fright they experience, so as a result, I wasn't able to go to the hospital to create an urban myth. Similarly, if it wasn't for the fact that a war broke out, it would be rather difficult to find other demigods. Those whose whereabouts that I can confirm are mostly on their own home ground. To secretly invade and create a bizarre sense of horror will involve turning innocents into marionettes. Even if there's no other choice, I wouldn't have considered it. Klein shifted his attention away from himself and sighed silently. He then repeated a word in his mind. War. At this moment, the street lamps in the distance were lit up. East Borough was pitch black with the occasional policeman patrolling the streets with lanterns. In the past, these policemen wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. Now that the war had broken out, they had to carry out the corresponding curfew orders to ensure that there was order and security. War. Klein repeated the words softly again, and in a daze, he saw a part of the ending. The lone king, George III, has finally broken through the shackles. He's no longer worried that any of the 7 deities will strongly object to his apotheosis. He can officially push for the various rituals needed of Black Emperor. What follows will depend on himself, or should I say himself. As long as he can withstand the impact of the potion, and as long as he can maintain his rationality, he will be able to ascend to the divine throne and advance to Sequence 0. The Einhorn family of Fasak used this war that can embroil the entire world to allow its key members to significantly digest their potions, and without much difficulty, they can prepare the corresponding rituals and allow their family's overall strength to be enhanced. As for Amon's brother, he can consume the potion during these tumultuous times and experience a transformation to become a visionary, allowing this world to have another true god. As Klein's thoughts drifted, a question suddenly popped up in his mind. Can I accept such an outcome? Can I accept such an outcome? Klein opened his mouth and slowly closed it. Everything he saw seemed to pass through the limitations of time and space before returning to another place. It was the extremely thick, slightly pungent, cold, and moist smog which was yellow and slightly iron-black in color, which had permeated through the entirety of Backlund. It was the tramps who were suffering from ailments, hunger, pain, and cold before being pushed to the brink of death. He was also struggling to survive. For the sake of food, he pushed himself with all his might, not daring to slack off at all. Finally, he saw the light of life. He bought his long-awaited ham, but in the hazy smog, he fell to the ground and never got up again. She was a hard-working widow. In order to survive and to provide for her 2 children, she had abandoned all her dignity and made herself a shrew that spewed vulgarities. With pain-ridden joints that suffered repeatedly from the invasion of the humidity on a daily basis, she supported a roof that could block out the elements. However, the roof had collapsed in the great smog. The child she wanted to protect had died in her arms. It was a young girl who yearned to study and fantasized about a bright future. She doted on her mother and her younger sister, working hard in a room that was filled with moisture, always carrying that tiny bit of hope. However, after the great smog, she was no longer able to see the future she longed for. It was a girl who desperately took in knowledge under the care of her mother and elder sister. She had gone through too much suffering, and she walked out of her predicament one step at a time, hoping to improve herself. She hoped that her mother and sister wouldn't tire themselves out anymore, and that she would have a chance to let her family of 3 live an ideal life. However, all of this ultimately shattered. In that terrifying smog, this girl was left alone. No matter how much pain or joy she felt, she was no longer able to share it with her mother and sister. That fantasy of her family life never appeared, nor did it ever appear again. They were living beings that fell to the ground like straw, one family after another, one human after another. They would never be able to erase the pain in their bones. It was a student who clearly had a bright future, but only half of his body was left, his intestines splattered all over the ground. They were children who returned home from school, only to suddenly realize that they had lost their parents and had become orphans. It was the pain of writhing on the ground while crawling with great difficulty. He was an ordinary person who wanted to approach the future, but was powerless to swallow his last breath. It was the people in the cemetery who were so silent that it made one's heart ache, or those who cried until they fainted several times. It was a land stained with blood. It was the air filled with gunpowder. They were cold and ruthless shells. And for the mastermind behind all of this, the greatest murderer, he would step up to the divine throne over piles of corpses, only to receive cheers and escape his mortal coils. Can you accept such a development? Can you accept such an arrangement? Can you accept such an outcome? After a moment of silence, Klein suddenly spoke with a deep voice. No, I can't. This voice immediately echoed in the room. It was layered and interlinked. No, I don't accept it. There were still lingering echoes in his ears as the corners of his mouth curled up. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. The 7 deities already tacitly accepted it. What meaning is there even if you don't accept it? Once again, he fell silent. After a long while, he finally exhaled and said to himself with a calm expression, even if it's meaningless, some things still ought to be done. In this world, how could there be many things that were guaranteed to succeed? That they were of value and be of use? The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He looked away, turned around, and entered the room inside the rental flat. Although he had already made up his mind, he had no intention of doing it rashly. With his current level and status, no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult for him to affect George III matters. Other than throwing away his life, there wouldn't be any other outcome. Furthermore, if this resulted in chaos in the Lone Kingdom during a critical period of the war, resulting in the invasion of the Fasak army, then the deaths and injuries of the innocent would only be 10 times or even 100 times worse than the great smog of Backlund. All I can do now is make preparations. On the one hand, I have to improve myself. On the other hand, I have to make more preparations and patiently wait for an opportunity. Klein muttered silently to himself. He found a black sticky blob and split it into 2 before smearing one half uniformly on a mirror. This was a way to contact Demonis Trissy. However, when all the black objects disappeared, there was still no abnormality in the mirror. There's no response. After being frightened by an angel like Miss Messenger, Trissy has already decided not to have any contact with Gehrman Sparrow. Klein sighed and walked to the bed to sit down. His thoughts quickly shifted to the reason why the Demonist sect had helped King George III. One of them is that the demonesses need a catastrophe to digest the potion and hold a ritual. The other is that George III has made a promise to them. He promised them that they could openly spread their religion. No, this should be something that the 7 deities wouldn't allow. Even if the Black Emperor is a sequence 0, and with a primordial demoness and the true creator, they wouldn't be able to fight against the 7 deity alliance. Of course, after this war, the existence of an alliance between the 7 deities is itself a question. In that case, the 7 deities that know that George III is working with the Demonist sect shouldn't let him become the Black Emperor. The promise is for something else? The Demonist pathway has a true god, and there are very few valuable items left outside. Similar pathways? Isn't that the Red Priest pathway? George III. No, Amon's brother doesn't only know the secret mausoleum needed by the Black Emperor from Blood Emperor Lista Tutor, but he also obtained the angel-level Beyonder characteristics or Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Red Priest pathway. With the condition that having a Sequence 0 means no Sequence 1, this is probably the greatest hope for the upper echelons of the Demonist sect to advance further. Yes, the primordial Demonists should also be very interested. This can explain why the Demonist sect is providing help. The Red Angel evil spirit is searching for Saintess of White Katarina. It doesn't seem to be as simple as he said. No, he didn't say anything else besides using common knowledge and reactions to guide me into thinking that way. Klein's train of thought gradually became clear. He decided to use Saintess of White Katarina as a breakthrough point, making her his next target. However, before that, he had to listen to what Queen Mystic had predicted. He wanted to know what she was planning to do and backlund from her mouth. Only by understanding the situation could he find and seize the opportunity. The next morning, the hermit Catlia conveyed the words of Queen Mystic Bernadette. Today between 12 to 12:30 p.m. at Srenzo Restaurant, Golden Theater. It was the name of a private room. When Klein arrived at 11:55 a.m., he used an illusion to deceive the waiter, and he walked all the way to the room and waited patiently. After a while, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. With that, he put away his pocket watch and counted down to 10 silently. Then he raised his hand and knocked on the door of the Golden Theater. At that moment, his marionette, Konas, was sitting on a bench across the restaurant and reading the newspapers leisurely. And Nooney was with a group of students, giving off a flyer that promoted the evilness of Fasak. Of course, the three of them would switch positions from time to time, making it impossible for anyone to make an accurate judgment. Come in. Bernadette's voice came from a room. Very impressive. I didn't notice anyone inside, nor did I notice anyone entering. Well, it's also because I didn't activate my spirit body thread's vision. Klein mumbled to himself before turning the doorknob and pushing the door open. The first thing he saw was large swaths of gold before noticing the chestnut-haired woman sitting at the head of the table. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1092, Ridiculous People. Bernadette was wearing an Intis-style blouse and was sitting there quietly. Her chestnut-colored hair was naturally draped over her shoulders, and her straight brows were spread out perfectly. She actually had the aura of a female professional from Earth, one that had been in a high position for a long period of time. The Emperor's sense of aesthetics still has quite the influence over Queen Mystic. However, it's limited by the environment around her, and it cannot be fully manifested. Klein took off his hat and pressed it to his chest. He bowed slightly before casually pulling out a chair and sitting down. With a sweep of her blue eyes that resembled the deep blue sea, Bernadette's gentle and calm voice rang out. Why did you contact me so urgently this time? Aren't you a clairvoyant? Didn't you receive a hint of a revelation? Klein subconsciously replied in his mind before he felt that he was being too arrogant. This should be the after effects of interacting with the Red Angel evil spirit for too long. With his level, it would naturally affect the people around him. If he was willing, this effect would definitely turn into a form of corruption. Klein quickly did a self-analysis and made a judgment. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you attained what you wanted to achieve in Backlund?" Bernadette slowly shook her head. "No. You can even say that I failed." "Oh." Klein used a tone to express his surprise and puzzlement. Bernadette glanced at him and said unhurriedly, There's a strange name for the Sequence 2 potion of the Mystery Prior pathway. It's called the Sage. To advance to this level, one has to prevent a disaster that involves a higher level of power. Sage. So that's where Sage or the Hidden Sage comes from. Klein was momentarily enlightened. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Queen Mystic continue. I anticipated such an opportunity in Backland, so I came here a few years in advance to make preparations. I've recently been waiting for it for a long time. Unfortunately, I predicted that it would happen in the second half of this year. Last year, I wasn't in Backland at the end of the year, so I wasn't able to stop the Great Smog. And in this war, I tried my best to do something, and I achieved something. But to my surprise, Faceac directly attacked Backland with an air raid, and the disaster ultimately erupted. That's why you said you failed. Klein nodded indiscernibly and said with a sigh, I didn't expect the ones to start the war to be the Phasacians either. As he spoke, he sighed inwardly. The difficulty of Queen Mystic's advancement ritual was controversial. It all depended on one's luck. One had to know that before he became a demigod, Klein had already stopped the true creator from descending twice. He had saved Tingen and Backland, which were feats that could definitely satisfy the ritual requirements of becoming a sage. But under normal circumstances, there weren't as many disasters like these, and they weren't things that could easily be stopped. Just like the present situation, Amon's brother had planned for 1,000 to 2,000 years. Even if something went awry with King George III, war would erupt as he had expected. This was because the root cause of the uniqueness of the death pathway hadn't been resolved. This made him suspect that Mr. Azek's life in the northern continent had always been under the arrangement of Amon's brother. If not, how did he, who had lost his memories, escape from the sites of the various major churches without a shape-shifting mask? More importantly, it was unknown why Azek had used his real name in this life. And this wasn't something that was suspected by anyone, nor did it incur any investigations. Is this all part of your plan? Amon's brother. Upon thinking of this, Klein felt a certain trauma, a result of post-traumatic stress disorder. His body nearly trembled. He silently took a deep breath and looked at Queen Mystic and added, This war involves the son of the Creator, King of Angels, and the true deities. It's not something you can stop. With Bernadette's knowledge and experience, she still had some changes to her facial expression when she heard the sentence. She repeated a few keywords in a low voice. The son of the Creator, King of Angels, deities. She wasn't too surprised by this, as if she had already made a prediction. However, even if she was a clairvoyant, she wasn't able to pry into the script composed by Amon's brother. After repeating it again, Bernadette fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds before sighing to herself. So that's the reason. Klein adjusted his posture and thought. Actually, to you, this war is also an opportunity. Next, there will be many disasters, including the clashing of powers at the angel level. I believe that you should at least be in control of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. You can stop certain matters from happening at the critical moment. Of course, you have to choose a good time and method. Bernadette nodded gently and agreed with what he said. She also tacitly acknowledged that she possessed at least one Grade 0 sealed artifact. Of course, as the daughter of the protagonist of the previous era, as the child Emperor Roselle doted on the most, it would be unbelievable if her father didn't leave her 1 or 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts. What was more important was that Bernadette was already preparing the ritual needed to advance to Sage. This meant that she definitely had the corresponding sequence 2 beyond her characteristic in her hands. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to a Grade 0 sealed artifact. After tacitly agreeing, Queen Mystic Bernadette's gentle but emotionless voice changed slightly. However, I still don't like war, even though it will give me a chance. I once hated him and couldn't understand him. That's why I didn't call him father for many years. It's because he did too many things against the trend of the times and hurt the innocent. I couldn't accept my heroic father turning into a crazy tyrant. And now through the answers from the entity behind you and my own investigations, I somewhat understand his situation. I understand that he was suffering from despair, pain, and loneliness. I understand him as a drowning person, only struggling on instinct. When Klein heard that, he sighed and felt his emotions in turmoil. In this world, the only people who understood Huang Tao, Roselle, Gustav the most are probably the 2 people sitting here. Of course, this feeling didn't stop him from sensing that Queen Mystic Bernadette's condition was a little different today. In the past few times they had met, this king's daughter had never said so much, nor had she opened her heart so directly. At most, she would play the tune of music, subtly expressing her sadness. After some thought, Klein pretended not to notice, and he asked, "When did he start changing? Do you think there was any prior warning, or something worth paying attention to?" Queen Mystic Bernadette's deep blue eyes moved slightly, as though she had sunken into her trove of memories. After a while, she slowly said, "Not long ago, he proudly said to me, 'Haven't you always wanted to know what's surrounding our moon and other planets? In the future, our journey might be towards the Sea of Stars.'" The Sea of Stars. What's on the moon and other planets? As Klein pondered over Queen Mystic's words, he suddenly recalled a key phrase in something. The key word was cosmos. That matter was. Mr. Dorr had once told Emperor Roselle that once he had the ability, he could take a look at the moon. That would resolve many of his doubts. The Emperor finally went. That hysterical diary page one was written after this exploration attempt. He had unknowingly changed his personality, becoming extreme. Klein recalled the corresponding content. Under Queen Mystic Bernadette's gaze, he deliberated and said, "At your level, you should more or less know that there's corruption coming from the cosmos." Bernadette nodded and didn't pursue the matter. It was as though she knew that Gehrman Sparrow wasn't sure either. She knew that only an angel-level demigod could detect and resist the corruption. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the topic was directed towards Klein's reason for being here. One of the reasons for this war is because the lone king, George III, discovered the 9 secret mausoleums left behind by the Blood Emperor, doing so with the intention of switching to the Black Emperor pathway and becoming a Sequence Zero. As such, he abolished the Grain Act. Klein didn't care if Queen Mystic knew anything about these matters. He followed his own pace and roughly told her everything without missing out any key matters. Finally, he said, "The Black Emperor does have the ability to revive, but once a new Black Emperor appears, the original entity would perish completely." The original entity here referred to Emperor Roselle, who might have succeeded before being assassinated. Sometimes, Klein even suspected that Roselle had intentionally given others a chance, which resulted in him perishing on the spot. This way, when he revived from the astral world and regained his uniqueness and absorbed the 3 Sequence 1 characteristics, he would no longer absorb the characteristics of Knowledge Emperor, Arcane Scholar, and the characteristics of another pathway. He could make himself pure, thus free from madness. This was a way to live through death, but the prerequisite was that Roselle's ritual had succeeded. He had died during or after the ritual, and not before the ritual. Queen Mystic Bernadette took it all in before slowly saying, "You want to stop George III?" "Yes." Klein nodded frankly. "Why?" Bernadette pressed in an unperturbed tone. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he smiled. "Some ridiculous reasons that aren't worth mentioning." Bernadette's gaze landed on his face for a moment before she said, "That's enough. I'm also doing such things for something that has slim chances, one that's almost impossible to happen. We can cooperate on stopping George III. We're all ridiculous people." Klein sighed and said, "I'll give you the method to summon my messenger." "All right." Bernadette reached out her right hand and lightly tapped the table. The fountain pen that was originally placed diagonally in front of her suddenly jumped up, as if it was held by an invisible elf before writing fluidly on the paper. "This is the method needed for summoning my messenger," said Bernadette calmly. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1093. The Angels of the Fool. Queen Mystic's powers are all very fantastical, no fairy tale-like. Klein glanced at the fountain pen that was writing on its own. He took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote the incantation to summon his messenger. He also indicated that each letter delivery needed the payment of a gold coin. Right on the heels of that, he handed the piece of paper to Bernadette and took the other party's piece of paper. He quickly scanned through it. An invisible creature wandering above the world, a strange spiritual body that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. There's a certain difference between this and a standard incantation, but it's essentially the same. Queen Mystic must have deliberately changed it to this to prevent others from trying out the summoning incantation and using the connection between the messenger and the contractor to lock onto her. For me, it doesn't matter. My messenger is an angel. Only she can threaten others, and no one can threaten her. Even if she were to meet Zeradal, she should have the ability to protect herself and escape. Klein mumbled inwardly and shook the piece of paper, igniting a scarlet-red flame. As she looked at the piece of paper turning into dark ashes amidst the flames, Queen Mystic Bernadette said without emotion, "What are your thoughts regarding the preventing of George III matter?" Having already made some considerations, Klein deliberately spoke slowly. "First, don't be rash. Don't take risks that we can't bear. Don't hurt the innocent." If not for the fact that Queen Mystic Bernadette had mentioned earlier that she hated wars and hated harming the innocent, Klein wouldn't have said so directly to prevent exposing his weaknesses. He would have used a milder and more roundabout method to achieve his goal. Upon hearing this, Bernadette nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, there are only three possibilities. One is to destroy the ritual at the critical moment and let George III advancement fail. The second is to attempt an assassination in advance so that he won't be able to hold the ritual. Klein deliberately didn't give his third idea as he first analyzed the viability of the first two possibilities. Assassination has an extremely slim chance of success. George III, or should I say, the one who will become Black Emperor, should be a sequence one, so it's not someone we can deal with. Even if he has yet to advance to sequence one, he will definitely have acted ahead of time. Once he completes the preparations for the ritual and consumes the potion, he will be able to quickly digest it and build a foundation for the future. Of course, even if this situation has a very slim chance of happening, that person must be at least at the sequence 2 level. Furthermore, the Augustus family definitely has no lack of grade 0 sealed artifacts. Together with the protection bestowed to him, it's impossible for us to succeed. Here, he changed the way he addressed George III from him to him. After calmly listening to everything, Bernadette seemed to do an assessment. As long as we can create a good opportunity, a sequence 2 can also be assassinated, but at least one of us will die, or perhaps both of us. What she meant was that the grade 0 sealed artifact she wielded was sufficiently powerful, magical, and terrifying. However, if she wanted to fully utilize it, the price paid would be very high. In that case, there really is a chance. That's because I lied just now. If I really had to give it my all, I could still find Septon, Pallas Zarost, and Miss Messenger to help me. I can let them use the yesterday, once more charm to recover their normal states for a short period of time. The problem is that I don't know how much of a price needs to be paid or what kind of effects it would have on the situation. I also need to consider if it would end up involving kings of angels like Ouroboros and Amon. It would be great if Mr. Azik woke up. With 4 angels and Queen Mystic's grade 0 sealed artifact, as long as we create an opportunity, we can even place our sights on a sequence 1. Of course, the chances of failure are extremely high, since there's no way to sustain it for long. Klein's heart was stirred when he heard that, but he didn't discuss it further. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to be honest during the cooperation effort, nor was it that he didn't trust Queen Mystic. Instead, Septon and Pallas Zarost were being pursued, so once their whereabouts were exposed, it was very likely that it would lead to their deaths. This was something that Klein absolutely didn't want to see happen. He vaguely said, "If assassination attempt is the only solution left, I can invite at least 2 angels to help." This was referring to Death Consul Azik Eggers and Snake of Fate Septon, who Bernadette already knew of. She could guess the latter through the drop of mythical creature's blood. Bernadette was extremely surprised. This is that entity's will. Without the consent of the fool, how could his blessed seek the help of an angel? He has tacitly agreed to it. Klein spoke the absolute truth. Queen Mystic's blue eyes turned darker. She didn't say another word and only nodded slowly. As for Klein, he brought the topic back on track. The destruction of the ritual might be relatively simple, but it has to be done at the most critical moment. Otherwise, it will only be delaying George III apotheosis. He has already received the tacit consent of the deities, so he isn't concerned about that. Even if the mausoleum is destroyed, it wouldn't take long for him to rebuild it. And it being destroyed at the critical moment will cause him to fail at the advancement and lose control to become a monster. No deity would allow such a creature to roam the world freely. A deity's descent will definitely happen to kill it off. The problem is that, with a king of angels as reminder and help, George III won't take it lightly. He will definitely arrange for the most secure protective measures. The difficulty might only be lower than directly killing him. This requires us to gather intelligence as soon as possible and find an incisive angle to be used. And be it the first line of thought or the second line of thought, it's best that you advance to sequence 2 in advance and become a sage. Bernadette nodded slightly to show that she understood. She then said, "What about the third line of thought?" Klein was silent for a few seconds before saying, "If the ritual was successful back then and the Emperor had already advanced to sequence 0, then he would still have a chance to revive. As long as we could find the arrangements left behind by the Emperor before George III apotheosis and allow him to return, the plot of George III will fail." He didn't use the word him to refer to Roselle as Bernadette did, to avoid exposing his identity. Queen Mystic's eyes clearly flickered before they turned dark and reserved. She opened her mouth slightly and said, "I'll hand over selected diary entries to Catlia." Klein didn't discuss the matter deeply. Instead, he smiled and said, "Actually, there's still a fourth line of thought." Bernadette's eyebrows twitched as she expressed her doubts. "That's to do nothing. Let George III hold the ritual and attempt to become a god while we wait for him to fail." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. The higher the sequence is, the greater the chance of failure. This was actually the truth. Even if there was the script written by Amon's brother with the road to success completely paved, and even if George III had perfectly digested the previous potions, the odds of him successfully advancing to become a god didn't exceed 50%. Of course, what Klein said was just a self-deprecating remark. Queen Mystic didn't immediately respond. She looked seriously at Gehrman Sparrow for a few seconds before saying, "The feeling you give off to me now is different from the previous few meetings. I'm taking advice from my psychiatrist." Klein smiled, describing himself as a very serious mental patient. Without another word, Bernadette retracted her gaze and looked at the fountain pen lying on the table. "Then, let's gather the corresponding information and maintain communication through letters." At this point, she paused for a moment before speaking again. Her gaze remained unchanged. "Actually, I'm wondering if he might have already been resurrected. It's just that he's still finding his past self. I'm not sure what details the Black Emperor's resurrection entails. I wonder if he really chose to be the Black Emperor in the end." Bernadette's voice gradually became ethereal and carried an indescribable feeling. As Klein listened, he suddenly understood what Queen Mystic was thinking or expecting. She suspected that the fool was the resurrected Roselle, suspecting that the Emperor had fooled everyone in the past. In fact, he had never thought of switching to the Black Emperor pathway. Instead, he had chosen another path. As such, he needed to find himself by seeking out his past diary pages and cards of blasphemy. "Unfortunately, I'm just Uncle Joe from next door." Klein originally wanted to say something cheeky, but his emotions gradually turned staid, making it difficult for him to force himself to relax. Without saying anything, he stood up, bowed, put on his hat, and left the room. After closing the door to the Golden Theater Room and taking 2 steps forward, he suddenly heard a tranquil and melodious tune. This melody was ethereal and carried with it a faint sense of melancholy. After pausing for a few seconds, Klein turned towards the hall and left with flaming jump. City of Silver, a team gathered at the city gate and was about to set off. This was the team that was headed for Afternoon Town to prepare the exploration of the Giant King's Court. Derek Berg was standing in the middle and was the second shortest person. In his hand was a bronze cross with sharp spikes. To his sides were Joshua and Chaim. They were prepared to receive the unshadowed crucifix at any time to prevent Derek's Beyonder characteristic from being purged. This sealed artifact required 3 people to take turns to resist the negative effects. As he looked down at the creator's relic, he suddenly felt someone looking at him. He subconsciously looked up and saw that it was a member of the 6-member council, Shepherd Elder Lovia. The woman, who was the shortest in the group, had long silver and slightly curled hair. She was looking at the ancient, mottled, unshadowed crucifix with her pale gray eyes. Her gaze seemed to be blazing hot. Upon sensing Derek's gaze, this Shepherd Elder's lips twitched, revealing an indescribable smile. "This is the Lord's item." For some reason, Derek shivered. Then he heard the chief Colin Iliad say, "Let's set off." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1094, Breakthrough Point. In a small alley in the Backlund Bridge area, Zaya once again met the MI9 staff responsible for contacting her. "This is your reward from exchanging your merit points. A total of 2,500 pounds. Heh, I helped you get another 500 pounds. The Golden Masked Man threw a bulging envelope at Zio. Zio caught it accurately and didn't count. She instinctively pressed down and sincerely said, "Thank you." The Golden Masked Man waved his hand and said, there's no need to thank me. This is also a good thing for me. If you continue to harp on past matters without letting go, I'm very worried that I'll go to military court one day. Are you still going to stay in Backlon? Yes, I'm already used to living in a big city. When the war stops, I'll bring my family here, Zio said, having already made up her mind. Wait for the war to stop. The golden masked man repeated Zio's words with a slightly odd tone. He smiled and said, May the Lord bless us to live until the end of the war. Here, the Lord referred to the Lord of Storms. I believe in the goddess, Zio replied seriously. You understand what I mean. The golden masked man waved his hand and said, Are you still planning to take on missions from MI9? I won't reject an opportunity to earn money. Zio scratched her slightly coarse hair and said half-truths. Yes. The golden masked man nodded and said, The main thing to take note of during the war is to deal with spies from all over the world. If there's a suitable mission for you, I'll look for you. All right, Zio replied without staying any longer. She cautiously and carefully retreated out of the dark alley. After watching her figure disappear, the golden masked man looked at the shadow in the corner and said she was likely used by some particular faction. She was abandoned after she stopped investigating the matter. In the shadows in the corner, a deep voice sounded. On the surface, it looks like that, but there's no need to pursue or worry about the truth. Even if she can figure out the truth and spread it, it will not affect His Majesty's matters. The Church of Evernight has already tacitly agreed. That's for the best. The golden masked man silently exhaled. After returning to her residence at the edge of East Borough, Zio said to Furs, who was sitting by the bed and reading the newspapers, I received 2,500 pounds. Furs put down the newspaper, her eyes moving slightly as she focused on making calculations. That's enough. Zio had savings of more than 600 pounds, and with the 2,500 pounds, other than her necessary expenses, she had 3,100 pounds to spend freely. And her purchase of the Judge Potion formula was 2,000 pounds, and the Beyonder characteristic was 3,500 pounds. In other words, she was still short of 2,400 pounds, something that Furs could lend her. After borrowing this sum of money, Furs' savings would be reduced to 780 pounds. However, this didn't affect her at all. She had the subsequent potion formula and main ingredients, so she didn't have many expenditures for a long period of time into the future. Occasionally, she could even earn a little from renting out Lamino's travels. Yes, Zio nodded. I'll complete the transaction as soon as possible and strive to advance to Sequence 6 as soon as possible. Seeing that her friend's matter was settled, Furs turned to worry about herself. I don't know when my scribe potion will be completely digested. Now that the war has broken out, it will be much safer with the ability to travel. The crux of a scribe is definitely recording. When I become a judge, you'll have new Beyonder powers to repeatedly record. This should be able to speed up the digestion of the potion. Zio pulled a chair over and sat down. Furs sighed. I suspect that, other than the recording of Beyonder powers, I need to record down the sights and customs of different places. Only then can it be matched with a subsequent traveler sequence. But with war having broken out now, it's fine if I go further inland, but it will be difficult and dangerous if I go somewhere else. Sigh, the price of bread is rising. The price of 1 pound of bread has risen by a farthing. It's even more expensive than before the Grain Act was abolished. Indeed. Zio thought seriously and agreed with Furs' conclusion. The two fell silent. After about 10 seconds, Zio suddenly had an idea. Actually, there's a very simple solution. What? Furs sat up slightly and asked. You can spend money to hire that person to take you traveling. Zio was very careful not to mention specific code names and actual names. You can be thrown somewhere unfamiliar each time for 3 to 4 days, or even a week. Then you wouldn't take long to record all kind of customs and traditions. Besides, you can rent some mystical items from them to record beyond her powers. This can both improve your strength and help your digestion. That's right. Furs' eyes lit up when she heard that. Only then did she realize that her usage of the tarot gathering was very superficial. After the pleasant surprise, Furs gradually frowned. This method meant that she had to frequently deal with the World Gearman Sparrow, and the thought of the crazy adventurer left her trembling. Indeed, there's nothing that doesn't require a price. To digest the potion, I can only take the risk. Finally, Furs made up her mind to make the request next week at the tarot gathering. in an apartment several streets away from where Zio and Furs stayed. After returning from the Srenzo restaurant, Klein was sitting in front of a table. He quickly flipped through today's newspaper and summarized the important information he had received. The Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Fleet has retreated from Pritz Harbor. Their whereabouts are unknown. The Ministry of Defense, Admiral Amirius, has indicated that he will strengthen the coastal defenses and allow the 3 ironclad warship fleet to not return too hastily, and will take detours to avoid being ambushed. Fasak's 2-headed giant army invaded the Winter County's Amantha mountain range and suffered intense resistance. They failed to pass through the few strongholds. Fasak's subjugation fleet attacked Constant and other large-scale industrial cities along the Mid-Seashire's eastern coast. There was a large-scale sea battle with the kingdom's Mid-Seashire fleet. Both sides suffered losses. East Balam's Fasak and the lone colonial armies are fighting in multiple locations. The rest of the countries have yet to make their stance clear. In the corresponding capitals, the ambassadors are running around to contact each other to have emergency diplomatic meetings. The electrical transmission waves contain all kinds of important news and are intertwining with each other in the different cities of the northern and southern continents. We are still in the early stages of the war. Klein believed that the diplomats were able to avert the war. He put down the newspaper and thought about how he could gather information regarding George III Black Emperor ritual. According to normal logic, before Blood Emperor Alista went crazy, he did things in a reasonable manner. That is to say, he couldn't build all 9 mausoleums in the same hidden area. This would have been easy for others to wipe them out all at once, causing his resurrection to fail. Therefore, in the surrounding areas of Backlund and other parts of the kingdom, there should be 8 other mausoleums that are similar. They haven't been exposed yet, so they might not be as heavily guarded as Ruins No. 1. This might give us an opportunity. Perhaps the Red Angel evil spirit might know something, but I can't contact him now. Ignoring the question of whether chanting his honorific name will be dangerous, just this act alone will expose my intention to prevent George III from becoming the Black Emperor. To a terrifying conspirer, there are too many points that can be exploited. Queen Mystic might have some channels and clues, but I can't just rely on her. At the moment, the Church doesn't know how many of the Blood Emperor's secret ruins there are, or where they are. Attacking a key figure beside the king, such as a demigod from the royal family who is deeply involved in this matter, they must be on their guard. Furthermore, the Angel of the Augustus family and that ancient secret organization would most likely be watching everything, one in the open and one in the dark. In addition, as long as the royal family's demigod ends up in an accident, George III would definitely guess that someone is trying to stop him from becoming a god. Yes, Demonis of White Katarina will be easier to deal with than the demigods of the royal family. It would attract much less attention. Theoretically speaking, George III, who has been tacitly accepted by the few major churches, no longer needs to work with the Demonis sect. Not that there is a need for that. If not for some particular reason, the two sides would have been completely tied together in this matter. The first thing he needs to do now is to cut off ties with the Demonis sect. Of course, he would most likely not betray the Demonis sect directly. On the one hand, the Demonesses are also adept at ploys, so they wouldn't be unwary. On the other hand, if they anger the upper echelons of the Demonis sect, George III Black Emperor ritual might not be that safe. This is a secret organization with a true deity, Grade 0 sealed artifacts and angels. As long as George III is still rational, the correct method is to follow the agreement and give everything that needs to be given. Then he will send the members of the Demonis sect away. During this process, he will use the help of angels from the mind domain or even a king of angels to erase the key memories of the demon sect participating in the matter. If that's the case, even if Demonis of White Katarina goes missing for some time, it wouldn't alert George III. He might not even know. And from the perspective of the Demonis sect, the matter has come to an end. The various churches have also tacitly agreed to it. They no longer need to hide like they did in the past and can move about freely. This gives me and Queen Mystic a chance. Yes, Vice Admiral Ailment will likely appear again. From her appearance and the attitude of Demonis of White from back then, it can be determined that she and Katarina are related by blood. With this in mind, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He cast his gaze out the window and silently muttered, "I hope Anderson and Danitz can find that pirate admiral as soon as possible." I hope that the City of Miracles and Grizel's travels can effectively destroy the influence of the mind domain. And all he could do now was to wait patiently. Berserk Sea, Thero's Island. Dan had said to Anderson in delight, I just learned that the southwest region of this place isn't a normal sea route. There's an island with no resources, but is hidden enough. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1095. Acting as himself. You suspect that Vice Admiral Ailment's fleet is hidden there? Anderson asked in thought when he heard Dannett's words. Dannett replied in excitement. It's very likely. Didn't the Black Death vanish after steering towards the west and after leaving Thero's Island? Anderson curled his lips and chuckled. If Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts were so easily discovered by you, why would she need to hide? How can islands that you can find out about be considered hidden enough? What do you mean by that? Dannett felt like he had been mocked. Anderson shrugged. I don't mean anything. I'm just using my brain to analyze it. That island should exist, but it either belongs to the type that many people here know about, or it's intel that someone deliberately released. If it's the former, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's fleet definitely wouldn't be hiding there. If it's the latter, that would be interesting. Who would release this intel? Dannett was still a little angry at first, but later he began analyzing Anderson's line of thought. A trap set up by some pirates or adventurers. However, an island without any resources isn't enough to lure others into exploring it. Vice Admiral Ailment herself, to figure out who's investigating her whereabouts. Anderson smiled. That's right. After my teachings, you've improved quite a bit. Otherwise, I suspect that even if you drink the Conspirer potion, you wouldn't be able to enhance your brain. You'll only mutate an ability which turns your enemy stupid, bringing him down to a level at which you're familiar with, and then defeat him with experience. I didn't say that. It was Emperor Roselle. After this period of searching, Anderson had already helped Dannett obtain one of the main ingredients of the Conspirer potion and nearly all the supplementary ingredients. He was just one step away from success. I suspect that you have such an ability. Dannett muttered softly in response. Anderson ignored him and continued. If Vice Admiral Ailment got someone to release the news herself, the secret island must be a trap. Perhaps there's nothing other than a mirror that monitors the ships and humans that approach the island. Or perhaps it might be an important gathering base of the Demonist sect that Gehrman Sparrow mentioned. Then what should we do next? Dannett subconsciously asked. Anderson chuckled when he heard that. You can't even figure out such a simple matter. Naturally, we'll seek out the person you heard this intel from. After finding the source of his information, we can trace it back, and we'll eventually find something. That's right. Dannett wanted to nod in agreement, but the words that reached his mouth turned into a heh. Nearing dawn, on the second floor of a casino, Bartz, with his brown hair, yawned and walked into his room. Before he could use the moonlight outside the window to light the candle, he suddenly saw a bright white flame light up in front of him, momentarily blinding him. Bartz's heart tightened as he pounced to the side and rolled. After rolling twice, he suddenly stopped his actions, as though he had been petrified. This was because there was a bone-chilling coldness and a slight pain around his neck. This made him have no doubt that if he proceeded any further, blood would definitely spray onto the roof. What do you want? At that moment, Bartz's vision had recovered. He saw a blond man with one hand in his pocket and a black short sword in the other. Beside him was a man wearing a black cloak that covered half of his face with a hood. Dannett didn't answer Bartz's question as he looked at Anderson in surprise. Why didn't you disguise yourself? If you disguise yourself, how can you let others know who to hate? Anderson replied with a nonchalant look. Dannett exhaled. Thankfully, I haven't been infected by this crappy habit of yours. It's fine, Anderson said with a smile. Any random person on the island can know who I've been hanging out with. Dogsh *T. Dannett cursed. Bartz, who had Anderson's sword at his neck, didn't dare to move. All he could do was listen quietly. He felt as though he had returned to Trier and was watching a comical scene. What are the two of them here for? The intelligence peddler was deeply puzzled. At that moment, Anderson retracted his gaze and looked down at Bartz. Who told you about the secret island to the southwest that deviates from the main sea route? Bartz suddenly came to a realization as he looked at Dannett. It's you. In the past few days, this information had only been sold to one person. I was recognized so quickly. Danitz was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Anderson slightly lowered the pitch-black short sword in his hand, making the stabbing pain even more obvious. Please respect the order of what is to come and follow. Bartz immediately felt as though his life was rapidly slipping away. He hurriedly replied, It was Vice Admiral Aylment. When did she tell you? Why did she tell you? Anderson asked without any surprise. The night before the Black Death left Theros Island, Bartz replied quickly, afraid that he would die from excessive blood loss. I didn't ask her why. Back then, I was only focused on admiring her beauty. She lives up to being the infamous ailment maiden of the 5 seas. Even after a long time, Bartz couldn't hide his admiration of her, even when he recalled her while being in extreme danger. Is this the charm of a demoness? Anderson muttered to himself before asking, Do you have a way to contact her? No. Bartz quickly shook his head and said, She told me to take note of everyone who asked about her whereabouts. I'll tell her when she returns to Theros Island. And if anyone leaves the port after obtaining the information on that secret island, they shall be left alone to leave freely. Is that so? Very reasonable. Anderson nodded and withdrew the short pitch-black sword. Is there a trap? I don't know either, Bartz replied frankly. Anderson didn't say a word as he searched for the money on Bartz's person and in the room. Then he pointed at the intelligence peddler with his short sword. I wanted to kill you, but no one will hate me if that's the case. Live well, curse me a few more times every day. He then turned around, walked to Danitz's side, and jumped down the window with him, disappearing into the dark, unlit night. Bartz touched his bleeding neck and stood up in fear. He ran to the window and confirmed that the two of them had disappeared. Thankfully, I met a guy with mental problems. If not, I would be dead today. He closed the window and locked the wooden door. After carefully inspecting the room, he finally sat down and gulped down half a bottle of Landy-Proof. In his tipsy state, Bartz collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Time ticked by slowly until it was 3 a.m. Suddenly, Bartz flipped over and sat up. His eyes were bright and spirited, and he didn't even feel the slightest bit drunk. He found a dagger and pried open a wooden floor in the room. He took out a thumb-sized ball of paper. After the white paper unfolded layer by layer, there was a sticky black object in the middle. After taking a quarter of the blob, Bartz walked to the mirror in the room and was about to smear it. At this moment, he saw 2 figures reflected in the mirror. One of them was wearing a white shirt and a black vest with one of his hands in his pocket and the other carrying a short sword. The other wore a black cloak that didn't reveal his face. Just as Bartz's pupils dilated, Danitz punched the back of his head, causing him to faint. And his final memory was a voice with a smiling tone. He really didn't disappoint. After dealing with Bartz, Danitz bent down to pick up the sticky substance that had fallen to the ground. He chuckled and said, This fellow actually believed you. He believed that you didn't kill him because you wanted him to hate you. The conversation he had with Anderson was actually a rehearsed play. It was to make it reasonable for Anderson to let Bartz go without being suspected. This means that you acted sufficiently well, Anderson said with a smile. It's truly different when you're acting as yourself. Dogsh *T. Danitz cursed without any qualms. He then sighed. I didn't expect him to be so patient. He waited past midnight before he took action. But we were more patient. If a hunter wants to capture his prey, he has to be patient. Sometimes he can wait a few days, Anderson replied. To the two of them, there was actually nothing they could do. Be it a hunter and provoker, or pyromaniac and reaper, none of them were good at mediumship, much less having the ability to hypnotize others. In order to obtain information, other than interrogating and threatening others, they had to work hard on scheming. This is very reasonable, but in the future, it will become the words I use to school others. Danitz looked at the black sticky blob in his hand and said, It seems like it should be applied on the surface of the mirror before contacting Vice Admiral Aylment. That should be the case. However, what's the point even if we contact her? Are we going to ask her out on a date to join us for breakfast at Theros Island? Anderson mocked. Danitz knew that he and Anderson were unable to influence the person in the mirror. All he instinctively wanted to do was to do something more, so as to better complete the task that Gehrman Sparrow assigned him. He frowned slightly and said, Then what should we do next? Of course, it's to contact Gehrman Sparrow. Let him handle the aftermath. This fellow is very mysterious in every aspect, so he should have a way to resolve it, Anderson said with a TSK. Besides, the mission he gave us is to seek out Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts. And there are results already now. Danitz acknowledged and began taking out the candles and other items for the ritual. What are you doing? Anderson asked with an odd expression. Danitz set up the altar without looking back, summoning Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. Anderson fell silent for a few seconds before saying, I'll go out for a smoke first. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1096, Cooperation. At just past 6 in the morning, the entirety of Backlund remained dark. It was very quiet, with most areas being illuminated only by the street lamps. Wearing his pajamas, Klein sat on the bed and looked at Miss Messenger, who was carrying 4 heads. He rubbed his temples and asked helplessly, Who sent the letter? Why couldn't he have a good night's rest? The 3 heads in Rionette Tinker's hands replied one by one, that particular, brainless servant of yours, Danitz. He prayed in the middle of the night in the past, and now he's sending letters in the morning. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Following that, he received the letter from Miss Messenger. When he opened it, his expression gradually turned solemn. This was because Danitz and Anderson's discovery of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's location was extremely untimely. According to Klein's deductions, it wouldn't take long for the pirate admiral and Demonis of White Cat Arena to regain their freedom. They wouldn't be hiding much, making it easier to find them. Now that they had dealt with intelligence peddler Bartz and obtained the items to contact Tracy from him, the greatest possibility was that they had frightened the target and made her continue hiding. Of course, Klein could seek the help of Queen Mystic Bernadette to find a way to lock onto Vice Admiral Ailment through the mirror. However, the problem was that he suspected that the target's hiding place was an important stronghold of the Demonis sect. It might even be the headquarters where there were Grade 0 sealed artifacts. This way, even if he had confirmed the whereabouts of Tracy, he wouldn't dare to teleport over to capture her. Hence, any contact would alert the pirate admiral. And if he didn't take the opportunity to contact her, regardless of whether Bartz was dead or alive, the news would spread after daybreak. Similarly, Tracy would be on guard. Seriously. However, this is also because Anderson and Danitz don't know the truth. They don't know the changes in the situation of the Lone Kingdom. After some thought, he said to Miss Messenger, who was waiting by the side, Wait for me. I'll write a reply. He had originally planned to teleport over directly to decide what to do next, but after some consideration, he still chose to write a letter. Although he believed that Zeradol wouldn't waste time on an obvious bait like Danitz, he still felt that he had to be more careful. If Zeradol didn't do so, it didn't mean that the members of the secret order under him would do the same. Such a huge secret organization definitely had a few demigods at the saint level. Once he got entangled by the other party, it would be a huge problem. All right, the head carried by Rionette Tinker that had failed to speak previously rushed to answer first. Klein got out of bed, walked out of the bedroom, and came to the room outside. He took out a pen and paper and wrote fluidly. Think of a way to make Bartz faint until dawn. Then leave his room immediately and stay far away. There is a great danger lurking there. Monitor Bartz again when daybreak arrives, but don't alarm him. The so-called danger was a half-truth, and his main goal was to get Anderson and Danitz to leave the scene, so as to draw away any possible spying. Putting down the pen and looking through it again, he folded the letter and handed it to his messenger, Rionette Tinker, who had followed him out. At 3:10 a.m. in the Berserk Sea, Theros Island, Bartz's room. Danitz had just finished clearing the altar and wiping away the traces when he saw the terrifying messenger with 4 heads return. Gehrman Sparrow actually didn't come. Danitz reached out to receive the letter in surprise, then he took out a gold coin for the messenger. After the figure with 4 heads and dark, complicated long dress disappeared into the void, he opened the letter and quickly read through it. There's danger. Danitz's pupils dilated as he rushed towards the door as if he had been burned in the ass. After leaving the room, he said to Anderson, who was standing in the corridor with his back against the wall with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, Quick, let's go. It's very dangerous here. Did Gehrman Sparrow say that? Anderson was taken aback as he asked thoughtfully. Yes, how do you know? Couldn't it be that I discovered something? Danitz replied instinctively. You? Anderson chuckled and asked rather relaxed. What else did he say? Aren't you nervous? Gehrman Sparrow is very reliable on such matters. Dannett's focus was completely off. Anderson fell silent for a moment before saying, "His messenger is more reliable. At least, within the few minutes of his messenger's return trip, there won't be any danger here. If there really was any danger lurking here, they would silently shrink back when they saw the messenger." Danitz originally wanted to reply that it may seem so in terms of her image, but for some reason, he instinctively gave up on that sentence. He switched to saying, "Gehrman Sparrow also said to let Bartz pass out until dawn, so that we can monitor him again when the sun rises without exposing ourselves." Anderson frowned. What does he want to do? There won't be any latent dangers anymore once the sun rises. Without waiting for Danitz to respond, the strongest hunter of the fog turned around and entered the room. He took out a small metal bottle he carried with him and pulled out the stopper. He placed it at the tip of Bartz's nose and moved it back and forth. "It's done. Let's go." Anderson didn't hide his curiosity as he surveyed the area before leading Danitz out of Bartz's room and walked far into the distance. Backlund, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. At 7:25 a.m., Audrey suddenly woke up from her dream. She dreamed of the boundless gray fog and dreamed of the world Gehrman Sparrow asking her to help hypnotize someone, making the target forget everything that had happened in the past 6 hours, as well as all the people who asked about a particular secret island. This is something that can be used as contributions needed for the manipulator potion formula and beyonder characteristic. Also, Mr. World said that he would donate 7,000 pounds for the war efforts. Audrey got off the bed very lightly and put a teal cloak over her white nightgown. Following that, she followed Gehrman Sparrow's instructions and set up a ritual, praying for Mr. Fool's bestowment. The illusory door quickly took shape and opened, sending 3 items flying out and landing on the altar. One of them was a thin human-skinned glove, the other was the instruction manual on a piece of paper, and the other was a neat stack of cash that wasn't tied up. This is creeping hunger. Audrey scrutinized the altar and thanked Mr. Fool. Then she put on the glove and, according to the instruction manual, activated the spirit of the traveler. When the glove turned transparent, the 12 sacred angels with fiery wings suddenly appeared in front of her. This is the angel's embrace that Mr. World has requested. Its effect is to interfere with divination and prophecy powers at the scene, so as to ensure that my identity won't be exposed. Audrey's eyes darted around as she changed the lie accessory which she had already prepared into a silver mask, and she wore it on her face. Following that, she followed the coordinates given by the world Gehrman Sparrow and began the teleportation step. During this process, the strange scenery of the spirit world and all kinds of strange creatures left a deep impression on her. However, before she could carefully observe them, she arrived at her destination. She saw that the colors were saturated, and the stacked scenes rapidly faded away, becoming normal. It was still late at night outside. It feels like I've recovered my feelings and mood from when I first entered the mysterious world. Audrey analyzed her mental state and focused her attention on the target lying on the floor in the room she was in. It was an unconscious man. The door to his body of heart and mind was rather weak, meaning that he was someone who could easily be charmed, even if it didn't involve beyond her powers. Hypnotizing such a target wasn't difficult for Audrey. However, in order to digest the potion, she decided to use dreams to help with the hypnosis. The unconscious Bartz had a dream. He dreamed of a blurry female figure. In his dream, he believed that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, a perfect state that Vice Admiral Aylman Tracy could achieve. Bartz wildly chased her as he ran back and forth in the wilderness, hills, and mountains. However, he couldn't catch up to her, as though he had left behind something very important. After an unknown period of time, he woke up from exhaustion and slowly recalled what happened last night. He was in a bad mood because of him losing money. He had fallen drunk after drinking only half a bottle of Lanti-Proof. Up to now, his temples were still throbbing in pain. I even knocked the back of my head. Bartz rubbed the swollen area and lumbered back to the bed. He fell into it and continued sleeping. And for Audrey, who had completed a milder form of hypnosis with a dreamwalker's powers, she had long followed the world Gehrman Sparrow's instructions and restored the scene completely, leaving nothing suspicious behind. This was the ability of a senior spectator. Then she teleported back to Backlund and sacrificed creeping hunger to Mr. Fool. The entire process didn't cause much of a stir. The Church of Evernight Beyonders in charge of protecting the Hall family were completely unaware. After dealing with all kinds of traces, Audrey pulled a bell and let the maidservants waiting outside enter. Her personal maidservant, Annie, gestured for the other maidservants to get busy as she said to Audrey, "Miss, there's a piece of news from the Bursary Foundation." "What news?" Audrey interpreted the shock, confusion, disbelief, joy, and curiosity in Annie's tone. Annie replied quickly, "That Miss Eudora, who needed to have her leg amputated, has completely recovered. It's as though she was never injured. This is a medical miracle." Audrey was similarly stunned. She had some guesses, but she didn't dare to confirm them. She lacked sufficient clues and evidence. Also, all the patients with serious medical conditions have fully recovered. At this point, Annie couldn't control herself. She lowered her voice and said, "I heard that there was a ghost wandering around. Half of its face had mushrooms growing all over, and the other half was covered in weeds. It ate illnesses, trauma, and grief. I don't know if it's true, but it's scary." Mushroom. Weeds. Audrey repeated the two words, momentarily at a loss. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1097. Different Conundrum. Seeing that her mistress was clearly interested in ghost tales, Annie glanced at the other maids who were preparing hot water, combs, and other items. She continued, "The doctors and nurses wished to invite the church's bishop to host a mass, but the remaining patients strongly objected to it. They look forward to meeting that ghost. They all call it the clown angel. They say that its terrifying appearance resembles a specially dressed clown, but in actual fact, it's an angel who can resolve pain and torment. This title is very interesting," Audrey said with a faint smile. If it were in the past, she would definitely be very interested in this, perhaps eager to make a trip to the hospital via dream traversal to figure out what was going on with the so-called clown angel. However, the sudden eruption of the war made her feel rather depressed. She felt that there were too many important things that she needed to do, so she wasn't in the mood to probe further. In fact, if she hadn't experienced the air raid herself and seen those who were injured because of it, she would definitely feel like a war had never happened over the past few days and that Backlon was still very peaceful. This was because after that air raid, the airship fleet of the Lone Kingdom had been roped into the war effort. The air defenses of the coastal cities had all been raised, and Backlon didn't suffer another attack again. Currently, the battle between Fasak and Lone was mainly focused in three places: the Winter County's Amantha Mountain Range, the heavy industry metropolitan area along the mid-seashore's east coast, and the few harbors along the Sonia sea coast. Furthermore, they were in a deadlock with no side gaining an advantage over the other. Even if there were casualties, it didn't have any material impact on Backlund. Other than the rise in commodity prices and the addition of several editorial pieces in the newspapers, the city seemed to restore its peace in a few short days. However, Audrey didn't think so. Her father and brother had been busy with work recently, often returning late at night or convening a private gathering with a group of nobles, members of parliament, and clergymen. Through the other charity organizations in the Church of Evernight, she learned of the exact number of casualties at the front lines of Pritz Harbor and Amantha. She even saw some photos of the battlefield. She was working hard to gather funds, contacting various pharmaceutical companies and hospitals, hoping that she could organize help and treatment needed in the war effort. Who would have thought that the crazy adventurer has not only offered the excess food in his manor, but he has even donated 7,000 pounds in cash. Audrey sighed secretly and began letting the maidservant help doll her up. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Emlyn White casually donated 10 pounds to a charity organization solicitor. He pressed his top hat and walked up the stairs, entering the Harvest Church. At this moment, there were no believers in the cathedral. Father Utravsky, who looked like a half-giant, sat at the front and prayed sincerely. Emlyn was in no hurry to change into his priest robes. He sat beside the priest and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he ended up scoffing. It must be your typical Fasak appearance and figure that made those believers fearful of coming over, Emlyn said casually as he looked at the altar in front of him. Bishop Utravsky put down his hands and opened his eyes. I can understand them. What's the point of understanding them? If the war gets more intense and the number of soldiers dying in battle increases a bit more, the believers might rush in here and burn the cathedral and hang you to death. Emlyn continued to look at the sacred emblem of life. Father Utravsky shook his head slightly. No, they won't. They sincerely believe in the Earth Mother. They won't burn the cathedral. At most, they will banish me. If I express that I've given up on my Fasak nationality, there will always be people who will understand and accept me. Emlyn sked and said without moving his gaze, what if Fainapotter joins the war and attacks Desi Bay, Lone Territory? What if the Church of Earth Mother calls all clergymen to arms and become enemies with Lone? Are you going to obey the orders of the Church and abandon the believers here, or are you going to pretend that you don't know anything? Continuing promoting life's precious embrace, the harvest grace is your now? Or will you directly organize those believers to make them become enemies with their own kind, using blood and sacrifices to prove their faith? Bishop Utravsky slowly looked at the sacred emblems of life up and above the altar, not saying anything for a long time. Emlyn didn't bring up any more questions as he fell silent like the priest. The entire Harvest Church was silent. On a colonial island, Alger Wilson, who hadn't had the chance to return to Paso Island, didn't leave the Blue Avenger due to his principles of being cautious. He only sent his sailors to take turns to gather information. Captain, there still isn't any news about mustering us, a sailor reported to Alger of his findings of the day while reeking of alcohol. Alger waved his hand and dismissed his subordinate to leave the room. Then he frowned slightly and muttered silently to himself, the Church doesn't seem to care much about this war. From what Alger knew, this was likely an intense war that would cover a huge scale. As the victim of an invasion, the Church of the Lord of Storms would definitely mobilize all its strength to defeat the enemy, including the captains who were scattered across the sea by giving them corresponding missions. However, at this moment in time, Alger had yet to receive orders from Paso Island. This didn't mean that the Church of the Lord of Storms was slacking off. The activity of the Church's forces amongst the Lone Army and the air raid drills it was involved in the various major cities, and the activities of the demigods implied that the Church of the Lord of Storms was seriously resisting the invasion of the Fasak Empire. It was just that it wasn't going all out. Could it be that it's because we're still in the early stages of the war? The Church wishes to preserve a portion of its strength for the critical moment? Alger held back the stirrings in his heart and waited for further information. At night, another group of sailors returned with news that had nothing to do with the war. Captain, there seems to be some kind of monster hiding on this island. Many pirates say that they encountered a terrifying situation when they head out to pee after drinking too much. Some of them were violently slapped by the branches of trees, while others saw fruits growing on their bodies, ones filled with blood and flesh in them. Some of them encountered skinny, ghostly figures with wheat faces. A rather sober sailor described the rumors he had heard. Tales about ghosts and monsters. Alger didn't have the intention to probe into the truth of the matter. He nodded and sternly warned, don't go out at night. After such paranormal tales started in Backlund and Pritz Harbor, Klein never went to those hospitals again, afraid that he would directly meet Zeradal's marionettes. With the creeping hunger and the ability to travel, he expanded his range for creating terrifying tales. Sometimes he would be in the Sonia Sea, at other times in the Fog Sea. He would go to Lindbergh, sometimes to Fainapotter, and sometimes appear in places like East and West Balam, the Highlands and Valley. He didn't abide by any rules, and he relied solely on his momentary inspiration. He would visit some cities 2 or 3 times while not stepping foot into others even once. During this process, Klein felt an inexplicably strange feeling. In the terrifying darkness, invisible tentacles extended out, either searching for his whereabouts or attempting to predict his movements so as to intercept him ahead of time. They were silent and cold, and once they entangled him, the consequences were unimaginable. Klein knew that this might be the result of Zeradal's search. His best solution was to temporarily stop acting and to lay low and wait. However, it was also this subtle feeling that made him wish to digest the potion as soon as possible. Hence, he made use of the Grey Fog's powers. Every time he randomly chose a target location, he would go above the Grey Fog to divine the danger level and use paper angels to interfere. At this moment, with a huge progress in his digestion, he teleported to Kukawa, which was in the northern state of West Balam. This was where he had killed Nzangwil to avenge himself and the captain. The moment his figure appeared in the White Feather Square, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The residence that belonged to May Sanchez was too quiet. It was so quiet that it sent chills down his spine. May Sanchez was a native general who had previously bought arms from Dwayne Dantes. He was a beyonder of the death pathway, and he was backed by the Church of Knowledge. What happened? Klein frowned slightly as he considered whether he should enter to confirm the situation. After all, that was his collaboration partner. Furthermore, if he were to encounter an enemy that wasn't weak, it would be a very good opportunity for him to act. After doing a self-analysis of the situation, he believed that if he could use a saint-level demigod as the main lead and create a few more horror tales, then his Bizarro sorcerer potion would be digested for the most part. Of course, the prerequisite for everything is to be safe. I have to be careful and cautious. As he made his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, transform into the appearance of Dwayne Dantes, he took out a gold coin. This time, the revelation he received was that there wasn't any danger. Strange. Klein didn't let his guard down as his body turned incorporeal before becoming a shadow that disappeared into the darkness of the night. As for his marionette, Kona's Kilgore walked slowly towards May Sanchez's mansion with his face facing down. This was the ability to hide in the shadows that creeping hunger provided itself. As for the other marionette and Noonie, he was waiting about 1,000 meters away. As for the few rats that belonged to the marionette, they were spaced out nearly 1,000 meters away from each other, but they were unable to do anything. Soon, Dwayne Dantes arrived in front of the general's residence and activated his spirit body threads vision. What entered his vision were black illusory threads that were grown in a messy fashion. They seemed to come from different people, but they also had an obviously similar aura. And normal spirit body threads didn't exist at all. After a few seconds of silence, Dwayne Dantes extended his right hand and pushed open the closed door. The scene inside was completely different from what he remembered. The pillars that were covered with golden foils, the golden sculptures on the walls, and gorgeous stairs were now rolled into a bunch like a huge porcupine with golden spikes growing out of it. On the ground, there were sharp stone pillars and shattered glass everywhere. Apart from these, there were more illusory bookshelves in the hall that didn't appear real. There were pools of black shadows hidden in different spots on the bookshelf as they curled and stretched like eyes from time to time. As the door opened, the pool of liquid-like shadows suddenly came alive and produced the same sound. It's you. My prediction was right. You're the one who can help me out of my conundrum. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1098, Contribution Accumulation. Upon hearing the words of the pools of black shadows, a figure suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. It was the elder in a white robe with inlaid brass lines. His hair was completely white and neatly combed. His pair of gray-green eyes left a deep impression on him. He claimed to be a member of the Church of Knowledge, and that he was in charge of matters in West Balam and had a close relationship with May Sanchez. Back then, he had suddenly paid a visit to Dwayne Dantes, giving the excuse for his visit as him having predicted that he would be in a very troublesome situation in the future, and that someone he met during that time period would help him resolve the problem. After some thought, he slowly said, "Luca Brewster? Yes, it's me. You actually still remember me." In the different parts of the illusory bookshelves, the pool of liquid-like shadows rushed to answer. Their voices were no longer uniform. They were layered over each other, echoing endlessly. Even though he was separated by his marionette, Klein's ears still rang, and he felt a sense of dizziness. This isn't a normal sound. It contains a certain inclination towards losing control or experiencing mental corruption. The illusory bookshelves themselves are a form of reflection. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he heard the black shadows that were curling and extending from time to time voice up simultaneously. "Sorry, I was too agitated just now and couldn't control myself." Hiding in the shadows outside the mansion, Klein controlled his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, and said, "What did you encounter? How did you end up like this?" The black figures sighed and said, "The adjudicator of the Fena Potter military, Bellacosta, and the Church of Earth Mother's Archbishop, Martina, jointly attacked this place, with their main target being me. I had no choice but to activate my mythical creature form and make them temporarily retreat. Seeing as you entered without noticing anything, you must have teleported here. You're also a demigod. You should know that once you reveal your mythical creature form, it won't be easy for you to return to normal. I was also affected by inclinations towards going insane, and I nearly lost control. Fortunately, I was once a mysticism magister and had mastered many strange but effective mystic arts. Hence, I sealed myself to a certain extent at the critical moment and ended up like this. Sigh, this can only last for some time. The madness is still eating at me. I've already contacted the sea, and it wouldn't be long before a helper comes. However, I don't know if I can last that long. I was just thinking that this should be that very troublesome conundrum in the prophecy, and I was wondering if the person who could help me solve this problem would appear. I'm so happy that you're here. This proves that my prediction and interpretation wasn't wrong. This has improved my mental state. He really is a demigod who's determined to see his predictions succeed. If I were to turn around and leave at this moment, would you just break down and lose control on the spot? After lampooning silently in his heart, Klein began thinking about the key information that was revealed by Luca Brewster. The Fana Potter military and the Church of Earth Mother had begun taking action. He then got his marionette, Konas Kilgore, to take out a gold coin and flick it before reaching out to catch it. From what he knew, the clergymen of the 7 churches were focused on maintaining order and ensuring the safety of their believers, regardless of the situation. From this angle, it was impossible for Luca Brewster to be a devil or a demon. As for the impression that Vice Admiral Iceberg and Detective Isengard Stanton gave him, it made him feel that the Church of Knowledge wasn't too bad. He felt that, other than their habitual discrimination against people with low intelligence and those who were not fond of studying, there was nothing wrong with their actions and style. This is also the reason why they're unable to develop and expand. They can only stay in a few small countries. Klein didn't look at the result from flipping the gold coin. He mumbled a few words before saying, "How can I help you?" The excited black shadows fell silent. A few seconds later, they said, "I don't know either." Klein looked at them, and they looked back at him in silence. Instantly, there was a mutual silence. "Why don't I suggest turning you into my marionette?" Nearly 10 seconds later, Klein lampooned inwardly. His thoughts raced as he began to think of a way to resolve the Luca Brewster's problem of not being able to recover from his mythical creature form. To be honest, his seriousness towards helping Luca out wasn't just because of his good impression of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, but also because of interests that could benefit him. Firstly, there was the inkling of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's existence in the matter of Grizel's travels. At present, he was unable to determine the true God's goal. He felt that showing some goodwill might lead to pleasant surprises. Secondly, if Grizel's return really happened, the attitude of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was rather important. From the Red Angel Evil Spirit's tone and manner of speech, Klein could make a preliminary judgment. Compared to the 4th epoch, the 7 deities of the present era had a drastic change in attitude towards the appearance of a Black Emperor. Their reaction wasn't as intense as before, and they were more inclined to tacitly approve of it, even if the person wasn't their own candidate of choice. Under such circumstances, if Emperor Roselle were to return, the only ones who would be against it would probably be the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. After all, back when Roselle perished, they had been involved in the matter to some extent. However, this objection wouldn't be too strong either. As long as Roselle's mental state was normal and he escaped the corruption and madness, there was a chance of being accepted. After all, the Black Emperor didn't have the problem of switching with the Sun and Savant pathway, so there weren't any direct conflicts of interest. As for the original grudge, it wasn't too serious at the level of a deity. Of course, this was just a guess Klein made from his knowledge of ancient history and from the angle of mysticism. According to his understanding of the situation, other than the god of craftsmanship, the other 6 deities had been enemies with each other back during Solomon's First Empire. They had left behind countless grudges and had no choice but to rope in the Black Emperor back then to help them. In the end, they still put these matters behind them and formed an alliance that lasted to this day. Even the deities of neighboring pathways could coexist peacefully to a certain extent. As long as Roselle could really be revived, then as someone who wasn't completely dead, the feud between him and the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery could be resolved. Of course, with his understanding of Roselle, it was only a matter of time before Roselle took revenge. As long as he wasn't crazy and wasn't forced into a corner and wasn't extreme, he could still understand the situation clearly and know what to do and what it meant to wait for an opportunity. Under such circumstances, Klein believed that the ones who were able to suppress the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery, when they expressed their objections and also make them tacitly agree to it, were definitely the Lord of Storms and the god of knowledge and wisdom, because they and the eternal blazing sun were on beyonder paths that could be interchanged. I'm just afraid that the corruption that stems from the cosmos isn't that easy to resolve. The revived Roselle may end up completely turning into an evil god, but such matters can only be done one step at a time. Only by understanding the situation can one grasp the crux of the matter and decide whether to press the button at the final moment. Humans can't stop because of worries with low odds. If that's the case, nothing can be done. Even drinking a mouthful of water might lead to the descent of an evil god. Similarly, were the reactions of the various parties towards Rozelle's return, and how intense would they be? This will require me to wait and make further observations before I can find the most acceptable solution for everyone. At the moment, causing damage during the ritual at the critical moment has the highest chance of success. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked at the pool of dark shadows and slowly said, "How long can you last?" Luca Brewster observed his condition and said, 7 minutes. I thought you were going to say 7, 6, 5 for 3. After lampooning, Klein said, "I'll get you a psychiatrist." As he spoke, he retreated a few hundred meters out of the shadows of May Sanchez's residence. Then he set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the gray fog. After doing all of this, he sat in the fool's chair, conjured Gehrman Sparrow's figure, and made him do a simple and quick prayer. At this moment, it was almost dawn. As for Audrey, who had been busy with charity work, she had yet to sleep. Treat a demigod who has shown signs of losing control. I can accumulate more merit points as well. Audrey put down the fountain pen in her hand and put on a white cloak with golden patterns. Just like the previous mission, she set up a ritual to receive creeping hunger and wore lie, which was in the form of a silver mask. Under the protection of Angel's embrace, she teleported to the May Sanchez mansion in West Balham according to the map provided by Gehrman Sparrow. The difference this time was that, due to her facing a demigod, not only was she wearing a mask, she had also used lie to adjust her figure, aura, and appearance under the mask. Then she saw Mr. World in the form of Dwayne Dantes. That demigod has broken down into pools of black liquid. Try not to communicate with his body of heart and mind directly. This will infect you with his inclination to lose control. If you can't treat him, I can lend you a Beyonder characteristic. Klein specially warned Miss Justice. Audrey didn't say that she was very clear about this. She was very professional in this aspect and listened attentively. Let me give it a try first. She tugged at the cloak covering her body and took a few steps forward, casting her gaze at the illusory bookshelves and the pools of black liquid. Thankfully, he hasn't truly lost control. After examining for a few seconds, Audrey said gently. Accompanied by her calm and powerful words, an invisible wind of placate began to blow. The frequency at which the pools of black liquid curled up and stretched began to decrease as the sense of anxiety weakened. Audrey used placate a few more times. It was only when Luca Brewster's mental state was completely stabilized and he had the ability to cooperate did she get him to open up his mind and receive the treatment. And she took the opportunity to open the door to the demigod's body of heart and mind. She split her use of placate into multiple treatments during the process of purifying the corruption. She planted psychological cues, cueing Luca Brewster into believing that everything was fine, allowing him to easily converge his mythical creature form and turn back into a human. The reason for splitting up the process was because if Audrey was affected by the slightest bit of corruption and the negative effects, then she would immediately retreat and resolve her mental problems first. Finally, she completed the treatment in cues before taking a few steps back. Your Excellency, you can remove your mythical creature form. The moment she finished speaking, the illusory bookshelves in the hall vanished. The pools of black liquid gathered together like life, taking on a human form. The black colors quickly faded away, turning back into Luca Brewster's original form. He sighed and said with a smile, "Thank you very much. When I saw a Sequence 5 spectator come over, I thought that I would become the main ingredient for her switching to another pathway. This soul man's words are so direct. I don't even know how to respond to his words." Klein turned his head to look at Justice Audrey. He realized that her eyes were closed tightly. Klein opened his mouth to respond to Luca Brewster. "Don't worry. What you need the most right now is a set of clothes." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1099, 1368. Luca Brewster looked down at himself and hurriedly raised his right hand to grab something beside him. Then his grayish-green eyes darkened. The gold that mixed with the stairs suddenly flew out and fused in midair, forming a thin piece of armor that then covered Luca Brewster. Luca stretched his arms and explained as he took in the feedback, Stiano's golden armor art. Its defensive capabilities are equivalent to that of a Sequence 5 Guardian. "Stiano?" Klein asked casually. Lucas said in a tone as though he was introducing a famous historical figure, one of the earliest founders of the Moses ascetic order. I heard that Emperor Roselle had previously modified this golden armor art. I wonder what effects it eventually produced. I can roughly imagine. Maybe this golden armor has 12 different styles. One. After muttering inwardly for a while, Klein changed the topic to the main topic at hand. Will Faina Potter and the Church of Earth Mother officially join the war? When Luca introduced the Stiano's golden armor, Audrey opened her eyes and turned her head in a controlled manner. Without any perturbation in her eyes, she looked at the glimmering demigod. Luca sighed and said, regardless of what they were thinking previously, they'll officially join the war tonight. Of course, they wouldn't target Lone for the time being. There's a high chance that they will attack either Lindbergh, Mason, or Seeger. It's to prevent an extended battlefront and for making too many enemies which will prevent them from being able to concentrate their strength. Furthermore, the Church of Earth Mother might not be willing to exert too much strength. After sighing, this demigod from the Church of Knowledge earnestly said to the silver-masked Audrey, "What kind of consultation fee should I pay you?" Audrey glanced at Mr. World beside her. He has already paid. Luca Brewster immediately shifted his gaze to Dwayne Dantes. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Let me ask a few questions. Please speak." At that moment, Luca didn't look like a demigod at all. Instead, he looked more like a professor waiting to answer his students' questions in class. Of course, if he could take off that set of golden armor and change into a three-piece suit, the resemblance would be uncanny. Without thinking, Klein directly asked, "What do you know about the corruption from underground?" In his opinion, if the Church of Knowledge, which was famous for being knowledgeable, knew about it, then he was definitely at a strong enough level to bear the effects. And if this wasn't suitable for Miss Justice's ears, then he believed that Luca would bring it up. After all, he wasn't merely a bookworm. As the discussion about the underground corruption stemmed from their experiences from exploring the sea of collective subconscious in Grizel's travels, Audrey had a certain understanding of it. At that moment, it didn't feel as though she couldn't understand anything. She was very focused on waiting for the demigod to give an answer. Luca frowned slightly and said, "I don't know much about it." It's as though just knowing about it will result in corruption in of itself. I've seen a sentence before in an ancient book, the higher the sequence, the more dangerous it is to be closer underground. So the dragon of imagination left an extremely deep trauma and some kind of fear down there. Audrey instantly thought of the object sealed in the bronze door of the City of Miracles, Liveseed. She then looked at Mr. World beside her, but she didn't notice any changes in his expression. However, Klein made his marionette nod gently, so as to tell Miss Justice that the connections he made with were identical to hers. This made Audrey feel like she had returned to the past. Back then, she was still a low sequence beyond her of the spectator pathway. There was no way she could decipher any useful information from Mr. World's expression and actions. The higher the sequence, the greater the threat of underground objects? This doesn't make sense. Realizing that Luca was unable to provide more information, Klein thought for a moment and said, "Second question, what prophecy do you have regarding this war?" With a mention of a prophecy, Luca Brewster suddenly became spirited. It's only the beginning. It's far from reaching its peak. Also, a greater portion of the damage stems from the war and is also present beyond the war. I don't know what it is exactly, though. The war has just begun. Audrey's heart sank uncontrollably. Stems from the war and is also present beyond the war. Is it the apotheosis ritual of Amon's brother, or is it the advancement of the Black Emperor? Or perhaps the return of Roselle? With a guess, Klein nodded and raised the third question. Have you heard of the prophecy of the apocalypse? How do you interpret it? Luca Brewster's expression instantly turned serious. No, this is not a prophecy. Anyone with the ability to predict the future is certain that the apocalypse will definitely come. God mentioned in his Holy Bible that the apocalypse will happen in the year 1368 in the fifth epoch. Of course, God also said that there will be a Savior. The prophecy of the God of knowledge and wisdom? 1368, there's only about 10 years left. Could the goddess's act of destroying the alliance with a god of combat to control the uniqueness of the death pathway have something to do with impending apocalypse? Without realizing it, Klein's expression turned serious. However, he didn't show his reaction on the marionette's face. It will be the apocalypse in about 10 years. As for Audrey, She ruminated over the demigod's words in a daze. To be honest, she felt that it was fake. It was used by people who pretended to be mysticism experts and were religious cheats so as to deceive the people and earn money through that. Although she could foresee a large-scale war breaking out, she had never imagined that this world was very close to ending. This was the understanding of almost all ordinary people and beyonders. Why 1368? Klein couldn't help but ask. Luca Brewster shook his head. I don't know either. That's what God's prophecy says. At the thought that he was only a sequence for making him not have the ability to resist the apocalypse, Klein rationally ended the topic. He said to the saint of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, that shall be all. What he really wanted to ask were things that the other party probably didn't know either. Matters like the corruption that stemmed from the cosmos, or whether Roselle could return or not, or what his state was. Luca Brewster nodded and said, in the future, if there's anything you need help with, you can come to me. For the details, find them out through Edwina. He remembered that Dwayne Dantes' firearms transaction with May Sanchez had been facilitated by Edwina Edwards. Edwina. Vice Admiral Iceberg. Audrey was taken aback for a second before coming to a realization. She glanced at Mr. World curiously. She remembered that she had read a newspaper article before. It contained the story of Gehrman Sparrow and the 3 female pirate admirals. All right, Klein was never worried about having too many helpers. After he nodded at Justice Audrey, Luca Brewster's figure quickly turned transparent, as though he had fused with the spirit world. Then he disappeared, looking at the spot where he had been standing earlier and then at the hall that no longer had any gold. Klein let out a terse remark inwardly and fell silent for 2 seconds. He then made his marionette look at Justice Audrey. I thought it would be a little more troublesome. That saint had saved himself in time and was willing to trust me, allowing me to plant a psychological cue. Audrey replied with a faint smile, trying her best to appear sincere and humble. Dwayne Dantes nodded and said, this help will be taken into account. Go back as soon as possible. It's very dangerous here. Seeing that a demigod had nearly lost control, Audrey had no doubts about the danger Mr. World warned her about. She immediately used creeping hunger and teleported back to the northern continent through the spirit world. After she sacrificed the human-skinned glove to Mr. Fool and settled the rest of the matters, Earl Hall and his eldest son, Hibbert, returned home. Just as Audrey was about to head out to meet her father and chat with him, she heard her mother, Lady Caitlin, ask in Hall, did something happen again? You came back a lot later than scheduled today. Earl Hall sighed and said, Faina Potter has invaded Lindbergh. Extra. Faina Potter invades Lindbergh. Leonard, who was wearing a pair of red gloves, got off the carriage. Just as he was about to enter St. Samuel Cathedral, he saw the paperboy waving a newspaper and running quickly across the streets and square. He stopped the paperboy and took out a penny and bought a newspaper. As he flipped through it, he said in a low voice, perhaps it won't be long before the South becomes a battlefield. That's right. Palaz Zoros' slightly aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. But why am I still staying in Backlund? Leonard muttered in confusion. After advancing to Spirit Warlock, he had already become the captain of a Red Gloves team. The members had been transferred from other teams, including the familiar faces of Cindy and Bob. After the war broke out, Leonard had originally thought that his team would be transferred back to the Holy Cathedral like Soa's team, so as to participate in the battle at the Amantha mountain range. To his surprise, he was arranged to be used as a reserve force for the Backlund diocese. As for this large city, due to its implementation of a nighttime curfew and other emergency policies, its security was good, and there weren't many Beyonders who came out to cause destruction. Even the devils who liked to murder didn't create chaos. It made Leonard rather free, making it more relaxed for him than during non-wartime duty. At that moment, Palaz Zoros smiled and said, I have a guess. What guess? Leonard hurriedly asked in a low voice. I'm not telling you now, Palaz replied leisurely. Leonard didn't say a word. He straightened his collar and entered St. Samuel Cathedral. He exchanged a few words with the Archbishop and prayed for 5 minutes. Then he went underground and pushed open the door to his Red Gloves team's temporary office. Good morning, Captain. Bob, Cindy, and the other Red Gloves all stood up and bowed. Upon hearing their greetings, Leonard, who felt that he was already used to it, was once again in a daze. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon. Leonard arranged for his team members to go on separate missions, and he found a lounge to wait for the gathering to begin. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1100, One Book. Above the boundless gray fog, inside the ancient palace that resembled a god's residence, dark red beams of light shot up from both sides of the long bronze table, materializing into blurry figures. Justice Audrey immediately stood up, lifted her skirt, and curtsied towards the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." She wasn't in a bad mood, but with everything that had happened recently, she couldn't keep her spirits up like before. After all the members bowed and took their seats, Audrey swept her gaze and habitually began observing. Almost instantly, she discovered that Ma'am Hermit's mental state and body language indicated that she was worried about something. It has something to do with Queen Mystic? Or could it be that there are other problems? Or could it be that both factors are involved in the matter? Audrey was slightly surprised, and she curiously considered the possible reasons for this. After so many tarot gatherings, she had long drawn a psychological portrait of Ma'am Hermit. She believed that she was a rather contradictory beyonder. She was experienced, knowledgeable, and calm. She was also bold and reckless in certain aspects, like a young girl who had yet to mature. Combined with the relationship between the other party and Queen Mystic, Audrey's interpretation of this analysis was that, although Ma'am Hermit had experienced a lot, she had managed to resolve many problems successfully with Queen Mystic's protection and arrangements. Deep in her heart, she was still a young girl who yearned to be loved and cared for. And it was precisely within such a concealed state that Audrey boldly guessed that, when facing someone who had been abandoned and one who didn't commit any serious mistakes, she would unknowingly show mercy, pity them, and help them. At the same time, due to her being a woman who was active at sea, with the strength of Sequence 5, who also had quite a number of mystical items, experience, and knowledge, while wearing heavy glasses and having interactions with Gairman Sparrow, Audrey believed that if she casually flipped through the wanted posters and newspapers related to pirates, she would be able to confirm Ma'am Hermit's identity without a doubt. However, she deliberately didn't do this. She only had a general idea as to her identity. No, Ma'am Hermit should already be a Sequence 4 demigod, so there shouldn't be too many things for her to be worried about. It's definitely not because of the war. It's impossible for a powerful pirate to be too troubled over it. As her thoughts raced, due to her lack of knowledge, Audrey had no clues apart from guessing that it was related to Queen Mystic. And at this moment, there were two matters echoing in Catlia's mind. Why did Her Majesty send so many diary pages over? If I hadn't become a mysticologist and grasped certain secret techniques, I wouldn't have been able to memorize all of them in such a short period of time. What exactly happened? Has the Queen fallen into some sort of dilemma? That fellow Frank actually didn't want to hold a ritual and wanted to directly consume the potion. Thankfully, I stopped him. However, the druid ritual isn't difficult for him at all. Being aware of the behavior and physical structure of various ordinary animals and 3 kinds of extraordinary creatures. As a crazy biologist, he has already done his homework in advance by trying to crossbreed plants and animals. Next week, he will become a druid in the next 2 days. What he needs to do is write down all the knowledge and experience that he has built up as part of the ritual. Amidst her thoughts, Catlia shelved her concerns and turned to the end of the long bronze table. She lowered her head and respectfully said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have found an entire book of Rozelle's diary this time." An entire book. Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's words, all the members, including the hanged man Alger, were clearly stunned. This was something that exceeded their understanding. In the past, submissions ranged from 1 to 3 pages at a time. This time, it was an entire book. Did something happen? Even though he was the least concerned about such matters, the slowest to react, the son Derek, had noticed something unusual. They all knew that Queen Mystic Bernadette was the eldest daughter of Emperor Rozelle. It was normal for her to be able to provide an entire diary. However, it was abnormal for her to give an entire book. Catlia ignored everyone's gazes and continued, "These diary pages aren't connected, but they all originated from Emperor Rozelle's later years." Very good. The Fool Klein nodded slightly, indicating that the hermit could begin conjuring them. One page after another, the slightly yellow pages of the diary took shape, and soon it was stacked into one book. After receiving it, he casually flipped through it. Without reading it, he put down the diary and looked at the hermit Catlia. "You can raise your questions now. Including the contributions you previously accumulated, you can ask a total of 10 questions." He didn't read the diary carefully because there were too many pages this time. There were at least 30 pages to read. It would require the members of the Tarot Club to wait for too long, affecting Mr. Fool's image. Therefore, he planned to read it slowly after the gathering ended. 10. Catlia immediately felt a headache. This was because there were only 2 questions that Queen Mystic had asked her to raise. She deliberated for a moment before saying, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can we split the questions into multiple sessions?" "Sure." Klein nodded with a smile. This was convenient for what he had in mind. To answer 10 questions at once was also a very difficult task for Mr. Fool. Catlia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 questions this time. First, why does one need to be careful of the spectator? Be careful of the spectator. Audrey wore a blank look. For a moment, she was unable to find any leads for coming up with a guess. She even examined herself. Be careful of the spectator. The Moon Emlyn, the Star Leonard, and the other members of the Tarot Club all cast their gazes at Miss Justice. The Fool Klein chuckled and leisurely said, "A spectator always likes to hide in the shadows to secretly control certain matters, making it difficult for people to notice and be on their guard. In particular, one needs to be especially careful towards Angel of Imagination Adam. His apotheosis ritual is to consume the potion when the trend of the times follows what he envisioned. The trend of the times that follows what he envisioned. Allow the development of the times to meet his expectations." Justice Audrey couldn't help but ask Mr. Fool. Klein nodded slightly and said, "That's right. A war that sweeps the entire world is exactly what Adam wants. This." The Hanged Man Alger, the Hermit Catlia, and the other members of the Tarot Club were bombarded by the information divulged by Mr. Fool, and their minds were momentarily incapable of thought. Be it the apotheosis ritual or the trend of the times, all of them involved a very, very high level. It was so high that they could only look up at it. Suddenly, they vaguely understood the reason why the psychology alchemists were deeply involved in the royal family's conspiracy. And the members who knew of the Twilight Hermit Order further understood the essence of keeping the trend of the times on track. Only an existence at Mr. Fool's level can understand these secrets and participate in the corresponding game. Alger quickly found his train of thought and sighed inwardly. He was increasingly eager to become a demigod. He believed that this war would bring him plenty of opportunities, but he didn't know if he could seize them. The members of the Tarot Club were silent. As their thoughts ran through their heads, the Fool Klein let out an inexplicable sigh. This was because he had no way of stopping this war. If it was only the matter of making George III Black Emperor ritual fail, he could jump through some hoops and stretch himself out to affect it slightly. However, in this war involving the trend of the times, even if he was an angel, a Sequence 1 angel, there was no way he could affect the overall situation. Forcibly trying to stop, it would only squish him under the rolling wheels of history. Apart from Adam, who has spent 1,000 to 2,000 years arranging for such a plot to play out, the rest of them, even the kings of angels, can only change certain situations but not the overall trend. Only a true deity at Sequence 0 can truly participate in this game. It's no wonder the Emperor said that only by becoming a god can he protect those who he wants to protect. The only thing I can do now is to make preparations for the resistance in the Rorstad archipelago. I hope they have the opportunity of being liberated from being colonies. Klein reined in his thoughts and made his gaze maintain a smiling look. He wasn't blindly opposed to everything about war. The education he received in his previous life, and what he had seen at sea and in East and West Biome, had made him have a supportive attitude towards overthrowing colonial rule. To put it simply, what he didn't like and abhorred was an unjust war. Sensing Mr. Fool's gaze, the Hermit Catlia controlled her chaotic thoughts and said again, "Secondly, where is the secret mausoleum that Emperor Roselle has yet been discovered?" Secret mausoleum? Yet been discovered? Furs became more focused as she felt that this was material for a best-selling novel that possessed all kinds of popular elements. On the other hand, Audrey and Alger could acutely sense something from this question. The eldest daughter of Roselle probably wasn't willing to accept her father's death and was still searching for traces left behind by him, hoping to find clues to revive the Emperor. Of course, they couldn't eliminate the possibility that there were other important items in the secret mausoleum. That might be Queen Mystic's goal as well. Roselle even left behind a secret mausoleum? I wonder what's inside. The Star Leonard and Judgment Zio were more concerned about this. The Fool Klein was already prepared for this. He smiled and said, perhaps in the fog sea in the secret primitive island Roselle discovered, or the abyss. Abyss? Emlyn immediately felt his eyelids twitch. In the history of the Sanguine, there were many records of second epic devils wreaking havoc. Even when he read those materials after thousands of years since it happened, he still felt himself turn impetuous and become entangled by chaos. The Sunderic had a similar feeling as him, but he didn't think too much about it. When reading certain documents, his mental state would be overexerted, and his mental state would unknowingly be affected. This was common knowledge known by everyone in the City of Silver, so he had to first receive general education and listen to a teacher's recount. Abyss, Audrey, Zio, and company subconsciously repeated that term in their hearts. In their daily lives, the abyss was an abstract expression. It was synonymous with danger, pain, decadence, and corruption. They never expected that it really existed somewhere in the fog sea.